Zhang Xiaobai could not stand having his intelligence questioned. You claim to be smart. Let me ask you this. What does an old priest look like when he's reading scriptures? Initially, Lin Yuan had not wanted to participate. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaobai's question, he could not help but try to figure out the answer. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he worked his brain, he could not come up with an answer. The mother of Bloodbath pondered deeply. Zhang Xiaobai's question stumped the mother of Bloodbath, whose one-track mind revolved around food. Zhang Xiaobai noticed that no one had an answer for him and did not give them more time to think. He chuckled and said, "It's reading scriptures, idiots." The moment Zhang Xiaobai revealed the answer, Lin Yuan choked on his own saliva. The mother of Bloodbath knew that Zhang Xiaobai was not a serious person, so it suppressed the urge to kick him off the soft-feathered scale bird. The mother of Bloodbath secretly released the pressure of a myth-breed fae and instigated the soft-feathered scale bird that Zhang Xiaobai was riding to fly up and down. Zhang Xiaobai was not acrophobic, but the sudden change startled him. The words he was about to say remained stuck in his throat. Lin Yuan watched as the soft-feathered scale bird carrying Zhang Xiaobai dropped to 100 meters, then rose to 400 meters. He felt that this was more exciting than the drop tower rides in amusement parks. By the time the three soft-feathered scale bird landed at the Radiance Palace, Zhang Xiaobai's soft-feathered scale bird had been thoroughly jerked around by the mother of Bloodbath. The strong soft-feathered scale bird collapsed weakly and looked like it had been controlled. Although Zhang Xiaobai had been frightened by the choppy ride in the beginning, he eventually found the ride to be exhilarating. He climbed down from the soft-feathered scale bird and licked his lips like he wanted more. It seemed that he wanted to experience the up and down feeling even more. Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Palace but could not be bothered to put on the mask again. Zhang Xiaobai walked up to Lin Yuan, and his look of delight turned somber. "Lin Yuan, you guys go ahead to watch the all-star match. I'm going to the Extreme Guild Club's rest area to handle the termination procedures for Xianing, Tanran, and Lu Pinru." Zhang Xiaobai looked at Lin Yuan with immense gratitude, but he could not bring himself to express his feelings verbally. Zhang Xiaobai was not a serious person and did not think emotions were important. Instead of verbally expressing his immense thanks to Lin Yuan, he kept the overwhelming feelings in his heart. Lin Yuan felt that there was something odd about what Zhang Xiaobai said and asked, "Will the Extreme Guild Club allow them to leave if they don't handle the procedures in person? Moreover, the Guild Club is in the middle of such a large event." Zhang Xiaobai hung his head and whispered, "The three of them are still unconscious, and the Extreme Guild Club knows about their condition. Requiring to terminate their contracts means that anything that happens afterward will have nothing to do with the Extreme Guild Club. The Extreme Guild Club would love for that to happen. If we wait to terminate the contracts after the three of them wake up, the Extreme Guild Club will not let them leave so easily. They'll end up just like me, having to fork out 100,000 Radiance dollars due to a breach of contract." Zhang Xiaobai shrugged and continued after a moment of silence. "Although the Guild Club has approved the termination, I'm handling the procedures instead of the other three. According to the Guild Alliance's rules, the three of them have 3 days to consider their decision. They'll definitely wake up within 3 days. At that point, whether they end up leaving or not will be up to them." Lin Yuan could hear Zhang Xiaobai's consideration toward Lu Pinru, Tanran, and Xianing. Despite Zhang Xiaobai's usual happy-go-lucky demeanor, he was extremely reliable during important times. At the mention of the Extreme Guild Club, Lin Yuan could sense the bitterness in Zhang Xiaobai's heart. Evidently, the feelings and hopes Zhang Xiaobai had placed in the Extreme Guild Club had changed to intense disappointment after the incident. Since Chu Ci had joined Lin Yuan's Dome Guild Club, she was the only member of the reserve team. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tanran were just the right number of people he needed to fill the empty slots in Dome Guild Club's reserve team. Moreover, Lin Yuan had fought alongside them and was aware of their powers. Although the four of them were not as powerful as the younger generation, they had decent phase. Lu Pinru's glowing silkworm weaver stood out as she could instruct it to create clothes for her comrades during battle. Lin Yuan had gained the asset that was the pinnacle class 3 creation master Hongshin, so they would be able to strengthen the four of them. After all, the four of them were steady B-rank spirit chi professionals, and their phase could be evolved to a maximum grade of platinum. Although none of them had comprehended willpower runes, the power of a platinum fae could stand toe-to-toe against a fantasy breed fae. This level of power was enough. However, the four of them had not completely severed ties with the Extreme Guild Club. Thus, it was not a good time for Lin Yuan to recruit them. Lin Yuan took out his ticket and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaobai. "I'm seated at A0217. Come and join me when you're done," said Lin Yuan. Zhang Xiaobai waved at Lin Yuan and dashed toward the Extreme Guild Club's rest area. As Zhang Xiaobai's figure grew smaller, the mother of Bloodbath said to Lin Yuan, "In spite of his inappropriate behavior, Zhang Xiaobai has decent character. It's rare to come across someone that takes as good care of his friends as he does. If he joins your guild club, I'm willing to gift some luck to his bloody leech." Lin Yuan could tell that the mother of Bloodbath greatly admired Zhang Xiaobai. Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath entered the arena and were floored by the roaring cheers of the 200,000 members of the audience. Their cheers had reached a peak and sparked excitement within Lin Yuan. However, the chaotic cheers suddenly turned unified. All of them screamed, "It's Black! Wow, it's Lord Black!" Lin Yuan was stunned. "Is my identity exposed?" Just when Lin Yuan thought his identity had been exposed, he suddenly recalled that he had not worn the silver mask genius turned into with tool transformation. Moreover, the vendors outside the Radiance Palace sold the same silver masks. Even if he had really worn the silver mask and walked toward the auditorium, the audience wouldn't be surprised. When Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the other spectators in the Radiance Palace, he immediately realized that he had thought too highly of himself. The spectators were all staring intently at a single position on the ground. Following their stares, Lin Yuan saw a shadow make its way down to the dueling ground one step at a time. The person who was walking toward the dueling ground was wearing a silver mask on his face. Lin Yuan looked toward the figure, and his eyes instantly narrowed. The figure's clothes were the same as the ones Chu Xi had worn to the conference hall that morning. Logically speaking, with 20,000 spectators, it would not be that unusual for two people to be wearing the same clothes. However, Chu Xi's outfit was not one that could be bought on the market. It had been made by Wenyu using the entire fish skin of a platinum unicorn starlight fish. The unicorn starlight fish's fish skin was an extremely rare and precious material. Under the light golden fish skin would shimmer like stars. Because the outfit was a custom-made piece, it was impossible that someone else would have the same one. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard someone shouting "Black!" amidst the noise. A loud and clear male voice came from the dueling ground. "Congratulations to this lucky spectator for being chosen by the Dragon Gate Guild Club's representative, Chun Hongfeng. Chun Hongfeng is a member of the Dragon Gate Guild Club's reserve team. In the 8th finals and the quarterfinals, he entered the main team as a reserve player and helped it to achieve outstanding results. This lucky spectator, would you like to challenge Chun Hongfeng and prove your strength, or have a guidance battle with Chun Hongfeng personally teaching you combat skills?" Lin Yuan immediately knew that it belonged to All-Star Match's host and commentator upon hearing this voice. Although Lin Yuan seldom kept up to date with the Radiance Federation's well-known hosts and commentators, he was no stranger to this person. As long as star teams were competing in an S tournament or large-scale event, this mustached man would be standing in the middle as a commentator. As he continued to track the silver-masked figure, Lin Yuan confirmed that it was Chu Xi. Immediately afterward, he heard Chu Xi's voice ring out. "I choose to challenge him, obviously." Chu Xi's words got the audience riled up again. "A challenger. And it's a girl. Maybe she'll be so scared by Chun Hongfeng's smooth-toothed elephant lizard that she'll start crying. Unbelievable. A woman is wearing my husband's mask. Chan Hongfeng, I order you to beat her mercilessly. I didn't think that anyone would dare to have a challenge this year. Good thing this woman is up against the Dragon Gate Guild Club and not the Savage Snake Guild Club." Upon hearing the eagerness and fighting spirit in Chu Xi's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. A real-life battle like this where two fays collided was not as simple as one on Star Web. It was very easy for one to get hurt. Even if one won the competition, the winner would eventually have to pay a big price under the loser's full counterattack. After scanning the audience in the Radiance Palace, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the young girl standing resolutely in the middle of the dueling ground. The feeling that his sister had truly grown up snuck up on him spontaneously. Lin Yuan felt proud but faintly melancholic at the same time. Gold would always emit a glow. Through her own efforts and Lin Yuan's resources, Chu Xi had long become more than just a piece of gold. She was a bright pearl that had been kept in a box, reigning in its brilliance. This contest was the moment for Chu Xi, the pearl in the box, to shine with a brilliance that enveloped rivers and mountains. Lin Yuan had battled Chen Hongfeng a few months ago and understood the latter's strength. If Chen Hongfeng's two Feis still retained their previous standard, he was likely to be terribly defeated by his chosen challenger. Chu Xi's words caused the host, Hua Ziyuan, to freeze. He hadn't expected the first chosen spectator to choose to challenge Chen Hongfeng. Moreover, it was at a point when the Dragon Gate Guild Club had just defeated the Rhine Guild Club in the All-Star match. Hua Ziyuan hurriedly continued. The first lucky spectator has chosen the challenge. Her courage is commendable and worthy of encouragement. Since Chen Hongfeng's hand-picked spectator has chosen a challenge, he must show mercy. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, "I will fight the challenge as a guidance battle." His words immediately caused cheers, mingled with a few sparse exclamations. Why do I get a bad feeling from Hua Ziyuan, saying that Chen Hongfeng should show mercy? Don't tell me Hua Ziyuan is trying to mess with the Dragon Gate Guild Club? The Rhine Guild Club lost recently because of Hua Ziyuan's words. Lin Yuan took in the words of the spectators around him and thought, if Chen Hongfeng underestimates his challenger, Chu Xi may teach him a lesson. Regarding the famous host, Hua Ziyuan's words could be seen as an important factor that contributed to his popularity as a commentator. In the past few years' tournaments, countless evenly matched competitors had lost because of Hua Ziyuan's comments. Lin Yuan had already arrived at his seat. Just after sitting down, he heard Lu Jie's voice murmur, "If Chen Hongfeng dares to hurt Chu Xi, I will speak to Long Tao myself." Chen Hongfeng had the nerve to say that he would fight it as a guidance battle. He's even more pretentious than that old Long Tao. As he mumbled to himself, Lu Jie saw that Lin Yuan had returned. Lu Jie quickly handed a bento to Lin Yuan and gave the rest of it to the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan, did everything go smoothly? Lin Yuan nodded. Very smoothly. Big brother Lu, did anything exciting happen during the performance duel just now? Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's expression instantly grew earnest. The Dragon Gate Guild Club's Fong Duo revealed his hidden prowess. Fong Duo is very similar to Long Tao. The latter's main Fei, Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, is not hidden. Fong Duo's main Fei has also always been the Platinum 2/Fantasy 2 Rapid Sphere Ray. However, Fong Duo had also secretly cultivated a Platinum 6/Fantasy 2 Turbo Helicoprion. By revealing his prowess at this time, Fong Duo is likely to strike upward when he ranks in the Radiance 100 sequence this year. Based on the strength that he just demonstrated, Fong Duo's rank could increase from number 43 to within the top 30. Lin Yuan noticed that when Lu Jie spoke about Fong Duo, the latter's expression was not solemn even though it was serious. It seemed that after the Insect Queen had absorbed the Blade Queen Bee's psychotoxin and completed its mutation, Lu Jie no longer viewed Fong Duo's exposed strength as a threat. When Lu Jie had returned to the Radiance 100 sequence, he had defeated sequence number 30, Invisible Twine, and taken the latter's place. However, this sequence was just the privilege granted to Lu Jie due to his previous withdrawal to protect Cold Frost City and present return to the Radiance Sacred Hall. Before the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the Radiance 100 would make a major sequence change and confirm sequence number 91 to number 100 as seeded participants to undergo selection. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to ask, "Big brother Lu, do you intend to move further up the sequence this year?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jie nodded, his expression determined. "Lin Yuan, you can definitely enter the Radiance 100 sequence this year without any difficulty. If you do enter the sequence, I can get ready to see how my current strength compares." While speaking, Lu Jie's eyes flashed with confidence. After the insect queen mutation, Lu Jie only knew that it had undergone a complete transformation. However, he could not confirm just how much stronger it was than before. This time, the Order of the Radiance 100 sequence could be used as the mutated insect queen's touchstone. At the same time, Lu Jie thought about Lin Yuan's strength when he was in the evolving water world dimensional rift. If not for the fact that newcomers to the Radiance 100 sequence could only be ranked from number 91 to number 100, Lin Yuan's ranking could be even higher. Big Brother Lu, by revealing his prowess, Fong Duo will directly enable the Dragon Gate Guild Club to defeat the Rhine Guild Club. Won't the Rhine Guild Club members also demonstrate some of their hidden strength? Lu Jie replied, the All-Star Matches performance duel is not that valuable. Although the winning team can garner more attention, no club can enter the top 16 with low popularity except the Savage Snake Guild Club. If they had any skills, they would only reveal them during the Real S tournament. By revealing his strength too early, Fong Duo has allowed the Rhine Guild Club to formulate a combat strategy in advance to target him during its fight with the Dragon Gate Guild Club. I think that this year, as it remains uncertain who the fifth player in the Dragon Gate Guild Club will be, the four main players will get Chen Hongfeng, who is now on the ground, to participate in the decisive battle. They probably won't be able to defeat the Rhine Guild Club, which hasn't revealed any hidden prowess. As he spoke, Lu Jie's gaze landed on the seats that the Dragon Gate Guild Club occupied. He realized that Fong Duo was looking directly at him. Fong Duo did not expect to stare Lu Jie directly in the eye. He extended a hand to make a yeah gesture to Lu Jie. Looking at the bowl-cut Fong Duo smile heartlessly, Lu Jie nodded slightly in greeting. Fong Duo turned his head to Long Tao, who was turning over a pile of documents beside him, and said, "Boss, the lucky spectator that Fong is facing now seems to be with Lu Jie." While speaking, Fong Duo stretched his hand toward the fried chicken that Zhao Xiaochun was holding. He tore off a large chunk of the chicken thigh and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhao Xiaochun glared at Fong Duo, hiding her fried chicken behind her back. She yelled, "Fong Duo, do you have a death wish? When I was eating a hamburger just now, you tore off the veggies inside. Now, you have the audacity to steal my fried chicken." Long Tao could not believe that Fong Duo and Zhao Xiaochun were fighting in the presence of thousands of spectators. Helplessly, he said, "Xiaochun, stop eating already. Is the food from the House of Enviable Fragrance that good? You took away so much food." Watching Zhao Xiaochun finish the fried chicken in her hand like a hamster, Long Tao silently lit a candle to Shi Su in his heart. Hearing Fong Duo say that the woman on the dueling ground had come with Lu Jie, Long Tao subconsciously glanced in Lu Jie's direction. When he saw the youth wearing white and blue spirit chi clothes who was next to Lu Jie, Long Tao immediately froze. Long Tao still recalled that when he had competed with the spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace on Leaning Moon Mountain, he had exhausted his spiritual power. It was the youth sitting next to Lu Jie who had helped him recover his strength, preventing him from embarrassingly falling to the ground. Long Tao was a clever man. From Cold Moon's attitude toward the youth, he knew that he and Cheng Rui were only destined to serve as a foil. This young man must have been the Moon Empress' advanced disciple. Upon looking at Lin Yuan, Long Tao set the documents in his hand down and looked toward the dueling ground with furrowed brows. He had the feeling that the ensuing fight would not be that simple. Chu Xi and Chen Hongfeng had already assumed fighting poses on the dueling ground. Before the duel, both parties had to reveal their affiliation as spirit chi professionals. As the host and commentator, when Huaziyuan heard that Chu Xi was a defense-type spirit chi professional, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat for her. Chen Hongfeng was a combat-class spirit chi professional, so his smooth-toothed elephant lizard was pure violence in a fight, while his huge-tailed swamp lizard was a flexible long-distance fey. With one specializing in near attacks and the other in far ones, this duo complemented each other extremely well. Moreover, most defense-type spirit chi professionals relied on team battles. In such a duel, Huaziyuan was truly afraid that Chu Xi would become a living target as soon as she entered the field. Huaziyuan sighed deeply upon seeing that both sides had assumed their fighting poses, and the duel was about to begin. The battle begins. With this announcement, two violent roars sounded. One roar was extremely loud, carrying with it a cruel tone. The other was not loud, but as the loud roar rang out, the ground at Chen Hongfeng's feet transformed into a quagmire with a radius of 20 square meters. The huge-tailed swamp lizard hid in the quagmire that had just appeared. After being summoned, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard stopped in front of Chen Hongfeng, staring cruelly at Chu Ci. Flicking its thick, powerful tail behind it, the lizard prepared to charge forward. Huo Yuan immediately commented, Chen Hongfeng of the Dragon Gate Guild Club has summoned his signature phase. The Goldex/Epic Smooth-Toothed Elephant Lizard and Huge-Tailed Swamp Lizard. Just after Huo Yuan had introduced Chen Hongfeng's phase, he saw Chu Ci waving her hands. A delicately sculpted, golden emerald butterfly fluttered on the palm of her hand. This butterfly's wings were also adorned with gorgeous peony flower patterns. As a Class 2 creation master, Huo Yuan could recognize the grade and quality of phase at a glance. His eyes bulged. Shocked, he exclaimed, "That is a bronze/fantasy butterfly fae." As Huo Yuan's voice fell, the initially noisy auditorium fell silent. Every spirit chi professional knew what having a bronze/fantasy breed fae meant. Since Chu Ci had revealed her obsidian iron wild bull at Redbud Spirit Chi Academy, she had been heralded as the most talented prodigy of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. One could see how rare it was to cultivate a bronze/fantasy breed fae from this alone. Actually, besides their conspicuous potential, bronze/fantasy breed faes also meant a good background. Otherwise, it would be pointless to comprehend a willpower rune without a bronze/legend fae. At that moment, because the challenger on the ground was wearing a silver mask, nobody knew her age. However, even if the masked challenger was older than Chen Hongfeng, her cultivation of one bronze/fantasy breed triumphed over the latter's possession of two bronze/epic faes. After all, Chen Hongfeng did not possess any fantasy breed fae. After the Radiance Palace fell into silence for half a minute, it broke out into raucous shouts. The atmosphere reached the same level that it had achieved during the recent face-off between the Dragon Gate Guild Club and the Rhine Guild Club. Bronze/fantasy breed. Awesome. I didn't think the first fight would be so exciting. I can't believe I actually saw a bronze/fantasy breed fae in real life. But even with its grade, I don't think it can beat two gold lizards at their peak. Damn. An actual bronze/fantasy breed fae. And a butterfly fae on top of that. It's way better looking than Princess Iron Bull's bronze/fantasy breed fae. Upon hearing the noise around him, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Yet, when he heard the words Princess Iron Bull, he glanced at the nearby fatso waving his hands excitedly in surprise. In the entire Radiance Federation, one could find bronze/fantasy breed faes. Some pinnacle Class 4 creation masters had the opportunity to cultivate bronze/legend faes. These faes naturally had to exercise their greatest value to evolve to bronze/fantasy breed. It was just that after these bronze/legend faes had evolved to bronze/fantasy breed, they would quickly evolve to silver/fantasy breed. They would then be used as a trump card for young prodigies that were not to be revealed. It was precisely because of this that such a big commotion had resulted from Chu Ci's revelation of her obsidian iron wild bull at the Redbud Spirit Chi Academy. Bronze/fantasy breed faes were rare in the first place. When that fatso had mentioned Princess Iron Bull, he must have been referring to Chu Ci. As her brother, Lin Yuan couldn't help clenching his fists when he heard someone calling her Princess Iron Bull. Besides his Iron Bucket Sister Plan 4.0, a new plan suddenly emerged in Lin Yuan's head. Princess Iron Bull Smash Plan 1.0. Lin Yuan believed that his Princess Iron Bull Smash Plan 1.0 would definitely help Chu Ci to rid herself of that horrible nickname. It was truly terrible to hear a girl being called an Iron Bull. Lu Jie had previously known of Chu Ci's bronze/fantasy breed obsidian iron wild bull, but he didn't expect her to also possess a bronze/fantasy butterfly fae. Moreover, based on its appearance, this bronze/fantasy butterfly fae was very similar to the jadeite butterfly, the result of one of the strongest evolution paths of the defense-type butterfly phase. Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan could cultivate bronze/legend phase. Yet, Chu Ci comprehending 2 willpower runes was another matter altogether. Previously, many star web posts had said that Radiance Federation's top prodigy, Chu Ci, did not live up to her name. Fame could be a double-edged sword. Chu Ci had been attacked since people had started calling her Radiance Federation's top prodigy on star web. Lu Jie thought to himself, when Chu Ci summons the obsidian iron wild bull in a while, even if she continues wearing her silver mask, the appearance of the bull will reveal her identity. Although there were many ordinary fays of the same kind, every one of them would evolve to a fantasy breed fay that was one of its kind because every willpower rune was different. Signature fays always revealed a spirit chi professional's identity. At that moment, the Dragon Gate Guild Club's Fong Duo opened his mouth wide to ask Long Tao a question. Say something, Captain. Is this butterfly a bronze/fantasy breed fay or not? Upon hearing this, Long Tao glanced at Fong Duo before speaking. Even if you weren't a creation master, wouldn't you be able to recognize a fantasy breed fay when you see one? Initially, I let Ah Fong represent us to challenge the spectator in order to let him show off his prowess and aid him in joining the main team in the future. However, since his opponent summoned a bronze/fantasy breed fay now, everyone's eyes will no longer be on Ah Fong. Even if he wins this battle, it will be equivalent to a loss. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, this butterfly fay is a mutated jadeite butterfly. According to Class 5 scholar Bo, the mutation talent of fays of the same kind depends on the complexity of the fay after mutation. This butterfly fay has undergone a benign mutation using the jadeite butterfly as a foundation. Upon hearing Long Tao's words, Fong Duo looked at the gold butterfly spiraling about the girl on the dueling ground. It fluttered about the girl's shining, starlit skirt, appearing unexpectedly gorgeous. Fong Duo then turned to Chun Hongfeng's 2 lizard species fay before saying, even if that's the case, Ah Fong will definitely win. Long Tao gazed at Fong Duo as though looking at a deity and said, Fong Duo, have you noticed that you've put on at least 10 kilograms since you started exploring with Zhao Xiaochun? You're going to have a double chin soon. Also, it's like your IQ has also been digested in your stomach along with all this food and expelled from your body. Upon hearing Long Tao's words, Fong Duo rubbed his bowl-cut head before pinching his double chin. His head was spinning rapidly. Was Long Tao hinting to him that he shouldn't be exploring with Zhao Xiaochun anymore? Or was Long Tao pointing out that he was fat or stupid? This was truly a complex dilemma. Without waiting for Fong Duo's response, Long Tao continued, if it were you, would you only contract a bronze/fantasy breed fay? Fong Duo froze. He immediately turned his head and stared intently at the dueling ground. At that moment, the long cry of a bull suddenly rang out. A strong black bovine fay appeared in front of the silver-masked girl, and an intense metallic luster emanated from its entire body. It was this metallic luster that made the bovine fay's coat glisten a colorful black. The elementalized metal horns continued to condense. The sharp horns shined with a metallic gleam and gave off a strangely cold feeling. Huaziyuan had been slightly surprised when he saw Chu Ci summon the yellow jadeite golden butterfly. He had not expected that someone as experienced as him would forget to introduce the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's grade. He had judged the present atmosphere and did not rush to introduce it. Instead, he had planned to introduce it again after the crowd quietened down. Huaziyuan was shocked to see that the lucky audience member summoned a second fantasy breed fay before he could introduce it. When he saw this fantasy breed fay, Huaziyuan immediately knew that he did not need to make introductions for this lucky member of the audience. One look at the fantasy breed fay, and the audience knew who this lucky member of the audience was. Huaziyuan looked at the silver mask-wearing Chu Ci and immediately changed his strategy for commentating. No matter who won, he would need to focus on commenting on Chu Ci instead of Chun Hongfeng. The moment that Chu Ci summoned the silver V/fantasy 2 obsidian iron wild bull, the noise produced by the audience threatened to shatter the roof of the Radiance Palace. Someone started chanting, Princess Iron Bull! Fight him! Princess Iron Bull! Go for it! Lin Yuan heard the fatty near him bellow. Princess Iron Bull, unleash your attacks. Viciously charge with your horns. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Chu Xi's lips also twitched as a troubled expression appeared on her masked face. Isn't my little iron block adorable? Why are they calling it Princess Iron Bull? How mean. Huaziyuan waited for the noise to subside before commenting. Who could have predicted that the first lucky member of the audience would be the person that people on StarWeb are praising as a top prodigy? The Bronze X/Fantasy, Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly, and the Silver V/Fantasy 2 Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. The 16-year-old Huaziyuan continuously talked about Chu Xi. Despite being the main player, Huaziyuan made Chen Hongfeng seem almost irrelevant. As the Guild Alliance's host and commentator, Huaziyuan introduced the Dragon Gate Guild Club's challenger in this manner to reduce Chen Hongfeng's presence. Huaziyuan had done this in order to adjust his commentating according to the current atmosphere. Could also be said that he was provoking the Dragon Gate Guild Club. However, this did not displease Long Tao. Rather, Long Tao wanted to thank Huaziyuan. Even if Chen Hongfeng lost, Huaziyuan's method of commentating would have reduced his presence and transferred the audience's focus to the silver mask-wearing girl. This relieved some of the pressure that Chen Hongfeng was about to face. Long Tao sighed. Maybe the Radiance 100 sequence should consider lowering the minimum age for recruitment next year. Chen Hongfeng inhaled. All his past experiences with important battles had bestowed Chen Hongfeng with the ability to ignore all the cheers that were not for him. He looked at the two fantasy breed fays that the girl had summoned. One of them was even Silver/Fantasy 2. Hence, Chen Hongfeng knew that the impending fight was not going to be an easy one. Chen Hongfeng did not have the time to complain about his luck when casually choosing a lucky member of the audience. Instead, the gears in his brain rapidly started to turn as he tried to plan for the most effective strategy. The Silver V/Fantasy 2 Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's power was comparable to that of the Gold X/Epic Smooth-Toothed Elephant Lizard. His Gold X/Epic Huge-Tailed Swamp Lizard was a huge grade above the Bronze X/Epic Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly. Judging from these statistics, he was more powerful overall. However, he had no clue what exclusive skills these two fantasy breeds used. This cluelessness was a source of headache for Chen Hongfeng. Chu Xi did not stop after summoning the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. She followed up by summoning the Bronze X/Epic Burning Sunflower Twins. The Burning Sunflower Twins materialized on Chu Xi's shoulder. Compared to the other fays that Chu Xi had summoned, the Burning Sunflower Twins were a rare beauty. However, they did not incite the same roar of cheers as the Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly and the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull did. The creation masters present gazed at Chu Xi with amazement. In order for the Burning Sunflower to produce twins, the basic requirement was that the Burning Sunflower needed to be legend quality. Once it produced twins, the Burning Sunflower Twins grade would fall to normal I/normal. Surprisingly, this Burning Sunflower Twins had reached Bronze X/Legend. An unimaginable amount of creation master resources had to be invested in order to reach this level. Given this young girl's terrifying ensemble of fays, the creation masters present were afraid that the Burning Sunflower Twins was only stuck at Bronze X because she had not comprehended a willpower rune yet. The quality of fays that were usually highly sought after by spirit chi professionals was nothing to her. What a high-class lady! Chen Hongfeng immediately felt a burning sensation when the Burning Sunflower Twins were summoned and quickly instructed the huge-tailed swamp lizard to produce an enormous swamp to surround him. The water vapor radiating from the swamp would counter the waves of burning sensation. Chen Hongfeng cleverly observed that the swamp's moisture level was dropping. Although the moisture level was not dropping quickly, the swamp would eventually become sticky mud. When that happened, the huge-tailed swamp lizard's corrosive mud downpour and decayed mud lizard would be negatively affected. Normally, the lucky member of the audience should make the first move. However, the burning sensation in the air and the moisture level that was being stripped away forced Chen Hongfeng to instruct the smooth-toothed elephant lizard to charge at Chu Xi. As the Dragon Gate Guild Club representative, Chen Hongfeng had to win this duel no matter what. Chu Xi did not panic when she saw the smooth-toothed elephant lizard charging toward her. She exclaimed, "Little iron block, use iron horn." Since they were in battle, both Chun Hongfeng and Chu Xi were fitted with microphones. Thus, Chu Xi's command clearly reverberated throughout the Radiance Palace. Chu Xi's speech was distinctly shaky, signaling her nervousness. However, Lin Yuan knew that she was extremely calm in the face of anxiousness. The shakiness of her voice also signaled her excitement. Lin Yuan serenely surveyed the scene, where the smooth-toothed elephant lizard was charging at the obsidian iron wild bull, and said under his breath, "Chu Xi, let me see how much you've grown." Chu Xi suddenly turned and looked in the direction of where Lin Yuan was seated. Her eyes shone with resolve. She had already resolved to do everything she could to win this duel and prove to Lin Yuan the fruits of her past year of labor. Standing at about 5 meters and with a width of about 10 meters, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard was like an enormous rock. It was significantly larger than the obsidian iron wild bull, which was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. However, when both phases clashed, the gruesome sound of flesh being pierced resounded throughout the arena. In terms of power, both parties were equally matched. However, at that moment, an enormous metal-plated horn appeared at the top of the obsidian iron wild bull's head. The enormous horn mercilessly pierced through the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's skin. When the horn broke the skin, a fountain of blood spurted out. The obsidian iron wild bull's attack did not stop there. The horn disappeared, and in its place appeared horns of different shapes that pierced the other parts of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The horns changed continuously as they pierced the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, perforating different parts of its flesh. Chun Hongfeng did not expect this young challenger to have such a move up her sleeve. He had clearly made the first move, but the smooth-toothed elephant lizard ended up receiving successive attacks. When the third horn appeared and pierced the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's front limb, Chun Hongfeng yelled, "Smooth-toothed elephant lizard, use tragic claws. Violently slash the opponent's front limb. Use oily mucus to stem your wound." When Chan Hongfeng issued his order, an oily sheen covered the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, and a thick oily mucus oozed out of the oil glands on its back. The oily mucus flowed down to the 3 large holes on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's front limb and sealed the wounds shut, stopping further blood loss. At the same time, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard reared its uninjured front limb and ferociously swung it toward the obsidian iron wild bull's head. When the lizard claws made contact with the obsidian iron wild bull's head, a transparent round shield that resembled golden jadeite appeared around the obsidian iron wild bull's body. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's ferociously sharp claws came in contact with the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's golden jadeite shield and cracked it. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard opened its mouth before its uneven teeth closed down on the golden jadeite shield. The moment that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard bit the golden jadeite shield, it started to spin like a top. The force of its turning body increased its strength and crushed the golden jadeite shield with its teeth. The still-spinning smooth-toothed elephant lizard hated the obsidian iron wild bull that punctured it 3 times with its horn. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard used its innate fighting ability and attacked the obsidian iron wild bull's back with tragic claws. Since the obsidian iron wild bull had about the same amount of power as the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, the obsidian iron wild bull's back was still cut open despite having metal skin. When the obsidian iron wild bull's back was slashed open, blood immediately covered its back, and it let out a thunderous bellow. Chun Hongfeng had made the split-second decision to command the huge-tailed swamp lizard to use corrosive mud downpour, which rained down on not only the obsidian iron wild bull but on the nearby Chu Xi as well. At the sight of the pouring corrosive rain, Chu Xi ordered the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, "Little wings, use golden jadeite shield again." A golden jadeite shield appeared around Chu Xi and protected her from the viciously caustic corrosive mud downpour. The golden jadeite shield also shielded the flying yellow jadeite golden butterfly and the burning sunflower twins on Chu Xi's shoulder. Chu Xi immediately ordered the obsidian iron wild bull, "Little iron block, use pain buffer." An obsidian light enveloped the obsidian iron wild bull. When the corrosive mud downpour hit the obsidian flow, it was immediately repelled. The corrosive mud downpour was an elemental attack that the huge-tailed swamp lizard formed using water and earth elements. It was countered by the obsidian iron wild bull's pain buffer. Huaziyuan's throat was hoarse from yelling. Although this was just a challenge by a lucky audience member, it was way too exciting. A junior high school student with 2 fantasy breed phase was facing off against Chen Hongfeng, a reserve team member of the Dragon Gate Guild Club that often substituted for main team members. They were evenly matched. Once the tournament ended, this match would probably become the most popular segment of the All-Star match. Huaziyuan felt the competitor's prowess and exclaimed, "Although it looks like the both of them are equally matched, my analysis shows that the obsidian iron wild bull's ability can rebuff elemental damage. This greatly reduces the huge-tailed swamp lizard's attacking power. Thus, I think that Chu Ci has a good chance of winning." Huaziyuan's words were followed by a slew of cheers from the crowd. "Wow," Huaziyuan called it. "The outcome of this match is all but decided. Huaziyuan is amazing. He learned all about Princess Iron Bull so easily." "No, Huaziyuan. How can my wife lose?" When Lin Yuan heard this, his kind eyes immediately narrowed as he swept the area. With 200,000 people in the audience, Lin Yuan had no idea which hooligan had said it. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have any qualms about teaching that person a lesson. Chu Ci ignored the crowd and the continuous corrosive mud downpour. Since the corrosive mud downpour was a group attack, it was not very damaging. Thus, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly could handle it. However, Chu Ci knew that the obsidian iron wild bull's pain buffer did not shield against elemental attacks. All the damage that the obsidian iron wild bull was receiving from the corrosive mud downpour would be reflected back once the obsidian light dispersed. Chu Ci immediately ordered the burning sunflower twins to use flames on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard and the huge-tailed swamp lizard that had poked its head out of the swamp. The 2 fairy-like burning sunflower twins flew toward their individual targets. Chen Hongfeng did not know about the effects of the ability. He assumed it was just a source-type lifeform with fire attributes. Since he had 2 gold X/epic lizard species phase, he was not worried in the slightest about a mere bronze X/legend fairy source-type lifeform. The moment that the burning sunflower twins landed on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, a waterfall of flames erupted all over the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. As the waterfall of flames flowed all over the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, the ability flames also stripped the moisture level of the oily mucus. The oily mucus changed from a sticky ooze to a powdery oily substance. It had completely lost its sticky quality. Hence, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's 3 wounds sustained from the obsidian iron wild bull's attacks started to bleed out again. As the blood started to flow, green light suddenly appeared on the burning sunflower twin's forehead. The burning sunflower twin was using caring twins to drain away the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's vitality. Chen Hongfeng saw that the situation was going awry and commanded the smooth-toothed elephant lizard to use wave stepping strike. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's body trembled, and a geyser of water elemental energy burst forth from its body. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard turned and headbutted the burning sunflower twin that was flying around it. However, it ended up headbutting the air. Chen Hongfeng's brows drew together tightly. Chen Hongfeng never imagined that a bronze X/legend fairy source-type lifeform could have immunity against physical attacks. When he saw the other burning sunflower twin flying toward the huge-tailed swamp lizard, Chen Hongfeng ordered, "Huge-tailed swamp lizard, use stinky mud." The huge-tailed swamp lizard immediately pumped out 3 grayish-green pungent masses of mud. However, when the mud masses landed on the burning sunflower twin, it easily avoided the attack and attached itself to the huge-tailed swamp lizard's body. When the huge-tailed swamp lizard dove into the stinky swamp, the burning sunflower twin detached itself from the huge-tailed swamp lizard. The burning sunflower twin continued to set fire to the surroundings, covering the entire area of the stinky swamp. It was waiting for the huge-tailed swamp lizard to the surface so it could attach itself again. Chen Hongfeng balled his fists tightly. "I can't believe I made 2 consecutive mistakes in battle." Chen Hongfeng did not expect the burning sunflower to not only be able to avoid physical injuries but also elemental injuries. This silver mask-wearing young girl was too amazing. Chun Hongfeng thought back to the time where a blue flash purple butterfly had locked away the stinky swamp. This situation was extremely similar. Instead of the blue flash purple butterfly, it was now the burning sunflower twins. The burning sunflower twins' flames were roasting the stinky swamp, which had evaporated to a dangerously low moisture level. Once the swamp dried up, the crimson flames would enter it through the cracks and continue to strip away the inner moisture level. The obsidian iron wild bull's pain buffer effects had passed, and the corrosive mud downpour's caustic effects were now making a direct impact on the obsidian iron wild bull. The obsidian iron wild bull's metal skin started to mottle, and the corrosive effects were destroying the obsidian iron wild bull's flesh. Chu Ci did not recall the burning sunflower twins. After analyzing the situation, she instructed the burning sunflower twin, assigned to the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, to use heat wave conduction and attach to the obsidian iron wild bull. She also ordered it to use caring twins and inject the vitality collected from the opponent phase into the obsidian iron wild bull. The combination of caring twins and pain absorption allowed the obsidian iron wild bull to stabilize the damage it sustained. Chu Ci was now faced with a huge problem. She was only a C-rank spirit chi professional, while Chun Hongfeng was a B-rank spirit chi professional. Chen Hongfeng had not depleted much spirit chi during their fight, but Chu Ci had already used up a larger portion of her spiritual power. Chun Hongfeng was surprised that the burning sunflower twins could also help with recovery. He cursed to himself, "All I did was pick a random lucky member of the audience. Why did I have to end up with someone so impressive?" As he looked at the recovering obsidian iron wild bull and the hemorrhaging smooth-toothed elephant lizard, Chun Hongfeng decided to use blood-burning strike. In a flash, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's black body was covered with a thick purplish-red glow. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's aura suddenly expanded. It opened its mouth and spat out a streak of dark red energy toward the obsidian iron wild bull that was less than 5 meters away. Chu Ci had dismissed the golden jadeite shield the moment that she sensed the change in the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. Instead, she ordered the yellow jadeite golden butterfly to apply the golden jadeite shield on the obsidian iron wild bull. It was used in conjunction with the heat wave conduction to protect the obsidian iron wild bull. Although the huge-tailed swamp lizard had been forced under the swamp by one of the burning sunflower twins, the corrosive mud downpour had not stopped. Despite the corrosive mud downpour's damaging effects had reduced to about a third of its initial effects, Chu Ci's actions caused everyone present to stand up. When the corrosive mud downpour landed on Chu Ci's body, a green lock appeared on the obsidian iron wild bull's body and wrapped around Chu Ci's left hand. A long red energy chain appeared in Chu Ci's right hand, and its other end was connected to the obsidian iron wild bull's body. As the corrosive mud downpour was injuring Chu Ci, the damage she sustained was transferred to the obsidian iron wild bull through the red chain. The green chain directed vitality from the obsidian iron wild bull to Chu Ci. The other people present were not aware, but Lin Yuan knew that this was the obsidian iron wild bull's ability to sacrifice. When Lin Yuan had used all his savings to buy the obsidian iron wild bull, it was the best choice he could have made at that moment. Lady Luck was also shining down on them as it turned out to be the best choice for Chu Ci. Although the elite/epic sharp rock bull did not appear impressive, and Lin Yuan could easily strengthen and evolve it now, sacrifice made Lin Yuan feel that he had hit the jackpot when he found the sharp rock bull. Luckily, small places like the Xia region, where no creation master went to the spirit lifeform marketplace, did not recognize such a gem. When the obsidian iron wild bull's quality was low, the effects of sacrifice were not evident. However, its powers had reached Silver V/Fantasy 2, so sacrifice's effects would finally start to show. When Chu Ci dismissed the golden jadeite shield in the midst of the corrosive mud downpour, the commentating Huaziyuan immediately turned to look at the middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man met Huaziyuan's gaze and circulated his spiritual energy, and a pink clamshell appeared in his palm. The pink clamshell opened and started to spit out pink bubbles. It looked remarkably magical. When the middle-aged man summoned the pink clamshell, Lu Jie returned to his seat in the audience. Although the ongoing match was just a challenge, Any clashing of fays could not be taken lightly. In a real fight, spirit chi professionals would use fey attacks in simpler ways to win the fight, but real fights were always extremely fierce. The middle-aged man beside Huaziyuan was a staff member of the Guild Alliance that was tasked to protect the spirit chi professionals and fays that were currently fighting in the arena. Every staff member was a rank. The fays they contracted were the standard plum rain wall clam prepared by the Guild Alliance. The plum rain wall clam was small and cute. The bubbles it spat out also had a magical feeling. It could easily bring out the hidden innocent side of an 80-year-old man. However, the plum rain wall clam was a powerful safety net that the Guild Alliance had put in place for the competing experts. The plum rain wall clam's shell was exceedingly strong and could handle both physical and elemental spiritual damage. Meanwhile, inside the clam was a rain of plum flowers. The rain of plum flowers had a strong agitation ability. Although it could not bring dead fays back to life, it could sustain fays that were hanging on to life by a thread. This allowed the fae to hang on till healing-type spirit chi professionals and creation masters could attend to it. Every time the plum rain wall clam was used, it meant that a fae or spirit chi professional had experienced a deathly blow. In a real fight, the victor could not be decided based on the death of one fae. It was standard procedure for the middle-aged man to use the plum rain wall clam to interrupt the match. The middle-aged man would judge the situation in the arena and commence balancing out the situation if necessary. He would not interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. When the middle-aged man saw the green and red chain that linked Chu Si and the obsidian iron wild bull, he stopped paying attention to Chu Si. Instead, his sharp gaze turned toward the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which had just used blood-burning strike. As a Guild Alliance staff member, this was not the first time that the middle-aged man had seen Chen Hongfeng's smooth-toothed elephant lizard use blood-burning strike. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's attack would set fire to the water elemental energy and blood in its body. Once it was used, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard would enter a near-death state. The attack encompassed all the energy in the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The middle-aged man injected spiritual power into the plum rain wall clam and was prepared to save the obsidian iron wild bull's life when the smooth-toothed elephant lizard beat it to a bloody mess. The middle-aged man was already ready to step in because the smooth-toothed elephant lizard would not be able to contribute to the fight after using blood-burning strike. It would become nothing more than a living target. The fact that Chu Si applied the double defense of both the yellow jadeite golden butterfly and the burning sunflower twins on the obsidian iron wild bull meant that she wanted the obsidian iron wild bull to receive the attack. Hence, it was difficult for the middle-aged man to balance the situation. As a king-class expert, when the middle-aged man saw Chu Si's combination of fays, he knew that she had an extremely impressive background. Thus, the middle-aged man did not want the obsidian iron wild bull to run into any problems because of his carelessness. Otherwise, the consequences would definitely be dire. When the blood-burning strike struck the heat wave conduction was immediately broken. The broken heat wave conduction rapidly bound itself around the blood-burning strike. However, the heat wave conduction was only able to slightly deter the blood-burning strike. Chu Si's eyes narrowed, and she cried out, "Yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Use the exclusive skill counterattack tremor. Obsidian iron wild bull use pain absorption. Burning sunflower twins. Use caring twins to inject all the vitality into the obsidian iron wild bull." After Chu Si handed out her orders to the three fays, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, obsidian iron wild bull, and the burning sunflower twins immediately used their exclusive skills. The blood-burning strike's pillar of energy pierced through the golden jadeite shield. The moment that the golden jadeite shield cracked, it looked like a large clock due to the counterattack tremor. It directed a portion of the energy damage back at the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The yellow jadeite golden butterfly's counterattack tremor effects should not be strong because it was only bronze/fantasy. However, the blood-burning strike was extremely powerful. As such, even a portion of its power was so overwhelming that it caused a ripple in the air. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard had feebly collapsed to the ground after using blood-burning strike. After being struck by the attack, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's eyes, nose, and mouth were flowing with dark red blood. After the previous strike, it was clear that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's organs had been severely damaged. After the golden jadeite shield cracked, the pillar of energy from the blood-burning strike blasted a hole in the bull's back. The cylinder of energy pierced through the obsidian iron wild bull's flesh and sent it flying 10 meters away. When the obsidian iron wild bull received the attack, a green light surrounded its wound. The green light came from pain absorption, which had absorbed a portion of the damage and turned it into vitality that was healing the obsidian iron wild bull's body. The burning sunflower twins seemed to be unaffected by the blood-burning strike. The burning sunflower twins flew around the obsidian iron wild bull's wound, and the gems on their foreheads slowly darkened. They injected the vitality that they had sucked away from the smooth-toothed elephant lizard and the huge-tailed swamp lizard into the obsidian iron wild bull's body. This attack caused a huge uproar. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard had clearly initiated the attack, but it had ended up being decimated. Although the obsidian iron wild bull had collapsed to the ground and was bleeding profusely, it managed to struggle to its feet. It still had some fight left within it. The winner was clear. The cheers in the area had reached a peak. Does Princess Iron Bull eat metal? How can a fae be so strong? You're amazing, Princess Iron Bull. You're the strongest. Wow. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard was pushed back by a wave of energy. Could it be dead? The middle-aged man next to Huaziyuan stared at the smooth-toothed elephant lizard before letting out a sigh. He glanced at Huaziyuan. The middle-aged man had initially intended on holding onto the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's life. However, when he injected spiritual power into the plum rain wall clam, he sensed a change in the smooth-tailed elephant lizard. He immediately halted the plum rain wall clam from using its ability. When the smooth-toothed elephant lizard entered the near-death state, its aura changed to that of a dragon species fae. A moment later, a strong heartbeat could be heard from the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. It was as though the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's heart had been reinvigorated and was as healthy as a horse. It was continuously pumping blood throughout the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's body. The supposedly near-dead smooth-toothed elephant lizard suddenly opened its eyes. Its cruel and cunning lizard eyes had turned into the fierce, threatening eyes of a dragon. The baleful aura of a dragon species fae emanated from the smooth-toothed elephant lizard as it rose to its feet and let out a terrifying roar. Normally, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard would not have unleashed such a thunderous roar after triggering its dragon species bloodline. However, the microphones on Chu Xiai and Chen Hongfeng amplified the roar around the entire Radiance Palace. Chen Hongfeng, whose face was initially as pale as a sheet, now looked utterly ecstatic. After feeding the smooth-toothed elephant lizard the dragon's mouth orchid that Long Tao had given him, he had been feeling regret since the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's dragon species bloodline had not been triggered. He never expected that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard would serve up such an enormous surprise at such an important moment. Lin Yuan frowned at the revived smooth-toothed elephant lizard. He used true data and found out that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had unlocked its dragon species bloodline. Lin Yuan had strengthened many dragon species faes. Thus, he knew that the fae would return to full health when the dragon species bloodline was unlocked. It was just like when Blackie had evolved to the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard had not awakened its flood dragon species bloodline. Instead, it had unlocked the ancient dragon species bloodline. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's 10-meter-wide and 5-meter-tall body started to grow. It was now 12 meters wide and 6 meters tall. His body also became stronger. Its light purple skin was now covered with light purple scales. The scales pierced the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's skin and formed a tough armor. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's giant jaw also elongated to twice its original length. When the smooth-toothed elephant lizard let out a roar, Lin Yuan saw that its misaligned teeth had curved into hooks. Lin Yuan could tell that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's bite, combined with the added force of smooth-toothed tear and its enlarged body, was now 2.5 times more lethal. Using true data, Lin Yuan saw that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard was now called the dragon-toothed elephant lizard. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard was an ancient dragon species. It was a premium breed of the dragon species bloodline. Although it could not match up to the king dragon species bloodline Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, it was definitely above average. This abrupt change caused the noise in the arena to climb even further. Even the members of the fighting team were paying close attention. They looked at Huaziyuan with mock pity. Ha 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 ha. Huaziyuan, your mouth is cursed. Your curse has doomed Princess Iron Bull. Huaziyuan's cursed mouth sure lives up to its reputation. How scary. When he heard the teasing, Huaziyuan smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the collapsed obsidian iron wild bull, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly, and burning sunflower twins, which were clearly below the huge-tailed swamp lizard's level. At this point in the match, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's bloodline was unexpectedly awoken. The likelihood of victory has swung toward Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chun Hongfeng. Even if the burning sunflower twins manage to keep the huge-tailed swamp lizard at bay, their qualities differ too much. When Lin Yuan heard what Huaziyuan said, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The obsidian iron wild bull's intense training had not been in vain. It could handle constant blows, and the burning sunflower twins ability also helped the obsidian iron wild bull's durability. Aside from the damage that the obsidian iron wild bull sustained from the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's attack, the huge-tailed swamp lizard's corrosive mud downpour and the burning sunflower twins' flames had subtly boosted the obsidian iron wild bull's annihilation gaze. Although the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had unlocked its dragon species bloodline, even if it evolved to Platinum I/Epic, it would not be able to handle the immense spiritual damage from the obsidian iron wild bull's annihilation gaze. Chun Hongfeng sensed the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's condition and glanced at the collapsed obsidian iron wild bull. The winner of this match is obvious. How about we end the fight here? He suggested. Chu Ci ignored Chun Hongfeng and turned to say directly to the middle-aged man next to Huazun. Senior, please stay alert and help with defense. Chu Ci's words shocked the middle-aged man. He could not understand why Chu Ci had said such a thing. However, he immediately mustered his focus. After speaking to the middle-aged man, Chu Ci whispered to the obsidian iron wild bull. You've worked hard in this fight, little iron block. Use annihilation gaze one final time. When the obsidian iron wild bull received Chu Ci's order, it immediately fixed its gaze on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The bull's dark eyes turned red, and an invisible beam of energy shot toward the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. When Chu Ci had been training in the wilderness, she had used annihilation gaze countless times. Thus, she completely understood its power. The obsidian iron wild bull's annihilation gaze was extremely difficult to avoid. As long as the target was within the obsidian iron wild bull's sights, it would definitely hit its aim. Chu Ci wanted to use this challenge to prove to Lin Yuan that she had improved after her year of non-stop hard work. However, she did not want to kill her opponent's Fei. The focused middle-aged man immediately noticed the invisible beam of energy smashing down on the oblivious smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The middle-aged bellowed, "Plum Rain Wall Clam, use double Plum Rain Heart Wall." Since the beam of energy was invisible, Chun Hongfeng had no idea that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's life was in danger. Chun Hongfeng saw two pink walls, one thick and one thin, materialize in front of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. A moment later, the thick outer pink wall shattered. The rippling force cracked the inner wall, which was 5 times thicker than the outer wall. The middle-aged man looked astonished and whispered a few words to Huaziyuan. Huaziyuan hastily announced. The emergency helper sensed that the obsidian iron wild bull's attack could have killed the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. Thus, the smooth-toothed elephant lizard is disqualified. While Huaziyuan spoke, he smiled awkwardly. His face ached as he thought, it's only been a few seconds. How could I have eaten crow so quickly? I just proclaimed that victory is in the hands of Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chun Hongfeng. My words have barely sunk in, but the amazingly talented Chu Ci has already snatched the yoke of victory back. Huaziyuan knew that his announcement about the emergency helper would incite a large response from the audience. He felt as startlingly shocked as them. Huaziyuan could not believe that the Fae that did not even have the strength to stand could release an energy attack that far exceeded the power of its quality. Everyone present witnessed the emergency helper's plum rain wall clam's double plum rain heart wall. According to the emergency helper, the outer layer of the double plum rain heart wall had the strength of platinum I/normal, while the inner layer had the strength of diamond V/normal. Not only had the outer layer been broken, but even the inner layer had suffered significant damage. The severely injured obsidian iron wild bull that could not even stand up had released an energy attack with the power of a platinum 3/flawless Fae. Its fighting power had rocketed past its quality. The most astonished person present was none other than Chen Hongfeng. He would never have imagined that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, which had clearly just evolved to the dragon-toothed elephant lizard, would be completely useless. It was struck down by an unknown attack so soon and rendered disqualified. The Guild Alliance's emergency helper was a member of the Guild Alliance. Thus, no one could dispute his fairness. Chen Hongfeng inhaled and looked at the silver mask-wearing young girl. His eyes were filled with surprise, resolve, and sincere thankfulness. Chu Si's suggestion to the emergency helper had been for Chen Hongfeng's sake. Yet, Chen Hongfeng still had no idea what was up Chu Si's sleeve. Chen Hongfeng had been completely unaware of the energy attack. He only knew that the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had been attacked after the double plum rin heart wall had been cracked. His smooth-toothed elephant lizard had fully recovered after its dragon species bloodline was unlocked. If not for Chu Si's reminder, the emergency helper would definitely have missed out on the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard's head would have been shattered by the hidden attack just like the plum rain heart wall's outer layer had been. Chen Hongfeng pursed his lips and stored the smooth-toothed dragon lizard away in his spiritual spatial zone. The sudden turning of tables disconcerted Chen Hongfeng, but he could make his peace with this development. After all, this was the same situation that he was facing before the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had unlocked its dragon species bloodline. Chen Hongfeng squatted and touched the drying swamp with both his hands. He injected all the spiritual power in his body into the huge-tailed swamp lizard inside the swamp. Chen Hongfeng only had 2 Faes, and the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had been put out of commission. Hence, he could only rely on the huge-tailed swamp lizard for the rest of this match. After the huge-tailed swamp lizard received Chen Hongfeng's spirit chi, it started to release a large amount of water element in its body. The moisture that the burning sunflower twins' flames had depleted was replenished, and the stinky swamp was once again full of moisture. The water vapor quickly spread throughout the area. The corrosive mud downpour, which had lost 2/3 of its power, returned to its most powerful state. When Chu Si saw what Chen Hongfeng did, she immediately recalled the obsidian iron wild bull into her spiritual spatial zone. The obsidian iron wild bull had been thoroughly damaged. Even with the help of pain absorption and caring twins, it could not be of any further help in this match after releasing Annihilation Gaze. Without the obsidian iron wild bull, Chu Si could only rely on the yellow jadeite golden butterfly and the burning sunflower twins. Chu Si instructed the yellow jadeite golden butterfly to apply the golden jadeite shield on her. She did not look happy to have taken out the smooth-toothed elephant lizard in one blow. Instead, she looked more serious than ever because she knew that her store of spiritual power was running dangerously low. Even if she directed all her spiritual power to maintain the golden jadeite shield, she would only be able to sustain it for 3 minutes under the corrosive mud downpour. While the huge-tailed swamp lizard was hidden in the stinky swamp, even with the countering effects of the burning sunflower twins, it was impossible for the burning sunflower twins to make any significant impact on the huge-tailed swamp lizard within 3 minutes. Chu Si's hand trembled, and a gleaming long sword appeared in her hand. When Chu Si's long sword appeared, Huaziyuan, who was excitedly commentating on the situation, faltered despite his plentiful experience in commentating. How am I supposed to explain the sudden appearance of your sword? Don't tell me that you're going to charge and swing at the huge-tailed swamp lizard or Chen Hongfeng? After the smooth-toothed elephant lizard had been removed, Huaziyuan did not change his prediction because it seemed inevitable that the huge-tailed swamp lizard had a higher chance of winning. As the commentator and host, Huaziyuan knew full well how important the amount of spiritual power a spirit chi professional possessed was in a fight. When had Chu Ci stepped into the area, Huaziyuan sensed that she was a C-rank spirit chi professional. Thus, judging from the situation, Huaziyuan was certain that the C-rank Chu Ci would not be able to last another 5 minutes. Spirit chi professionals were allowed to use weapons in a fight. The most prominent example was the Radiance 100 Sequences sequence number 18, White Devil's Butterfly-Topped Scepter. The scepter with the butterfly had never left the White Devil's hand in any fight. However, the Guild Alliance had regulations in place that stated that the weapons used in a match had to be made of spiritual ingredients that were much lower quality than the opponent's phase. Thus, weapons were virtually of no help in a fight between spirit chi professionals. Moreover, defense weapons were a distraction and could affect the spirit chi professional's ability to command their phase in battle. Many people present had seen and even held the type of sword that Chu Ci had just brought out. Every spirit chi professional partook in extracurricular activities when they were in school. One of the activities was fencing. The foil in Chu Ci's hand was made of normal metal that was standard issue in any spirit chi academy. When Chu Ci swung the foil, a shower of light erupted in its path. It was like 3 plum flowers had suddenly bloomed, and it looked extremely charming. Chu Ci shook the foil and turned to the emergency helper standing in the special area. The emergency helper immediately became anxious when he caught Chu Ci's look. He was afraid that Chu Ci was going to pull out another crazy trick. Chu Ci turned her attention to Chen Hongfeng, who was protected by the huge-tailed swamp lizard swamp, and her lips curled upwards. She directed the little spiritual power left in her body into the yellow jadeite golden butterfly's body to strengthen the golden jadeite shield to its maximum strength. She also instructed the burning sunflower twins to attach themselves to her and create 2 layers of heat wave conduction around her. With a drop of spiritual power left, Chu Ci shrieked, "Yellow jadeite golden butterfly. Use explosive shield counterattack." The golden jadeite shield and 2 layers of heat wave conduction started to disintegrate from the inside and exploded with an enormous amount of energy. The energy homogenized and formed a silver mass of energy. Chu Ci waved the foil and coated it with the silver energy. She then swung the sword and launched the silver energy with the power of the explosive shield counterattack at Chen Hongfeng. Chu Ci immediately injected the last drop of her spirit chi into one of the burning sunflower twins and instructed it to form another layer of heat wave conduction around her. This layer of heat wave conduction was meant to counter the corrosive mud downpour. Compared to the defensive ability of the golden jadeite shield, heat wave conduction was much weaker. However, heat wave conduction's heat could evaporate the corrosive mud downpour, which provided protection against it for a few seconds. These few seconds were enough for victory to be secured. The explosive shield counterattack exploded all the shields around Chu Ci and condensed all the attacking power that the shields could sustain into a devastating attack. When the golden jadeite shield was complete, it could sustain the attack of a gold 3/flawless Fey. Additionally, the added power from the terrifying heat of the 2 layers of heat wave conduction allowed Chu Ci to launch an attack equal to the power of a gold V/flawless Fey. Chu Ci would have surely lost if the huge-tailed swamp lizard had been disqualified instead of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. The huge-tailed swamp lizard was a mutated Fey that specialized in elemental attacks. Thus, it was not skilled at defense. Chen Hongfeng's explosive shield counterattack was meant to prevent the burning sunflower twins from being attacked, so it was aimed squarely at Chen Hongfeng. Whether Chen Hongfeng would instruct the huge-tailed swamp lizard to defend him, or if he received the attack on his own, Chu Ci was confident that she would be able to take out one target. If Chen Hongfeng was the one injured, Chu Ci would win instantly. If the huge-tailed swamp lizard received the attack, Chen Hongfeng would not have any phase left. Thus, Chu Ci would win either way. Chen Hongfeng, who was preparing to launch a final attack with the huge-tailed swamp lizard, did not expect another surprising development to take place. He watched as the large sword wrapped in silver energy closed in on him. There was no place for Chen Hongfeng to escape to. He immediately ordered the huge-tailed swamp lizard, "Huge-tailed swamp lizard, use broken tail regrowth." Most of the flesh on the huge-tailed swamp lizard grew on its tail. The huge-tailed swamp lizard's tail twitched and detached from its body to defend Chun Hongfeng. Chun Hongfeng was betting on this detached tail to receive all the damage. Chun Hongfeng had already noticed that the wave of heat around Chu Ci would only be able to last for a few seconds under the corrosive mud downpour. At that moment, a plum rain heart wall appeared in front of Chun Hongfeng. 3 seconds later, another plum rain heart wall appeared on top of Chu Ci. Chun Hongfeng saw that after the sword cut through the huge-tailed swamp lizard's detached tail, it continued sailing into the plum rain heart wall with a bit of silver energy attached to it. It let out a clear clanking sound. After the middle-aged man conversed with Hua Ziyuan announced that the winner of this match was Chu Ci. 10 seconds after Hua Ziyuan made his announcement, someone from the audience yelled out, "Watching this match almost gave me a heart attack." After this, other voices started to pour in like a tsunami. "Damn! Princess Iron Bull is really strong. How scary! It's too scary. I can't believe Princess Iron Bull is a junior high school student. How old is she really? Was she held back in junior high school? Princess Iron Bull defeated Chun Hongfeng. Doesn't this mean that she's reached the level of participating in the S tournament?" After this exclamation, someone else shouted, "What Princess Iron Bull? It doesn't sound threatening at all. How about War Goddess Iron Bull instead?" "War Goddess Iron Bull, you're the best," reverberated throughout the Radiance Palace. Lin Yuan felt slightly depressed by this new nickname. This nickname sounds impressive, but can't they drop the Iron Bull part? Lin Yuan did not dwell on the nickname. He cast his gaze to the center of the arena, where Chu Ci stood, clearly completely drained of spirit chi and using a foil to support herself. Chu Ci had truly pushed herself to the limit in this match against Chun Hongfeng. It was because she had pushed herself to such an extent that she was able to secure such a categorical victory. Chu Ci had let her potential shine in front of the entire Radiance Federation and was basking in the glory that was being showered upon her by the thousands of people present. Lin Yuan felt unspeakable pride. Chu Ci's growth was a testament to Lin Yuan's past year of hard work as well. The match was over, and Chu Ci returned to her seat next to Lin Yuan. Everyone's gazes followed her and landed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan regretted not wearing the mask. But as an afterthought, he was glad that he had not worn it. Chu Ci had just beaten Chun Hongfeng. It would not have painted a nice picture if he was seen wearing Chun Hongfeng's mask and sitting next to Chu Ci at that moment. Chu Ci turned to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Big brother, I won." Lin Yuan rested his hand on Chu Ci's shoulder and secretly used spirit injection to replenish her spirit chi. Lin Yuan looked at her hair that had been messed up during the fight. He patted the hair down and said, "You were great." When she heard Lin Yuan's praise, Chu Ci beamed. Proving yourself to the person closest to you was the best feeling. Moreover, it was even better that it came from Lin Yuan. The obsidian iron wild bull had already been whisked away by the Guild Alliance for treatment. The Guild Alliance took full responsibility of taking care of the injured phase in such matches. This saved Lin Yuan some trouble as well. Since Lin Yuan was not wearing a mask and was behaving affectionately toward Chu Ci, who had just won a match, the rest of the audience was abuzz with chatter about him. This included some members of the Rhine Guild Club's main team. The very mature-looking Liang was seated next to Su. He was unshaved today, which made him look more shabby than usual. As he watched Lin Yuan pat down Chu Ci's stray hair, Liang whispered to Su, "Su, what do you think about the man sitting next to the silver mask-wearing girl?" Su's brain was preoccupied with thoughts about his plan to confess his feelings to Zhao Xiaochun. Thus, he had not paid attention to the exciting match that had just ended. When he heard Liang's question, he quickly leaned away from Liang and thought, "Is Liang trying to play for the other team after being single for too long?" Su replied nonchalantly, "He's pretty handsome." Liang took out a mirror and checked himself out. He twitched his lips and tried to mimic the cheerful young man's smile. He smiled a toothy smile and said to Su, "Do I look good when I smile like this?" Su looked at the bright smile on Liang's face. He felt that it was somehow blasphemous yet familiar. Su carefully thought about it. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Su was reminded of an old cucumber that had been split open. It resembled Liang to a T. However, alarm bells soon started ringing in his head. Why are you asking me how you look? Is he trying to make a move on me now that he's going over to the other side? Su immediately became serious. Liang, I'm only interested in Zhao Xiaochun. Su's words left Liang baffled. However, Su's loud voice was overheard by the other Rhine Guild Club members. They looked at Su strangely. Didn't Su's head start to ache at the mere mention of Zhao Xiaochun after she ate him out of house and home? When did he become interested in her? Could it be that some strange personality trait was awoken in him? The other members of Rhine Guild Club shifted their gaze from Su to Zhao Xiaochun, who was sitting nearby with the rest of the Dragon Gate Guild Club members. They saw her gnawing on a gleaming sausage. She was devouring it like a madwoman. The Rhine Guild Club members gulped. Su deserved to be broke for the rest of his life. Long Tao and Fong Duoduo had noticed the Rhine Guild Club members' eyes on Zhao Xiaochun. Fong Duoduo whispered, "Boss, do you think the Rhine Guild Club is trying to plan out some kind of battle strategy?" Long Tao shook his head and replied, "Impossible. Xiaochun has never shown her trump card. There's no way that anyone else knows about it. Moreover, even if they did catch wind of something, it's useless so long as they have no idea what the abilities and exclusive skills are." Zhao Xiaochun heard what Long Tao and Fong Duoduo were discussing. It was only then that she noticed the eyes of the Rhine Guild Club members on her. She quickly chomped on her sausage and said to Long Tao and Fong Duoduo, "They're just greedy." The next few matches were not as exciting, not even the one where the Rhine Guild Club, who was the previous year's S-Tournament champions, were involved. It was because the lucky member of the audience that the Rhine Guild Club had picked was an old man that was over 60 years old. The strongest fae he had contracted was a bronze sharp-toothed hunting dog. The Rhine Guild Club had sent out a reserve team member. However, the weak sharp-toothed hunting dog made it difficult for the reserve team member to come up with a fighting strategy. Due to the lackluster happenings in the area, the people present all turned their attention to Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. Lin Yuan had managed the Spirit Lifeform store for most of his life and had crossed paths with people from all walks of life. He had not been bothered by the eyes of other people on him. However, ever since Lin Yuan had come to the royal capital and closed the Spirit Lifeform store, he had spent almost all his days in the Return from Faraway Mansion. He usually held discussions on Star Web and had moved from center stage to backstage. Now that he was backstage, Lin Yuan was not used to the sudden attention of thousands of people. Lin Yuan could not help but think, have I been cooping myself up too much? While the crowd focused on Lin Yuan and Chu Ci, they noticed number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie, sitting next to Lin Yuan. Lu Jie was a hero from the Radiance Federation, and he was held in especially high regard in Cold Frost City. Lin Yuan's reputation in Cold Frost City resembled that of Lin Yuan in Millstone Town. Even if Lu Jie did not do anything else for 3 years, he would still hold the rapt attention of everyone in Cold Frost City. Since Lu Jie had forcefully taken back his title of sequence number 30, his popularity had become comparable to that of the top 20 sequences. Despite not being able to guess who Chu Ci and Lin Yuan were, the crowd had begun to speculate the relationship between Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. The buzz of chatter and discussion rose. The guidance battle continued, and a few guild clubs cycled through. It was only when it was the Savage Snake Guild Club's turn that the crowd resumed paying attention to what was happening in the dueling ground. After all, the Savage Snake Guild Club had killed the lucky participants' fae in last year's All-Star match. The matter had caused a large commotion. Everyone who came had hopes of being chosen to try and dazzle the Radiance Federation with their performance in the arena. Besides the 200,000 people that were present, the All-Star match was also being live-streamed on Star Web. However, when the time came for the Savage Snake Guild Club to pick their lucky audience member, none of the audience members wanted to be picked. The people present were prepared to immediately forfeit even if they were picked. If a Savage Snake Guild Club member went into a fit again and killed the opposing fae, that audience member would be ruined. At that moment, the Savage Snake Guild Club finished picking. Huazi Yuan announced in a booming voice, "Congratulations, Lucky audience member A0217. The Savage Snake Guild Club has picked you. When Huaziyuan made his announcement, the spectators scrambled to see who the unlucky A0217 was. All eyes were once again on Lin Yuan and Chu Xiai. Wow! The Savage Snake Guild Club picked the boy next to War Goddess Iron Bull. It sucks to be chosen by the Savage Snake Guild Club. The previous year's participant had to suffer the death of his fae during the challenge. Who can say if this year will be any safer? All of you are talking about the upcoming challenge. Am I the only one who thinks that he's kind of handsome? Lin Yuan was oblivious to the fact that he was currently being pitted as an unlucky person. When Meng Su had been picking the audience member's seat number, Lin Yuan's eyes had narrowed. He had heard about what Zhang Xiaobai had to suffer through. He had not outwardly expressed his hate for the Savage Snake Guild Club, nor had he explicitly said that he was going to help Zhang Xiaobai with his problem with the Savage Snake Guild Club. After White Devil had said that she was going to help Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Lu Pinru, and Xianing take back the stolen 5 senses, Lin Yuan had not mentioned the Savage Snake Guild Club to Zhang Xiaobai at all. It was not that Lin Yuan did not want to help Zhang Xiaobai. If Lin Yuan did not treasure his friendship with the 4 of them, he would not have used spiritual ingredients that could have snagged a Class 3 Creation Master to heal Lu Pinru's soul injury. After experiencing so much, Lin Yuan knew how to ease Zhang Xiaobai's pain whenever he was in trouble. Zhang Xiaobai might have already dissolved his contract with the Extreme Guild Club, but the other 3 were still tangled up with the Extreme Guild Club. Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had always been aiming for the S tournament. Lin Yuan had their careers to consider. Thus, it was not smart to start trouble over this matter. However, when Meng Su picked Lin Yuan, he instantly narrowed his eyes. Since Meng Su had chosen him, he would not need to help White Devil retrieve the stolen 5 senses after the All-Star match. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Zhang Xiaobai's voice sound out from next to him. Lin Yuan, why don't you just forfeit? The Savage Snake Guild Club's reputation is in the dumps because of last year's S tournament. This year, they were extremely vicious in their fights against the other guild clubs and even caused the death of some fays. Their actions also attracted some radical fans. The Savage Snake Guild Club will likely continue down this path. Even the guidance battle won't be safe. Zhang Xiaobai's intense worry was hidden under his serious expression. Zhang Xiaobai knew that Lin Yuan was black. Every time Black had a match on Star Web, Zhang Xiaobai would go to the Celestial Stairways video library to watch it a few times. Hence, he was very clear about Lin Yuan's power. They had also fought to the death alongside each other in Millstone Town. At that time, Lin Yuan had demonstrated the height of his power. In the past 6 months, Zhang Xiaobai had been in awe at the rapid rate of Lin Yuan's improvement. However, Zhang Xiaobai had also faced off against Meng Su before and knew that Meng Su had 2 platinum fays. One was the sense-stealing King Venom, which specialized in psychic attacks. The other was the armored demon Scorpion, which specialized in close combat. All of its attacks came with terrible venom that could decay any flesh with which it came into contact. When one fought against the armored demon Scorpion, even the emergency helpers would struggle to intervene in time when it launched a deadly attack. If the armored demon Scorpion injured Lin Yuan's fae, it could be healed by the Guild Alliance later. Unfortunately, Spirit Chi professionals were much weaker than fays. If Lin Yuan was stung and the armored demon Scorpion's venom entered his body, it would most likely lead to his roots being damaged. It could very well greatly affect the rest of his life. Zhang Xiaobai saw Lin Yuan stand up. With all eyes on them, he patted Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's very safe." Lin Yuan's assurance stunned Zhang Xiaobai. "Is everything going well with the procedures regarding the Extreme Guild Club?" asked Lin Yuan. Zhang Xiaobai's lip twitched, and he smiled derisively. "It's going well. When the Extreme Guild Club's captain heard that I wanted to start the procedures for Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru's termination, he did not even insist on following the protocol for verification. He immediately greenlighted my request, and the procedure was completed within an hour." Lin Yuan felt his heart go out to Zhang Xiaobai when he heard the scorn in his voice. He knew that Zhang Xiaobai's derision was directed at himself at the eager hard work he had contributed to the Extreme Guild Club. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaobai seriously and said, I started my own guild club. Coincidentally, my reserve team is in need of 4 people. The past can never be relived, but the future remains bright. Xiaobai, you still have 5 years to go. Lin Yuan turned and strode toward the dueling ground. Zhang Xiaobai had participated in the S tournament many times, but he had never had as much attention on him as was on Lin Yuan at the moment. Zhang Xiaobai thought, the past can never be relived, but the future remains bright. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai could practically see the sea of flowers and swarms of insects under the blinding light shining down from the dome. However, Zhang Xiaobai was consumed by his worry for Lin Yuan. To Lin Yuan, Zhang Xiaobai was a comrade with whom he had survived deadly battles. This was the reason Lin Yuan tried to encourage Zhang Xiaobai with the same words that he had said after regaining his ability to sense spirit qi and contracted Morbius. Carried his hopes for the future. Zhang Xiaobai felt the same way about Lin Yuan. Lu Jie said to Zhang Xiaobai, who was still staring at Lin Yuan, you can sit here when Lin Yuan goes to the dueling ground. There are currently only 4 people in the Dome Guild Club. I'm one of the main team members. You should think it through carefully. When Zhang Xiaobai sat down in Lin Yuan's empty seat, Chu Ci greeted him and said, hello. I'm also a member of Dome Guild Club's reserve team. Zhang Xiaobai had watched Chu Ci's fight through the screen in the Extreme Guild Club's rest area. When he had witnessed Chu Ci's fighting ability, he had thought to himself that as a defense-type spirit qi professional as well, he could not match up to Chu Ci even if there were 2 of him. Although Zhang Xiaobai did not know who the other member of the Dome Guild Club's main team was, the Guild Club could reach B level given Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Chu Ci power. Zhang Xiaobai greeted Chu Ci as well and noticed that her tone was quick and bright. She did not seem worried about Lin Yuan at all. He knew that Chu Ci was Lin Yuan's younger sister. Lin Yuan and Chu Ci had video called when they had been to the Endless Forest to collect snake venom. It was then that Zhang Xiaobai had seen what Chu Ci looked like. Zhang Xiaobai could not help but ask, aren't you worried that Meng Su will behave savagely? Chu Ci shook her head. She understood Lin Yuan better than him and knew that he was a cautious person. Lin Yuan might do things that he was not fully confident in, but he would not talk about it. Since he said that he was going to be safe, it meant that he really was very safe. Lu Jie was also not worried about Lin Yuan's safety at all. Not only was Lin Yuan powerful on his own, but he also had a trump card in the form of a sacred source lifeform that he had yet not shown to the world. He also had the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer sitting in the audience. If Lin Yuan was in any real danger, and the emergency helper was unable to intervene in time, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer would jump in immediately. Even if Meng Su was 10 times more powerful, he was nothing in the face of the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's power of law. Meng Su watched Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai's interaction, and his lips curled into a cruel smirk. His eyes shone as he looked toward where the Savage Snake Guild Club members were sitting. He looked at a man with a head of curly hair who was currently playing with a small green snake. When the man felt Meng Su's gaze on him, he blinked apathetically and spread his hands in a casual gesture. There were hundreds of thousands of eyes on Meng Su that would catch even the smallest of his movements. At this time, the chatter in the Radiance Palace had increased manifold in volume. Most of the voices expressed worry for Lin Yuan, while others sneered in resentment for Meng Su and the Savage Snake Guild Club. Hua Ziyuan's expression was extremely sour. He had been the main host and commentator of the S Tournament's All-Star match for many years. Naturally, he loathed that his work involved a harmful guild like the Savage Snake Guild Club. Hua Ziyuan turned to whisper to the emergency helper next to him, Senior Wang, if the difference in power is too large, halt the match immediately. Don't let this all-star match be contaminated like last year. Senior Wang hesitated before nodding. If the spirit qi professional is in danger, I will interfere in advance. However, I can only step in to stop the fight between Fays when there's a possibility that one of them is going to die. Senior Wang kept some troubling thoughts to himself. No one hates the Savage Snake Guild Club more than the emergency helpers. Fang Duoduo looked at Lin Yuan striding toward the dueling ground. This lucky participant sure is unlucky. The Savage Snake Guild Club is becoming wilder and wilder. They're disgusting. If I ever meet any one of their members, I'll definitely beat them up in a fit of anger, said Fong Duoduo to Long Tao. Long Tao smiled mysteriously and replied, bad deeds lead to bad karma. This lucky participant might not be the unlucky one. Whether or not the Savage Snake Guild Club ends up causing trouble for themselves will depend on their actions in this challenge. The Moon Empress disciple was special, and she would kill anyone that displeased her. The Savage Snake Guild Club had been towing the lines of the S-Tournament's rules. The Guild Alliance needed a legitimate reason to go after the Savage Snake Guild Club. During a real fight, one could explain away many things by saying that it was a mistake. However, when it was against a very important person, using a mistake as an excuse would no longer work. When Fong Duoduo heard what Long Tao said, he was completely befuddled. Fong Duoduo widened his eyes and paid close attention to the situation on the dueling ground. Fong Duoduo did not expect this lucky audience member to choose a challenge battle instead of a guidance battle. If it was a challenge, the Savage Snake Guild Club would be free to be as evil as they pleased. Lin Yuan's decision also shocked Hua Ziyuan. He faltered for a second before announcing Lin Yuan's choice to the 200,000 spectators. Lin Yuan was rather young and had an intense youthful aura, which made him appear even younger. Hua Ziyuan felt that Lin Yuan was about 16 years old. He seemed to be of a similar age to the talented Chu Ci, who had just fought against Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chen Hongfeng. Although the Savage Snake Guild Club was not an A-level guild club like the Dragon Gate Guild Club, Meng Su was not a reserve member like Chen Hongfeng. As a member of the main team, Meng Su was much more powerful than Chen Hongfeng. The young man was walking toward death by choosing to challenge. The calm Lin Yuan allowed the thunderous noise of the crowd to go over his head. Lin Yuan looked at Meng Su and saw that he was staring back at him with the deviously greedy look of a hunter that was playing with its prey. Young man, you better give this challenge your best shot. Since this is a challenge, we should both try our best. If you can't take a bit of roughhousing and end up getting injured, it'll defeat the purpose of choosing to challenge in the first place. Everyone heard Meng Su's haughty tone thanks to his microphone. He immediately drew enraged glares from many of the spectators, and Hua Ziyuan also looked at him with disgust. Hua Ziyuan did not want to introduce Meng Su. Meng Su's words were extremely shameless. Every ticket to the All-Star match was entitled to a chance to be chosen as the lucky participant. This was the right of every person who bought a ticket to the All-Star match, and it was a chance for regular Spirit Chi professionals to rub elbows with the contestants of the S-Tournament. The lucky participant had the freedom to choose between the challenge and the guidance battle. According to Meng Su, if all of the teams gave their everything in the challenges, there would be no point in holding the All-Star match. All the lucky audience members who were picked should just head over to the treatment center directly. Lin Yuan looked at Meng Su coldly, his face betraying no emotion. So, you say you'll try your best in every fight, but if both parties end up injured after the fights, doesn't that mean that it's gone too far? Lin Yuan's voice was calm, and no one was perturbed by what he said. However, a grim expression came over Chu Ci's masked face. In spite of his level tone, she could tell that he was angry. Chu Ci knew that Lin Yuan was usually gentle, but that did not mean that he was exempted from feeling fury. Chu Ci remembered Lin Yuan losing his temper once when they were younger. There had been some children, slightly younger than Lin Yuan, living on the same street that the Spirit Lifeform store was on. When Lin Yuan had been changing the soil for the Usnias, his weak body had collapsed. She had helped Lin Yuan take the jasmine lilies outside as it had been a rare day where the sun was shining in Xia region. During her chore, the children had started to bully her. At that moment, Lin Yuan had regained consciousness. He had calmly pulled her aside and asked her if she was hurt. Then, he had serenely turned to the children who had been bullying her, picked up the wooden planks on the shelf, and charged at them. Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li had eventually found out about this incident. Thus, Lin Yuan had to fork out the 1,500 Federation dollars that he had just painstakingly earned the previous month as compensation. Since that incident, Chu Ci knew that the usually calm Lin Yuan was the most terrifying when he eventually exploded. Although Lin Yuan had grown up, His tone and expression were exactly the same as they had been that day. Meng Su was slightly taken aback by Lin Yuan's words. A sly smile spread across his face, and he snarled, "I always try my best. I hope you can forgive me if I go overboard in this fight." Hua Ziyuan had just noticed the crest of a Class 2 Creation Master on Lin Yuan's clothes. Hence, he started to talk about the Class 2 Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest. Hua Ziyuan thought, "I can't believe that this teenager is already a certified Class 2 Creation Master." However, when he heard the exchange between Lin Yuan and Meng Su, he started to sweat cold sweat on Lin Yuan's behalf. While Meng Su spoke, he turned toward the Savage Snake Guild Club and saw his captain glaring at him. Meng Su immediately realized that he had misspoken. Although he had spoken with innuendo, everyone present had perceived his true intention. Although the Guild Alliance could not punish him for what he had just said, he could still be caught if he went too far in his actions. When Meng Su had been picking his lucky participant, he had caught sight of Lin Yuan conversing with Zhang Xiaobai. From that moment, he had set his sights on Lin Yuan. The Savage Snake Guild Club was now standing on a dangerous precipice. It would not look good if they killed a lucky participant during the all-star match. Meng Su started to internally analyze the situation. Even if I can't do anything too horrible to Lin Yuan, I have to ensure that he leaves with his phase utterly defeated. Meng Su had complete confidence in his armored demon scorpion. If a Fae was less powerful than the armored demon scorpion, its roots would definitely be damaged by the scorpion venom. If a Fae was infected for some time, even creation masters with high stars would be unable to fully heal it. Meng Su dismissed Lin Yuan due to his young age. Geniuses did exist in this world. However, there was already a genius that had just appeared and defeated Dragon Gate Guild Club's Chun Hongfeng. There was no way there would be another genius. Meng Su circulated his spiritual energy and summoned his two Faes. Lin Yuan looked at the two Faes and used true data to check on their attributes. Fae name: Sense-Stealing King Venom, Fae species. Cicadidae species/wing species. Spirit life form grade: Platinum, 8 out of 10. Fae type: Spiritual, Fae quality. Legend: Abilities: Stolen sense of smell. The sense-stealing King Venom will use the strong spiritual energy in its body to lock the target's sense of smell. Stripped eyesight. The sense-stealing King Venom will use the strong spiritual energy in its body to steal the target's eyesight. While the target's sight is removed, it will be plunged into darkness and unable to detect light. Numb touch. The sense-stealing King Venom will use its spiritual energy to remove all sense of touch from the target. The locked sense of taste. The sense-stealing King Venom will use its powerful spiritual energy to cause the target to lose its sense of taste. Powerful hallucination. Through its powerful spiritual energy, the sense-stealing King Venom will drag out the target's worst fears and create a hallucination out of it. Exclusive skill: Sensory Body Shell. The sense-stealing King Venom can store a maximum of 5 sets of stolen 5 senses in its body. Fae name: Armored Demon Scorpion. Fae species: Sand Scorpion species/Stinger Scorpion species. Spirit life form grade: Platinum, 8/10. Fae type: Poison, Fae quality. Legend: Abilities: Penetrating hooked sting. The scorpion's tail will pierce the target. The target will become bloated, and abscesses will form inside the flesh that seals the wound to prevent blood from flowing out. When the abscesses break, the poison inside will start to decay the target. Double claw amputation. Both claws can crush bones. After capturing the target, the claws will forcefully crush the target's bones and flesh into pieces. Strong shell insect. Large protein formed from bones will cover the shell, increasing the thickness of the armor. The armored shell will be highly resistant to damage. Nettle missiles. When the tail moves, the nettles will be launched and become arrows. Insect body boost. The vitality in the body will be set alight and emerge on the surface, increasing the body's physicality. Exclusive skill: Decaying flesh poison. When the venom enters a target's body, a portion of the venom will be absorbed into the blood and become poison. The poison will travel to the rest of the organs through the blood vessels and start to decay. After Lin Yuan saw the attributes of Meng Su's two Faes, He felt slightly troubled. Lin Yuan was not bothered because of the two-phase powers, but the issue of his own identity. Although Lin Yuan only had 2-star web accounts, he had 3 identities. One of them was the silver mask-wearing black. This was his identity as a combat class spirit chi professional. Another identity was the Class 2 Creation Master that he was currently presenting on the dueling ground. The last identity was the City Lord of Sky City, who wore a strange mask with majestic Sky City engravings. During the impending battle, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly end up revealing his identity as the combat class spirit chi professional, black. If he used the sacred sword-wielding Queen's laws and willpowers, he would definitely be able to defeat the sense-stealing King Venom and armored Demon Scorpion with ease. Although this was a good opportunity to test the sacred sword-wielding Queen's power, Lin Yuan was no idiot. He would never reveal his trump card in such a situation. Using the sacred sword-wielding Queen required him to use the laws and willpowers stored in its skirt. It would also cause him to divulge to the 200,000 people present that he had a sacred source lifeform. The Radiance Federation's Class 5 scholars were not to be trifled with. Lin Yuan calculated that a portion of the sacred sword-wielding Queen's power would definitely be exposed. Lin Yuan had been unwilling to reveal that he was black, because he did not want to be bothered by the attention he would receive. He still felt the same way now. However, Lin Yuan would prefer to have his identity as black revealed rather than the sacred sword-wielding Queen. As for this cicada-looking sense-stealing King Venom that was covered with an orange shell and had 6 sets of wings but could not fly, and the enormous armored Demon Scorpion with a thick black shell and a large gleaming stinger, Lin Yuan was not particularly impressed by them. The sense-stealing King Venom depended on its large amount of spiritual energy. This was eerily similar to Lissen's pain illusory fox that could cause pain through psychic manipulation. However, Lin Yuan felt that the pain illusory fox was much stronger than the sense-stealing King Venom. Although the pain illusory fox's methods were one-dimensional, they could cause much more trauma than the sense-stealing King Venom's ability to steal the 5 senses. The sense-stealing King Venom was unable to kill. Although it seemed flamboyant and had 4 abilities that could control the respective 5 senses, it only had controlling abilities in a battle. On the other hand, the pain illusory fox could also severely attack the target's mind while using pain to control it. The ability sensory body shell, which could store the 5 senses, was completely useless to the sense-stealing King Venom in a fight. It would only be able to influence fights through underhanded tricks outside of the dueling ground. The sense-stealing King Venom might as well not have an exclusive skill at all. The armored Demon Scorpion was ordinary as well. All the platinum phase that Lin Yuan had come across were above average due to their all-roundness of defending and attacking quickly. Although both the sense-stealing King Venom and the armored Demon Scorpion were platinum grade, neither had reached fantasy breed. This allowed Lin Yuan to see how stupid Meng Su was amongst the coalition of elites at that tournament. Lin Yuan coldly uttered, "Doesn't it kill you to be unable to comprehend willpower runes? You always go overboard on the dueling ground because you haven't comprehended one yet." Most of the people present were worried about Lin Yuan because he had chosen the challenge battle. Naturally, some of the crowd were Savage Snake Guild Club fans. They felt that Lin Yuan was overestimating himself by choosing to challenge Meng Su. However, when they heard Lin Yuan's microphone-amplified voice, their jaws dropped in shock. "You really hit a nerve." Meng Su was completely taken aback by what Lin Yuan said. His face immediately became austere. Meng Su was already 29 years old, and he would not be able to participate in the tournament after 1 year. In all these years, Meng Su had been dreaming of comprehending a willpower rune. But it was easier said than done. If all that was needed was hard work, the Radiance Federation would not need to recognize geniuses. Chu Ci, who was known all over Star Web as a top genius, was given such a title not just because of her obsidian iron wild bull. It was more so because the Fae proved that the 15-year-old Chu Ci had already comprehended a willpower rune. Before the provoked Meng Su could speak, Lin Yuan continued, "Even if you do manage to comprehend a willpower rune, both your main phase have reached the limit of a platinum phase potential. The tournament is full of amazing talents. Most of the A-rank guild club members have fantasy breed phase. It must be hard for you. Is that why you feel the need to bully the weak?" In response, Meng Su didn't breathe for a long time, and his face was now flushed. Meng Su was a person with an impatient temperament, and after getting angered by Lin Yuan, he felt his lungs were aching from the rage. In front of 200,000 people, even if Meng Su went a little overboard, he had the backing of the Savage Snake Guild Club and the faction supporting the Savage Snake Guild Club. Surprisingly, someone was questioning his strength and potential in public. If he didn't do something now, he wouldn't just lose respect in the Radiance Federation, but he would also become a joke in the Savage Snake Guild Club. Meng Su yelled out with anger, "Do you know what strength is, kid? Today, I shall let you see what true strength is." As soon as Meng Su said that, a giant and fat worm suddenly emerged before him. The moment this giant fat worm emerged, the Savage Snake Guild Club's captain, who had curled hair, cursed silently. Meng Su is really a fool. Just a few words of aggravation, and he already summoned a trump card like the combined body sand worm. Lin Yuan looked at the giant worm that emerged from under the stage and calmly used true data to read the worm's attributes. Fey name, combined body sand worm, Fey species, coccinellity genus / tenebrionity species, Fey grade, platinum, 7/10, Fey type, source, Fey quality, legend, abilities, twin fusion, absorb 2 kinds of Feys into the combined body sand worm. Use the combined body sand worm's body as a medium to fuse the 2 Feys into a fused Fey that stacks the combat power of the 2 Feys. Weapon retain. Retain an attacking body part of any Fey on the fused Fey's body. Energy gathered firm body. The combined body sand worm will consume large amounts of nutritious materials to enhance its body's toughness, allowing it to fuse Feys that had grades slightly higher than itself. Mutual soluble calcium. Fuse the 2 Feys bones firmly. Be it the exoskeleton or inner bones, the fusion will form a flawless structure. Rapid fusion. The combined body sand worm can activate the energy in its body, using it as a sacrifice to instantly fuse 2 Feys. Due to the instant fusion, the fusion will be dismissed after 5 minutes. Once the fusion is dismissed, the combined body sand worm will be in a weakened state. Exclusive skill. Fusion enhancement. After using the combined body sand worm as a medium for the fusion of the 2 Feys, the energy within the combined body sand worm can be used as an activator to enhance the fused Fey strength by 10%. Lin Yuan discovered with a single glance that this Platinum 7/Legend combined body sand worm was a source-type life form with a special function. At that moment, Lin Yuan could only hear Meng Su yell with an ashen expression. Combined body sand worm. Used the ability, twin fusion, and rapid fusion. Immediately after, Lin Yuan saw the Platinum 7/Legend combined body sandworm suddenly swelling up. It consumed the sense-stealing King Venom and the armored demon Scorpion beside Meng Su in a single gulp. After consuming the 2 Feys, the combined body sandworm quickly wriggled its body. Subsequently, the important organs of the sense-stealing King Venom and the armored demon Scorpion started to appear on the surface of the combined body sandworm's skin. As the large quantities of organs were shifting, the combined body sandworm used itself as a medium to fuse the sense-stealing King Venom and the armored demon Scorpion flawlessly. Seeing the monster appear in front of his eyes, Lin Yuan carefully observed and realized that this monster's strength was already reaching that of a Platinum X/Legend Fey. As soon as the fusion was completed, Lin Yuan heard Meng Su giving a loud command. Combined body sandworm use fusion enhancement. Armored demon Scorpion use insect body boost. With Meng Su's series of commands, the 3-meter-large monster, the combined body sandworm that acted as a medium for the fusion of the sense-stealing King Venom and armored demon Scorpion, suddenly swelled up. It expanded from the original size of 3 meters to close to 6 meters. Furthermore, as the size of this monster expanded significantly, the monster's body also burst out with large amounts of vitality. The vitality attached to the surface of the monster's body, allowing the fused monster's strength to rise significantly again. In fact, it allowed the enormous amount of energy that circulated on the surface of the monster's body to rise up with a thin layer of energy flame. The sudden change of events made the audience exclaim, "Wow, this disgusting giant bug wouldn't injure this handsome little brother, right?" If that is the case, this big sister will die from heartache. Are the people from the Savage Snake Guild Club sick? It is just a challenge match, and he is actually even more serious than the performance match earlier. What does the Savage Snake Guild Club's Meng Su want exactly? Young brother, let's not fight. Give up. It is a new year. Why don't you go shopping with me at the Lantern Festival? When Chu Ci heard this comment, her lips twitched. She felt that these aunties that wanted to go shopping with Lin Yuan might have non-functional brains. Chu Ci knew that Lin Yuan would never say something he wasn't confident in, and since he had said it, he was certainly going to do it. Nonetheless, when Chu Ci sensed the strength of that fusion insect monster, her fist was still clenched up tightly. Her face behind the silver mask revealed a worried expression that couldn't be suppressed. Lin Yuan's brows raised up slightly as he looked at the transformation of Meng Su's fused monster. This monster's strength was already close to the limits of Platinum X/Legend. However, there was still a big gap between Platinum and Diamond. A gap of an entire grade might not mean much to a prodigy, but it was an immeasurable chasm for a regular person. Even if Meng Su's monster didn't reach Diamond grade, it definitely wasn't far off with all the exclusive skill support. When Lin Yuan watched Meng Su use his trump card, the combined body sandworm, to fuse the armored demon scorpion and the sense-stealing king venom, Lin Yuan no longer had any conflicts in his heart. Lin Yuan immediately stopped the plan of allowing the source sand to plunge underground of the battle arena in order to produce large amounts of sand. Meng Su let out an unbridled peal of laughter as he looked at the fused monster. He looked straight at Lin Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Kid, since this is a challenge match, I shall allow you to have the first move. After your attack, I shall allow you to sink into a fantasy that is built by the memories of pain, to see what your eyes cannot see, hear what your ears cannot hear, taste what your mouth cannot taste, and touch what your body cannot touch. Then you will feel the pain of the scorpion's tail piercing you in reality." Meng Su's words made the atmosphere tense up. At that moment, however, a red energy radiance with overflowing vitality started hopping nimbly on Lin Yuan's fingertips. The red energy radiance, which was overflowing with vitality, suddenly shot at the giant insect monster, which was wiggling its body and emitting a shriek. Lin Yuan had previously been in a conflict with his identity and had already planned to expose his identity as black. However, who would have expected Meng Su's trump card, the Platinum 7/Legend combined body sandworm, to fuse 3 Fays into 1 Fey? Ever since Lin Yuan had contracted the elemental source-type lifeform, Source Sand, it already formed Lin Yuan's core combat system. The main combat force would always be the Source Sand. However, during his time in the Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan had invested a large quantity of Spirit Chi crystals and a Sea Burial crystal formed by the Carcinoma Fey, Sea Burial Lotus Flower. At present, Lin Yuan's strongest combatant had changed from the Source Sand to the healing-type Jasmine Lily. The Platinum I/Fantasy Jasmine Lily had strength that was already comparable with Diamond I/Legend phase. Due to the Jasmine Lily's Fantasy 3 quality, it allowed the Jasmine Lily to have the strength of a Diamond 7/Legend Fey. Furthermore, compared to regular Diamond 7/Legend phase, the Jasmine Lily had an additional exclusive skill. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Jasmine Lily had been getting increasingly unorthodox since it evolved into Platinum/Fantasy. Originally, it had been a healing-type Fey that specialized in healing and control, but now it was a Fey that could damage, control, and heal too. Back then, when Lin Yuan had checked on the Jasmine Lily's changes when it just reached Platinum/Fantasy 3, he realized that the Jasmine Lily was now placing more emphasis on damage. After its evolution, the Jasmine Lily's healing ability was all concentrated on the newly formed bud of Mountain Jade. The fasciated flower stand and the crystallized main flower now had effects that were opposite to healing. Instead of pouring vitality into the target's body, it was now extracting life energy from the target's body. Lin Yuan didn't summon the Jasmine Lily. Instead, he simply used the ability heal from the fasciated flower stand. The red energy radiance landed on the insect monster, and it immediately placed the monster into an extremely comfortable state. This extremely comfortable state made the insect monster twitch its fat body with pleasure. The scorpion tail that grew out of the fat body constantly smashed on the wall. The insect wings on the back were fluttering excitedly, while the mouth was letting out strange insect sounds of joy. It felt like a nerd who saw his internet wife crawling out of the mobile phone. Huaziyuan was originally commenting with a suspended heart while constantly giving eye signals to the rescue staff at the side. He was trying to ask the rescue staff to prepare to step in at any moment and stop the insect monster. However, who would have expected that the red energy from Lin Yuan's hand would control this monster? The insect monster might be in an extremely strange state, as though it had just crawled up from an insect queen, but it was indeed being controlled. This sudden change of events flabbergasted Huaziyuan. While the audience was flaring up, the eyes of each guild club member widened suddenly. Su was originally thinking about how to confess to Zhao Xiaochun at night. Still, after seeing the red energy shooting out of Lin Yuan's fingertips, he said with a change of tone, "Without summoning the Fae, the attack released directly is actually at the level of a Diamond 4/Legend Fae. This Fae's true strength should be at least Diamond 7/Legend. After Su finished speaking, a young girl with white skin seated at the back suddenly spoke while using a hand to hold her twin ponytails. It isn't a Diamond 7/Legend Fae. This youth didn't summon the Fae, but the energy contains a presence of willpower. The willpower presence might be faint, but it is very pure. Therefore, I deduce that this youth's contracted Fae should be a Platinum 2/Fantasy 3 Fae." In response, Su frowned slightly. Where exactly did this Immortal come from? He is so young and already has such strength. While looking at the figure of the youth on the dueling ground, Su didn't know why his mind recalled that youth who controlled the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. The silver-masked youth who had used sand to protect thousands of adventurers. They were both prodigies, but it seemed like this youth on the dueling ground was slightly superior to Black. A Platinum/Fantasy 3 Fae. This was already the condition to be at the front ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. At that moment, Liang, who sat beside Su, asked the girl with the twin ponytails, "Tian, you are a Class 2 creation master. By observing the vitality contained in the red energy, do you think that youth's contracted Fae is a healing type Fae?" The girl with the twin ponytails had a conflicted expression. After observing the red radiance that was constantly stripping vitality from the insect monster, she paused for a moment and said, "It should be a healing type Fae. The difference that healing type Faes have with other types of Faes isn't merely the healing ability. Combat class Faes are mostly able to control all sorts of elemental energy, while healing type Faes control life energy. But if this Fae is a healing type Fae, aren't the control and damage abilities too ferocious?" Meng Su's originally arrogant smile froze on his face for 10 seconds. Meng Su's spiritual energy was connected to the sense-stealing King Venom, armored demon scorpion, and the combined body sandworm. Now that all three Faes were fused together, the spiritual senses that Meng Su had were tripled and much more intense. During the earlier spiritual senses, Meng Su could feel the extremely blissful state that his three Faes were in. If the life energy from his Faes weren't getting constantly extracted, Meng Su probably wouldn't know that he was still on the dueling ground. He would think he was bringing his three Faes to sunbathe at the beach. Lin Yuan felt the intensity of the red life energy that he released. The red energy was returning to his body and constantly storing the life energy in Jasmine Lily's exclusive skill, Vitality Imprint. He now had a rough understanding of the Jasmine Lily's fasciated flower stand's power. By relying just on the fasciated flower stand, the blissful feeling was only able to control this insect monster for 10 seconds. However, the vitality extracted was probably 1/10 of the insect monster's total vitality. Meng Su also sensed that he had regained the ability to control the phase fusion. He immediately shrieked out his order, "Quickly use stolen sense of smell, stripped sight, numb touch, powerful hallucination, nettle missiles." After Meng Su issued his order, Huaziyuan was immediately on high alert. The emergency helper also started to inject spiritual power into the plum rain wall clam and was prepared to use one layer in front of Lin Yuan to block the impending damage from the nettle missiles. Each of the nettle missiles was a hooked stinger. If the target Fae was strong, It could be saved after being afflicted by the nettle missiles. If a spirit chi professional was hit, they would not die immediately. But the corrosive venom in the nettles would cause the flesh to decay and eventually lead to death. Meng Su's instruction was a kill order for Lin Yuan. When the insect monster was about to escape the fasciated flower stand's effects, an even thicker and brighter red beam of vitality shot out of Lin Yuan's hand and landed on the insect species Fei. Under the strong vitality extraction effects of the large red beam, the Fei formed from the fused Fei was becoming visibly drained. Its chubby body was also becoming gaunt. This was the consequence of having its vitality stolen. The vitality reflected back from the large monster swirled around Lin Yuan in a glowing green fog. The entire area was completely silent. Not even Hua Ziyuan knew how to comment on the battle at that moment. The challenger had not even summoned a single Fei. Yet he had trapped his opponent's Fei in the palm of his hand. His opponent's Fei had clearly lost an enormous amount of vitality, yet it was still chirping happily. With hundreds of thousands of eyes on him, the youth in the center of the dueling ground had just pulled off an amazing feat. Lin Yuan never expected that the healing effects of the crystallized main flower would be so strong as to drain out 1/3 of the two-phase vitality. Crystallized main flower could extract 3 times the amount of vitality that fasciated flower stand could. However, this was an unfair comparison as the fasciated flower stand had a group attack aspect. Meng Su was in a state of panic. Besides the difference in power, he was unable to control his own phase. How was he supposed to continue fighting? Vitality was the basic ingredient required by every living being. Although it could be replenished, a significant loss of vitality in a short amount of time would cause irreparable damage to a Fei. Lin Yuan stared calmly at Meng Su. He waved his hand and instructed the jasmine lily's crystallized main flower to use heal on the grotesque insect monster. This time, not only did the insect monster become even frilier, but it also looked like something inside it had shattered. Its breath quickly became shallow and weak. The pig-tailed girl who sat amongst the Rhine Guild club members whispered, "After the loss of so much vitality, Meng Su's phase have definitely devolved in quality." Su did not seem sympathetic at all. He replied with a grin, "If it were up to me, I would have electrocuted that despicable cretin with my lightning immediately." Meng Su could sense the change in his phase, and cold sweat started to drip down his face. He glared at Lin Yuan with all the hatred he could muster. However, he was no fool, and he turned to anxiously shout toward the emergency helper, "Hey, I'm—" Before Meng Su could finish talking, a small red bead of energy landed on his body, causing him to stop speaking abruptly. His fused Fei looked like it was in a state of bliss and was grinning broadly. The emergency helper was unsure about whether to interfere. Lin Yuan turned and addressed the emergency helper. "Senior." He was about to say that he's going to start taking this seriously. The emergency helper was still on the fence. When he heard what Lin Yuan said, he glanced at Meng Su and thought it over. "I'll only step in when there's a risk to either of your lives," said the emergency helper. When he was done speaking, the emergency helper resolutely stood his ground. It was clear that he had no intention of interfering. If this was any other emergency helper, they might have done something. It was evident that Meng Su was completely incapable of fighting back. He was even close to begging his opponent for mercy to end the battle. However, Meng Su had killed his lucky participants Fei last year, and the Savage Snake Guild Club had injured and killed the Feis of many other team's members during the round-robin tournament. Hence, unless it had reached the moment as dictated by the regulations, the emergency helper refused to help Meng Su. Even before Lin Yuan had stepped onto the dueling ground and checked the sense-stealing King Venom's attributes with true data, he had decided that he was going to show Meng Su no mercy. When the sense-stealing King Venom's sensory body shell sealed away a spirit chi professional's 5 senses, it would also subject the spirit chi professional to powerful hallucination. He would be presented with his most painful experiences and terrible fears that he had hidden away. Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru, who were in the treatment center and had lost their 5 senses, were being tortured in their minds. Tan Ran and Xianing aside, Lu Pingru had also been suffering from a soul injury. After being exposed to twice the torture, Lu Pinru's mind and soul could collapse if she was not strong enough. Could even lead to death. Lu Pinru was extremely glad that she had gone with Zhang Xiaobai to the treatment center and saved her. The thick and thin red beams of vitality continued to siphon vitality away. The contented smile of basking in vitality on Meng Su's face soon faltered. The fused phase vitality also continued to drop. The curly-haired man from the Savage Snake Guild Club's expression darkened, and he was about to stand when a hand with ivory and dark green-tipped fingernails yanked the curly-haired man's arm. A gentle but cold voice sounded out. "Captain, Meng Su is useless now. Let's ignore him. Even if you interfere in this fight and save him, he'll never amount to anything more than a piece of trash with 3 normal grade phase." The curly-haired man froze and glanced at the woman with dark green-tipped fingernails. He seemed to be deep in thought. The woman with dark green-tipped fingernails continued to speak. "I've always been the team leader. Have you noticed that all the unorthodox behavior that took place during fights in the last year had something to do with Meng Su? He's always there in a fight that ends in the death of a spirit chi professional's fey. Since he's in trouble now, our Savage Snake Guild Club can use this opportunity to push all the blame for the unsanctioned activities on him. Besides, he never thinks of saving us a piece when he earns money through the sense-stealing King Venom's exclusive skill." The curly-haired man replied in an enigmatic voice. "Seeing, you must have been planning this scheme for some time." The curly-haired man returned to his seat. Who could say which part of the speech of the woman with green-tipped fingernails convinced him? Regardless, he was no longer going to call for the match to halt in order to save Meng Su. The woman laughed with a sweet twinkling. "Only idiots fall for schemes. I wasn't going after Meng Su. He's just too stupid." At that moment, a plum rain wall appeared around Meng Su and his no longer fused phase. This snapped the pipe that was extracting their vitality, and they immediately recovered from their blissful state. They immediately collapsed on the cold ground. Meng Su's hair had turned white, and his skin was covered with wrinkles. He had lost an enormous amount of vitality and looked like a withered old man. The combined body sandworm, sense-stealing King Venom, and armored demon scorpion's bodies had shriveled to 1/3 of their initial sizes. They were a dry shell of their former selves. After Hua Ziyuan announced Lin Yuan's victory, the Radiance Palace erupted into ear-splitting cheers. The scene was almost identical to when Chu Xi defeated Chen Hongfeng. "Wow! Who is that handsome man? He's so strong. Why haven't we heard of him? The Savage Snake Guild Club's Meng Su deserves to lose. The emergency helper shouldn't have saved him. How annoying. It'll be great if Meng Su can't even get up from the ground." This challenge was one-sided domination from the start. But he should have summoned his phase. I really want to know what phase he contracted. Lin Yuan had saved his trump card by only using the Platinum I/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily. This allowed him to protect his identity as black. From the beginning to the end of this match, Lin Yuan had shrouded himself in mystery. It was as though he was covered in a layer of fog that obscured him. However, it only stoked the flames of curiosity even more. When he heard the thunderous cheers, Lin Yuan's lips curled upwards. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that it was also a good choice to be front stage. He finally understood why so many spirit chi professionals were willing to do whatever they could to participate in the S tournament. Lin Yuan walked up to the spectator stand and took one last glimpse of Meng Su. Besides the usual disdain, Meng Su also seemed rather pathetic. It was not his lack of power and the current state of his body that made him seem pathetic. It was because he was an S tournament participant in his own right and aimed for greatness from the beginning. All of his efforts were directed toward the dueling ground. He should be bravely holding his head up high to acknowledge the struggles he went through during the match and the praise he should be receiving after he won. However, he had been completely crushed in front of thousands of people at the All-Star match and was now enduring the crowd's insults. How ironic. His entire journey had been nothing but a sham. When Lin Yuan returned to his seat, Xining, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru opened their eyes. After Lu Pinru opened her eyes, she felt full of energy. Her mind had also been comforted when the cold snow pine resin entered her body and touched her soul. In contrast, When Xianing and Tan Ran opened their eyes, they were unbelievably weary. They had been trapped in a prison of their deepest fears. Despite regaining consciousness, they still felt strangely downcast. The three of them heard an elderly voice singing. "What kind of man are you? You watched her leave and said nothing about it. How naive are you? Stop holding back and letting her slip out of your grasp when you clearly want her back." There was nothing special about this song. The sparrow-voiced lowly goddess had sung it on one of her live streams. This song had attracted many female spirit chi professional fans for the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess. It was a song that touched the hearts of middle-aged women. The song was good, but the old man was singing and laughing at the same time. He was tossing porcelain bottles full of medicine pills into the garbage bin. This sight was rather odd. At that moment, Master Hongshan turned around and was about to stretch when he noticed the three of them sitting up and staring at him. Master Hongshan was startled and choked on his saliva, sending him into a coughing fit. Master Hongshan's coughing was intense. His face turned red, and he clutched his chest as he exclaimed, "Why didn't the three of you say anything after you woke up? My soul only just recovered. Instead of trying to add to my happiness, are you trying to scare me to death?" Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru's eyes lit up, and Xianing asked excitedly, "Grandpa Hong, your injury has healed?" Xianing, Zhang Xiaobai, and the rest had worked with Master Hongshan while also doing missions for the Extreme Guild Club. They had collected spiritual ingredients for him and known each other for more than a decade. Naturally, Xianing was delighted to hear that Master Hongshan's soul injury had been healed. Master Hongshan continued to massage his chest as a wide grin spread across his face. He looked at Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru's eyes with gratitude. "I want to thank the three of you for assisting me in collecting spiritual ingredients to help with my soul injury for the last 15 years. If the three of you hadn't met with trouble, Zhang Xiaobai wouldn't have asked me to come." Master Hongshan's words utterly befuddled Xianing. Although Zhang Xiaobai was reliable at crucial moments, this matter was linked to Meng Su of the Savage Snake Guild Club's main team. Zhang Xiaobai should not have been able to contribute much during such an incident. Once he was done speaking with Xianing, Master Hongshan walked over to Lu Pinru and said, "Does your soul feel strange in any way?" Master Hongshan shot Lu Pinru an envious look. Since Lu Pinru had lost all her 5 senses, she had been unable to judge her reaction to determine if her soul had been fully healed. Thus, when Lin Yuan had been treating Lu Pinru, he had not held back on the amount of cold snow pine resin he used. He had used a significant amount of cold snow pine resin to ensure that Lu Pinru's soul injury was fully healed. Master Hongshan was of the opinion that Lu Pinru's soul injury was not severe. It could not compare to his own that had been plaguing him for 15 years. However, Lin Yuan had used much more cold snow pine resin on her than him. Thus, Master Hongshan could not help but feel jealous. Lu Pinru had felt exceptionally comfortable when she awoke. It was as though she was being continuously nourished by something. She could still remember how she felt when she was hit by the Savage Snake Guild Club's leader's soul-shattering hedgehog's attack. Given her power, her soul should have been wounded. However, she could not detect any damage to her soul at all. In fact, she felt better than ever. When Master Hongshan saw Lu Pinru's expression, he knew that her soul had been strengthened by the cold snow pine resin's nourishment. Having her soul strengthened also raised her chances of being able to comprehend a willpower rune. Master Hongshan sighed and said, "Pingru, you better thank Lin Yuan properly later. I'm envious of your friendship." Lin Yuan was even willing to use the spiritual ingredient from a suzerain fey to treat your soul injury. His words cleared up the situation for the confused Xianing, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran. They now knew that Zhang Xiaobai had approached Lin Yuan for help. However, when they heard about the spiritual ingredient from a suzerain fey, the three of them were extremely shocked. A surge of warmth simultaneously washed over all of them. Spiritual ingredients from suzerain feys were priceless, yet Lin Yuan had deemed them more valuable than priceless. Master Hongshan surveyed the half-organized treatment center and said, "The three of you aren't patients anymore. Lend me a hand to clean up the treatment center." You should also return your phase to your spiritual spatial zones. Xianing, your gold swift cat has already scratched up 2 of my chairs. I'll go and concoct some nourishing spirit fluids for you to strengthen your bodies. Master Hongshan walked into the breeding room that he had already cleaned up. He was not used to having such a clean breeding room and felt that its previous unkempt state was more comfortable. Master Hongshan took a few basic nourishing spiritual ingredients out of the phase storage box on his wrist and started to concoct a nourishing spirit fluid that even a Class 1 creation master could create. While he was circulating his spirit chi, Master Hongshan felt something shift inside the depths of his soul. Suddenly, the strength of his soul seemed to mix with his spirit chi and entered the spirit fluid. Shortly after, his soul stopped moving, and he looked between the spirit fluid and his hands. A toothy smile spread across his face, and 2 large beads of tears rolled down his face. He could not believe that he was blessed so quickly. On the day that he had been set free from his 15 years of pain, he actually became a Class 4 creation master. The emotions accumulated over the past 15 years overwhelmed him. Not only was he happy about the increase in power, but he was also even more grateful to Lin Yuan. If not for Lin Yuan, his soul would never have been healed. He would also not be the Class 4 creation master that he was now and be crying happy tears. Master Hongshan wiped away his tears and fished out his phone. He dutifully called the number that he had just recorded. Lin Yuan was the center of attention of 200,000 people. Even the guild club teams who participated in the S tournament were focused on him. Lin Yuan spotted many familiar faces such as Long Tao, Zhao Xiaochun, and Shi Su. They had fought alongside each other and could be considered friends. However, they had known him as Black, not Lin Yuan. The return from faraway mansion people had been stunned so many times that they had become used to it. Although they were shocked, they did not find the power that Lin Yuan had just displayed to be inconceivable. However, Zhang Xiaobai and Chu Xiai did not feel the same way. During her fight, Chu Xiai had satisfied Lin Yuan. She had defeated a reserve team member from an A-level guild club and had basked in the cheers. As such, it was natural for her to be proud of herself. But after witnessing Lin Yuan's performance, all of Chu Xi's pride vaporized. Lin Yuan had proved himself using his actions to show Chu Xiai that no matter the situation, even when she was receiving the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, she needed to remain clear-headed and exhibit restraint. He also showed Chu Xiai that, in order to match his footsteps, she needed to pump her legs much harder and sprint as hard as she could. Zhang Xiaobai would never have expected that in half a year, Lin Yuan's power had increased to the point where even he saw no hope in chasing after him. Zhang Xiaobai could not understand how Lin Yuan had fought the way he had just done. If Lin Yuan had delivered a miracle to the people of Millstone Town then, he had done so once again. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai's phones rang at the same time. Lin Yuan picked up and heard Master Hongshan announce excitedly, "Young Master, I've become a Class 4 creation master." When he heard what Master Hongshan said, Lin Yuan balled his fists tightly, and his eyebrows raised as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. His rows of pearly teeth were even more radiant than fire. With so many eyes on him, Lin Yuan's smile dazzled many middle-aged ladies. These middle-aged ladies suddenly became fans of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not expect Master Hongshan to surprise him with such splendid news so soon. Now Sky City, or rather Lin Yuan, possessed a true Class 4 creation master. The newly Class 4 creation master no longer needed to make do with limited power. He could now perfectly assist Lin Yuan in any way. The combination of Master Hongshan and Lin Yuan's abilities to evolve phase was equivalent to that of a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan said to Master Hongshan, "I'm going to send you an address. Head there when you're done packing up." After he hung up, Lin Yuan noticed that Zhang Xiaobai had also put down his phone and was looking up at him happily. "Lin Yuan, I'm leaving the Radiance Palace now. Xianing and the rest are awake, and I'm going to see them," said Zhang Xiaobai anxiously. This time, Lin Yuan did not say that he wanted to go with Zhang Xiaobai. Initially, Zhang Xiaobai had single-handedly carried the responsibilities as the other 3 were unconscious. Now they were awake. The four of them needed to meet up to discuss and handle the situation regarding the Extreme Guild Club together. Go ahead. I'll wait for you at my Dome Guild Club, replied Lin Yuan. Zhang Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. This is the second time that Lin Yuan is inviting me. Since he had joined a business guild club like the Extreme Guild Club, Zhang Xiaobai knew that Lin Yuan had more than enough resources and power to attract better reserve team members than himself. Lin Yuan's first invitation could have been interpreted as a friend trying to help out another friend who was in a bad situation. However, his second invitation could only mean that despite Zhang Xiaobai's lack of power, Lin Yuan sincerely hoped for him to join his Dome Guild Club. Zhang Xiaobai was chained to the dueling ground and had no reason to reject Lin Yuan. He forcefully patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "I'll go and ask the three of them. No matter what their decisions are, I'll be joining." A few minutes after Zhang Xiaobai left, Lin Yuan's phone rang again. Once he was done with the call, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, add 2 sets of place settings to tonight's dinner table. There will be 2 people coming to the mansion." Lu Jie replied, "Leave it to me. I'll be cooking a seafood feast tonight. I plan on cooking the silver flounder I bought." Lin Yuan was certain that today was a lucky day. 2 blessings at once. Lin Yuan had acquired Master Hongxin as a Class 4 Creation Master, and the Emperor Class Duan He. They were both coming to the royal capital. The all-star match was still ongoing. Most of the following lucky participants chose challenge matches but were hopelessly weak. The whole group had decided to come to the all-star match after being riled up by Chu Xi. After winning her match, even she felt that the current matches were getting more and more boring. Thus, they returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion even before the all-star match ended. Wen Yu was hurriedly setting up the 2 rooms next to Hu Quan's room. Shortly after he arrived at the mansion, Lin Yuan received calls from Duan He and Master Hongxin. He did not expect both of them to arrive together. Lin Yuan personally went out to the mansion's entrance to usher the both of them in. Duan He was an Emperor-class expert, and Master Hongxin was a Class 4 Creation Master. As such, they had garnered an indeterminable amount of life experience. They immediately knew that this mansion was special. It was deep into winter, and the plants outside the mansion were frozen. Yet it was as warm as summertime inside the mansion. Duan He knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress's disciple, while Master Hongxin knew that Lin Yuan could casually produce spiritual ingredients from suzerain phase. Thus, both of them knew that he was wealthy and did not register much shock. However, they were stupefied when they entered the building and saw the furniture made of jade-textured wood, and the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp inside the fish tank. Duan He had once entered an elite faction's main mansion. It was decorated in a similar fashion. The enormously luxurious feature wall gave the entire mansion a cozy feeling. During the course of one meal, the group became fast friends. Although Duan He had become accustomed to life in Indigo Azure City and frequently ate various C-type phase, he could not help but be amazed by the cooking. After the meal, Master Hongxin saw the room that Wen Yu had organized and the clean mansion. He pondered to himself before saying, "Young master, I'm used to being messy. I'll become an annoyance to the rest of the people staying here. I saw a plot of land for sale next to the mansion. I'm thinking of buying it and turning it into the mansion's breeding ground. The 2 plots of land are so close, and there isn't anyone else nearby. We can dig a basement under these 2 plots of land. It's humid underground and full of earth and water elements. It's the best environment for cultivating plant-type phase. You have so many precious plants in the mansion. When they bear fruits, the basement space will be useful." Master Hongxin said this because he did not want to be constrained by his living environment. Although his intention was simple, the listener had picked up on something. Once he heard what Master Hongxin said, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Although there was plenty of space in the Return from Faraway Mansion, he would eventually build the Dome Guild Club's base. This would require the empty land to the north of the Return from Faraway Mansion, as well as some space from the man-made lake. If they built a Fey breeding base to the mansion's west, the layout would seem cramped. However, Master Hongxin had provided a perfect solution to this problem. Lin Yuan was happy about the suggestion to build a basement and felt that they had to do it because he had a golden lotus brocade pearl. By opening up a basement, they would solve the issue of cultivating the golden lotus brocade pearl. It would also be easy for them to control the situation if they connected the basement to the outside of the mansion. There would be no chance of cunning factions finding out about the secret of the basement. The space tunnel linking the mansion to the Divine Wood Federation could also be set up in the basement. As long as the basement was large enough, he could transport resources through the space tunnel and not be noticed by outsiders. Hu Quan had used a fair amount of spatial magnets and floating silver strands to craft the Fey carriage. The remaining spatial magnets and floating silver strands could be used in the spatial magnet and allow it to be completely shielded from invading spies. After the spatial magnets and floating silver strands were used to set up the barrier, not even Suzerain/Myth 3 phase like Endless Summer would be able to sense anything. Okay, you can go ahead with it. Lin Yuan's hand jerked, and he took out an embroidered satin brocade box. You can take what you need from here. You can also use the highest quality materials to construct your breeding room. Lin Yuan took out another silver Fey storage box and handed both boxes to Master Hongshin. Master Hongshin did not look inside the two boxes immediately. He quickly replied, "Don't worry, young master. I always make sure to do a good job. I'll definitely perform perfectly." Master Hongshin turned and walked out of the mansion to start on his task. It was already around 6 p.m., too late to start doing anything physical. All he could do for the moment was buy the plot of land. After walking out of the mansion, Master Hongshin opened the box and was nearly blinded by the radiance of the pearls inside. A few drops of saliva dripped out of Master Hongshin's mouth and landed on the elemental pearls inside the box. However, the liquid could not obscure the pearl's radiance in the slightest. Master Hongshin looked like he was carrying a box full of the glow of a sunset. He looked inside the silver Fey storage box and found 20 elegant flower brocade pearls inside. Master Hongshin was loyal to Lin Yuan and already felt grateful toward him. However, Master Hongshin felt that he would never be able to return the favor, not even if he dedicated the rest of his life to it. The happiness of being rich made Master Hongshin more than willing and happy to be working for Lin Yuan for free. He seemed to be constantly showered with blessings by Lin Yuan. When you led Duan He to his room, and he was extremely pleased with what he saw. Once he was done looking around his room, Duan He sat down on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and chatted with Lin Yuan for a while. Later, they went to the training room together. When they arrived at the training room, Duan He used the 3 law runes he had comprehended and swore his loyalty to Sky City. He was now officially Lin Yuan's protector. Lin Yuan could faintly feel the 3 law powers entering his body and combining with his energy. He could feel that his ability to sense heaven and earth had increased by 3 levels. Previously, the willpower rune related to wisdom had caused Lin Yuan to be stuck in the middle. It was extremely uncomfortable to be neither here nor there. Now, the obstacles that were blocking him seemed to be cracking. Lin Yuan felt that he could break through using the cracks at any time. He was certain that he would be able to finish comprehending the willpower rune within the next 2 days. There was even the chance that he would be able to comprehend it in the next second. This overjoyed Lin Yuan. Genius could finally evolve to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan asked Duan He, "Senior Duan He, can you summon your 6-headed sea demon snake and thunderwave sky chaos snail?" Duan He smiled. "Other people would never be able to dream of seeing my phase. However, you can do so anytime." Duan He waved his hand, and a snake around 10 centimeters long appeared in his palm. Lin Yuan stared at the snake's purple scales and faint magical glow. The purple glow seemed to trap you inside a dark and raging deep-sea whirlpool. The snake had 6 heads, and each was of a different color. One of the heads in the middle was a dark blue, and it contained terrifying water elemental energy. An exquisite sapphire-colored sea snail was resting on top of the 6-headed snake's blue head. It was cone-shaped and had many sharp needles sticking out of it. The needles were covered in silver lightning patterns, and they sparked with electricity. Once a myth Fey was able to overcome the first world cleansing, it would gain the ability to easily camouflage itself. Lin Yuan knew that both Fays were in a state of camouflage. If the six-headed sea demon snake exhibited its actual giant size, it would probably take up all the space in the mansion. Although neither Fae had reached Myth 2, they were at pinnacle Myth I. Their wisdom had also far exceeded that of a normal human. The two Faes were connected to Duanhe's mind and had long been aware of Lin Yuan's presence. Now that Duanhe was Lin Yuan's protector, the six-headed sea demon snake and Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail had also become Lin Yuan's protectors. Otherwise, the proud pinnacle suzerain/Myth I Faes would never have allowed themselves to be glimpsed upon so easily. Duanhe noticed Lin Yuan staring at the six-headed sea demon snake's heads and explained, "When this Fae is evolving, it needs to consume a massive amount of flesh from high-grade Faes. Then, it needs to consume heavy water. It will use the heavy water as a medium to absorb the energy from the high-grade Fae's flesh. According to the individual element types of the Faes it consumes, it will be sealed in the corresponding snake's head." Duanhe sighed. "Purple demon is so difficult to nurture. My silver electricity is so much easier to nurture. Whenever there's a thunderstorm near the sea, all I have to do is place it there and allow it to be struck by lightning. I don't need to put in much effort or expend many resources on it." As Lin Yuan listened to Duanhe's explanation, he started to carefully study the attributes of each of the six-headed sea demon snake's heads. He noticed that the main head was water type, while the others were earth type, fire type, wind type, poison type, and dark type. The dark type head was pathetically small. It was clear that the six-headed sea demon snake rarely consumed the flesh of dark type Faes. Lin Yuan did not rush to respond to Duanhe. Instead, he cheerfully greeted the two Faes. "Hello, Senior Purple Demon." "How do you do, Senior Thunder Wave?" After Lin Yuan greeted them, the six-headed sea demon snake and Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail greeted him back. Once a Fae evolved to suzerain/Myth I, all Faes other than plant-type Faes could speak. Lin Yuan's politeness left a good impression on the six-headed sea demon snake and Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail. Lin Yuan was surprised to discover that the suzerain/Myth I six-headed sea demon snake was female. Its voice was rather pleasant as well. Lin Yuan asked Duanhe, "Senior Duanhe, is the reason you said that purple demon is difficult to nurture that you lack the flesh of high-grade Faes and heavy water?" Duanhe said with a miserable expression, "I have no shortage of heavy water. I make sure to gather some whenever I encounter the Water World Dimensional Rift in Indigo Azure City. I can always find a few drops in a Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift. However, as Purple Demon's strength grows, it has become almost impossible to find powerful high-grade Faes. Heavy water was similar to strange fires. One was a special spiritual ingredient produced by the Water World Dimensional Rift, while the other was from the Abyss Dimensional Rift. Heavy water, which was only produced in the Water World Dimensional Rift that opened next to the coast, was much more precious than strange flames. Although Lin Yuan did not have any heavy water, he did have the flesh of high-grade Faes. Lin Yuan went on to ask Duanhe, "Senior Duanhe, do you have any specifications about the high-grade Fae flesh?" Duanhe dejectedly glanced at the six-headed sea demon snake. When the six-headed sea demon snake noticed Duanhe's despondent look, it said in a sweet voice, "Duanhe, you're such a jerk. You always complain about how much I eat, but you never talk about how well I fight. Don't you love me anymore? Are you going to stop nurturing me?" When Duanhe heard what the six-headed sea demon snake said, he disregarded that he was in front of Lin Yuan and anxiously replied, "My dear, what are you talking about? Who else can I love but you? No matter how much you eat, I'll lay down my life to continue nurturing you." Lin Yuan's eyes widened when he heard Duanhe's reply. He started between Duanhe and the six-headed sea demon snake in shock. Once Duanhe finished coaxing the six-headed sea demon snake, he looked at Lin Yuan and bashfully scratched his head. "Purple demon is my wife. It just hasn't attained human form yet, so we're keeping it a secret." "Lin Yuan, you have to keep this a secret for me." Lin Yuan never entertained the thought that spirit chi professionals could form such a relationship with their Faes. This opened a door to a new world for him. However, he had no plans on stepping through the door. Duanhe said solemnly, "Purple demon needs to consume the flesh and absorb the energy of Faes that are the same grade as it. Given its power, suzerain is considered weak. The flesh of higher grade phase will eventually be beneficial for it, but I can't procure any. Lin Yuan pondered over Duan He's words before waving his hand and summoning 2 gold stainless steel caskets. Lin Yuan said, Senior Duan He, the items inside this box might be of use to Senior Purple Demon. Lin Yuan had a large amount of high-grade fey flesh. However, the flesh of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and dark spirit eye tadpole would not be effective on the 6-headed sea demon snake. Hence, Lin Yuan did not take those out. When the mother of Bloodbath had separated the night calamity crow and dream-eating bat, it had amassed many spiritual ingredients, blood, and bone marrow. What had remained was a pile of useless flesh. Since this flesh was not going to be of use, and Master Hongshin's black bronze succulent needed bone marrow while Duan He's 6-headed sea demon snake needed fey flesh, Lin Yuan had just what they needed. He would also be able to get rid of these useless but high-grade resources. Duan He looked at the 2 gold caskets that suddenly appeared and immediately knew that they contained fey flesh. The stainless steel could prevent the flesh from rotting. Although it was easily warped when force was applied to it, the eroding qualities of elemental energy could maintain the stainless steel's stability. The 6-headed sea demon snake was clearly insatiable. It picked up that there was food nearby and urged Duan He to open the caskets. Duan He looked slightly embarrassed to be opening the metal caskets in front of Lin Yuan. The moment that the caskets were opened, Duan He was nearly swallowed by the concentrated dark energy inside. After collecting high-grade fey flesh for so many years, Duan He could immediately recognize the flesh of a pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 fey. He sensed the intense dark energy flowing from the flesh and knew that the fey it had belonged to could have evolved to myth 3 at any moment. The 6-headed sea demon snake excitedly hopped into the caskets. 2 of its heads bobbed about in delight. Duan He was overcome with emotion as he grabbed Lin Yuan's hands and babbled, Thank you, Lin Yuan. Thank you for helping me to nurture my wife. Duan He was so elated that he was lost for words. Duan He had worked hard for so many years and spent all his time collecting resources. He did it not just because he wanted to become stronger, but also because he wanted to live like a normal married couple. After consuming the flesh of these 2 pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 feys, Purple Demon only needed a little more food to evolve to myth 2. Duan He could see the light at the end of the tunnel. He had been looking forward to this for so many years. Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand dismissively. He dared not be thanked for helping someone else's wife. It had a strange connotation. Besides, Lin Yuan had no wife of his own. This was Duan He's first day as part of Sky City and becoming Lin Yuan's protector. He had received such precious resources despite not having contributed anything yet. He felt extremely embarrassed. Yet, this also allowed him to clearly see Lin Yuan's attitude toward him. When they were having dinner, Duan He used his carefully honed senses to observe this family, of which Lin Yuan was the patriarch. However, Lin Yuan treated every member with the utmost respect. Every member of this large family also treated each other with genuine sincerity. Duan He could not help but smile. In a private faction like this, they would stick together no matter what obstacles appeared. This was the feeling he had been hoping to find. After chatting with Lin Yuan for a while, Duan He suddenly thought of something and took a brocade satchel out of his diamond face storage box. He opened the brocade satchel, and a pile of what looked like crushed crystals appeared in Duan He's hand. Although these crystals had been crushed, they were clearly marked with bright and dark gold engravings. Duan He handed the crushed crystal to Lin Yuan and said, These are all the law crystals that I accumulated over the years. I went through a lot to collect them. They are more or less complete. Duan He seemed proud as he spoke about the crushed law crystals. Duan He could say with certainty that no other spirit chi professional with phase of similar quality to him had collected an equal amount or completeness of law crystals. The credit for this undoubtedly went to the 6-headed sea demon snake that was not only skilled at consumption but also fighting. Lin Yuan was ecstatic to see the crushed crystals in Duan He's hand. It appeared that there were not just 2 blessings today, but 3. There were really a lot of crushed pieces of law crystals in Duan He's hand. Lin Yuan thought that it must have something to do with the purple demon's need to consume a large amount of fey flesh. The law crystal pieces were mostly myth-I, and some of them had very few laws inside. It was evident that the Fey Duan he had killed and taken the law crystal from had only recently evolved from suzerain and survived its world cleansing. Nevertheless, these law crystals were sufficient to satisfy the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen was already throbbing in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan received the law crystal pieces from Duan He and said, "Senior, I'll give you the crystals with pure law power." Duan He shook his head casually. Purple Demon still has a ways to go before it evolves to Myth 3. I don't have an urgent need for these law crystals. There are people in Sky City who need them more than Purple Demon. Duan He's tone was solemn. The law crystals were Duan He's most valuable items. He gave them away so easily as a gesture of reciprocation. He wanted to repay Lin Yuan for giving him the flesh of two dark-type Pinnacle Suzerain/Myth 2 phase. Lin Yuan was slightly shocked, but a radiant smile soon returned to his face. He knew the people in Sky City who needed the crystals with pure law power that Duan He was referring to were. They were definitely Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath. Duan He's crushed law crystals could increase the rate at which the Mother of Bloodbath could evolve to creation breed. Red Thorn's Eyes of Relinquish were very impressive. Although the Blood Brew grapevine grew at its own pace, it had produced close to 40 matured Blood Brew grapes. The Eyes of Relinquish continued to maintain these 40 matured Blood Brew grapes, which were growing at a visible rate. They looked different every day. By Lin Yuan's estimation, the first Blood Brew grape should be fully grown in the next 2 weeks. At that time, there would be 1 or 2 Blood Brew grapes to harvest each day. They were more than enough to boost the Mother of Bloodbath's blood energy to the level sufficient for its evolution. If the Mother of Bloodbath could evolve to creation breed, the sacred source lifeform that Lin Yuan had reserved for it would come into use. At that time, Sky City's fighting power would be elevated. Duan He took out a large bundle and poured out more turbid lifeform crystals from inside. It'll be great if you can find a use for these items. They also have law power, but it's so impure that not even a Class 5 creation master could do anything about it. Bamboo Monarch's purple bamboo forest often collects various spiritual ingredients. However, it never touches these, said Duan He. The sacred sword-wielding queen had started throbbing when Duan He took out the pile of crushed law crystals. Now it anxiously said to Lin Yuan in his mind, "Lin Yuan, I need these crystals badly. They can temper the law power that I absorbed from law crystals. It'll help the laws absorbed by Queen's skirt hem to finish evolving." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he asked Duan He with a level expression, "Senior, what are those turbid crystals?" Duan He hurriedly replied, "I entered a Class 5 dimensional rift a few times with a team. Although we were not lucky enough to acquire any sacred source lifeforms, we managed to kill some dimensional lifeforms that were about as powerful as Suzerain/Myth-I phase. These are called law source crystals. They were dug out of those dimensional lifeforms." After Lin Yuan listened to Duan He's explanation, he immediately knew what these things were. Lin Yuan asked Duan He, "Senior, you said that Bamboo Monarch doesn't care for these, right?" Duan He nodded. "The law power inside these law source crystals cannot be extracted. Thus, Fays can't absorb them, making them useless. At the very most, they can exist as proof that you killed a Class 7 dimensional lifeform." Lin Yuan's breath quickened. "Does this mean that most Emperor-class experts have law source crystals?" Duan He shook his head. "Young Master Zhao Hanzhong, who you killed, probably didn't have any. He was extremely poor. I have no idea where all his money went. He never went into dimensional rifts to fight. Who knows how he spent his time? He wasn't a creation master and sat around so much that it's a wonder he didn't develop hemorrhoids." Lin Yuan was surprised to find out that Zhao Hanzhong owed Duan He money at the time of his death. However, Lin Yuan knew where Zhao Hanzhong's money had gone. Zhao Hanzhong had created a beautiful garden in his diamond Fey storage box. Zhao Hanzhong had spent his days admiring flowers and tending to the soil. He could not be bothered to go into dimensional rifts to fight. Law source crystals are the most useless things to an Emperor-class expert. We can sense the law power inside, but we can't touch it. It's frustratingly torturous. Young Master, if you need them, I know of many Emperor-class experts who might be able to sell you some. But, since these are used as tokens of power, they won't come cheap. Lin Yuan was over the moon. He had felt that his sacred sword-wielding queen was strong and could do the same things as a Class 5 creation master. But it was too difficult to evolve and increase its power. When it had been born, it required 2 law crystals from Pinnacle Myth 2 phase and 2 Fantasy V runes to evolve from 0 stars to 1 star. Judging from this trajectory, a mammoth amount of resources would be required to continue increasing its stars. Although Lin Yuan's wealth of resources was nothing to scoff at, this still presented intense pressure for him. It was a coincidence that Lin Yuan found out the sacred sword-wielding queen could not only use law crystals to increase its stars, but also the law source crystals from Class 7 dimensional lifeforms. The information he received from the conversation with the sacred sword-wielding queen told him that there were not any law source crystals with laws that the sacred sword-wielding queen could absorb. However, the sacred sword-wielding queen could use the law source crystal's energy to strengthen the law power in its skirt. After a myth breed Fae died, the laws in the law crystal could be preserved in the same state it was in before the Fae died. After the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the laws, it could evolve the laws. It was as though the dead Fae had come back to life, and its power had increased within the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen could only use the energy from the law source crystals to evolve its completed laws, there was the night calamity crow and dream-eating bat to consider. The dead dream law and cruel dream law from these 2 Faes were complete and ready to be evolved. If Duan He could help Lin Yuan collect law source crystals from other Emperor-class experts, it would greatly benefit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was drowning in money and resources. Lin Yuan had no qualms about spending away some of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that were constantly being produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If Lin Yuan spent the elemental pearls once, it would not affect the large markets no matter how much he gave away. Lin Yuan said to Duan He with utter seriousness, "Senior, the law source crystals are very useful to me. If it's possible, can you help me to collect all the law source crystals that you can get your hands on?" When Duan He heard how serious Lin Yuan's tone was, he immediately matched Lin Yuan's demeanor and replied, "Don't worry, you can leave it to me." Duan He felt that his reply was too pompous, and he quickly added, "However, different Emperor-class experts will value the law source crystals differently. Some of them treat them as useless decorative ornaments and will be willing to let them go at a lower price. But there are some who treat them as trophies. Although they don't have much use for the law source crystals, they still treasure them. You will need to burn a hole in your pocket to get them to part with their law source crystals." Duan He could not figure out why Lin Yuan needed the law source crystals. He narrowed his eyes and contemplated it. Could it be that the Moon Empress has figured out how to extract the law power from the law source crystals? No, it can't be. If the Moon Empress wants the law source crystals, she can just say so, and a line of Emperor-class experts will rush to deliver them to her. There'll be so many of them that the Emperor-class experts will probably start to worry that the Moon Empress will reject their law source crystals. I'm fully prepared to burn a hole in my pocket. I can use heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and the chance to create a bronze/legend Fae according to the willpower rune of their desire to trade for them. When Duan He heard this, he almost choked on his own saliva. Does he need to flaunt his wealth so much? Since when did heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, which are the patent of Class 4 creation masters, become common trading goods? Duan He felt that no Emperor-class experts would reject Lin Yuan's offer of using the chance to create a bronze/legend Fae according to the willpower rune of their desire to trade for the law source crystal. Even though Emperor-class experts could find a Class 4 creation master to custom make a Fae suited to their willpower rune, they would need to call in a favor and bank on their reputation. It would also require them to spend a mountain of resources. It would also take a lot of effort to source for the rare spiritual ingredients. When Duan He had approached a Class 4 creation master for help, he was asked to search for some rare spiritual ingredients. Even if the Emperor-class experts themselves did not need this chance, their disciples probably did. With such a good opportunity dangling in front of them, Emperor-class experts would be clambering to trade away their law source crystals. Duan He blinked and asked tentatively, "Young master, can I ask how many of such chances are you offering?" Lin Yuan immediately replied, I'll be offering the same grade of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls I offered at the auction. I'll be taking out 1,000 of them. As for the chance to create a bronze/legend fae according to the willpower rune of their desire, I can give away as many as needed. As time went on, Lin Yuan had managed to accumulate around 1,300 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. However, he had considered the situation and decided to leave himself some just in case. Thus, he was setting the limit of trading away 1,000 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in exchange for the law source crystals. As for the chance to create a bronze/legend fae according to a willpower rune, it would only take Lin Yuan half an hour to do each one. It was also a form of training for Lin Yuan to strengthen faes. Despite being an emperor-class expert, Duan He was rendered speechless. He had stepped into a world of absolute opulence. Is there even an end to his wealth? Wealth was not the most salient factor. Duan He was most astonished by the way that Lin Yuan casually threw out Creation Master resources. Duan He figured that Lin Yuan must have a well of Creation Master resources at his disposal. The insane idea that he had sealed away was now raring to go again. However, he did not know how to broach this subject with Lin Yuan because the idea was rather shameless. Duan He rationalized that as he was Lin Yuan's protector, increasing his own strength was the equivalent of increasing Lin Yuan's power. Duan He decided to take the leap and circulated his spiritual energy, and a dark blue willpower rune materialized in front of Duan He. Lin Yuan sensed that this dark blue willpower rune carried a pure water elemental aura. There was nothing especially special about it. However, flexibility was king. This dark blue willpower rune was probably suited to almost all water elemental lifeforms. Lin Yuan had offered 3 forms of bait when he was recruiting Duan He. The second bait was that Lin Yuan had promised to Duan He would nurture a bronze/legend fae for him according to the willpower rune he had comprehended. Now that he knew what willpower rune Duan He had comprehended, the extremely flexible willpower rune was a problem for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned to Duan He and asked, "Senior Duan He, do you have a fae in mind that you would like to contract?" Duan He stood there with his face flushed. He had been waiting for Lin Yuan to ask this. When Lin Yuan was speaking to someone, he had the habit of paying attention to their eyes. He did the same when he spoke to Duan He. Lin Yuan noticed the fleeting look of embarrassment on Duan He's face and immediately knew that the fae Duan He needed was special. As per Lin Yuan's guess, Duan He hemmed and hawed before finally saying, "Young master, I want a bronze/legend fae. May I have the spirit siphon goldfish with the exclusive skill spirit transform?" A strange look appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Duan He's face became redder when he saw Lin Yuan's odd expression. If Duan He had made this request anywhere else, he would have immediately been pegged as a lunatic. The spirit chi needed to evolve a bronze/legend spirit siphon goldfish was the equivalent of evolving 5 other bronze/legend faes. Bronze/legend faes were meant to be seen but not sought, as every one of them required an enormous amount of resources. Duan He might as well have asked for 5 bronze/legend faes. But this was the idea that had taken root in Duan He's mind after he had comprehended the willpower rune. As the 6-headed sea demon snake became more powerful, Duan He became more inclined toward using it in fights. It could be said that Duan He did not have a combat system. He had nurtured the Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail all this time because it was easy to nurture. All he had to do was let it be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. The Thunderwave Sky Chaos Snail could attach itself to the 6-headed sea demon snake's head during a battle and become a lightning rod that could launch lightning bolts. If a combat system had to be assigned to Duan He, it could be said that he wanted to contract other faes in order to improve the 6-headed sea demon snake's combat power. He wanted to hone his advantage. Moreover, it was always the best choice to evolve one's wife. Duan He had always been affiliated with water-type faes. Thus, he was capable of forming a contract with the spirit siphon goldfish. The spirit siphon goldfish could replenish the 6-headed sea demon snakes and Duan He's depleted spiritual power during a battle and increase their endurance. The exclusive skill spirit transform would also allow the target to transform the elemental energy in its body into spiritual power. The 6-headed sea demon snake had an ocean of elemental energy stored in its body but had limited spiritual power. Spirit Transform would be able to amplify the six-headed sea demon snake's endurance manifold. The Spirit Siphon Goldfish would act as a safety net that could strengthen the six-headed sea demon snake during a prolonged battle. The exclusive skill Spirit Transform was unique to the Spirit Siphon Goldfish. Thus, forming a contract with it was the only way. Just as Duan he was about to change the topic to dispel the awkwardness, Lin Yuan replied, "I thought it was going to be some outrageous request. This is easy. There is a 5-fortune ranchu in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank downstairs with the exclusive Spirit Transform skill. I'll get it out and evolve it for you in a few days." Lin Yuan had thought that Duan he would be after some type of rare water-type fae. If so, Lin Yuan would be in a sticky situation. Although Lin Yuan needed to expend more effort on the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, it was not difficult for him. Duan he had assumed that Lin Yuan would reject him, so he was surprised by how casually Lin Yuan agreed. Thus, Duan he was extremely excited and touched. After climbing to the level that he was at now, Duan he had come to understand how difficult it was to gather Creation Master resources. However, Lin Yuan had unconditionally agreed to the request that Duan he had thought was over the line. This filled Duan he with a sense of loyalty and determination to serve the kind Lin Yuan to the best of his abilities. Duan he did not express his thanks. He felt that there was no rush to express it verbally. Lin Yuan noticed that the sky had gradually darkened through a small window in the training room. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Senior Duan he, you should go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to live with Listen for a while. The Zheng family has been making a move there recently." Duan he nodded vehemently. "I'll been staying at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce then. I'll go and make the arrangements for the law source crystals in the daytime." Duan he had witnessed the hostility between Lin Yuan and the Zheng family and had seen the progression of all the events. Zhao Hanzhong had attacked Lin Yuan and wanted to kill him. Lin Yuan had in turn killed Zhao Hanzhong and the Zheng family's Nightmare 6. As long as the Zheng family did not know Lin Yuan's identity, they were destined to continue clashing to the death. If the Zheng family found out about Lin Yuan's identity, the Zheng family would probably do all that they could to beg for Lin Yuan's forgiveness. But from the way Lin Yuan spoke about it, he clearly had no intention of revealing that he was the Moon Empress disciple. Since that was the case, the Zheng family was doomed. After interacting with him, Duan he learned that Lin Yuan did not put on any airs, nor did he intend on relying on the Radiant Moon Palace. This made Duan he slightly suspicious. If Lin Yuan did not rely on the Radiant Moon Palace, then where did his wealth of Creation Master resources come from? It was impossible for him to achieve so much just by relying on Master Hongshin. However, Duan he did not dwell on it. He was now a part of Sky City, and he would go through thick and thin with Lin Yuan, no matter what resources he gained along the way. If Lin Yuan had more resources, it would benefit Duan he as well. Once Lin Yuan was done chatting with Duan he realized that Listen and Zhou Luo had already left the mansion. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had been very busy of late as the luxury goods they had accumulated were about to go on sale. Hence, Listen and Zhou Luo were too busy to even come to the mansion to have meals. Duan he set off for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and prepared to deal with the obstacles that could be overcome with brute force. Just as Lin Yuan was about to return to his room and enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone to feed the Law Source crystals to the sacred sword-wielding queen, when you walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, I want to go to the Hidden Moon Pavilion tonight. I finished organizing all the information regarding the Zheng family. As such, I want to get a jump on preparing the information about the Miao family that's been supporting the Zheng family. It's always better to be prepared in case of an emergency." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Go ahead. The private territory will be opening on Star Web tomorrow, and the faction's role will be announced. We will also be giving away 100 fate letters. If you can make it back in time, I'll take you with me to explore the completed territory." When you quickly quipped, "Young master, I'll definitely rush back by tomorrow morning." When you softly said, "Fly, dance of paper," when you turned into a piece of paper and was carried away by the wind. Lin Yuan was shocked by the transformation, but he soon started to smile. Lin Yuan did not know that when you had been spending the past 2 days collating information on the Zheng family, She had even gone with them to the Radiance Palace to watch the All-Star match today. She had not had time to rest at all. Yet, she had used the little spare time she had to nurture the paper elemental source-type lifeform into Bronze/Elite. By the time when you transformed into a piece of paper, Lin Yuan had already checked the source-type lifeform's attributes with true data. Fey name: Elemental paper, blossoming paper flower, Fey species. Elemental/sand, Fey grade. Bronze, 3/10. Fey type, source, Fey quality. Elite. Abilities. Dance of paper. Transform the body into a piece of paper that is immune to physical attacks. However, it is especially vulnerable to elemental attacks. The paper has a teleporting power. The teleportation can be used every 5 seconds and has a radius of 3 kilometers. Paper crane's promise. The paper will be stacked to form a paper crane that can send messages. The paper crane will be engraved with the aura of the person receiving the message. If a person other than the receiver touches the paper crane, it will burst into flames. The paper crane has a teleporting power that is 10 times more powerful than that of Dance of Paper. Exclusive skill. Hear Heaven's Secrets. The contractor will become a book of secrets that is linked to the flying piece of paper. When the book's pages are turned, it can transfer any knowledge within to the flying piece of paper. When Lin Yuan saw the elemental paper that when you had nurtured, he was astonished. In terms of its fighting ability, Lin Yuan could only say that it was garbage. The elemental paper had basically no fighting ability. The only ability that could be used in battle was the dance of paper that lit up every 5 seconds. It could be used for teleportation. As for the dance of paper being immune to physical attacks, Lin Yuan felt that it was a good self-protection ability. However, it was susceptible to double the effects of elemental attacks. Such a limitation rendered the self-protection aspect null. After all Spirit Chi professionals could contract multiple Feys, and most Spirit Chi professionals had Feys that specialized in elemental attacks. Wen Yu was a creation master by trade, and none of her Feys were suited for combat. Thus, the elemental paper's inept fighting skills made no difference to Wen Yu. From a non-fighting standpoint, the elemental paper was an extremely precious treasure when it came to espionage. The silver messenger pigeon that was used to deliver secrets had been caught in a tree at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and had delivered them some news about the Zheng family. The ability Paper Crane's promise was like a messenger pigeon each time it was used. The messenger pigeon was a mere fey. If a high-class creation master used a special technique to trick it, the messenger pigeon would no longer be secure. However, Paper Crane's promise would remove such a risk. The Paper Crane's promise was being controlled by Wen Yu. Ergo, there was no danger of the secrets being leaked. The Paper Crane's promise had a teleporting power that was 10 times stronger than that of Dance of Paper. In other words, the Paper Crane's promise could fly 30 kilometers every 5 seconds and 360 kilometers in 1 minute. As the elemental paper's power increased, its abilities would also become stronger. The Paper Crane's promise's teleportation ability would also grow stronger. That said, the Paper Crane's promise was much faster than most Feys. It was already a few times faster than the messenger pigeon. The Paper Crane's promise could be used as Sky City's unique method of delivering messages. It would allow Sky City to add another layer of mystery around itself. As for Hear Heaven's Secrets, it allowed Wen Yu to turn into an exceptional intelligence agent. Lin Yuan, who had come from another world, knew full well that the devil was in the details. The elemental papers Hear Heaven's Secrets saved Wen Yu from missing out on careless details when recording information. If her powers of detection were strong enough, Wen Yu would be able to become Sky City's one-woman intelligence network. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of Gray. Its transformation into the sky-clouded crane had been a pleasant surprise to Lin Yuan. It would be able to provide a perfect shrouding effect for the floating island whale that was about to hatch. It would hide the floating island whale from external spying and sensing. Gray's cloud morph would also grow stronger along with it and eventually be able to cover as much space in the sky as the Earth itself. It would be best if Wen Yu's sensing ability could be linked to Gray's cloud morph. If so, the elemental papers Hear Heaven's Secrets would be able to record all the happenings of the area covered by cloud morph and provide infallible information. Lin Yuan thought it over before smacking his forehead. He felt that his imagination had gone wild. Hu Quan had come out of his room only to see Lin Yuan smacking his own forehead at the entrance of his room. He thought to himself that Lin Yuan looked rather stupid. Does it feel good to smack your own forehead? Do I need to make a smart hand for you that will smack your forehead 100 times every few seconds? Will that increase your joy? Asked Hu Yuan. Lin Yuan, who was about to enter his room, had a suspicious look on his handsome face. What's wrong with Hu Quan's brain? Why did he say such weird things? But if we sell a smart hand that can smack something 100 times every few seconds, I bet it'll be popular. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, the crimson-stained sky was being taken over by the darkness coming from the east. It was like a weak flame in the sky that refused to be extinguished. For people, 2 men and 2 women, were sweating buckets and panting heavily as they stood on the peak of a mountain. It was clear that the 4 of them had used up all their strength climbing up to the steep peak. Zhang Xiaobai lay on the ground and shouted, "Damn that extreme guild club! I must revive myself." Zhang Xiaobai had vented all his frustrations with that hollering and released all his feelings toward the extreme guild club. He failed to notice that Xianing, who had sat down next to him, was gazing at him lovingly. Zhang Xiaobai did not feel satisfied after only shouting once, so he yelled again, "I can't revive! The wretched Xianing has trapped me." Before Zhang Xiaobai could finish shouting, he received a mighty attack from a hand that was powered by love. A series of mournful screams seemingly frightened the sunset hues, causing it to quickly bury into darkness. Right now, the sky was slowly turning dark. Zhang Xiaobai was rubbing his stomach as though he was a young wife who had just gotten bullied. Xianing had a cold face and no longer looked at Zhang Xiaobai. Lu Pinru and Tan Ran were already used to this, as though the quartet would always go through such things multiple times a day. Felt like they were already numb to it. Lu Pinru said, "Once we get off the mountain later, let's go have a good meal. By then, we can all discuss our thoughts of the future." While Lu Pinru was speaking, she was looking at the lights at the foot of the mountain, while her eyes didn't stop glistening. It was obvious that Lu Pinru's current feelings weren't as calm as she looked on the surface. Previously, when the Extreme Guild Club had omitted Zhang Xiaobai because of the accident and had a change of attitude toward Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru, they were all disappointed by it. But when Lu Pinru was commanded to use her body to block the ability that would cause spiritual damage, their hearts had already died. From a long time ago, Lu Pinru had already realized that something was wrong with the Extreme Guild Club and didn't wish to stay in a guild club that was completely operated by a merchant organization. However, Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, and Tan Ran had all been working hard for the S tournament back then. Lu Pinru also wanted to stand on the tournament stage together with this trio, who supported each other all the time. As such, Lu Pinru had been suppressing her grudge toward the Extreme Guild Club all this time. After learning what the Extreme Guild Club had done after the accident, Lu Pinru was actually the calmest person. At present, Lu Pinru's pulsing feelings were filled with gratitude toward Lin Yuan, and also the fond memories of the time she sacrificed her youth to the Extreme Guild Club. After hearing Lu Pinru mentioning their thoughts of the future, Zhang Xiaobai quickly said, "I have already mentioned this to all of you. Lin Yuan has also established a guild club and wishes to recruit the 4 of us. I have already agreed. What do all of you think?" After hearing Zhang Xiaobai's question, Xianing rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaobai was startled by Xianing's question and rather confused. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaobai heard Xianing saying, "Do you still want to abandon me? I have already signed the documents at the Extreme Guild Club. Tomorrow, I will go to the Extreme Guild Club and confirm the contents of the agreement. I will be a free person in 3 days." Tan Ran sat up from the ground and said, "I want to go to Lin Yuan's guild club too, but I am not young like before." Tan Ran's words made Zhang Xiaobai and Xianing silent. It was true. The youngest person among them was Tan Ran, and he was already 24 years old. They were no longer those youths back in the days. Zhang Xiaobai turned around to look at the waning lights at the foot of the mountain and suddenly hesitated. At that moment, a calm and determined female voice echoed, Why are all of you suddenly dejected? Isn't our dream to be on the tournament stage? Just treat it as though we are going to relive our last 10 years. Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, and Tan Ran were digesting Lu Pinru's words. At that moment, Lu Pinru started humming lightly but was a little off-tune. The answer to my dream is always in my own hand. I am the only person that can give energy to myself. After singing one line, Lu Pinru continued saying, "Do all of you still remember the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess song? Lin Yuan has placed the answer to our dreams in our hands. Are we not going to grab it? Even if our strength isn't enough and we cannot be reserve team members, it is also good to be a staff member of Lin Yuan's Guild Club. I owe so much to Lin Yuan that I cannot repay in this lifetime. I will be an odd job worker at Lin Yuan's Guild Club for the remaining half of my life." Lu Pinru was very quiet during normal days and rarely talked. However, the words that Lu Pinru said gave off limitless power. She had dispelled the doubts of the trio and lit up the path ahead. After finding the path, Zhang Xiaobai let out an improper smile and giggled as he said, "Later on, let's go to the arsenal to eat. I found a great shop." When Xiaoning heard Zhang Xiaobai's words, she felt her fist getting itchy again. Tan Ran didn't understand what the arsenal Zhang Xiaobai had mentioned was and thought he heard wrongly. He then asked, "Brother Xiaobai, what kind of place is arsenal? Can we have a meal there?" Zhang Xiaobai squinted his brows and giggled as he said, "Guns, bullets, cannons, cow species fey, goat species fey, everything. It is simply beautiful. Let me tell you, every time I finish eating there, Xiaoning will." Before Zhang Xiaobai finished his words, he received a heavy punch from Xiaoning. Tan Ran still didn't understand, and when he wanted to continue asking, Lu Pinru covered his ears. Lu Pinru quickly said, "A new buffet restaurant has opened in the royal capital. It is said to have rather good food. I wonder if it will close down mysteriously like other buffet restaurants. We need to seize the opportunity to have a good meal there." After having a good laugh, the quartet watched as the thousands of house lights lit up. The quartet, who found their aspiration again, had this unspeakable carefree feeling in their hearts. All of a sudden, the four of them entered a state of epiphany. By the time Zhang Xiaobai opened his eyes, he noticed that the three others were staring at him. Zhang Xiaobai coughed and stood up as he said proudly, "I accidentally comprehended a willpower rune earlier." After speaking, Zhang Xiaobai circulated his spiritual energy, and a willpower rune of hope shot out of Zhang Xiaobai's spirit. Zhang Xiaobai just finished flaunting and saw the trio was staring at him as though they were looking at a fool. Immediately after, Xiaoning, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru circulated their spiritual energy at the same time. 3 willpower runes appeared and floated together with Zhang Xiaobai's willpower rune. At that moment, the quartet was flabbergasted. They looked at each other and felt it was rather unbelievable. The 4 willpower runes were nearly the same and had the aura of hope. In the next moment, the quartet held hands and started jumping and cheering on the peak of the mountain. It was truly filled with joy. Their hands were all raised up, and they felt they could touch the horizon. Zhang Xiaobai and the others sat on a fey vehicle to the House of Enviable Fragrance and were preparing to enter. All of a sudden, a loud sound echoed from the House of Enviable Fragrance, and there was a surge of water elements from within. As the water elements burst out, a figure flew out along with the door and fell violently onto the ground. Immediately after, there was a feminine yell. "Shirsu, do you think you are a pork trotter or a pork shoulder? How can this lady like you?" Zhang Xiaobai, Xiaoning, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru were so stunned that they gulped down their saliva. What is this situation? Did the Radiance 100 sequence number 6 Thunderstorm Feast Shirsu actually confessed his love to the Radiance 100 sequence number 21 food hater Zhao Xiaochun? This is a huge scandal. On an island laid with gemstones, there were originally 8 tall towers with various shapes and sizes on this land. 7 of the tall towers each had 32 chanters kneeling down and chanting softly. Every 32 chanters had one lead chanter whose left hand would be flipping through a cardinal cannon that belonged to the respective tower, while the right hand would be brandishing intoxication. However, at one of the towers, the 32 chanters and the lead chanter had stopped chanting, and they were standing up. Right now, the tower had already lifted off the ground and was suspended in midair. Inside the tower, there was a giant throne made up of all sorts of strange bones, and there was a giant bizarre flesh sphere there. Not far away below the throne, a short-haired young lady with vacant eyes was slowly shaking her head. The short-haired young lady's left ear had an earring that would emit a clear and crisp sound with each shake. This earring was very special and had 3 colored crystals that were the size of a fingernail. Each of the 3 crystals had a mystical and extraordinary alien beast roaming within, and it contained a concentrated aura of law. Furthermore, the laws from the alien beasts were so concentrated that a single law could dictate an entire world. However, 3 of such alien beasts were trapped in colored crystals that were only the size of a fingernail. All of a sudden, the giant bizarre flesh from the bone throne let out a clear and resounding voice. "Sister Third Page, why are you standing there and shaking your hair coquettishly? It seems like you have seen a love letter that doesn't have an address. That is so disgusting. Furthermore, your expression seems like you have a losing money item that you didn't get to sell last century, and it landed back in your hand this century." The purest voice said the harshest words, as though it was telling the truth that remained unchanged since ancient times. Even though the short-haired young lady had absolute beauty, it seemed like she had turned into an ugly person who didn't dare to look at the mirror. Upon hearing that statement, the short-haired young lady's vacant eyes flashed violently with sinful radiance. "Jejej, 5th page truth. You are about to leave the Holy Land and head to the Startling Lines continent. This big sister is kindly sending you off, and you actually dare to say that this big sister is ugly? Are you not afraid that this big sister will rip open your layer of rotten flesh and destroy the garden inside you?" When Third Page Eternal Sin finished her words, the giant bizarre flesh on the bone throne immediately cracked open. An abnormally exquisite-looking young boy walked out, and he looked just like a porcelain doll. Looking at the young boy's back, one could see inside the crack of the giant flesh. It was an amusement park filled with childhood. One could even see the little toy ducks and the half-eaten strawberry cake on the table. "Don't worry, Sister Third Page. It is rather ruthless to observe an ugly person closely. This baby isn't looking at you anymore." After hearing 5th Page Truth's words, Third Page Eternal Sin's expression was withdrawn completely, and her eyes reverted to their vacant state. After a long time, Third Page Eternal Sin said, "Big Sister originally wanted to tell you something, but it seems like you don't need to know it." 5th Page Truth responded as though it wasn't a matter. "You better worry for yourself. The totem moon that is illuminating the dark stone continent from above has released radiant moonlight and disintegrated half the dark stone continent. It has basically destroyed all the establishments laid down by the 7th Page War on the dark stone continent. Do you think this is related to Chung Wu, the one you recommended to Sister 7th Pag? Kiki, Sister Third Page is really a bad woman." Third Page Eternal Sin suddenly flashed in response and used her finger to gently point at 5th Page Truth's forehead. Third Page Eternal Sin's movements startled 5th Page Truth and immediately revealed a grave expression. At that moment, Third Page Eternal Sin let out a chuckle. The Radiance Federation's Moon Empress has reached that level, and 7th Page War needs to be apprehensive. As for this big sister, I do not. 5th Page Truth took a deep breath and no longer used the same reckless treatment given to Third Page Eternal Sin earlier on. It turns out that apart from Brother First Page and Sister Second Page, Sister Third Page has also reached that level. Congratulations! 5th Page Truth was still using the pure voice to speak convincing words that sounded like the truth. However, the tone didn't have any hint of a congratulatory feeling. Third Page Eternal Sin turned and walked out of the tower. When she was at the entrance, she shook the earring on her left ear for a final clear sound. When shifting the Tower of Truth to the Startling Lines Continent's Great Lush Federation, you have to be careful. After speaking, Third Page Eternal Sin leaped off and landed on the ground, which was embedded with gemstones. Hearing Third Page Eternal Sin's words, 5th Page Truth waved his hand, and an ordinary and simply bone scepter appeared. Without paying any attention to Third Page Eternal Sin's words, Fifth Page Truth rubbed the bone scepter in his hand and pouted as he said, "The Great Lush is a place where this baby already sowed the seeds a long time ago. The seeds have already germinated. It is time for this baby to pull up all the buds in the Great Lush." As Fifth Page Truth's voice turned silent, the Tower of Truth that was suspended in midair burst into the sky. Third Page Eternal Sin was standing on the ground and watching the Tower of Truth as she muttered, "Strange." Fifth Page Truth's sacred source life form can be considered as this world's most terrifying existence. All things in this world have sins. But why is my sacred source life form, sin punishment inner mirror, indicating that Fifth Page Truth's sin will vanish completely after a period? Strange. Truly strange. With Hu Quan's help, Lin Yuan had fished the 5 fortune Ranchu out of the red sandalwood fish tank. It was because Duan He required the 5 fortune Ranchu's exclusive skill, Spirit Transform. Lin Yuan realized that the Spirit Siphon Goldfish had already reached Bronze 4/Flawless. Duan He wasn't in a hurry to contract a new Fae. Just the flesh of the Suzerain/Myth 2-Night Calamity Crow and Dream-Eating Bat would allow Duan He to be busy for a period. However, Lin Yuan was rather puzzled as each head of the 6-headed sea demon snake had its own individual personality. Normally, the main head that contained the most elemental energy would be in control of the thoughts. However, after consuming the flesh of the Night Calamity Crow and Dream-Eating Bat, the control of the 6-headed sea demon snake's thoughts would start to shift to the smallest and most pitiful dark element head. It would allow the dark element head's personality to control the body. Even though the soul of the 6-headed sea demon snake didn't have any change in feelings toward Duan He, each personality was independent and a completely different existence. Didn't it mean that when Duan He and the 6-headed sea demon snake were together, Duan He actually had 6 wives? As the 6-headed sea demon snake's strength increased, it was possible that Duan He might possess his 7th, 8th, and 9th wife. Duan He was truly a person that could describe himself as a justified and reasonable scumbag. Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered the spirit lock spatial zone. He saw Chimey and Genius helping him to organize the elemental pearls and sorting them by purity and type. They even sorted the 9.9 purity Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls by the exterior. The wind speed rapid antelope nearby did not immediately bound up to Lin Yuan when it saw him. Instead, it stared at the sea burial lotus flower as though it had noticed odd movements. The wind speed rapid antelope could defend against strong winds, and it attacked the sea burial lotus flower's bone lotus flowers. Genius retreated behind Lin Yuan's leg and quickly scampered up to his shoulder. It said in a childish voice, "Yuan, the sea burial lotus flower always steals your coral jade when the wind speed rapid antelope is resting. It uses its bone lotus flowers to yank a few coral jades into the water." The sounds shock the wind speed rapid antelope awake. Once the wind speed rapid antelope wakes up, it will keep glaring at the sea burial lotus flower and will not move an inch. Lin Yuan walked up to the wind speed rapid antelope and patted its head as he said, "You've done well." Lin Yuan took a wind elemental pearl, crushed it, and fed it to the wind speed rapid antelope. Lin Yuan had placed the wind speed rapid antelope in charge of the spirit lock spatial zone, but he never expected it to take its responsibility so seriously. It had been so perturbed over a few pieces of coral jade. However, Lin Yuan admired this trait of the wind speed rapid antelope. It had been so affected by the sea burial lotus flower because it felt that it had not fulfilled the role it had been given, which was to take care of the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Lin Yuan comforted the wind speed rapid antelope, he grabbed the sea burial lotus flower out of the spirit pool. Lin Yuan noticed that the sea burial lotus flower had evolved too quickly while it was in the spirit pool. It had already evolved to Elite 4/Elite, and a small sobbing sea crystal had sprouted near its roots. However, Lin Yuan was slightly suspicious. Why did the sea burial lotus flower go after the coral jade that had not even finished developing their spots yet instead of absorbing the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone? Could it be that these coral jades that have not finished developing their spots yet are more attractive to the sea burial lotus flower than the immense amount of pure spirit chi in the air? The sea burial lotus flower was not very intelligent. It always relied on instincts to pick the best method for its survival and evolution. In other words, the coral jades that had some slight spotting were of great use to the sea burial lotus flower. Judging by the development of the spots, Lin Yuan noticed that the coral jade finished developing spots in about the same amount of time as jade-textured wood. Lin Yuan had promised to provide Gao Feng with 150 kilograms of coral jade every 10 days. It took up 40% of Lin Yuan's coral jade production per cycle. Lin Yuan planned to use 20% of the coral jade to nurture the angelfish of bliss he had received from Gao Feng and maintain the mother angelfish of bliss. Thus, every time he produced coral jade, he still had 40% left over. Lin Yuan planned on giving the remaining coral jade to Hu Quan to create luxury goods that they could sell. However, it turned out that the sea burial lotus flower had use for the coral jade. Lin Yuan felt that there was no harm in giving the remaining 40% of the coral jade to the sea burial lotus flower for it to absorb. Although the sea burial lotus flower had not changed much after absorbing a few pieces of coral jade that had recently developed spots, there was still a chance that it would eventually transform or evolve. Even though the sea burial lotus flower had never been known to evolve or transform, the coral jade was a mineral that could not be produced underwater. Moreover, the sea burial lotus flower had only been recorded in the history books once. Its single appearance generated an enormous deserted island underwater. Lin Yuan started to analyze to himself. If I continuously feed the spotted coral jade to the sea burial lotus flower, is there a chance that it'll eventually evolve or transform? The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the happier he became. The Moon Empress had told him that some carcinoma phase transcended their original parameters after evolving or transforming, allowing them to be contracted. If the sea burial lotus flower could evolve or transform into something useful to Lin Yuan, he would be fully capable of forming a contract with it. The cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits were going to be ripe soon. Once Lin Yuan ate the fruits, he would no longer need to rely on Morbius spirit lock. He would be able to form a true contract with a fae. The sea burial lotus flower was a plant-type fae and was compatible with the type of phase that Lin Yuan could contract. When Lin Yuan had contracted Genius and Chimey, they were so weak that they could not be considered phase. Lin Yuan had so little spiritual energy at that time that if they had been real phase, he would have fainted on the spot or nursed a headache for 2 weeks after contracting them. At the worst, he could have died. Although Lin Yuan had decided on feeding the spotted coral jade to the sea burial lotus flower, he did not want to encourage it to snack secretly. Thus, Lin Yuan started to train the sea burial lotus flower again, just like he had done when he had first captured it. The training lasted for 2 hours. 2 hours later, the sea burial lotus flower had become extremely compliant. Every time it saw Lin Yuan's hand reaching over, it would raise its small white flowers and wrap his fingers with its petals. Lin Yuan then poured the 5 fortune ranchu that Duan he wanted into the spirit pool. He wanted to let it stay there for some time. In the next instant, Lin Yuan opened the brocade pouch that Duan he had given him and carefully poured out the crushed crystal pieces onto his workbench. He also summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen did not even look at the law crystal pieces on the table and said while salivating, "Master, can I eat the bag of law source crystals first?" Lin Yuan was overjoyed to hear this. The sacred source life form that he had contracted was picky, but it seemed as though it would be easy to satisfy it. After all, compared to the law crystals from a suzerain/myth fae, the law source crystals from a class 7-dimensional life form were definitely much easier to obtain. Lin Yuan would never refuse such a request made by the sacred source life form. He took out the other brocade pouch and poured out the law source crystals inside onto the workbench. Lin Yuan counted a total of 20 law source crystals on the workbench. These 20 law source crystals proved that Duanhe's current power, or his power from long ago, already enabled him to kill at least 21 class 7-dimensional life forms, which had a similar amount of power as a suzerain/myth fae. Lin Yuan could not help but admire Duanhe's, or rather the 6-headed sea demon snake's, current strength. Lin Yuan looked at the sacred sword-wielding queen that was staring greedily at the law source crystals and said, "Absorb these law source crystals first. It will give me a chance to check the types of these law source crystals." The sacred sword-wielding queen happily picked up the turbid law source crystals. It picked up each piece of law source crystal and embedded it into the crown on its head. The image of the sacred sword-wielding queen embedding the law source crystals into its crown reminded Lin Yuan of the way Zhao Xiaochun ate. It was the spitting image. Lin Yuan was about to comment that the 21 law source crystals looked ugly when they were all embedded on the sacred sword-wielding queen's crown, when the law source crystals started to twinkle like starlight. Every piece of law source crystal shone like a star, and the light descended upon the sacred sword-wielding queen's flowing skirt. When he saw the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbing the law source crystals, Lin Yuan turned his head to peer closely at the pile of law source crystal pieces on the workbench. When he had poured out the law crystal pieces into his hand, Lin Yuan had felt that there were a lot of them. Lin Yuan used True Data to check the attributes and saw that these law crystal pieces came from 5 suzerain/myth phase. Each law crystal had been shattered into many pieces. When the pieces were mixed together, it looked like they came from more than 5 law crystals. Lin Yuan carefully examined these law crystal pieces and started to pick some pieces out. Once he was done, he said softly to himself, "Did he kill a family of jade gray whales?" Lin Yuan noticed that 3 of the 5 law crystals came from suzerain/myth jade gray whales. This made Lin Yuan understand why the 6-headed sea demon snake's main head was so much bigger than the heads of other types. It must have been because it had devoured the flesh of the 3 suzerain/myth jade gray whales. The 3 jade gray whales had comprehended very similar laws, yet their flavor was distinctive. It was rippling law, sever law, and vortex law. All 3 laws were inclined toward water-type elements when it came to combat, and they were considered average laws. However, Lin Yuan felt that these 3 laws were very suitable to the sacred sword-wielding queen's blade of sacred sword. One of the other 2 law crystals turned out to be from the dark light ghostfish that had comprehended light curse laws. The last law crystal had come from the gilt flames dragon lice that had comprehended flame laws. Lin Yuan contemplated the situation. Although none of the 5 law crystals are complete, when combined with the 3 complete law crystals that it had absorbed previously, the skirt already has dark type, ice type, water type, fire type, and light type elemental laws. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the sounds of leaves rustling and 2 strange noises. One of the noises was foreign to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately identified the other as crow caw. He turned and was stunned by the sacred sword-wielding queen's transformation. The 21 law source crystal pieces in its crown had already turned into a tiny gem. When Lin Yuan saw the gem and sensed the pure law power within, he realized that the sacred sword-wielding queen had distilled the pure law power inside the law source crystals. The icy flames law, dark death law, and dead dream law that were originally in the skirt had turned into shadows. They solidified into lively images of the cold snow pine, night calamity crow, and dream-eating bat. The night calamity crow and dream-eating bat represented darkness and occupied the sky, while the cold snow pine towered like a majestic snow-capped mountain. As for the willpower that it had absorbed from the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and dark spirit-eye tadpole, they did not seem to evolve after the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the law source crystals. Instead, the willpower's aura seemed to become even more subdued after the law's aura increased. The willpowers took their place in a hidden area on the skirt. At that moment, the 2 laws occupying the sky on the skirt suddenly lit up. The night calamity crow and dream-eating bat's aura climbed, and the law power increased by several times. When the night calamity crow and dream-eating bat's law aura increased, they became even more lively. Luo Run sensed the willpowers and realized that they had reached a similar power to the suzerain/myth 3 endless summers enlightenment law. It was evident that the 21 law source crystals had fertilized the laws and triggered a breakthrough. Lin Yuan could not help but gasp to himself. "I can't believe I completed the goal of the night calamity crow and the dream-eating bats fight in such a way." The sacred sword-wielding queen opened its eyes and stretched. "Master, the dark death law and dead dream law have reached myth 3. From now on, when the blade of sacred sword is used, the laws won't dissipate after you attack with them. After they're used, they will return to the skirt to recuperate and regain energy," said the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joyful surprise. Lin Yuan was reluctant to use the blade of sacred sword if the laws would dissipate after each use. He had gone through a lot of effort to obtain those law crystals, after all. Since the night calamity crow and dream-eating bats laws won't dissipate after reaching Myth 3, does this also apply to the cold snow pine's icy flames law? Asked Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen nodded, pointed to its skirt and said, "Once the laws absorbed by my skirt reaches Myth 3, they will become a totem on the skirt. Laws that become totems won't dissipate." Lin Yuan looked where the sacred sword-wielding queen was pointing and noticed that there was a crow and bat embroidered onto it. Lin Yuan thought this transformation might have something to do with Suzerain/Myth 3 phase gaining the ability to change into a weapon. Now, instead of changing their bodies, they turn into images on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. He pointed at the piles of law crystals pieces and said, "You should absorb these too." The law crystals with pure law power were definitely beneficial to Lin Yuan. Although only the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer could use them for now, there was a chance that the other people in the mansion would have a use for them someday. The sacred sword-wielding queen felt no greater joy than when it was eating. As its skirt swayed, the 5 piles of law crystal pieces flashed and shot toward the crown on the sacred sword-wielding queen's head. Soon, Lin Yuan noticed something else happening to the skirt. Under the influence of the jade-gray whale's law crystals, the skirt started to ripple and turned into an endless ocean. A fierce and flaming insect was on the cold snow pine's snow-capped mountain. The insect flapped its wings, and a ferocious aura emanated from it. It seemed to be too frightened of the flying dark calamity crow and dream-eating bat to take flight and remained on the cold snow pine's branches. The flames around its body fused with the icy flames around the cold snow pine and painted a beautiful picture. 3 silhouettes appeared on the ocean. The silhouettes slowly became bigger, and shortly after, 3 enormous whales with long tusks appeared on the surface of the ocean. They crashed into the ocean, sending strong waves rippling in all directions. The moment the whales appeared, the ocean's ripples did not calm. There seemed to be endless darkness and turmoil swirling in the depths. A dim light blinked under the water, and it looked to be directing people into the underwater trench that they would never return from. Besides the sacred sword-wielding queen's strength, the laws its skirt absorbed created a boundless world that took Lin Yuan's breath away. There was an unknown number of creatures beneath the waters of the rippling ocean on the skirt. It seemed to be a secure vessel for the mysterious world. Each wave seemed to be carrying a cacophony of secrets. Lin Yuan was lost in his thoughts. The willpower runes related to inclusion and vastness that Lin Yuan had comprehended at the coast had condensed in his mind. The vast sea stretched in all directions and connected all the bodies of water. Lin Yuan did not expect that amongst the 2 willpower runes he had comprehended, neither was suitable for genius. They were suitable for Blackie instead. Lin Yuan was in no rush to evolve Blackie to normal/fantasy. After all, he was able to sense that he would be able to comprehend the willpower rune suitable to genius in the next 2 days. At that time, he would be able to evolve genius and Blackie to normal/fantasy at the same time. By the time the sacred sword-wielding queen finished absorbing the 5 piles of law crystal pieces, Lin Yuan noticed that its stars had not increased to 2 stars. It looks like I still have a long way to go before I can evolve the sacred sword-wielding queen. I wonder when it'll be able to evolve to 4 stars and unlock new abilities. The next day was the opening of his private territory. Thus, Lin Yuan had hit the sack early with Genius and Chimey in his arms. However, this night was a roller coaster of changes for someone in the mansion, the flying paper that was when you changed back into her in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. She was panting as she said to herself, "Rushing all this way with elemental paper's dance of paper is too much of a drain on my spirit chi. It looks like it'll be more convenient to travel to the Hidden Moon Pavilion during the day, at least before I become a B-rank spirit chi professional." When you started to look through the bookshelves until she found the personalized magazine about the Miao family's experts. She lay out the information on the table and whispered, "Elemental paper. Use here heaven's secrets." She turned into a giant tome. The tome opened, and the pages started to flip. The paper generated a gentle breeze that flipped through the information on the Miao family and their experts. Shortly after, The table full of information had been thoroughly flipped through by the gentle breeze. When you changed back into human form and placed both hands on the table, she was utterly exhausted. When you was so drained that she had to sit down. She took a spiritual fluid she had personally concocted out of her Fey storage box. The flying paper landed neatly next to Wen Yu's hand. The stacked paper formed a tower that was slightly taller than that formed by the information about the Miao family. Wen Yu said under her breath, "Elemental papers here, heaven's secrets drains a lot of vitality. However, it sure is an efficient way to organize information." Due to her lack of spiritual power, Wen Yu's face was as white as a sheet. Nonetheless, a smile stretched across her face. "I can finally become someone of use to Lin Yuan and Sky City." Wen Yu was unaware that behind the rows of bookshelves stood a man wearing a silver robe. His bright eyes were fixed on her. Mystic Moon stared at Wen Yu and focused on the elemental paper. He could tell that Lin Yuan regarded Wen Yu highly. In the beginning, Wen Yu had been a spirit attendant that Mystic Moon would never even have spared a second look. Now, she was Lin Yuan's assistant that he had specially picked out. Mystic Moon realized that this unassuming girl was improving at an unprecedented rate. Mystic Moon still remembered that when Lin Yuan had picked his assistant, Wen Yu had begged for an audience with the Moon Empress because she felt that she was not up to the task. Mystic Moon could not name even one good thing about her. However, after the Moon Empress told Mystic Moon to guide Wen Yu, Mystic Moon found that she was a hidden genius. As he looked at Wen Yu, Mystic Moon felt his heart waver. Wen Yu heard a burst of bright laughter nearby. She raised her head to see Mystic Moon staring at her and quickly jumped to her feet to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Mystic Moon." Wen Yu was filled with anxiousness when she greeted Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon was the Radiant Moon Palace's main steward and oversaw everything that concerned the Radiant Moon Palace. Although she had interacted with him many times, this was the first time that they were alone together. As such, Wen Yu could not help but feel nervous and extremely wary. "Lord Mystic Moon is so busy. I wonder what happened to lead him to seek me out personally." When Wen Yu noticed Mystic Moon's silence, she bowed and said, "Lord Mystic Moon, I finished looking through the information I came to the Hidden Moon Pavilion to find. I hope I did not affront you by not noticing your presence. I apologize for bothering you." Mystic Moon did not immediately respond. He casually flipped through the personalized magazine about the Miao family and their experts before asking Wen Yu, "Is the young lord clashing with the Miao family?" Wen Yu looked up at Mystic Moon with respect but did not answer. She thought of herself as a full member of Lin Yuan's team. If Mystic Moon wanted to know anything about Lin Yuan or Sky City, he could ask Lin Yuan anytime. However, without Lin Yuan's permission, Wen Yu felt that it was inappropriate for her to divulge anything about Lin Yuan or Sky City to anyone else. Mystic Moon smiled, seemingly satisfied with Wen Yu. During the meal they had together on New Year's, Mystic Moon had noted that the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan, and Cold Moon and Chu Ci looked like perfect masters and disciples. He could not help but want to find a disciple for himself. However, the moment such a thought entered his head, Mystic Moon realized that the only candidate he could think of was Wen Yu. Mystic Moon was usually swamped with his various duties as the Radiant Moon Palace's main steward. Thus, he never paid much attention to the younger generation. Mystic Moon knew that the only person who met his expectations as a potential disciple was Wen Yu. He would be setting off for the outskirts in a few days, and the fact that he happened to bump into Wen Yu at such a time could only be the work of fate. Mystic Moon never judged a person by their talents. He felt that talent only went as far as enabling a person to comprehend willpower runes. Everything else could be achieved through the accumulation of resources. Even though some Fays were rare and unusual, they could be specially cultivated by creation masters. Thus, there would not be any limitation when it came to Fey choice. An untalented person would not differ much from a person that possessed a variety of Fays. The number of Fays a person could contract was limited. Mystic Moon valued Wen Yu's intelligence more than her talent, as well as her unshakable loyalty toward Lin Yuan. As one of the Moon Envoys, Mystic Moon was well aware of the Moon Empress's feelings and respect toward Lin Yuan. Cold Moon was the other Moon Envoy, and she had been accompanying Chu Ci in Redbud City for the past few months. Hence, she was not as aware as Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon had recognized Lin Yuan as the young lord ages ago and treated him as a junior. Wen Yu's role by Lin Yuan's side replicated the one that Mystic Moon played for the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon was also more than willing to painstakingly nurture a loyal and competent stewardess for Lin Yuan. Just as Wen Yu was about to speak, she saw Mystic Moon smile again. "Wen Yu, are you willing to become my disciple?" Mystic Moon's words struck Wen Yu like a bolt of lightning. Wen Yu felt utmost respect for Mystic Moon. Without Mystic Moon's guidance, she would never have been able to reach enlightenment as quickly as she did, no matter how smart she was. She would also never have been able to prove her worth to Lin Yuan. As much guidance as Wen Yu had received from Mystic Moon, she never dared to hope that she would one day become his disciple. Wen Yu, who had grown up in the cutthroat environment as one of the Radiant Moon Palace's spirit attendants, had still managed to preserve her pure and kind heart. However, all her years of competing had led her to realize that opportunity fell to the most prepared one. There were even some chances that would vanish forever if they were not immediately seized. Trying to grasp them at a later time would be futile. Thus, when you hastily replied, "Lord Mystic Moon, I'm willing to become your disciple," Mystic Moon's usually bright eyes softened, and he said kindly, "If so, why are you still addressing me as Lord Mystic Moon?" When you quickly shouted with solemn respect, "Master!" When he heard Wen Yu address him as Master, Mystic Moon felt a sense of responsibility settle into his soul alongside that of being the Moon Empress Moon Envoy. He did not immediately shower affection on Wen Yu. Instead, his expression turned serious as he said, "I'll be very strict with you. You'll have to make sure that you pick up everything I teach you." Wen Yu nodded vigorously. Wen Yu had been exposed to Mystic Moon's teaching methods before. His teaching style had really pushed the inexperienced Wen Yu to her limits, and she had thought of giving up. However, after overcoming them, she could feel the monumental improvement she had gained after just 1 month. Although this learning process was difficult, it was effective. Wen Yu loved this feeling. Wen Yu assured him, "Master, no matter how strict you are, I'll be able to take it. I'll earnestly learn everything you teach me." The moment when you spoke, she felt an astonishing pressure rise up in front of her. The brilliant silver light was like a mirror, and it caused ripples in the air. When you lifted her head and saw that Mystic Moon's black hair had turned to sparkling silver. His face was now covered with silver dragon patterns, and 2 silver horns erupted from his head. When you saw the horns, she could not help but express her surprise. She had grown up in the Radiant Moon Palace, but she never knew that Mystic Moon was actually a fae. The concentrated dragon charisma that radiated from him told Wen Yu that he was a fae with the dragon species bloodline. Wen Yu had come across many dragon species faes before, including Zhou Luo's diamond/fantasy lava dragon lizard. However, under this terrifying dragon aura, Wen Yu was certain that the dragon aura she had experienced before this could not even hold a candle to it. If they were compared, the latter would not even be considered as part of the same bloodline. As a creation master, Wen Yu could guess that there was more to Mystic Moon's dragon species bloodline than met the eye. The intensity of his bloodline could be considered the legendary true dragon species bloodline. What happened next shook Wen Yu to the core, and her eyes widened even more. She did not expect that after becoming her master, Mystic Moon would also become her path protector. However, Wen Yu was confused about one thing. She had heard of swearing on willpower runes and lore runes, but she had never heard of swearing on a boundary. After Mystic Moon became Wen Yu's path protector, he retracted his aura and returned to his original appearance. Mystic Moon said to Wen Yu, "I'll be going to the outskirts 5 days later. You should stay by my side until then. I'll help you to increase your power." When you thought back to the opening of Sky City on Star Web that was taking place tomorrow morning, she needed to go to the private territory with Lin Yuan. Hence, she said to Mystic Moon, "Master, I need to go to Star Web with the young lord tomorrow to help him with some things. I was thinking that I could come back to Radiant Moon Palace to meet up with you when I'm done helping the young lord." Mystic Moon looked at Wen Yu with amusement and thought, This brat only went as far as to say that she needs to help Lin Yuan with something on Star Web. She deliberately avoided going into detail about what they're going to do. Does she think that I have no idea what's going on? My sacred source lifeform oversees a third of the groups on Star Web. Mystic Moon thought back to the way Lin Yuan decorated the exterior of his private territory, as well as the people who flocked there daily to see if anything exciting was happening. This greatly interested Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon could not help but wonder how Lin Yuan's brain worked. He had managed to gain a place on the visitors' ranking even though his faction territory had yet to declare its role. Sky City had even managed to enter the private territory's topic ranking yesterday. In order for a faction territory to garner any sort of notoriety, it needed to continuously stoke the flames of popularity and try to spread its name through word of mouth. However, Lin Yuan had used such a simple tactic and managed to reach the level of popularity in 2 months that other rising factions failed to achieve even after a decade. If Lin Yuan knew what Mystic Moon was thinking about, he would have sighed at Mystic Moon's wild train of thought and the enthusiasm of those busybodies who came to his private territory to see if anything exciting was happening. Lin Yuan just could not figure out why on earth those people would do something so lame. All I did was not decorate the exterior of my private territory. Is it really worth coming here every day to laugh about it? Is it that much fun to ridicule someone else? It even caused the private territory to end up on the rankings. Mystic Moon waved his hand, and a rainbow light appeared in his palm. Go and ask the young lord for a leave of absence. I'll help you form a marrow contract with this sacred source lifeform now. You'll only be of more help to the young lord after you've increased your power. When you agreed with what Mystic Moon said, she picked up her phone and was about to call Lin Yuan. However, it struck her that he must already be asleep at this hour. Hence, she made a split-second decision and lifted her arm. A piece of paper appeared, and it quickly folded itself into the shape of a crane. The paper crane rode the breeze and soon disappeared. When you used Paper Crane's promise to notify Lin Yuan that she would be staying in the Radiant Moon Palace for the time being and that there was no cause for him to worry, just before the cusp of dawn, when you opened her eyes after the marrow contract. At that moment, a gem the shape of a water chestnut appeared in the center of her forehead. There seemed to be a cat's eye etched inside the gem. When the water chestnut-shaped gem appeared, the etching of the cat's eye seemed to weave a fantasy world. In this fantasy world sat people who were in the middle of a grand meeting. Lin Yuan had just woken up when he saw Genius sprawled out on his pillow and staring at him with its round blue eyes. Chimey was still snoring away on Genius's head. The feathers on its head occasionally fluttered against the soft fur on Genius' head. A paper crane perched on Genius' mouth flew into Lin Yuan's hand when it noticed that he had awoken. Since Lin Yuan had checked Elemental Paper's attributes using true data, he immediately recognized the paper crane as Elemental Paper's Paper Crane's promise. When he saw the words written on the paper crane, Lin Yuan was overjoyed for Wenyu. With Mystic Moon as her master, Wenyu was sure to learn many things. Lin Yuan had woken up early today, and it was not even 6 a.m. Yet, at this time, Lu Jie should just be waking up, and breakfast would not be ready yet. Lin Yuan went downstairs and encountered Lu Jie and Duan He sitting on the sofa with grim expressions. Next to Duan He was an unconscious person covered in blood. Lin Yuan immediately frowned. Duan He and Lu Jie noticed Lin Yuan, but neither of them spoke. What happened? Asked Lin Yuan. Duan He quickly replied, You instructed me to go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce last night to protect Listen. In the middle of the night, while Listen and Fei Qianxiong were chatting, someone was sneaking around outside. Although this person has not yet reached King class, he had contracted a Diamond Storm Fearsome Wolf, which made him way too fast for us. Neither Zhou Luo nor Fei Qianxiong is speedy. When the person escaped, he killed 7 or 8 Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce employees. I sent Purple Demon out, but it ended up using too much strength. Listen asked Fei Qianxiong about it, and he said that the person was not a member of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. As such, I decided to bring the person here. Lu Jie's brows drew even tighter. He had just come downstairs to prepare breakfast when he encountered Duan He. He had assumed that Duan He had come to ask Lin Yuan to save this person. He did not expect that the bloodied, unconscious person was an enemy spy. Lu Jie was about to speak when he heard Lin Yuan ask Duan He, "Senior Duan He, the next time something like this happens, don't bring it into the mansion." Lin Yuan's words confused Duan He. Lin Yuan added, "Chu Ci is still young. You saw her for yourself last night." Duan He immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant and scratched his head in embarrassment as he thought, "I'm really too careless." Lu Jie had already propped the person up and carried him to the empty space under the cinnabar suite osmanthus outside. Lin Yuan waved his hand over the unconscious man, and green light landed on the man's body. Duan He watched as Lin Yuan healed the man and said, "I don't think he can be saved. Purple Demon ate his phase. His mind might be preserved, but Purple Demon used its tail and attacked him. I'm certain that all his bones other than his skull are broken. Since he has been carrying the wounds for an entire night, it's unlikely that he'll live." Just as soon as Duan He spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. He watched as the barely breathing man's vitality started to increase. Duan He looked at Lin Yuan and felt that he had just eaten a crow. He then went up to touch the man and realized that most of the man's bones had regrown. In the next instant, Duan He looked at Lin Yuan with amazement. He did not know that Lin Yuan was a healing-type spirit qi professional. Now that he knew, he was also surprised to find out how powerful Lin Yuan was. Lin Yuan had even managed to heal such grievous injuries. Most importantly, Lin Yuan had achieved such incredible healing effects without summoning any phase. The man was starting to wake up, and he immediately recoiled when he saw Duan He. This led to him banging into the cinnabar suite osmanthus's branches, which caused the flowers to fall and scatter all over. The fallen cinnabar sweet osmanthus flower's odor pervaded the air, jolting the man's desecrated mind. Lin Yuan noticed this and took the opportunity to ask the befuddled man, "Did the Zheng family's third lineage send you to spy on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce?" The man naturally opened his mouth and replied, "No, it was second young master." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in shock. The man climbed to his feet and realized that he had misspoken. He quickly fell to his knees and started to plead, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I'm willing to reveal all my secrets in exchange for sparing my life." Lin Yuan coldly sneered. The Zheng family's main lineage wouldn't send out a spy who can divulge their secrets. Since you've regained your life and now understand how precious it is, I'm sure you know that you need to face the consequences of killing all those listening Heron Chamber of Commerce employees yesterday. Lin Yuan turned away from the kneeling man and said to Duan He, "Senior Duan He, since you're the one who brought him here, you can decide what to do with him." When he was done speaking, Lin Yuan went back into the mansion. Genius nudged Lin Yuan's hand with its head as it wagged its tail. In Genius's book, Lin Yuan never looked cooler than he did now. However, Lin Yuan's perspective started to shift again. When Lin Yuan had been training in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he showed no mercy to those that were trying to kill him. The ones that had tried to kill him had been buried under a mountain of sand. Now, Lin Yuan had established a faction, and he was no longer the person he was before. He could no longer approach a situation based on his individual point of view. Sky City supported the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Thus, every Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce member, even the lowest-ranking employees, was affiliated with Sky City. The Zheng family's spy had killed close to 10 Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce employees. This heinous act steeled Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan knew that in an avalanche, every tiny snowflake played its part. Now, two separate circles appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. The circles represented the enemy and himself. With this in mind, Lin Yuan felt that he had been too soft-hearted when it came to the matters concerning the Zheng family. Lin Yuan turned to Duan He and said, "Senior Duan He, the Zheng family's territory is Indigo Azure City. They shouldn't be allowed to run free in the royal capital." Duan He immediately read between the lines and said assuredly, "Young master, don't worry and leave it to me. After tonight, there will no longer be any trace of the Zheng family in the royal capital." Lu Jie walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, we've already sowed the seeds of discord between the Zheng family and us. During the upcoming Dimensional Rift active period, they won't be making any big moves. However, they will definitely be up to shady tricks. Since Listen needs luxury resources to expand the listening heron chamber of commerce's luxury goods trading routes, we can consider using the listening heron chamber of commerce to declare war on the Zheng family. Although Lu Jie had never joined any faction previously, he was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was well aware of the brutal interfaction battles that took place. Lu Jie felt that since they needed to strike, they should make the first move in order to secure the advantage. Lin Yuan had no shortage of luxury resources and materials. Meanwhile, Hu Quan could handle the crafting production. The Radiance Federation was a central market where luxury goods were sure to pass through. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce presently could not hold a candle to the Zheng family, they could win by dominating raw materials, working harder, and using the market. Lu Jie thought back to when they were organizing the mansion. He had seen the 5 of 6 boxes of jade-textured wood pieces in the storeroom and thought, if the Zheng family tries to rely on their status as a veteran faction to start a price war with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, they will definitely run out of resources first. These boxes full of jade-textured wood pieces were kept in the storeroom like rubbish. The more Hu Quan crafted using the new jade-textured wood, the more pieces he generated. Lin Yuan nodded and said, we can arrange for Listen to declare war on the Zheng family. However, Uncle Hu will not be able to cope with the workload with just 30 Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan started to analyze to himself, judging by the current progress, I'll need even more Class 3 spirit craftsmen. The return to Faraway Mansion, Master Hongshin's basement quarters, the other bases around the mansion, the man-made lake, the base on the other side of the space tunnel, and most importantly, Sky City's main city on the floating island whale will need a sea of spirit craftsmen to work on them. Moreover, in order for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to solidify their stock of luxury resources, they'll need a team of spirit craftsmen to continuously craft for them. I need to bring this issue up with Hu Quan so he can use his title as a Class 5 spirit craftsman to recruit and attract more Class 3 spirit craftsmen from around the 32 cities in the Radiance Federation. After breakfast, Lin Yuan told Hu Quan about what he had in mind. Hu Quan's eyes lit up like light bulbs. He had established Heavenly Craft Pavilion with the idea of making a name for himself, after all. Spirit craftsmanship was a job that required one to dedicate their entire life to it. If a spirit craftsman could not gain recognition, they would not be considered a success regardless of how many expensive products they created. Now that he had Lin Yuan's support, Hu Quan was suddenly struck with the idea of one day making Heavenly Craft Pavilion even more powerful than the Spirit Craftsman Association. Lin Yuan returned to his room and logged into StarWeb as Black. He first recounted the recent happenings to Tian Ningning. Recently, Black had been laying low. However, this had not left Tian Ningning with nothing to do. Black had an overwhelming number of mother fans. Although some time had passed, these fans kept the video of Black's battle on the top 100 of the Celestial Stairways video library. No one benefited more from this than Poison Beauty. However, Poison Beauty had been troubled as of late. She did not expect someone to recruit her as a sales host for luxury goods auctions on StarWeb. They did not forbid her from pursuing other live streaming activities. Still, if she accepted, the amount of time that Poison Beauty spent live streaming the Celestial Stairways battles would fall greatly. This would most likely cause her climbing popularity to fall. Usually, Poison Beauty would refuse such recruitment without hesitation. However, their offer was too attractive for her to reject them outright. Tian Ningning had spent her time writing articles about Black based on true events. Although the articles were rather boring, they still appealed to Black's fans. Black's fans were all burning with curiosity, which made them desperate for any crumbs. Since Black was such a mysterious character, the fans were delighted to read Tian Ningning's occasional articles, no matter how boring they were. However, a wind had kicked up, and the previously calm StarWeb had been thrown into chaos in the span of one night. Every person on StarWeb, including Black, had been overtaken in terms of popularity by two youths, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. Chu Ci's performance at the All-Star match had been like a forceful slap to those who had not thought much about her. She was now being lauded as Radiance Federation's #1 genius. Despite her young age, She had already comprehended 2 willpower runes and had 2 fantasy breed phase. Besides these hard facts, her combat skills were also extremely polished. She had been exceedingly calm as she faced off against Chun Hongfeng. Her complete lack of panic made it clear that she had an absolutely solid foundation. Her elegant looks were just the cherry on top that fueled her popularity even further. Due to her immense popularity, her nicknames Princess Iron Bull and War Goddess Iron Bull had also been called into attention. As for Lin Yuan, his appearance and phase were an enigma. He was just a powerful mystery. Mysteries were bound to pique the interests of others. The mystery surrounding Lin Yuan had made the people on Star Web desperate to learn more about him. There were already many people who had started comparing him to Black. As the two were compared, the store owner of the Purchase with No Loss store, who had been compared to Black previously, was mentioned once again. Thus, this three-way comparison led to a messy war between the fans. When Lin Yuan was done fighting 2 duels on Celestial Stairway, he saw Tian Ningning's posts about the three-way debate and found it rather awkward. He could not reveal to Tian Ningning that there was no point in comparing because the 3 people in question were all him. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's 2 duel wins gave Tian Ningning work to do. After winning the 2 duels, Lin Yuan did not plan on logging in as Black for the foreseeable future. After handling the matters on hand, he decided to focus on leveling himself up to a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. Recently, Lin Yuan had been busy with various matters and had not had the time to continuously evolve his phase to increase his power. Lin Yuan resolved to promote himself to B-rank before the Radiance 100 sequences recruitment. If he was successful, he would be able to evolve phase at a much quicker rate. This would allow him to amass an even larger mountain of resources that he could use to evolve phase quality and grade. Lin Yuan would also be able to go to the Creation Master Association to take the exam for Class 3 Creation Masters. Genius spent its time learning about Class 3 Fey Observers, Class 3 Spiritual Ingredient Analysts, and Class 3 Scholars. After all, when Lin Yuan took the Class 3 Creation Master exam, he would once again choose to be tested on the topics of Class 3 Fey Observers, Class 3 Spiritual Ingredient Analysts, and Class 3 Scholars. When Lin Yuan logged into Star Web using his identity as a Creation Master, he put on the strange mask with Sky City patterns on it. He then went to the Purchase with No Loss store to check on the amount of Aurora pollen he had earned in exchange for the flower brocade pearls. Given that the news of the events at the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearl auction had spread, Lin Yuan had earned 5 times more Aurora pollen than he had anticipated. Naturally, this was also contributed by the fact that Aurora pollen was a common good. When Lin Yuan saw the enormous amount of Aurora pollen, he estimated that it would be able to feed his 30 angelfish of bliss for 3 years. However, once the female angelfish of bliss gave birth, there would be numerous more mouths to feed. Angelfish of bliss produced many offspring at once. However, their rate of survival was low, hence why they were rare. With the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp in his possession, Lin Yuan was not worried, however. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to use flower brocade pearls to exchange for Aurora pollen again. He had his reasons for wanting to amass a mammoth amount of Aurora pollen in such a short span of time. Aurora pollen was used as a food ingredient, and Creation Masters rarely used it to concoct spirit fluids. Lin Yuan's intense collection of Aurora pollen would result in inflation in the price. When the price for Aurora pollen increased, it became more expensive to nurture angelfish of bliss. This would put Lin Yuan in direct opposition against the Sea Bliss clan that specialized in nurturing angelfish of bliss. Lin Yuan had not planned on getting his revenge on the Sea Bliss clan after their attendants kicked him out. However, his good friend and partner Gao Feng intended on striking back against the Sea Bliss clan. As such, Lin Yuan was not opposed to lending a hand. Although the current amount of Aurora pollen that Lin Yuan possessed would not have any drastic impact on the market, he had increased the frequency of the exchange and the amount of flower brocade pearls he was offering in exchange. Initially, Lin Yuan had started with offering 1 flower brocade pearl for exchange. Now he was up to 10. This time, Lin Yuan was offering them in groups of 3. Lin Yuan could clear out his large stock of flower brocade pearls through this method. Previously, he had not traded the numerous flower brocade pearls because he was afraid it would spoil the market. Still, he had already stopped cultivating flower brocade pearls. Instead, he was cultivating golden lotus brocade pearls. After witnessing how the flower brocade pearls could benefit a creation master, Lin Yuan was certain that the golden lotus brocade pearls would also attract creation masters who collected a large number of flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan's large-scale collection of aurora pollen was also his way of using his resources to test the market. He wanted to see if he could use his resources to monopolize a spiritual ingredient like the aurora pollen. Even the Sea Bliss clan would come begging to buy aurora pollen from him if he was successful. Lin Yuan understood that it was difficult to monopolize the market using one's resources. If he individually bought all the aurora pollen, the Sea Bliss clan would definitely notice. If the Sea Bliss clan started to copy him and bought as much aurora pollen as they could get their hands on as well, Lin Yuan would have failed. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to use the blind trade method to throw suspicion off. This allowed him to manipulate every person or faction that took part in the blind trade into becoming a pair of hands that helped him to dominate the aurora pollen market. This would bring in buyers from all over the Radiance Federation and prevent him from being spotted by Sea Bliss clan. By the time Sea Bliss clan was any wiser, it would be too late. Once he was done handling matters in the Purchase with No Loss store, Lin Yuan went to Sky City's private faction territory. The moment he stepped in, Lin Yuan was rendered speechless. Don't these gawkers need to be with their families during this festive season? Why are all these people here? Did they actually bring their old folk and children to ogle the outside of my private territory? I don't understand what's so interesting about this place. Those rising factions without a solid foundation must have been frightfully bullied after they opened private territories on Star Web. This made Lin Yuan feel like Sky City's private territory was a place without stress. The outside of Sky City's private faction was empty, which made any rising faction without a solid foundation feel good about themselves. Since Lin Yuan was Sky City's owner, his appearance notified the people who had gathered outside. The crowd of onlookers had been chatting up a storm. When Lin Yuan appeared in such an obvious position, the people who had come to laugh and tease could not help but turn their attention to Lin Yuan. The eyes of a middle-aged man with a goatee standing in the front row lit up, and he said to the burly man next to him, "This boy is a member of this private territory. The last time I was here, I saw him go in." The middle-aged man with the goatee did not notice that the burly man's face had abruptly been taken over by shock. The burly man stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief before turning back to dazedly ask the middle-aged man with the goatee, "Old Feng, are you sure you're talking about the masked young man?" The middle-aged man with a goatee rolled his eyes and replied, "Freezing cold? Don't you trust me? When have I ever lied?" Freezing Cold had done enough odd jobs for Old Feng to know Old Feng's character. Although Old Feng liked to gossip, he only acted and spoke righteously. However, Freezing Cold thought back to the strange masked young man who had produced a bronze/epic dragon species Fae that had awakened its bloodline. He could not believe that this empty and ridiculed private faction territory belonged to this young man. Freezing Cold did not believe Old Feng, but several people had overheard Old Feng's words. Thus, all eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had managed to stay calm while being watched by 200,000 people. Hence, the stares of these people did not disconcert him at all. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was confused by the sneers and looks of ridicule. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a teasing voice shout, "Hey young man, your private faction territory sorely needs items. Open Mountain Chamber of Commerce is willing to lend you a few items to decorate the place." Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice with an emotionless countenance. The middle-aged man with the goatee was giggling at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow behind the mask. He did not expect to see a familiar face here. Freezing Cold's gaze was also on Lin Yuan. When he noticed Lin Yuan looking back at him, Freezing Cold ducked instinctively. Freezing Cold was about to yank Old Feng back and tell him to stop stirring trouble when the young man's bright voice sounded out. "Thank you for taking the effort to come despite it being the New Year season. You helped Sky City gain a spot on the visitors ranking. I want to express my deepest thanks on behalf of Sky City." Lin Yuan's words took everyone other than Freezing Cold by surprise. They had come to mock him, yet now they were being thanked. However, the words did not sit right with the crowd. They sounded positive, but they insinuated that they were a bunch of layabouts who had too much time on their hands. When realization dawned on the crowd, they felt anger rise up within them. They realized that the strange masked young man had already entered the private territory. However, the door to the private territory had not been shut, signifying that the young man had opened the passage into the private territory. At the sight of the open door, Old Feng scoffed and said, "Let's go, Old Cold. The outside of Sky City is so sparse. I can't wait to see if the interior is also empty." Freezing Cold had wanted to leave from the moment he saw Lin Yuan. He knew that all the people that had come to mock this place had made a mockery of themselves instead. Fortunately, Freezing Cold had not said anything rude. All he had done was come to join in the gawking. Since Old Feng was leading the way, Freezing Cold did not mind following the crowd to enter the private faction territory. Freezing Cold hastily followed Old Feng, and they walked toward the entrance. When they entered the territory, Freezing Cold had a sense that he had entered a different world. The sight before him was like a scene out of a fairy tale as plumes of clouds shrouded a web of constellations. Old Feng's initial expression of anger and derision dissolved when he saw the decorations. He thought, since when did private faction territories gain the ability to change their surroundings? I helped my president to decorate the territory by placing some sculptures made of metal spirit materials there. Why didn't I notice this ability? As he was surrounded by what looked like a sky, Old Feng felt that spending some money would be a worthwhile investment. This decoration was just too majestic. Old Feng looked further in and saw the strange masked young man sitting next to a wooden table. He immediately recognized the wooden table as the standard one gifted to all private territories by Star Web. However, Old Feng could not ridicule this table because he had spotted what looked like a plant made of a tower of gems. The plant had numerous flowers that resembled white jade, and the flowers emanated a classy air. Old Feng could not help but exclaim, "It's a bronze/epic oath lily of the valley?" Lin Yuan was busy checking the messages posted by the recent visitors. When he heard Old Feng's voice, Lin Yuan glanced at the oath lily of the valley and looked at Old Feng in surprise. "My oath lily of the valley is a legitimate bronze/legend one. Why did you reduce its quality?" Lin Yuan sighed. How scarily uncultured. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan suddenly entered a state of comprehension. Lin Yuan's lip curled at the sudden comprehension. He finally comprehended the willpower rune that was suitable for genius. However, since he had comprehended it on Star Web, he could not condense the willpower rune yet. He would be able to fully form the willpower rune when he left Star Web. Old Feng felt someone forcefully tug at his sleeve. He turned and looked at Freezing Cold. Freezing Cold suppressed his astonishment and chided Old Feng. "Old Feng, take a good look at the oath lily of the valley. You might not be a creation master, but as a B-rank spirit chi professional and a businessman, can't you even get this right? Look around you. Sky City definitely has some amazing members." Freezing Cold deeply regretted missing out on the opportunity. Why didn't anyone tell me what kind of faction Sky City really was? They even have a bronze/legend oath lily of the valley. Old Feng's eyebrow twitched, and he carefully examined the oath lily of the valley on the table. He also scrutinized his surroundings. Old Feng suddenly felt lightheaded, and his jaw almost hit the floor. Many gawkers had followed Old Feng and Freezing Cold in. They were also baffled by what they saw. Since this faction could afford to place a bronze/legend oath lily of the valley in its territory, why didn't they properly decorate the exterior of the territory? It was either that they had run out of time to decorate the exterior, or because they felt that it would not help exhibit their strength. They were already overflowing with strength. Numerous people had already left Sky City's private faction territory and started promoting the faction territory. Lin Yuan was not opposed to this in the slightest. Once he was done looking through the visitor logs, Lin Yuan opened the message board and was shocked to see a message from a Star Web official. Lin Yuan knew that Sky City had been climbing up the visitors' ranking recently, perhaps because of his previous visit that had attracted some attention. However, he was surprised to see that Sky City had attained number 99 on the popularity ranking. The popularity ranking and visitors ranking were valued differently. The visitors ranking was ranked based on the number of entrants and was not considered to be a prestigious ranking. After all, some elite factions did not allow entry into their private faction territory. Attendants saw to every person that entered the aquarium of Bliss faction territory. At the slightest misdemeanor, the attendants would immediately eject the person and blacklist them. Thus, some truly top factions never appeared on the visitors ranking. Besides a few veteran factions, the visitor ranking was largely made up of rising factions. However, the popularity ranking was a different matter. Every private faction territory on StarWeb had a place on the popularity ranking. It was a representation of influence. Lin Yuan looked through the popularity ranking and noticed that Sky City was the only rising faction in the top 100 factions. The top 50 elite factions secured the top 50 spots, so it could be said that Sky City's appearance on the popularity ranking was extremely odd. The popularity ranking was updated every day after all. Lin Yuan thought, since Sky City has made it on the popularity ranking, I can't allow the ranking to fall. Lin Yuan used the rights given to faction territories and announced Sky City's role. Those who had just left Sky City's private territory had not had the chance to spread the news about Sky City. Thus, after Lin Yuan announced Sky City's role, StarWeb exploded. After Lin Yuan announced Sky City's role, he took out a white envelope and hung it on the spinning wheel. He then realized that the middle-aged man with the goatee was shakily walking up to him. The middle-aged man with the goatee bowed and stammered, Lord, I've always had a lousy way with words. I don't even like the way I speak. I didn't mean to offend you. Old Feng wanted to slap himself. It was bad enough that he was a busybody, but he had even been ignorant in the face of true remarkability. Such a remarkable person had even heard his aspersions. To add fuel to the fire, he had even identified his background. Once Old Feng observed the surroundings, he could not even begin to imagine the amount of Creation Master resources needed to create such surroundings. He was truly oblivious and had even wrongly guessed that it was a new ability from StarWeb. Such magnificent scenery could only be the work of over 100 bronze/epic phase. Old Feng was not surprised that a faction could produce over 100 bronze/epic phase. Any top faction would be capable of doing so, much less an established veteran faction. However, these bronze/epic phase were being used as ornaments instead of combat. There were so many of them as well. They were blatantly using venerated creation masters as spirit craftsmen. Weren't they afraid of bad karma? When Lin Yuan heard what the middle-aged man with the goatee said, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "If that wasn't your intention, did you have another intention?" Old Feng broke out in cold sweat. He was about to launch into an explanation when he saw that the strange mask-wearing youth had started pruning the oath lily of the valley. It was clear that he did not mean to put Old Feng on the spot. Although Old Feng was only a B-rank spirit chi professional, his contracted fey was the gold/epic wrench viper. Old Feng came from the business world and was an accurate judge of character. Thus, he knew that this strange mask-wearing young man was good-natured and would not intentionally humiliate him. It was either that or this young man could not be bothered with Old Feng at all. Old Feng carefully walked up to Lin Yuan and murmured, "Lord, when we were outside, I told you that I could lend you some gems to decorate the exterior of your territory, but now I see that you have no need for them. However, by your grace, can you rent some items to the Open Mountain Chamber of Commerce? We're willing to rent the items at market price. It's definitely reasonable." Old Feng's coquettish actions almost caused freezing cold to keel over. "You're so shameless. Do you really think this person doesn't know what you are trying to say?" Lin Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. Why is this old man trying to charm me? At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood why private faction territories on StarWeb sometimes chased people out and had blacklists. The gawkers suddenly stood to the side and created a channel in the center while some rising faction and veteran faction members were walking in. Outside of Fragrant City, a looming mountain was cloaked in a fog that carried a subtle floral scent. Fragrant City was south of the Radiance Federation and connected to the Radiance Federation. However, it was not as humid or experienced as much rain as Redbud City. Yet both cities had the same fresh air of spring all year round. In a wooden manor on the mountain, a wrinkled old woman was seated at a table and holding a basket of flowers. She started to sort through the flowers and picked out a few to place in a vase. A young girl with hair that cascaded down to her waist was seated next to the old woman. This young girl's brows were deeply furrowed, evidence of the deep conflict she was feeling. However, she tried her best to plaster on a smile in front of the old woman as she cut off the ends of the flower stems using a knife. This made it easier for the old woman to arrange them in the vase. The old woman looked at the young girl's deeply etched frown and said kindly, "Ningxiang, are you still worried about the collaboration with the Miao family's connected beast park?" The girl named Ningxiang shook her head and hastily changed the topic. "Grandma, you've changed your style of flower arrangement. You used to like small clustered flowers like plum flowers and osmanthus. Now you prefer peonies." The old woman noticed Ningxiang's attempt to change the topic and was certain that she was still thinking about the collaboration with Connected Beast Park. However, since she did not want to talk about it, the old lady did not pursue the matter. She continued the conversation and said, "As I grow older, I've grown to appreciate the larger flowers that I used to think were too flamboyant. After a lifetime of flower arranging, I've come to learn something. All flowers will bloom and wither. It's all a matter of time. Our condensed fairy orchard is no exception. When time is up, we'll wilt too. You don't have to be too upset about it." Tears welled up in Sun Ningxiang's eyes. The Sun family members were dwindling. Only she, her grandmother, and her 5-year-old brother were left. Condensed Fairy Orchard used to thrive when she was younger and was known as a top faction. Unfortunately, after her grandfather's death 3 years prior, Condensed Fairy Orchard's 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters started to fight for power. Although her grandmother had managed to put a stop to it, her soul had become injured, and all her limbs, save for her hands, had necrotized. After the 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters left, Condensed Fairy Orchard no longer possessed the power of a top faction. If they did not collaborate with the Miao family's Connected Beast Park, Condensed Fairy Orchard would be stripped of its status as a top faction in a few years. However, the conditions stated by Connected Beast Park were too harsh. If they agreed to Connected Beast Park's terms, they would only be able to preserve Condensed Fairy Orchard's glory for a while more. It would just be prolonging their eventual doom. Sun Ningxiang was against selling themselves out if the inevitable result was death. But where were they to find the road to salvation? Looking at the lady's expression, the old woman sighed and said, "Ningxiang, do you not understand this reasoning until now? An elite faction's true pillar will never be any so-called resources, but Thearch-class experts. This old one's soul has been damaged, and my body cannot move easily either. If I forcefully sustain my life, it is the same as lighting a candle that is about to extinguish. However, as long as this old one doesn't die, this old one's contracted fae will still be around, and no one will be able to pull down the Condensed Fairy Orchard from being an elite faction. But Ningxiang, my condition can only last for another year at most. 1 year later, even if the Sun family's Condensed Fairy Orchard forms a close pact with the Miao family's Connected Beast Park, the Condensed Fairy Orchard still won't escape the fate of being slaughtered." Sun Ningxiang's tears that had been forcefully held back immediately rolled down her eyes. She then said with a sobbing voice, "Grandmother, even if I have to sell the entire Condensed Fairy Orchard, I will find someone to cure your sickness." The old woman extended out her wrinkled hand to wipe off Sun Ningxiang's tears, and said in a benevolent voice, "Since you have decided to stand strong as a woman, you must not allow your tears to fall out so easily. If they need to fall, let them fall in your heart. Ningxiang, in the future, your younger brother, Liufu, will still need you to take care of him." While speaking, the old woman let out a light sigh in her heart. If my sickness was so easy to cure, how could there be so many pairs of eyes targeting the Condensed Fairy Orchard? At that moment, a set of light footsteps and 2 excited voices echoed. "Madam, young lady, there is a new faction on the star web." Sun Ningxiang involuntarily touched her forehead upon hearing the excited calls. Her 2 female servants had been spoiled and were actually not behaving even at her grandmother's place. Sun Ningxiang said loudly while facing the door. Peach Witch, Apricot. The residence for grandmother to nurse her health isn't like the headquarters of the condensed fairy orchard. You are not allowed to disturb grandmother's rest. The footsteps at the door got closer, and the figures of two women appeared at the entrance. One of them was wearing pink clothes while the other was wearing yellow clothes. They had rather similar looks. When the duo heard Sun Ningxiang's words, they immediately realized that they were overly excited by the information they saw on the star web. Peach Witch and Apricot stuck out their tongue and quickly bowed to greet the old woman. Sun Ningxiang asked the duo, "Why is there a fuss over the sudden appearance of a faction? The two of you have been handling the affairs on the condensed fairy orchard's private faction territory on Star Web for some time. Which day doesn't have at least two new factions being established?" Peach Witch and Apricot quickly replied, "Young lady, this newly established private faction announced that their profession is to provide custom high-quality bronze phase according to one's willpower rune. We believe that this faction should have plenty of creation master resources." Sun Ningxiang stood up abruptly in response and said to the old woman beside her, "Grandmother, I will go take a look at Star Web now. When I return later, I will accompany you for the flower arrangement." The old woman watched as Sun Ningxiang quickly walked away and returned to her room to enter Star Web. The old woman lowered her head and looked at her palms as she muttered softly, "This old one has not believed in fate for my entire life, but now, I can only pray that destiny is in my favor. It would be great if someone was able to cure this old one's sickness." As more people entered Sky City's private territory, the palace-sized entrance seemed to be rather congested. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd at the entrance and suddenly saw a lady with long hair that reached the waist. She was wearing a plain white dress and was particularly outstanding. The lady had a very special aura, and Lin Yuan was abnormally familiar with this aura. It was just like Gao Feng's aura. It was a kind of noble aura that could only be produced under the great influence of a strong foundation. He assumed that the identity of this lady in the white dress wasn't simple. At that moment, the pink-dressed Peach Witch saw that Lin Yuan's eyes were looking in Sun Ningxiang's direction. She turned her head and whispered to Sun Ningxiang, "Young lady, that fellow wearing the weird mask is looking at you." Sun Ningxiang didn't bother about Peach Witch's words, but she shifted her eyes away from the bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley. As a result, her eyes crossed paths with Lin Yuan's eyes. Immediately after, Sun Ningxiang nodded to Lin Yuan and casually withdrew her gaze. She then asked the yellow-dressed Apricot, "Apricot, what level do you think this newly established Sky City has achieved?" The yellow-dressed Apricot pushed up the spectacles on her nose and said seriously, "Young lady, just from the decorations, the lower limits of Sky City is a top-notch rising faction. As for the upper limits, Apricot cannot be sure." When Peach Witch heard Apricot's words, she couldn't help interfering. 108 bronze/epic starlight grass, 36 bronze/epic floating cloud flowers, along with the roulette carved out from completely jade-textured wood. Just these decorations are more than what a top-notch rising faction can afford, right? Furthermore, there is a bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley. I think just by these decorations, they already have the standard of a veteran faction. Apricot responded very seriously, "Elder sister, when young lady is asking a question, it is natural to be stricter. The things displayed in Star Web Sky City might not be existent in reality. What if they are rented? But even if they are rented, with so many items, they are at least at the level of a top-notch rising faction." Sun Ningxiang's eyes flickered after hearing Apricot's comment. Sun Ningxiang knew that Apricot had always been strict with her words, but the moment Sun Ningxiang exchanged eye contact with Lin Yuan, she could see the steadiness and calmness from Lin Yuan's eyes. A person with such eyes must have utmost confidence in his heart. But just by seeing the decorations, Sun Ningxiang wasn't certain how much creation master resources the Sky City possessed. Even if Sky City had a Class 4 creation master, without sufficient high-grade creation master resources, they could only relieve the condensed fairy orchard for a brief period. It was still impossible to resolve condensed fairy orchard's root problem. Seeing Sun Ningxiang being so eager toward Sky City, Peach Witch knew that Sun Ningxiang wished she could borrow the creation master resources from Sky City. As an aid to Sun Ningxiang, Peach which was naturally clear about the problem faced by the condensed fairy orchard. Therefore, Peach which said softly to Sun Ningxiang, "Young lady, why don't I go tell them about our identity to see if there is any chance of collaboration?" Sun Ningxiang pondered for a moment and replied, "On Star Web, if a new faction announces its profession, it will surely reveal more again. Even if we want to make ourselves known, we don't have to be in a hurry. Let's wait and see first." Lin Yuan watched the scene before him and thought, these top veteran factions sure are gifted at being arrogant and putting on airs. Currently, there were some veteran factions present. However, they had only recently been promoted from rising faction to veteran faction. Even though they had the power of a veteran faction, they still lacked resources. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard someone shout from the door. Someone from the Seabliss clan actually came. Lin Yuan immediately turned to look toward the door. He saw a man wearing a standard blue robe peering around. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I sure am fated with this blue robe-wearing man. When I went to the Seabliss clan, I was kicked out by him. I was on Seabliss clan turf at that time, but now someone from the Seabliss clan is on my turf." After the blue-robed man was done scanning his surroundings, he made a beeline for Lin Yuan. When he saw the blue-robed man draw near, Old Feng moved to the side to make space for the blue-robed man. The Open Mountain Chamber of Commerce could not afford to get on the wrong side of the Seabliss clan. The blue-robed man asked Lin Yuan, "Are you in charge of Sky City? If this is a good time, the Seabliss clan would like to negotiate a partnership with Sky City." Lin Yuan's hands gently pressed against the surface of the table. Gao Feng planned on striking back against the Seabliss clan. Lin Yuan also planned on dominating the market on Aurora pollen through the untraceable method of blind trading flower brocade pearls. If the angelfishes of bliss were flowers, Aurora pollen would be the soil that nurtured them. If Lin Yuan bought up all the Aurora pollen, he would drive the Seabliss clan into a dead end. Yet, the Seabliss clan chose this time to negotiate with him. Lin Yuan could not help but be amused by this situation. He gently nodded at the blue-robed man. If any other veteran faction approached Lin Yuan for a partnership at that moment, Lin Yuan would reject them without hesitation. Lin Yuan intended on locking himself away to focus on promoting his Spirit Chi professional rank soon. Since Duan he was collecting law source crystals on behalf of Lin Yuan, the latter needed to produce more Bronze/Legend Fey resources to trade for the law source crystals. Although Sky City showed that it possessed Bronze/Legend Feys, it was all single-handedly sponsored by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had the ability to earn as much as he wanted, so he had no need to partner up with any faction. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately reject the collaboration with the Seabliss clan. Instead, he listened to the Seabliss clan's proposition. The blue-robed man saw that Lin Yuan merely nodded but did not reply. He frowned and felt that this masked young man was too haughty. But when he thought back to the Bronze/Epic phase and Oath Lily of the Valley on the table, the blue-robed man controlled his emotions and said, "The Seabliss clan wants to order evolutions of Angelfish of Bliss from you. If you help us to evolve the Angelfish of Bliss, we'll compensate you accordingly." Lin Yuan gently rapped on the table as he mulled over the blue-robed man's words. It's not an easy task to evolve the Angelfish of Bliss. It requires high-grade creation master resources. Unless the Seabliss clan offers an amazing price, I doubt any faction would accept your offer, said Lin Yuan. An awkward look came over the blue-robed man's face. The Seabliss clan had been experiencing problems with its expansion in recent years. A large contributing factor was that the Seabliss clan did not have enough high-grade creation master resources. They had also been unable to find a suitable partner to help them evolve the Angelfish of Bliss. This caused the Seabliss clan's progress to stagnate. Given that Lin Yuan did not immediately voice his opposition, the blue-robed man anxiously replied, "We're willing to offer any compensation you want. As long as it's not too unreasonable, the Seabliss clan is willing to pay you." After she heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and the blue-robed man, a teasing expression appeared on Sun Ningxiang's face. She looked between Lin Yuan and the blue-robed man. The moment that Lin Yuan said, "price" instead of compensation, Sun Ningxiang knew that Lin Yuan treated the Seabliss clan as the enemy. Ordinary people would not pick up this innuendo. However, Condensed Fairy Orchard had grappled with various top factions and even negotiated with Connected Beast Park. This allowed Sun Ningxiang to become a master at analyzing speech. Lin Yuan started to weigh the situation. I can evolve a normal I/normal Fey to Bronze X/Epic in 40 minutes. I can also evolve a Bronze/Flawless Fey to Epic grade in 20 minutes. It doesn't take long. Most importantly, the Sea Bliss clan has something I want. If the Sea Bliss clan offers a suitable price, I can fulfill some orders. However, Sky City refuses to accept small orders that won't earn us much money. Thus, we will only evolve Bronze Angelfish of Bliss. Lin Yuan's words led to an immediate smile stretching across the blue-robed man's face. The people present, including Sun Ningxiang, all looked appalled as well. When a veteran faction like the Sea Bliss clan was negotiating a collaboration, they would definitely not waste time on discussing the evolution of Bronze/Elite phase to Bronze/Flawless. Yet, this masked young man casually demanded that he would only accept orders for Bronze grade phase. He said that he would not accept small orders that would not earn much money. Where did his confidence come from? Wasn't he too full of himself? The gear in Sun Ningxiang's head started to turn, but she was staunchly against Sky City partnering with the Sea Bliss clan. If Sky City successfully collaborated with the Sea Bliss clan, Sky City would lose a portion of its high-grade Creation Master resources. At that time, if Condensed Fairy Orchard wanted to work with Sky City, the latter would not be able to offer as many Creation Master resources as before. Sun Ningxiang, who was desperate for Creation Master resources, felt nauseous at the thought. She could not shake the feeling no matter how hard she tried. Lin Yuan went on to say, "It's lame to just promote Bronze/Elite phase to Bronze/Flawless. So, we'll limit the orders to evolving Bronze/Flawless phase to Epic. In return, the Sea Bliss clan needs to give me 1 Platinum Angelfish of Bliss for every Angelfish of Bliss I evolve. As for the Platinum Angelfish of Bliss quality, I'll let the Sea Bliss clan decide. I trust that you will show me your sincerity." Lin Yuan was clearly asking for a lot. Although the Sea Bliss clan sold young Angelfish of Bliss, they rarely sold fully grown Angelfish of Bliss. Moreover, Lin Yuan was requesting a fully grown Platinum Angelfish of Bliss. Normally, the Sea Bliss clan strictly managed their stock of supreme-grade Angelfish of Bliss. Once the Sea Bliss clan nurtured the Angelfish of Bliss to Platinum grade, they would start collecting and selling the fish coats. Some buyers could procure young Angelfish of Bliss from the Sea Bliss clan and also needed to buy large numbers of Immortal Bliss tablets. However, they needed to follow the Sea Bliss clan's rules and buy inferior Angelfish of Bliss. If they were lucky, they could spend tens of millions of Radiance dollars and end up with 1 supreme-grade young Angelfish of Bliss. But Lin Yuan's request required the Sea Bliss clan to change their fundamental rule. The blue-robed man was about to refuse when Lin Yuan continued. As far as I know, when the Bronze/Epic Angelfish of Bliss evolves to Platinum grade, the quality of its fish coat differs vastly. Additionally, when it evolves from Bronze to Elite grade, it is more likely to produce supreme-grade offspring. Lin Yuan's words halted the words of refusal that were rising in the blue-robed man's throat. However, Lin Yuan was not done yet. The Bronze Angelfish of Bliss can enter a breeding state and produce offspring. If you have a female Bronze/Flawless Angelfish of Bliss, I can also evolve it to Epic. Since it is unstable to evolve during the gestation period, if the Angelfish of Bliss drops its quality after producing offspring, the matter will be out of my hands. The blue-robed man's eyes lit up with delight again. He was about to agree when he realized that he did not have the authority to have the final say on such an important matter. He anxiously replied, "Lin Yuan, please wait for a moment. Let me request further instructions." Although the blue-robed man needed to seek further instructions, it was clear from his expression that he was going to ask for approval. Only Class 4 Creation Masters could evolve the Bronze/Flawless Angelfish of Bliss during the gestation period. It was 3 times as difficult as evolving a normal Bronze/Flawless Angelfish of Bliss. If the Angelfish of Bliss was evolved during the gestation period, it was more likely to produce supreme-grade offspring. When the cunning Lin Yuan saw how happy the blue-robed man was, he started to scheme. Besides being able to produce fish coats, which were a precious spiritual ingredient, the angelfish of bliss was a greedy fae. Its beautiful exterior came from the constant nourishment from aurora pollen. If it was even slightly hungry, it would lose some of its beauty. If it remained hungry for 2 days, the weak angelfish of bliss would die. The angelfish of bliss could not void itself. The fish coat that it shed actually carried all of its excrements. Lin Yuan had seen the angelfish of bliss' enormous appetite for himself. When Gao Feng had sent him the 30 angelfish of bliss, he had scattered 2.5 kilograms of aurora pollen. By the time Ostrich Logistics sent the phase over, there were only about 500 grams of aurora pollen left in the phase storage box. Lin Yuan was willing to accept the Sea Bliss clan's order because his one-step scheme had turned into 3 steps. The single step had been Lin Yuan's plan to buy up all the aurora pollen. The second step necessitated that Lin Yuan finish the first step. Once he put the second step into motion, he would launch a devastating blow against the Sea Bliss clan. With Lin Yuan's help, the Sea Bliss clan would be able to greatly increase the number of angelfish of bliss they possessed. After the angelfish of bliss produced its vast number of offspring, it would experience an explosive growth spurt. Its growth spurt would result in the Sea Bliss clan needing an even greater amount of angelfish of bliss. This gave Lin Yuan sufficient time to finish his first step. After the female angelfish of bliss gave birth, its young would start off as extremely fragile and die easily. Thus, no matter how many offspring the female angelfish of bliss produced, Sea Bliss clan had not been able to sell many angelfish of bliss each year. This was the best time for Lin Yuan to push his first step to the maximum. However, Lin Yuan knew that no matter how much aurora pollen he bought, he could not guarantee that the stock of aurora pollen in the market would dry up. Moreover, the Sea Bliss clan had to have a store of aurora pollen. Nevertheless, the Sea Bliss clan needed a mammoth amount of aurora pollen. Hence, any change in the price of aurora pollen would affect them greatly. After Lin Yuan dominated the market, the Sea Bliss clan might not be able to buy enough aurora pollen to sustain themselves, no matter how much radiance dollars they were willing to pay. Then, the Sea Bliss clan's angelfish of bliss would die due to a lack of aurora pollen. How the Sea Bliss clan planned on saving themselves and their angelfish of bliss would have nothing to do with Lin Yuan. Despite the devastating blow that was the second step, it was not the end. Lin Yuan's third step was the cherry on top. Even if Lin Yuan evolved the Sea Bliss clan's angelfish of bliss during the gestation period, the angelfish of bliss's quality would drop after they gave birth. As such, the Sea Bliss clan's power would not actually increase. Additionally, after every transaction, Lin Yuan would earn a platinum angelfish of bliss. He would be stripping away the Sea Bliss clan's power. This method would allow Lin Yuan to subtly influence the Sea Bliss clan's fish coat business. Lin Yuan was confident that the third step alone was enough to send the Sea Bliss clan to its doom. He would give his partner Gao Feng the honor of delivering the final blow. Shortly after, the blue-robed man returned and said to Lin Yuan, "I've received my instructions. However, every gestating bronze/flawless angelfish of bliss is an asset to the Sea Bliss clan. What happens if the evolution fails?" Lin Yuan patted down the stray hair behind his head. He wanted the evolution to fail. However, with the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's place of life, the evolution could not fail even if Lin Yuan wanted it to. "I'm willing to compensate 5 normal bronze/epic angelfishes of bliss for every failed evolution." The elated smile returned to the blue-robed man's face. "Then, let's make the collaboration official. Let's swear on a willpower rune." Before the blue-robed man could finish, Lin Yuan cut him off. "Swearing on a willpower rune won't be enough guarantee for a collaboration like this. If the Sea Bliss clan is willing to cut you off, the oath will become useless. We can sign a contract that the spirit guards will process. If any issues arise, neither party will need to be worried because the spirit guards will step in to settle the matter. As a sign of sincerity, Sky City is willing to cover all the spirit guards' processing costs." Lin Yuan's words made the blue-robed man extremely awkward but also assured. There was nothing more secure than the matters handled by the spirit guards. Once they confirmed the collaboration, the blue-robed man was about to leave. He anticipated being received with praise when he returned to the Sea Bliss clan. He did not expect to be halted by Lin Yuan. "Does the Sea Bliss clan have the Aurora Morning Glory?" asked Lin Yuan. The blue-robed man's thoughts were focused on the praise that awaited his return and replied without much thought. "What's so good about the Aurora Morning Glory? It takes a year to produce pollen. It's just a lot of effort without much reward. Not to mention that it produces very little pollen each time, and the market already sells it. The Sea Bliss clan has no need to bother with the Aurora Morning Glory." Lin Yuan's lip curled into a smile. Once Lin Yuan sealed the deal with the Sea Bliss clan, the people present started seeing him in a different light. Initially, they were just astonished by Sky City's decorations. But now, Sky City had formed a collaboration with the veteran faction Sea Bliss clan. The people now viewed Sky City as having the same level as the veteran faction Sea Bliss clan. As for Sun Ningxiang, she could tell from Lin Yuan's words that he had an ulterior motive for collaborating with the Sea Bliss clan. However, she could not figure out what Lin Yuan had in mind from the short discourse. She thought back to Lin Yuan's question about the Aurora Morning Glory and made the Aurora Morning Glory linger on her mind. Although some things had happened to Condense Fairy Orchard, it was still a top faction. The strong would never be truly crushed. Condense Fairy Orchard was still a leading institution when it came to plant type phase and the spiritual ingredients that came from plant type phase. Condense Fairy Orchard had planted numerous Aurora Morning Glories. Actually, a third of the Aurora pollen was produced by Condense Fairy Orchard. Sun Ningxiang glanced at Peachwitch and said, "Go and pay attention to the Aurora Morning Glory and Aurora pollen in the market. Also, stop all of Condense Fairy Orchard's sales of Aurora pollen for this year." Peachwitch did not understand why Sun Ningxiang wanted to do this, but she would not question Sun Ningxiang's decision. "Yes, miss. When I get back, I'll instruct people to pay attention to the Aurora Morning Glory and Aurora pollen situation on the market and send out your order to the orchards. If anything strange happens to the Aurora Morning Glory and Aurora pollen markets, I'll let you know immediately." Apricot, who was dressed in a yellow skirt, looked between Sun Ningxiang and Lin Yuan. She seemed to understand the meaning behind Sun Ningxiang's decisions. However, she felt that Sun Ningxiang was being slightly sensitive. Apricot whispered, "Miss, I know I told you that Sky City is a rising faction, but now I think that at the very least, Sky City has to be a veteran faction like the Sea Bliss clan." Sun Ningxiang nodded silently. From the way Lin Yuan interacted and spoke with the Sea Bliss clan with a hint of slyness, Sun Ningxiang knew that Sky City definitely had as much power as the Sea Bliss clan. It might even be stronger than the Sea Bliss clan. Not every person was capable of scheming. Sometimes scheming was a form of underestimation. It was just like how the Meow family's connected beast park was trying to entrap Condense Fairy Orchard. Lin Yuan checked the time and did not plan on waiting for other factions to arrive. "Since everyone has been here for some time, I'm sure not all of you are gawkers. Some of you must have come to support us after seeing our announcement about Sky City's role. As such, these real supporters can go and pick a fate letter from the 108 constellation wheels. Every constellation wheel has a fate letter hanging on it. Amongst these 108 fate letters, only one of the cards inside is white. The rest is black. Each fate envelope can be bought for 300,000 radiance dollars. The person who picks the white card will pay 3 source-type lifeforms and order a custom bronze/epic fae that will be compatible with a willpower rune. The winner will not need to provide any spirit ingredients because it will all be provided by Sky City. However, once the transaction is made, the person or faction that is ordering the bronze/epic fae will need to make an oath of exchange on the Oath Lily of the Valley. As per the market price, Sky City is willing to trade for any fae of spirit ingredient of yours. The oath of exchange will be terminated once the deal is completed." Lin Yuan's words stirred the crowd. Those who reacted more quickly had already started moving toward the fate letters on the constellation wheels. As long as they picked the fate letter with the white card, they could gain a custom bronze/legend fae for the price of 3 source-type lifeforms. This was the same price as a bronze/legend bought on the market. It was much cheaper than the price for a custom fae created by a creation master. Moreover, they would not need to expend any effort to collect spiritual ingredients. It was very worth it. Sun Ningxiang stared deeply at Lin Yuan and sighed. What a sales genius! Each fate letter cost 300,000 radiance dollars. In total, Lin Yuan would earn 12,400,000 radiance dollars. With the additional cost of 3 source-type lifeforms, Lin Yuan was actually charging much more than Class 4 creation masters. The masked young man was using the method of a lucky draw to divide the costs amongst 108 people. This made every participant feel hopeful and motivated them to take the gamble. This sales technique, based on a psychological tactic that hinged on human nature, made Sun Ningxiang feel that her condensed fairy orchard could also learn from it. At that moment, an arrogant voice sounded out from the entranceway. "Wait!" This voice made everyone present frown. However, when they saw what the person was wearing, no one dared to take a step further toward the fate letters. Sun Ningxiang furrowed her brow when she saw the person and immediately turned to see Lin Yuan's worried expression. Lin Yuan saw a young man dressed in a purple robe walking in. The youth's purple robe had the patterns of 100 beasts, and there were sprout patterns embroidered on the collar. When you had been looking for information on the Zhang family and found out that the Miao family's second young master was supporting them, she had not had the chance to thoroughly investigate the Miao family in Hidden Moon Pavilion. Nonetheless, she had organized information on the Miao family when she was looking through the information on the related top factions. The Miao family was a top faction that managed a team called Connected Beast Park. Due to the Miao family's wealth of creation master resources, most of their main members were talented creation masters. Thus, Connected Beast Park's main role was evolving their phase grade and quality. It could be said that from a business standpoint, they were already on par with the Creation Master Association. This purple-robed young man was wearing the 100 Beast New Sprouts uniform, a trademark of the Connected Beast Park members. The Miao family descendants wore it to demonstrate their status. The sprout patterns on the young man's collar only went halfway around. According to what he knew about the Miao family, Lin Yuan knew that this young man was a collateral descendant. The collateral descendants that were allowed to wear the 100 Beasts New Sprouts uniform were usually the ones that the direct descendants favored. As the purple-robed young man strode in, his expression was unchanged. Long before Lin Yuan announced Sky City's role, he knew that the announcement would lead to some factions to cause trouble. Every role was a slice of cake. The cake had been nicely divided up, but Lin Yuan had forcefully inserted himself and demanded a slice as well. It was natural that some factions would retaliate. Although Sky City's role was custom-making high-grade bronze phase according to willpower runes, the role actually affected every Spirit Chi professional's ability to look out for their own benefits. After all, every Spirit Chi professional needed to form contracts with an evolve phase. There had to be other phase who felt that they were owed a piece of the cake. In fact, the Miao family's Connected Beast Park was not even the strongest elite faction. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the Miao family to be the first one to show up and cause trouble. Due to the third lineage of the Zheng family's scuffles with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, the Zheng family's second young master had become involved. The Zheng family's second young master's mother, Miao Ji, was a member of the Zheng family. From the moment Jiao Hanzhong and Nightmare 6 had attacked Lin Yuan and the second young master had become irreconcilable enemies. In this era where martial artistry decided the pecking order, Lin Yuan could not afford to show mercy to anyone that tried to kill him. Lin Yuan felt that his fight with the Miao family was inevitable. However, he did not expect to clash with them so early on. When the purple-robed young man walked in and took in the decorations, especially the bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley on the table, some of his haughty demeanor eased. Suddenly, he started to guffaw and said confidently to Lin Yuan, "Brother, your private faction only just announced its role. Yet, you're already making all the guests fight over the chance to custom order a bronze/epic fae. Aren't you being too insincere and stingy?" Lin Yuan's eyelid twitched and he replied loudly, "Since you know these people are my guests, you should know about the difference between host and guest. Guests must always suit the host's convenience." Lin Yuan's words caused the purple-robed man's expression to change. All the people present, especially Sun Ningxiang, snapped their gazes toward Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang had the feeling that this masked young man was even harder to decipher than she thought. She had been paying attention to every shift in his expression and saw that Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the purple-robed man. His gaze had lingered on the purple-robed man's sprout-patterned collar for a second. Judging from Lin Yuan's gaze, Sun Ningxiang was certain that Lin Yuan knew who the purple-robed man was. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's words were not polite at all. His words cleanly sliced through the purple-robed man's friendly tone. The purple-robed man's smile disappeared, and his sharp eyes bore into Lin Yuan as he replied, "It looks like Sky City doesn't treat its guests well." Lin Yuan shrugged and said, "If the host is a pushover, the guests will take advantage of him. If the guest lacks manners, why should they be treated well?" Lin Yuan's words were like a sword that was gleaming blatantly. However, the metallic shine bouncing off the sword was cold and sent shivers up the spine of the people present. The purple-robed man's expression turned hard as he sneered. "This is the first time I heard a faction say that the Miao family's connected beast park are unmannered guests." Sun Ningxiang took a long, hard stare at Lin Yuan before letting out a breath of negativity as she thought, "There's no way Condensed Fairy Orchard can collaborate with Connected Beast Park. They would just suck Condensed Fairy Orchard dry and use us to make themselves more powerful. Since this strange masked youth has what it takes to clash with Connected Beast Park, it must mean that Sky City doesn't fear Connected Beast Park." At that moment, Sun Ningxiang decided to collaborate with Sky City. This was the best chance. Sun Ningxiang whispered a few instructions to Peach Witch. Peach Witch's eyes filled with astonishment as she asked in disbelief, "Miss, are you sure you want to do this? It'll completely burn the bridge between the Miao family and us. What if—" Before Peach Witch could finish, Sun Ningxiang interrupted her. "Grandma is right. As long as we have her, Condensed Fairy Orchard will remain a top faction. Even if we partner up with Connected Beast Park, they will take advantage of the partnership in a year's time to swallow us whole. We would be no better off than if we burned the bridge between them and us. Sometimes the way to victory is through taking a gamble." Peach Witch nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Leave it to me, Mississippi." Before Lin Yuan replied, another sweet voice chimed in. "Hey, you there with the green dog collar. How dare you speak of the Miao family's Connected Beast Park? Those who are unworthy should know their place." Everyone present turned to look at Peach Witch. The vein on the purple-robed man's forehead throbbed, and he turned his stern face toward the direction of the voice. He was stunned to see Peach Witch, Sun Ningxiang, and Apricot. The purple-robed man was not stunned because Sun Ningxiang and her two maidservants were here, but rather the attitude that the maidservant had taken toward him. With Sun Ningxiang standing there, it was clear that the maidservant was acting on Sun Ningxiang's orders. Ever since the Sun family had collapsed, they had been seeking to collaborate with Connected Beast Park. Why were they suddenly changing their tune? The purple-robed young man shot a glare at Peach Witch before saying to Sun Ningxiang, "Sun Ningxiang, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Ningxiang tucked a stray hair behind her ear before slowly saying, "It means exactly what it means. As a member of an elite faction, haven't you heard that bloodlines form the gap? What gives you the right to address me by name? The Sun family is a genuine elite faction, and I, as a direct descendant, have the power to make decisions regarding the Sun family. But you, as a collateral descendant, probably came here after you were ordered to. So even if the host called you unmannered, you can't leave. If you don't accomplish your task, you will probably be punished despite being favored by the main lineage." With all eyes on him, the purple-robed man felt his muscles twitch. While he wore the Connected Beast Park's 100 Beast New Sprouts uniform, he usually received respect wherever he went. Yet as he stood there being humiliated by Sun Ningxiang, he could not rebuke her. As a collateral descendant that the Miao family favored, he was well aware of how much the Miao family coveted the Sun family's Condensed Fairy Orchard. No matter what he said, it would offend Sun Ningxiang and discourage her from working with Connected Beast Park. Then, not only would he be punished, but all the members of his lineage would be affected too. Present, no one was more shocked than Lin Yuan. Where did these foul-mouthed girls come from? But I must say that they weren't wrong. Everyone has an ulterior motive. It looks like this girl named Sun Ningxiang needs something from me. She inserted herself between my disagreement with Connected Beast Park in order to get on my good side. Lin Yuan was not acquainted with these three girls. Moreover, he had only shown that he possessed Creation Master resources. It seemed that the Sun family was just as interested in his Creation Master resources as the Seabliss clan was. Lin Yuan had not planned on working with other factions. But, if an elite faction tried to curry favor with him, he was not going to say no. The relationship between Lin Yuan and Gao Feng allowed him to borrow resources from the Gao family that were used by top factions. A large part of the reason why Lin Yuan had been able to accumulate so many resources so quickly was that he had obtained the infant elemental shellfish from Gao Feng early on. With the infant elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan was able to use the spirit lock spatial zone to turn the elemental shellfish into a non-stop elemental pearl-producing machine. Lin Yuan's biggest asset to date, the floating island whale, had also come from Gao Feng. Forming a partnership with an elite faction enabled one to make use of the elite faction's resources. Lin Yuan thought, as an elite faction, the Sun family should have a decent store of law source crystals. Ever since Lin Yuan found out about the law source crystal's existence, since the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbing the law source crystals, and that the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt completed laws had evolved, Lin Yuan's mind had been filled with thoughts of collecting law source crystals. There were three reasons for this. Firstly, they could quickly evolve the sacred sword-wielding queen. Secondly, he would be able to amass law crystals with pure law power. Thirdly, they would be able to evolve the three completed laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Since the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt could evolve from Pinnacle Myth 2 to Myth 3, Lin Yuan believed that as long as he had enough law source crystals, the laws on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt would be able to break through myth to reach the power of being comprehended by creation breed phase. Since it was possible to work with the foul-mouthed girls, Lin Yuan knew he had to dangle some bait in front of them first. This would make the foul-mouthed girls anxious and trigger their alarm bells. All people with deplorable morals knew that one only learned to cherish something when they were about to lose it. This could also be applied to the collaboration between factions. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze towards Sun Ningxiang, only to see that she was already looking at him. He nodded at her. Sun Ningxiang's face brightened with joy. Although she was not planning on working with Connected Beast Park, it was still not a good idea for her to blatantly burn the bridge with Connected Beast Park here. As long as her grandmother was still there, the Miao family would not be able to remove Condensed Fairy Orchard as an elite faction. However, the Miao family could exert pressure on Condensed Fairy Orchard in various ways and make their already difficult circumstance even more challenging. Sun Ningxiang had taken a risk by putting the purple-robed young man on the spot. If Lin Yuan had not appreciated her gesture, Sun Ningxiang would have lost half the battle, and all her efforts up to that point would have been for naught. Fortunately, she received a favorable reply so soon. This made Sun Ningxiang have an even better impression of Lin Yuan and Sky City. However, what happened next made Sun Ningxiang ball her fists tightly. The purple-robed young man glared maliciously at the gawkers, and the buzzing crowd immediately quietened. The purple-robed young man ignored Sun Ningxiang's attempt at making him feel bad. He turned to Lin Yuan and said, "I came here because the Miao family's Connected Beast Park would like to collaborate with Sky City." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he looked at the purple-robed young man with bemusement. Collaborate? Sky City is more than willing to collaborate with other factions. We just established a friendly partnership with the Seabliss clan. May I ask why Connected Beast Park wants to work with Sky City? While he was speaking, Lin Yuan had already started paving each step of his plan. Since Lin Yuan was enemies with the Zheng family's second young master, he had automatically positioned himself against the Miao family. Moreover, the Miao family had even sent a troublemaker. Thus, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to collaborate with Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan had said what he said because he wanted to bait Sun Ningxiang. He did not know much about Condensed Fairy Orchard and planned on getting Wen Yu to organize information on Condensed Fairy Orchard when she returned. A direct descendant of the Sun family had appeared the moment Sky City announced its role. Given the way she blended amongst the crowd to observe the situation, Lin Yuan could tell that the Sun family was desperate for Creation Master resources. On the other hand, Lin Yuan wanted to dump the Seabliss clan on Connected Beast Park. The successful agreement to a collaboration between the Seabliss clan and Sky City had been witnessed by many people. The only business run by Sky City was this private faction territory on Star Web. He could not do anything against the Meow family if they took action against him. However, the Seabliss clan had an enormous business and could stand toe-to-toe with the Meow family. Lin Yuan planned to work hard on his collaboration with the Seabliss clan and help them evolve as many of their gestating angelfish of bliss as possible. As such, the Seabliss clan would increase their stock of baby angelfish of bliss. The purple-robed young man was taken aback by Lin Yuan's response. Lin Yuan's previous attitude had indicated that he would be opposed to the purple-robed young man's proposition. The purple-robed man mulled for a while before saying, "If Sky City agrees to work with Connected Beast Park, Connected Beast Park will ensure that Sky City will be able to continue its current role. However, Sky City needs to fulfill Connected Beast Park separation orders. Another member of Connected Beast Park will come to discuss the fee with you. Connected Beast Park will not treat Sky City unfairly." Lin Yuan had not finished listening to the purple-robed young man's words before he rolled his eyes. Connected Beast Park was too greedy. They clearly wanted to turn Sky City into their lackey. Lin Yuan was staunchly opposed to this and did not want to waste any more time on the purple-robed young man. However, he glimpsed at Sun Ningxiang's tightly clenched fist and immediately said, "If the fee is suitable, I'll consider your offer." After he was done talking, Lin Yuan counted backward from 5 in his mind. By the time he counted to 3, he heard Sun Ningxiang's anxious voice exclaim, "The Meow family's Connected Beast Park is so insincere. You're coming off worse and worse. My Condensed Fairy Orchard is much more earnest about wanting to work with Sky City." Lin Yuan was even more determined now. The Sun family's Condensed Fairy Orchard was more thirsty for Creation Master resources than he initially thought. Sun Ningxiang's words caused the purple-robed young man's expression to shift. Didn't Condensed Fairy Orchard already agree to work with Connected Beast Park? If you're trying to find other factions, does this mean that Condensed Fairy Orchard doesn't trust Connected Beast Park's power? Sun Ningxiang had decided to crush the purple-robed young man's hopes. She was well aware of Connected Beast Park's plans to bring down Condensed Fairy Orchard. Thus, she already resented them. At that moment, Sun Ningxiang viewed the purple-robed young man as a threat that could potentially prevent Condensed Fairy Orchard from collaborating with Sky City. As such, she could feel immense pressure beating down on her. The pressure of managing an elite faction was already pushing the recently of age Sun Ningxiang to her limit. If she did not have Peach Witch and Apricot by her side, she would have crumbled long ago. Now, she finally had a spark of hope, but Connected Beast Park was trying to steal it from her. This caused Sun Ningxiang's resentment to morph into a grudge. Sun Ningxiang said coldly, "What's wrong? Since when did the Meow family start interfering with the Sun family's affairs? Is this even under the Meow family's jurisdiction? If Connected Beast Park wants to work with Condensed Fairy Orchard, you'll have to wait for us to acquiesce. Right now, Condensed Fairy Orchard sees Connected Beast Park as worthless, and we refuse to work with you. Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and could not help but think that this girl had a way with words. She called Connected Beast Park worthless right to the face of a member of the Meow family and announced her desire to work with Sky City. Sun Ningxiang had indicated that she viewed Sky City as more important than Connected Beast Park. Condensed Fairy Orchard was an elite faction, and a public proclamation like this indubitably humiliated Connected Beast Park. She sacrificed Connected Beast Park's reputation in order to support Sky City. This was a large favor for Lin Yuan and Sky City. The public endorsement from an elite faction established a reputation for Sky City that it should have taken years to attain. It also shrouded the already mysterious Sky City with another layer of mystery. The purple-robed young man's expression had become very stormy. The Meow family prioritized the plans they had for the Sun family. After hearing what Sun Ningxiang said, the purple-robed young man could no longer be bothered with the collaboration with the recently established Sky City. The purple-robed young man prepared to leave and return to the Meow family to report everything that had transpired to the high-level direct descendants so that they could decide what to do next. The events that had just taken place had exceeded the control of the purple-robed collateral descendant, whose collar only had half a round of green sprouts embroidery. At the departure of the purple-robed young man, the people present did not have to fear the Meow family's connected beast park anymore. They started to fight over the 108 fate letters. The chance to custom order a bronze/epic fae according to a willpower rune of their choice was an opportunity that no spirit chi professional could miss out on. Even if they did not have any willpower runes to spare or needed a custom-made bronze/epic fae, it would still be beneficial for them to obtain one. This way, they would be prepared in case they ever needed one. Any person or faction who could afford 3 source-type lifeforms was planning on joining in the fight. Any one of them could be the lucky one. There was a sea of people present, but there were only 108 fate letters. Hence, most of the people present would not have the chance to participate. Every person present was ready to fight. Clouds adorned the constellation wheels, and the space was capacious. Some people could be lunging toward nothing and fail to find a constellation wheel. Moreover, since the fate letters were hung behind the constellation wheels, someone could already take them away, but the next person would not know. As such, even if one were lucky enough to find a constellation wheel, the fate letter behind it could already have been taken by someone else. Sun Ningxiang eyed the throng of people searching for the fate letters, and a thought sparked in her mind. In this sky-like landscape, the constellation wheels were spinning. The glimmering starlight hid the secrets of the sky, and the swirling clouds only added to the mystery. The people who were fervently searching for fate letters were like mortals trying to grasp for lucky stars. All this was overseen by a faction called Sky City. When Sun Ningxiang was young, Condensed Fairy Orchard had been in its heyday. At that time, her brother had not been born yet, making her the only direct descendant of the Sun family. She had been the family's priceless treasure. This status had allowed her to become accustomed to the real world. However, at that moment, she felt that the masked youth was becoming more and more mysterious. Sun Ningxiang said to Peach Witch and Apricot, "Go back without me." Peach Witch, Condensed Fairy Orchard still has some minor collaborations with Connected Beast Park. Go and stop all of them. Apricot, go and spread the announcement that Condensed Fairy Orchard is rejecting all collaboration with Connected Beast Park. Let everyone know of the Sun family's stance. Peach Witch and Apricot answered in unison, "Yes, Mississippi." They left Sky City's private faction territory together and went to carry out Sun Ningxiang's instructions. Although elite factions did not explicitly decide to collaborate, they actually worked together on many fronts behind the scenes. Condensed Fairy Orchard, which cultivated plant-type fays and spiritual ingredients and sold them, was in grave need of a large number of Creation Master resources. Sun Ningxiang issued these instructions because she was planning on going all the way out. Lin Yuan was surprised at Sun Ningxiang's resolve. At the same time, he understood that Sun Ningxiang's actions were meant to demonstrate her seriousness about working with him. Sun Ningxiang walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "I'm sorry. My words might have driven a wedge between the Meow family and Sky City." Lin Yuan chuckled diplomatically and said, "Whether the Meow family will allow a wedge to be driven between them and Sky City is up to their classiness and Sky City's ability. You don't need to worry about Sky City." Given Lin Yuan's ability and the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he wielded strength that was comparable to Class 5 Creation Masters and surpassed the Meow family. However, Lin Yuan definitely had much fewer Creation Master resources than the Meow family, especially when it came to lower-class Creation Master resources. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was not afraid of the Meow family's pressure. It was not feasible for Creation Master factions to fight amongst themselves and reduce their inflow of customers. In a situation where there was a significant lack of Creation Master resources, there would still be customers as long as they had genuine Creation Master resources. Thus, all the Meow family could do was engage in a price war to reduce Sky City's profits and diminish their store of spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan had always been earning merits through minimal effort. Other than energy ores and time, which every spirit chi professional needed, Lin Yuan did not need any other spiritual ingredient. As such, it was impossible for the Meow family to cut off Sky City's spiritual ingredients. If a price war really broke out, the longer it went on, the more the Meow family would lose. On the other hand, Lin Yuan would only profit. Sun Ningxiang was about to say something else when the person who found the fate letter with the white card emerged. Everyone looked on enviously as a woman dressed in cyan half-armor walked up to Lin Yuan. She was exceptionally excited as she said, "Lord, I picked the fate letter with the white card. It's just that the willpower rune I comprehended is on the unusual side, and the fey compatibility is strange too. So, I want to supply my own bronze fey and request for you to evolve it to epic quality. Is that okay?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Since you want to provide a fey of your own, it'll save me the effort of sensing your willpower rune. Naturally, your fey cannot be something like the spirit siphon goldfish, which requires me to use many creation master resources." The girl dressed in cyan half-armor quickly said, "Don't worry, my fey is an ordinary one." Lin Yuan immediately answered, "If it's possible, can you summon your fey?" The girl in cyan half-armor waved her hand and summoned a pig-like life form with a long nose. Lin Yuan used true data to check this fey and realized why the girl in cyan half-armor had asked if she could provide her own fey. One would look for a creation master to customize feys according to willpower runes. Because feys comprehended willpower runes in the process of evolving to bronze, there would be no way to control them. This would make it such that the strengthened exclusive skills of these bronze/epic feys would not be what spirit chi professionals needed. Hence, when customizing high-quality bronze feys according to willpower runes, it was very common for buyers to take the initiative to provide the bronze fey. The dryland sand pig summoned by this woman in cyan half-armor was a very rare kind of fey with the dual attributes of fire and earth. Its exclusive skill, dry land gravitation, could increase the gravitational pull at arid ground deprived of water. As its strength increased, the dryland sand pig's ability to control dry land gravitation would also continue to improve. It could even have a decent killing effect. When gravitational changes in a small area acted on the same object, as long as the difference between the two gravitational forces acting on the object was sufficiently large, the object would be ripped apart. The woman in cyan half-armor knelt down and petted the dry land sand pig, which was already sprawled lazily on the ground after just being summoned. She asked, "My lord, will this dry land sand pig do?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Yes." After which, Lin Yuan pointed to the bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley on the table and said, "Let's issue an oath of exchange for this Oath Lily of the Valley according to the rules I just set." The lanky half-armored woman looked at the bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley on the table and could not help but become a little fascinated. "I didn't expect that, in my life, I would not only see a bronze/legend fey but also swear an oath to it. It's just that I don't have many overly precious spiritual ingredients or feys here, so you might not receive anything valuable from this oath of exchange, my lord." Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly at the woman's words. When exchanging resources according to an oath of exchange, Lin Yuan also needed to exchange resources of the same value. In the process, he would also not take advantage of the other party. Lin Yuan wanted the legend Oath Lily of the Valley to use its accumulated oaths of exchange to obtain specific spiritual ingredients or feys from trading customers when he just couldn't find them himself. This was a resource exchange channel with Sky City at its core. As more oaths of exchange accumulated, Lin Yuan would have greater possibilities of exchanging good things. Lin Yuan could not refuse the other party's resources if he chose to trade in an oath of exchange. Although the lower limit was very low in such trades, the upper limit was also very high. Lin Yuan could obtain law crystals or even law source crystals from such trades. A bell-shaped white flower on the Oath Lily of the Valley's branch fell into the jade pot in which the lily had been planted. The first oath of exchange had successfully been concluded. Looking at the lazy dry land sand pig sprawled on the ground with a nose that was far longer than that of other pig feys, Lin Yuan said to the lanky half-armored woman, "You are Sky City's first customer, so I should give you some welfare. Your dry land sand pig has faintly awakened the taper bloodline. At that time, Sky City will help you evolve it and stimulate its taper bloodline simultaneously, allowing it to become a dry land sand taper." Lin Yuan's words caused Sun Ningxiang's eyes to narrow. At the same time, the woman in the cyan half-armor exclaimed. This also made those at the scene who had not snatched the fate letter or had gotten a black letter in their fate letter feel extremely sour. as though they had eaten 100 lemons. It was necessary to formulate extremely pure spirit chi for the dryland sand pig to evolve into the dryland sand tapir. Only Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could formulate this kind of pure spirit chi. However, who would have thought that this Pinnacle Class 4 creation master resource would be given away so easily at Sky City? The tone was even as simple as that of a seller giving a customer a free plastic bag for buying a few kilograms of apples. But this was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master resource. It was not like evolving a Fae from normal to epic, which only required an average Class 4 creation master to complete with some effort. If Class 5 creation masters didn't interfere, Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters would be the best of the best. To get a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master to interfere, one had to first establish ties with him. Otherwise, the evolution would not be successful, no matter how many Radiance dollars one had. Anyone seeking Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters would be loaded with Radiance dollars. It could be said that the lanky woman in cyan half-armor had gotten herself an advantageous deal. At that moment, Sun Ningxiang was not concerned with the half-armored woman's gains, but Lin Yuan's attitude toward advanced creation master resources. As a top power, Condensed Fairy Orchard had also had 3 Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters in its heyday. When it came to the resources of these Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters, Condensed Fairy Orchard had been extremely cautious with every trace. Often, the more elite the faction, the more cautious it was in its use of creation master resources. However, the masked man before her seemed not to care about Pinnacle Class 4 creation master resources at all. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Yuan really wanted to give the lanky woman welfare, but that this dryland sand pig already had the signs of bloodline awakening in its posture. As long as it was taken to the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan would guide the pure spirit chi there into the dryland sand pig for it to naturally evolve. Lin Yuan was simply making the process smoother. The woman in cyan half-armor thanked Lin Yuan hurriedly. "My lord, I am truly thankful to you. From now on, I will be Sky City's #1 fan." After trading with the half-armored woman, Lin Yuan announced that the private faction territories function in Sky City was now perfectly completed. Lin Yuan believed that Sky City would definitely maintain its position on the popularity ranking with the past few hours' earlier episodes. It might even rise drastically in ranking. Lin Yuan had established his private faction of Sky City mainly to collect resources. The money that Lin Yuan earned from steadily developing his might had been enough to spend in the past, but his stall was now getting bigger and bigger. Even the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had to fight with the Zheng family when it came to luxury resources. It was absolutely necessary to spend on this. Hence, Lin Yuan had decided to schedule the issuance of the fate letter once daily. It was just that he didn't have the time to come to manage Sky City personally every day. It had originally been planned that when you would manage Sky City's private faction territory. However, when you was now responsible for Sky City's intelligence work and was already busy with many matters every day. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that he should still recruit another talented person to look after Sky City's internal affairs. It was just that this person would play a vital role and had to be someone he could trust completely. Lin Yuan still did not have a prospective candidate in mind. Only after watching Lin Yuan deal with Sky City's matters did Sun Ningxiang speak. "I would like to properly discuss the collaboration between Sky City and Condensed Fairy Orchard with you." Lin Yuan did not show off when it came to this collaboration. Sun Ningxiang had already expressed goodwill towards Sky City several times in a row, displaying her attitude clearly. Lin Yuan said straightforwardly, "Condensed Fairy Orchard is in such urgent need of creation master resources. Presumably, it has encountered a lot of trouble." Once Lin Yuan had finished, Sun Ningxiang admitted calmly, "Indeed, Condensed Fairy Orchard is now facing great trouble and thus has great need of creation master resources. It especially requires a large quantity of high-class creation master resources." Sun Ningxiang's words slightly startled Lin Yuan. He was extremely surprised by her frankness. The larger the power that found itself in trouble, the more it would hide its situation. Who would have thought that Sun Ningxiang would so readily speak of Condensed Fairy Orchard's plight? It's true that Sky City has a significant amount of high-class creation master resources. It's just that I don't know if Condensed Fairy Orchard will be able to give me something I want in exchange for them. Sun Ningxiang relaxed upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. As a top power, Condensed Fairy Orchard had accumulated countless resources over the years. As long as Sky City can provide high-class creation master resources for Condensed Fairy Orchard in a long-term collaboration, we can offer a price that exceeds the market rate by 10%. Now, Condensed Fairy Orchard only had 1 year left. Sun Ningxiang did not care about how much money was spent as long as it could prolong its lifespan. Her words were full of sincerity. However, it had not been ordinary market resources that had allowed Lin Yuan and Condensed Fairy Orchard to react without hesitation to the Miao family's pressure ahead of time. Lin Yuan replied, "I'm not interested in money." His words startled Sun Ningxiang. She immediately gazed at him in a peculiar manner. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan continued, "Although I'm not interested in money, I am very interested in law source crystals." Sun Ningxiang's scrutiny of Lin Yuan grew increasingly intense. After Lin Yuan had uttered these words, she felt that his entire being smelled of entitlement. While law source crystals could parade the death of a Class 7-dimensional lifeform, a trace of the power of law was also contained within. However, Class 5 creation masters were all helpless when it came to law source crystals. Despite the additional value attached to them, Sun Ningxiang only viewed them as useless stones. When the Sun family had been in Flower City in the early years, it had not failed to clean up the major dimensional rifts that had opened near the city. Now, numerous law source crystals were stored in the warehouse in Condensed Fairy Orchard's old mansion, collecting dust. Who would have expected that these dust-covered law source crystal would come in handy one day? No problem. Condensed Fairy Orchard has indeed accumulated several law source crystals. But by only trading law source crystals, the Sun family's inventory of crystals would soon be depleted. What other resources will Sky City need for future collaboration? Lin Yuan was delighted upon hearing Sun Ningxiang's words. Even though Duan he was an emperor-class expert, he was still only a man. While Lin Yuan had asked Duan he to help collect law source crystals, the number of crystals the latter could collect was ultimately limited, far fewer than the number that an elite faction like Condensed Fairy Orchard could collect. Lin Yuan thought that with Condensed Fairy Orchard's aid, the speed at which the Queen could increase its stars and the speed at which its skirt hem could completely break through to Myth 3 would increase significantly. In the process of cultivating flower and plant phase in Condensed Fairy Orchard, pure spirit chi should be used to induce the evolution or mutation of rare phase. This is within the scope of Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. If Condensed Fairy Orchard is willing to take out law crystal fragments or even complete law crystals for trade, Sky City will be willing to give more high-class creation master resources to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Ningxiang hesitated a little before replying with a firm glint in her eyes. "No problem, but complete law crystals are too precious. Even if I had them, I couldn't take them out casually. I seek your understanding on this. I can trade law crystal fragments with Sky City, but which attributes would you like in them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan replied, "All of them. Sky City will accept law crystals of any attribute." Lin Yuan's words made Sun Ningxiang's heart clench. Objects like law crystals were often circulated among the elite factions. However, any elite faction that would spend a large price in exchange for law crystals had a motive for doing so. Without the help of Class 5 creation masters to formulate potions containing pure power of law, only laws that were compatible with Fey attributes could swallow each other. To factions, buying unnecessary law crystal fragments was equivalent to locking up a portion of their liquidity. Yet, Sky City did not have any requirements when it came to trading law crystal fragments and even wanted fragments of any attribute. Sun Ningxiang couldn't help but think in bewilderment. Could it be that Sky City has relations with the 3 major Class 5 creation masters? The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme? Only Class 5 creation masters would be indifferent to the attributes of law crystals, after all. Suddenly, Sun Ningxiang's pupils contracted as an unbelievable thought sprang to mind. Could it be that Sky City has so many creation master resources and doesn't require law crystal fragments of specific attributes because it has a Class 5 creation master presiding over it? Although the Radiance Federation only had 3 Class 5 Creation Masters at the moment, a new Class 4 Creation Master was added every year throughout its many years of development. No one could say whether a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master would suddenly be enlightened and break through to reach the standard of a Class 5 Creation Master. Moreover, Sky City needed a large quantity of law source crystals. Could it be that the Class 5 Creation Master in Sky City had found a way to extract the heterogeneous powers of law from within the crystals? Upon reaching this conclusion, Sun Ningxiang quickly shook her head. She felt that her speculation was too unrealistic. The 3 major Class 5 Creation Masters had been renowned for a long time. If there were things that even they couldn't accomplish, even if Sky City had a Creation Master who had recently broken through to reach Class 5, they would definitely be unable to accomplish those same things. Sun Ningxiang felt that she must have been under too much pressure during this period, which had caused her imagination to run wild. She coughed lightly, expelling all of the thoughts in her mind. Sure, no problem. But how many Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master resources can Sky City pour into Condensed Fairy Orchard? Lin Yuan scratched his head upon hearing this. He really couldn't explain this issue. It was also not possible for Lin Yuan to be evolving Condensed Fairy Orchard's phase every day. Hence, Lin Yuan carefully estimated his own production capacity in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He thought for a moment and answered, how about if Sky City only trades high-class Creation Master resources with Condensed Fairy Orchard? At that time, Condensed Fairy Orchard can bring the phase that need to be strengthened or that need pure spirit chi for mutation to us. As for the amount that can be strengthened, this will depend on luck. Upon hearing the word luck, Sun Ningxiang suddenly felt that Lin Yuan was somewhat unreliable. However, she did not have any opinion on Lin Yuan's proposition of only trading high-class Creation Master resources. High-class Creation Master resources were the most lacking aspect of Condensed Fairy Orchard. The 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters of Condensed Chamber of Commerce had seized power, and her grandmother killed them in return. She had also executed some other Class 4 Creation Masters who had had ties to the former. The vast majority of Class 2 and 3 Creation Masters still remained inside Condensed Fairy Orchard. Otherwise, Condensed Fairy Orchard would long have been unable to sustain itself. At that moment, Sun Ningxiang observed Lin Yuan's expression and could clearly sense what he was thinking. Lin Yuan said, if Condensed Fairy Orchard requires Legend Phase, Sky City might be able to provide them with some effort. It's just that it's not possible to trade law crystal fragments for Bronze/Legend Phase. You need to trade whole law crystals for them. Sun Ningxiang subconsciously thought that she had misheard Lin Yuan's words and couldn't help asking, did you say Bronze/Legend Phase? Lin Yuan replied affirmatively. If in the process of cooperation, the phase you bring have been strengthened to Bronze/Legend, you need to use whole law crystals for trade. The exchange rate is 1 whole crystal for Myth I and 3 for Myth II. Sun Ningxiang finally confirmed that she hadn't misheard Lin Yuan the first time. After refining the meaning of his words, she felt that he hadn't taken the idea of Bronze/Legend Phase seriously at all. Bronze/Legend Phase were regarded as treasures to any faction, symbolizing its power. Which faction would be willing to trade such precious treasures? Sun Ningxiang was now increasingly certain that her imagination had not been running wild earlier. It was possible that Sky City had a Class 5 Creation Master presiding over it. The price that Lin Yuan had given her just now had not been blindly quoted. During this period, Lin Yuan had also been meticulously studying the specific prices of the Radiance Federation's Bronze/Epic and Bronze/Legend phase through Wenju's compiled data. Although the price he had given Sun Ningxiang appeared excessive, the Radiance Federation's elite factions had previously traded Bronze/Legend phase. The exchange rate had been 1 Bronze/Legend phase in exchange for 1 whole Myth I law crystal. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized that Sun Ningxiang's gaze had changed. It was now full of surprise and hope. She asked carefully, could you help me evolve my Bronze/Epic muscle growth camellia to Bronze/Legend? If you can, I am willing to trade an entire Myth III law crystal for it. Lin Yuan immediately knew that someone very important to Sun Ningxiang must have suffered a grievous physical injury upon hearing this. The Bronze/Epic muscle growth camellia already had no effect, and bronze/legend muscle growth camellia was required to treat the injury, likely because the body's muscles had shrunk and decayed. The muscle growth camellia was an extremely special fae. It was a dwarfish herbaceous plant. After evolving to silver, its stem would become woody, and it would grow into a very tall woody plant. Moreover, its muscle-generating effect came not from the tea leaves or camellia blooming on it, but the abundant jelly in its stalk. Hence, for muscle growth camellia to have a therapeutic effect, it needed to be at the bronze grade. At that moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling uneasy. Even if bronze/legend muscle growth camellias were extremely rare, an elite faction like the Sun family would have pinnacle class 4 creation masters who could eventually succeed after trying their luck hundreds of times to strengthen a bronze/legend muscle growth camellia. Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like I really have to ask when you to investigate the ins and outs of the Sun family's condensed fairy orchard and take a closer look at the kind of trouble it has encountered." Instead of directly agreeing to Sun Ningxiang's request, Lin Yuan said, "Ordinary muscle growth camellias are not rare. They can be bought on StarWeb's Rare Lifeform Pavilion. If Sky City can create a bronze/legend muscle growth camellia, I will inform you. Are you agreeable to trading law crystals for the bronze/legend grade?" Sun Ningxiang nodded in agreement. Instead of focusing on the trade with Lin Yuan, Sun Ningxiang's thoughts were solely on the prospect of the bronze/legend muscle growth camellia. If she could get her hands on the bronze/legend muscle growth camellia, her grandmother could hang on a little longer. She could even hang on for 2 more years. During this period, Sun Ningxiang had not thought about finding other Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. However, there were only those few Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. Besides Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters who had established their own factions, most of the others belonged to different factions. Moreover, her grandmother's act of killing the 3 rebel Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters had angered many of the Federation's creation masters. Under those circumstances, none of the Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters were willing to help the Sun family. Now, Sun Ningxiang had finally found hope in Lin Yuan. After reaching a deal with Sun Ningxiang, Lin Yuan left StarWeb. Upon returning to the real world, Lin Yuan immediately condensed a willpower rune in his mind. His recent comprehension in StarWeb finally allowed him to complete the manifestation of the willpower rune. With a wave of his hand, a blue willpower rune containing tolerance and vastness, along with a gold willpower rune containing wisdom and knowledge, appeared and circled around Lin Yuan's fingers. I don't think this exchange rate is correct." Lin Yuan looked out the window. A gust of wind blew down the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers, which cascaded to the ground. As he gazed at the carpet of red flowers, Lin Yuan murmured, "Zhang family and Miao family, it looks like the wind is really kicking up." While the gust of wind danced in the air, something was happening inside a mansion in the royal capital. 7 or 8 masked attendants in black attire were reporting to an extremely rotund elderly man. "Butler Fu, one of us went to spy on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce yesterday night. As of noon today, he has yet to return. A few of us would like to go to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to take a look." The extremely rotund elderly man's chubby globes of flesh started to tremble as he bellowed, "You useless bunch! You were ordered to find out which faction is behind the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. But you haven't discovered anything, much less the faction's power. How am I supposed to report back to the second young master?" The attendant that spoke looked visibly angry. "Butler Fu, no one can deny that the second young master is fond of you. But our spy team is also the most competent one in the Zhang family. We went because you promised us that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any Emperor-class experts. Otherwise, there is no way that someone of our caliber could be spotted." Before Butler Fu could reply, an earthy yet still hard-to-place voice said, "Is this infighting?" The Zhang family hid in the shadows to spy on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which is supported by our young master. This is extremely disrespectful to him. By killing people from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, you've committed a sin against our young master. Hence, you deserve to suffer the same consequences as those you slew. The moment that this earthy voice spoke, a strange masked man in gold armor appeared in the center of the room. There was a small purple snake coiled around the man's hand. The small snake had 6 colored heads, with blue in its center. Its black head was almost of comparable size to the blue head. He did not waste any more breath on the Zheng family. He dipped his head and said to Purple Demon, "Purple Demon, dig in." The moment he spoke, the house was filled with the shadow of a snake. The masked attendants in black and obese elderly man plunged into Purple Demon's stomach in a flash. It was all over in an instant. Before he left, he circulated the spiritual power in his energy and formed into a sharp vortex that scratched the words, "the royal capital," "the grave of the Zheng family," onto a table in the room. Ostrich Logistics was a faction supported by the Radiance officials. Hence, it was a basic requirement for them to be able to keep secrets. It was unheard of that Ostrich Logistics would reveal any information regarding a faction's members of resource channels. Lin Yuan had his dedicated courier Aneng. Thus, any order regarding Lin Yuan, whether it was to send or receive goods, was all done by Aneng. Lin Yuan did not have to worry at all. Soon, Aneng had already sent over the dry land sand pig from the girl dressed in cyan half-armor. After Aneng was done delivering Lin Yuan's package, she enthusiastically handed him a form and said, "Mr. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I've been your private courier for half a year now. Ostrich Logistics regulations state that private couriers must be examined every half a year. Please grade me on my performance." Aneng removed the glove she had been wearing, took out a card made of an unknown letter, and handed it to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan received the card, he could see the nervousness and earnestness in Aneng's eyes. Her gaze reminded Lin Yuan of genius whenever it saw red braised meat in the lunchbox that Uncle Li sent back in the Xia region. Although there were only a few multiple-choice questions, Ostrich Logistics was strict with their private couriers, and every question had comprehensive scoring details. Lin Yuan immediately graded Aneng with 5 stars for everything before giving the card back to her. "I've been extremely pleased with your performance in the last 6 months. I'm very glad to have you as my dedicated courier," said Lin Yuan. Aneng's initial look of anxiousness turned into pure joy when she heard Lin Yuan's praise. She snapped her fingers, and 3 small insect species phase were summoned. They flittered around her fingers. Aneng waved at Lin Yuan and said, "Thank you for your compliments. I'll be taking my leave now. I will make sure to protect all your items from now on. My rain of bullets will put your enemies out of their misery." While she waved, she snapped her fingers a few times. With a bang, the insect species phase flying around Aneng's fingers shot out a beam of light. The beam of light traveled through the card in Aneng's hand and left a hole in its wake. She hastily held the card behind her in embarrassment. The other hand gripped the stray purplish-red strands of hair on her head as she said bashfully, "I occasionally lose control, but it's usually when I'm faced with an enemy." Lin Yuan looked at the phase that Aneng summoned, and his nostrils flared. He recalled the first time he had met Aneng at the store in the Xia region. She had 2 phase, one of which was the silver canister shot insect, and the other was the gold armor-piercing insect. Now, her 2 phase had already reached fantasy breed. The silver canister shot insect had evolved into the gold/fantasy light rain of bullets insect, while the gold armor-piercing insect had evolved into then gold/fantasy. As for the bronze overload insect, Aneng should have recently formed a contract with it. The overload bug size indicated that it had just grown out of its baby stage. Back at the Xia region, Lin Yuan had been shocked to learn of Aneng's age and the power she possessed. Given her age, she possessed incredible talent and had a similar power level to the Savage Snake Guild Club's Meng Su. Lin Yuan finally understood why Aneng had been chosen to participate in the S tournament on behalf of the A-level Ostrich Guild Club. If a young spirit chi professional had incredible phase, they needed talent and resources. It seemed that Aneng's role in Ostrich Logistics had more than what met the eye. After Aneng left, Lin Yuan carried the face storage box that Aneng had brought and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan intended on evolving Blackie and Genius to fantasy breed after he evolved the dryland sand pig. Genius and Blackie had been stuck at Bronze X/Legend, and Lin Yuan had been looking forward to their evolution to fantasy breed for a long time. When Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, He was surprised to notice a change had occurred in the spirit lock spatial zone. From where Lin Yuan was standing, the spirit chi was very scarce, and it was even less than the concentration of spiritual power outside. At that point, the floating island whale, Gray, and the twin red pagoda were all unable to absorb any spirit chi. Due to the lack of spirit chi, the bronze/legend elemental shellfish had also stopped producing elemental pearls. The wind-speed rapid antelope, which oversaw the spirit lock spatial zone, quickly dashed to Lin Yuan's side. It nudged Lin Yuan's leg and threw worried looks toward the spirit pool. Ever since Lin Yuan had formed a contract with Morbius, such an incident had never occurred. Not even when the spirit lock spatial zone increased in size after Morbius' evolution to the bronze grade. Morbius was still sleeping, which meant that the change had nothing to do with it. It was not the time for Lin Yuan to coax the wind-speed rapid antelope, and he rushed to the spirit pool. Lin Yuan had noticed that all the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was being drained by something in the spirit pool. No one knew better than Lin Yuan about what was in the spirit pool. After Lin Yuan had transformed the spirit pool, it could be called an inky spirit pool instead. Blackie's spirit chi imprint had transformed after its dragon species bloodline was unlocked. Lin Yuan had nurtured a significant number of spirit siphon goldfish with dragon species bloodline in the spirit pool. They had all evolved to bronze grade, and their dragon species bloodline had been awakened. Thus, they had all evolved to spirit gather goldfish. The spirit gather goldfish with dragon species bloodline were influenced by Blackie and accumulated spirit chi in their spirit chi imprints. Their accumulation of spirit chi in their spirit chi imprints increased by at least 30%. There was also the pregnant angelfish of bliss in the spirit pool. Lin Yuan had poured a large amount of aurora pollen into the spirit pool, and Blackie had grown to like the taste of aurora pollen. The only things left were the sea burial lotus flower and sunlight king lotus. Lin Yuan peered into the spirit pool and saw the sea burial lotus flower that could not absorb spirit chi was continuously producing bone lotus flowers. It was slowly stretching out toward where the spirit chi was accumulating. Almost all of the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone had accumulated in one spot, and the mighty vortex of spirit chi tore the bone lotus flowers to shreds. Lin Yuan had assumed that the problem with the spirit lock spatial zone lay with the dishonest sea burial lotus flower. However, it turned out to be the sunlight king lotus that had not experienced many changes all this time. Lin Yuan jerked his wrist and instructed the source sand to produce a large amount of ferromanganese sand, which then turned into 3 enormous swords that shot toward the vortex of spirit chi over the sunlight king lotus head. After Lin Yuan put a stop to the vortex of spirit chi over the sunlight king lotus's head, he used all the strength in his body to lift the sunlight king lotus that had taken up almost half of all the space in the spirit pool. He immediately left the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan ignored the water dripping from the sunlight king lotus as he tossed it to the ground. He did not have the chance to investigate what had gone wrong with the Sunlight King Lotus before he hastily returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan noticed that after taking the Sunlight King Lotus out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been filtered by the ferromanganese sand, and its concentration had returned to normal. He quickly checked on the state of the floating island whale and the evolving sky-clouded crane. Lin Yuan did not know how long the change in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had lasted. The hatching of the floating island whale was an irreversible process that required the absorption of an immense amount of spirit chi. If not enough spirit chi was supplied, the floating island whale would be injured. This would be too bad. During Gray's evolution, if it did not receive enough spirit chi, it could cause irreparable problems. As for the life-form sacrificial fire on the twin red pagoda, Lin Yuan was not worried. If there was a lack of spirit chi, the life-form sacrificial fire would shorten its rate of development. This would not cause any major problems to the life-form sacrificial fire. After checking on the sky-clouded crane and floating island whale, Lin Yuan felt more at ease. It seemed that the changes in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had only lasted for a short while. Although Gray and the floating island whale had been slightly affected, the amount of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had returned to normal. After being incubated in the pure spirit chi for some time, the damage would heal. Lin Yuan summoned Genius and Chimey. The spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, blue flash purple butterfly, and jasmine lily were spirit-locked phase that remained in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Unfortunately, these three phase had very low intelligence. During the change in the spirit-lock spatial zone, the three phase did not even notice that something serious had happened that they needed to inform Lin Yuan about. Previously, Chimey had been living in the nest in the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. After Chimey's evolution to the clear-voiced Luan sparrow, Lin Yuan had stored it in his spiritual spatial zone. If Chimey and Genius had stayed in the spirit-lock spatial zone, they would have immediately warned Lin Yuan about such an incident. The legend elemental shellfish had already started to produce elemental pearls again. Chimey hopped onto Lin Yuan's ear and lightly pecked at his hair as it said, "Yuan, I want to learn to sing. You promised that you would teach me a song when you had the time." Lin Yuan caressed Chimey's head and replied, "Fine, but I need to evolve Genius to fantasy breed first." Chimey flapped its wings and flew over to land on Genius' head. It started to chirp happily but said with a slightly worried tone, "It's great that Genius is going to evolve. I hope it won't be as painful as it was for me." Chimey's words made Lin Yuan narrow his eyes. Blackie had already awakened its dragon species bloodline and had evolved into the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. The evolution to fantasy breed would grant a one-time qualitative leap, where the innate dragon species bloodline would be completely unleashed. It allowed Blackie to transform into a genuine flood dragon species fae. Although Blackie's bloodline would also improve tremendously, it did not need to endure much pain because it already had a solid foundation. It had already experienced agony in several stages when it evolved from bronze grade and had only just awakened its dragon species bloodline. Thus, Blackie was all but settled and did not need much concern from Lin Yuan. However, this was not the case for Genius. Genius' evolution from an ordinary housekeeping beast to what it was now had not brought any obvious changes. This opportunity to evolve to fantasy breed was a good chance for Genius to utterly transform itself. An ordinary housekeeping beast like Genius usually did not transform. It would be the equivalent of leaping across a vast chasm. Once it crossed over, it would start a completely new chapter. If it failed to cross, only death would await Genius. This thought made Lin Yuan hesitate about whether he should allow Genius to comprehend this willpower rune to evolve to fantasy breed. He would prefer Genius to be safe rather than strong. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Genius' childlike voice say to Chimey, "Chimey, I'll become strong enough to protect you. I'm not afraid of pain." Genius then looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Yuan, I can finally evolve and help you in even more ways." Genius's words warmed Lin Yuan's heart. As Genius contractor, Lin Yuan knew that it had a peaceful nature that avoided conflict. It was never greedy for power or evolution. The 100 questions beast was a housekeeping beast. Thus, for Genius to be as smart as it was even before it became a fae was already exceptional. Now, Genius had become a bronze/legend fae. Each time it evolved, it became even smarter. Hence, Genius was already much smarter than most people, so Lin Yuan had been instructing it to gain knowledge about Class 3 Scholar, Class 3 Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Class 3 Fae Observer. Genius had gained so much knowledge that it was more qualified than Lin Yuan to be a Class 3 Creation Master. Lin Yuan's vast knowledge came from what Genius had learned. After all, he even knew the risks that Genius evolution entailed. As Lin Yuan's knowledge bank, Genius had to be aware as well. In spite of the risks, Genius still wanted to evolve and become stronger. Its motivation and bravery stemmed from its yearning to be of more use to Lin Yuan. The evolution of phase was a gift from heaven but also a test that they had to stake their lives on. The world cleansing undergone by myth breed phase could be halted externally. However, not even the most skilled creation master could stop an innate transformation. Lin Yuan squatted down and said solemnly to Genius, "Genius, are you certain that you want to evolve now?" When Chimey heard what Lin Yuan said, it cocked its head in confusion, and the light blue feathers on its head bobbed. Chimey could not make sense of it. Although the evolution would be painful, being able to evolve to fantasy breed was a good thing. But why did it feel like Lin Yuan was slightly against Genius evolution? During Chimey transformation after evolving to Fantasy 3, its body had been crushed. This had wrecked Chimey's mind, and it only regained its senses right before the evolution was completed. Thus, Chimey did not know what had happened to it during its evolution. Naturally, Genius had not told Chimey about the agony it had gone through. Neither Lin Yuan nor Genius wanted to think about the pain that Chimey had gone through during its evolution. Genius nodded and said, "Yuan, I want to evolve. I'll be fine, so don't worry about me." Lin Yuan did not expect that Genius would be considerate of his feelings at such a time and even comfort him. He stood up and took a deep breath. Although Genius evolution and transformation was its own business and external forces could not stop it, it could still receive help. Although it had not been long since Lin Yuan had escaped certain doom in the dimensional rift, Blackie's transformation had resulted in Lin Yuan's spirit chi imprint accumulating a sizable amount of spirit chi. Moreover, the Jasmine Lily had already evolved to Gold Eye/Fantasy 3. In 2 weeks, Lin Yuan's vitality imprint would have accumulated even more energy than before. The Jasmine Lily could use the bud of Mountain Jade's heel and did not have the same comfort that came from being controlled. When combined with Morbius' pure land of bliss, Lin Yuan felt that it was feasible. "Prepare yourself, Genius. I'll be evolving Blackie to fantasy breed first." Genius immediately bounded to the workbench and started to munch on juicy cane loofah. It wanted to fill its stomach to conserve the energy needed for its transformation. Since Chimey was a sound bird, it had a good grasp of the emotions in a piece of music and was sensitive to the feelings of sound. It sensed the heaviness in Lin Yuan's tone. The ever-cheerful Chimey was perturbed, and it tapped its feet on top of Genius' head. It did not know how to comfort Genius, so it followed its instincts and started to sing a joyous song to cheer Genius up. However, Chimey was clearly worried about Genius, and Lin Yuan could sense its uneasiness from its song. Lin Yuan walked to the spirit pool and saw that Blackie was blowing bubbles in the water. After Blackie's flood dragon species bloodline had been unlocked, it had grown to a meter long. Its black tail had grown an exoskeleton that supported it, allowing Blackie to move its tail as it swam in the spirit pool. In the past, its tail would be at the mercy of the currents and swish limply. Lin Yuan did not know if it was his misconception, but it seemed as though the 2 horns on Blackie's head had grown significantly. Blackie saw Lin Yuan approach the spirit pool and jumped out of the water to greet him. However, Blackie forgot that it was no longer a small fish that could fit in the palm of a hand. It was now a big meter-long fish. Lin Yuan stood next to the spirit pool and was drenched in water that splashed out due to Blackie's jump. Lin Yuan looked at Blackie awkwardly and could not help but roll his eyes. This silly child. After being splashed by Blackie, Lin Yuan was still just as worried about Genius. However, he was no longer disconcerted. As a creation master that had evolved many phases, Lin Yuan knew that one could not show cowardice during the fight for one's life. Instead, one should resolutely take each step that would take them closer to heaven. Genius often ate the special food prepared by Lujia. The latter prepared medicine for Genius that was made from spiritual ingredients meant to strengthen its bones. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer also doted on Genius and often fed Genius rare spiritual ingredients. It could be said that Genius had absorbed all the energy from the medicine and spiritual ingredients after being baptized in all the pure spirit chi it was exposed to while it was by Lin Yuan's side. It had a very good foundation. Lin Yuan believed that Genius would also be able to find itself just like Chimey had done. Genius would become the first 100 questions beast to step into uncharted territory. Lin Yuan summoned the dark blue willpower rune related to inclusion and vastness. The dark blue willpower rune radiated a feeling of vastness that made the spirit pool seem minuscule. Lin Yuan turned to Blackie and said, "Blackie, it's time for your transformation." Blackie was usually slow-witted, but it could understand what Lin Yuan said. It flapped its tail again and swam out of the water toward the dark blue willpower rune. After Blackie fused with the willpower rune, the blue light started to flash, and the air above the spirit pool became a world of waves. However, instead of water, it was a large amount of spirit chi. The spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone flared and flew toward Blackie, which had turned into the world of water. The spirit chi turned into spirit tide and seemed to be clustering around its king. Suddenly, the blue world of waves turned a dark inky color. This inky color was different from the black speckled rainbow when Lin Yuan had been evolving the obsidian iron wild bull. This inky black was extremely pure, like it had been formed by the endless laying of the blue colors of the deep seas. Shortly after, plumes of black clouds appeared in the raging world of waves. Lin Yuan gasped and said, "The dragon comes from the clouds. Lightning and thunder come from the clouds, and rain swiftly follows." Blackie's flood dragon species bloodline is so pure. After evolving so many phases, Lin Yuan was no longer as easily surprised as he used to be. If the jasmine lily produced a colony or fasciated, Lin Yuan would only be shocked by the fasciation. However, this unexpected occurrence in the process of Blackie's evolution appalled Lin Yuan. When dragon species phase were evolving, whether it was the flood dragon species phase or terrifying dragon species phase, as long as the bloodline was outstanding, there would be unexpected occurrences that could only happen to dragon species phase. Flood dragon species phase with outstanding bloodlines would trigger the lightning and thunder comes from the clouds, and rain swiftly follows change. However, terrifying dragon species phase would trigger the flood of blood in the forest and all beasts die change. Regardless of whether it was flood dragon species phase or terrifying dragon species phase, they were both qualified to become true dragon species. After all the steps that Lin Yuan had taken to awaken Blackie's dragon species bloodline, it became qualified to become true dragon species when it was evolving to bronze/fantasy. One of the reasons was that the spirit pool provided an environment that could not be matched up to by any other location in the world. It could also be said that Lin Yuan's decision to buy Blackie from Zhou Jiasen's store had earned him the heavenly fish of all the telescope spirit siphon goldfish. Its quality was nonpareil. It just so happened that when it was set free to the public, it was picked up by Lin Yuan's sharp eye. All of a sudden, the roar of a dragon resounded. This roar was extremely ferocious, and it even chased all the storm clouds away. It was different from the violent, thunderous bellow of terrifying dragon species phase. This dragon roar was incredibly elegant. Immediately after this roar, a slender dragon tail peeked out of the black light. There were black scales with the glimmer of a rainbow on the dragon tail. The black color of the scales had a graceful flavor. The scales were lined with subtle dark gold color. The slender dragon tail swished, and the black light turned into a flash. For claws appeared through the black light, and a shower of scale pieces fell from the claws. After the scale pieces fell, the claws were the same inky black color as the scales on the dragon tail. Another ferocious dragon roar reverberated through the spirit lock spatial zone, and the spiritual power inside thrashed. It made Lin Yuan feel great pressure whenever he took a breath. Although the spirit chi was usually gentle, all Fey attacks were linked to spirit chi. Even physical fights between Feys required spirit chi to quietly power the physical attacks. Just as Lin Yuan was about to succumb to the pressure, the thrashing spirit chi turned calm. A 3-meter-long dragon silhouette broke through the water world and hovered in the air. The dragon's head had 2 beautiful curved black horns. They looked like 2 black corals. The body was strong, and as it flew, the black fur winked with the dark gold lining around the scales. An image formed in Lin Yuan's mind. Under the sky, dark clouds rise. The falling jade stains the clouds, and the gold scales in the water form an armor. Before Lin Yuan could continue to marvel at it, the dragon's body turned and landed around Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan, who had been completely unprepared, fell into the spirit pool. He spluttered and swallowed a few mouthfuls of spirit pool water. The dragon immediately knew that it had made a mistake, quickly dove underwater and dragged Lin Yuan out of the spirit pool. Lin Yuan instinctively clutched the black coral horns on the dragon's head. He immediately felt the dragon tremble and heard a gentle voice say, "Master, please don't touch the horns. It feels weird." Chimy's voice was ethereal, but this female voice was exceptionally gentle. Lin Yuan recalled the Class 3 Fey observer knowledge that Genius had learned. The horns of flood dragon species phase could not be touched. Lin Yuan hurriedly let go and said ecstatically, "Blackie, now that you've evolved to fantasy breed, you can speak." Lin Yuan never expected, after awakening the flood dragon bloodline and evolving into a pure flood dragon species Fey, Blackie's intelligence would actually increase so significantly. Blackie might have fused with the willpower rune and become a fantasy breed, but it was still at Bronze X. When Lin Yuan had enhanced phase previously, he didn't really have high expectations for dragon species bloodline. Lin Yuan always believed that any Fae could continue to evolve with its own bloodline and would still be able to emerge as a powerful species. From the looks of it now, there was indeed a reason why people would always favor Faes with dragon species bloodline. Previously, Lin Yuan was rather worried when Genius and Chimey weren't in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If there was any problem in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Blackie, the blue flash purple butterfly, and the jasmine lily wouldn't be able to alert him of any danger. The wind speed rapid antelope might be intelligent enough to warn Lin Yuan about the situation within the Spirit Lock spatial zone, but Lin Yuan hadn't formed a contract with the wind speed rapid antelope. Now that Blackie was intelligent, Lin Yuan felt that his previous worries were all redundant. Red Thorn was now able to emulate the voice of a human and conduct a conversation by using those giant gill-shaped petals. However, it had a hard time trying to emulate those rarely used tones. It would require a very long time for Red Thorn to grasp that ability. But now, Blackie was already able to have a normal conversation, meaning Blackie's intelligence was far superior to Red Thorn. When Blackie heard Lin Yuan's words, it spoke with a sullen and gentle voice while watching Lin Yuan's drenched and dripping clothes. Master, Blackie is wrong. Blackie didn't think that Master would become so much smaller, and that after evolving I would accidentally drag Master into the water. After hearing Blackie's words, Lin Yuan immediately felt he was thinking too much earlier. He stared speechlessly at Blackie, which was now over 3 meters in length and was floating nobly with golden dragon eyes. What kind of thought process would make Blackie say that I have become smaller? Where am I smaller? Could Blackie possess the legendary one-track mind? Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on Blackie's attributes. Fae name: Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon, Fae species: Horned Dragon species / Flood Dragon genus, Fae grade: Bronze, 10/10. Fae type: Water, Fae quality. Fantasy Eye. Abilities: Spirit Injection. Restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Exclusive skill: Spirit Chi Imprint. The Spirit Chi that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the Spirit Chi Imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the Spirit Chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the Spirit Chi Imprint. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release Spirit Chi contained within the Spirit Chi Imprint. Spirit Essence Explosion. Gather the spiritual power into a single point and explode all the energy. The Spirit Essence Explosion can only be applied to places where there is contact with the Spirit Chi Imprint. After reading the information on True Data, Blackie was no longer the original spirit-drawing ichthyosaur and had already evolved into the Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon. Lin Yuan was sharp enough and realized that Blackie's only ability, Spirit Injection, had transformed due to the relation with Spirit Lock. Previously, Spirit Injection would restore a portion of spiritual power at once and would gradually restore a small amount of lost spiritual power. At present, Spirit Injection would restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and no longer restore just a small amount of lost spiritual power over time. Previously, when Lin Yuan used Blackie's ability, Spirit Injection, on the duel stage, the only thing truly useful was the replenishment of spiritual power during the activation. As for the small amount of spiritual power restored over time, it would only be useful during extended battles like the one during the Millstone Town incident. However, now that Blackie had become a true Flood Dragon species Fae, its ability, Spirit Injection, received a huge upgrade. Blackie was a Bronze/Fantasy Fae now, so the upgrade in ability wouldn't have a huge difference. However, as Blackie continued to progress in grade, the difference would become significant. Lin Yuan could feel the obvious difference now that Blackie had evolved into the Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon. It felt as though Blackie could control the Spirit Chi within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Logically, Blackie had evolved from a Spirit Siphon goldfish and should be releasing huge amounts of Spirit Chi like other Spirit Siphon goldfish in the pool. However, due to Blackie's exclusive skill, Spirit Chi Imprint, the huge amount of Spirit Chi released by Blackie wouldn't be lost to the natural environment. Instead, it would be injected into Lin Yuan's spirit qi imprint. Lin Yuan directly felt that the speed of spirit qi accumulation within the spirit qi imprint was now 30% faster. As for Blackie's newly comprehended exclusive skill after upgrading into a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan wasn't able to understand it at first glance. Blackie's new exclusive skill, Spirit Essence Explosion, could only be used on targets that were in contact with Spirit Qi Imprint. Spirit Qi Imprint was branded onto Lin Yuan's back, meaning that only Lin Yuan could use the new exclusive skill, Spirit Essence Explosion. As described by True Data, Spirit Essence Explosion would gather spiritual power into a single point and would explode the gathered spiritual power. The exact effects of the exclusive skill would only be clear after trying it. Lin Yuan immediately gave the command, "Blackie, use Spirit Essence Explosion." Lin Yuan then raised his fist, and a small amount of spirit qi was gathered on his fist. He felt that the spiritual power was wrapping around his fist before constantly gathering on the tip of Lin Yuan's fist. Lin Yuan raised his fist and walked in front of the workbench and smashed down on the workbench. Due to the extremely small amount of spirit qi used, the consumption of spirit qi was less than what was required to enhance a Fey from normal to elite. However, with Spirit Essence Explosion, just this small amount of spirit qi was enough to smash the workbench that was made with completely jade-textured willow wood. This workbench had actually been made with worthless wooden racks from the Xia region's Fey store. Lin Yuan had kept them inside the spirit lock spatial zone as a memory. However, this memory had been turned into jade-textured powder with a gentle swing of his fist. Completely jade-textured wood, especially thick wood like willow wood, was extremely firm. Even with great strength, one would only be able to crack it or make a huge pit. But this was Lin Yuan's first time seeing completely jade-textured being turned into powder. Lin Yuan understood why this situation would occur. It meant that when he smashed down the fist, the spirit qi gathered at the tip of his fist had penetrated into the interior of the workbench, stirring it from within and turning it into powder. Lin Yuan inhaled a breath of cold air and stared dazedly at the pile of spiritual ingredients. The jasmine lily and bud of mountain jade were all snoring away. The blue flash purple butterfly was still confused. Lin Yuan hastily cleaned up the mess. He planned on asking Hu Quan to make a sturdier workbench. At the same time, Lin Yuan's mind went into overdrive. It was undeniable that Blackie's Spirit Essence Explosion was strong. It was so mighty that it allowed Lin Yuan to become a spirit qi professional that no longer needed to constantly fear for his life during battles. It was a Fey in human form that could unleash a devastating blow during key moments. This would add to Lin Yuan's deck of trump cards. This trump card had the potential to be unexpectedly useful during key moments. At the same time, this trump card also enabled Lin Yuan to have more room for error. When Lin Yuan was nurturing the source sand, he focused on improving the source sand's defensive abilities. In the process of improving the source sand's defensive abilities, its uniqueness of being a source-type lifeform allowed it to become a bonding agent. This allowed Lin Yuan's phase to be connected. Now that he was armed with the Spirit Essence Explosion, Lin Yuan could also become an important member of the connection. Lin Yuan had generated such damage after using a small amount of spirit qi. If he activated the enormous amount of spirit qi in his spirit qi imprint, all the spirit qi would coalesce in his fist and be pumped into his attack. Lin Yuan was unsure of how deadly the attack would be. However, judging from the effects of his test strike, Lin Yuan guessed that he might even be able to destroy an entire mountain. This thought made Lin Yuan scratch his head bashfully. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. This incident made Lin Yuan understand why the Moon Empress always said, Spirit qi is the foundation of everything, during their question and answer exercises. This was not just how a phenomenal Class 5 Creation Master approached Creation Master abilities. It was applicable to the entire world of Spirit qi awakening. Spirit qi not only sustained the weak and cultivated the countless beings of the world, it could also become a powerful beast that obliterated everything in its path. If Lin Yuan used Spirit Essence Explosion but did not explain the mechanisms to anyone else, they would all think that he was filled with a strange power. All spirit chi professionals would rather fight side by side with their fays rather than just standing behind them and giving out orders. Although Lin Yuan viewed himself as upright and the mother of bloodbath saw that he had a darker side to him, he adored the feeling of fighting alongside his fays. However, Lin Yuan preferred to use it as an emergency life-saving trump card. Lin Yuan made a silent decision. Even if I use spirit essence explosion on a regular basis, I can't let anyone know how confident I am. Lin Yuan still had 39 spirit chi crystals, and they were not insufficient to evolve both Blackie and Genius to gold grade. Moreover, Lin Yuan had made a deal with Condensed Fairy Orchard to exchange bronze phase for complete law crystals. Any complete law crystal was incredibly attractive to Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen's ability allowed Lin Yuan to strengthen his faction and condense law crystals with pure law power. The 3 complete laws were the focus of the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. The remaining shattered laws only played supporting roles that helped create a world in the skirt. Lin Yuan wanted to see what would happen to the skirt if more complete laws were added. To what extent could the complete laws evolve sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt? This was also connected to Lin Yuan's power. Lin Yuan could use the skirt to unleash the might of the laws. He was about to go to the Divine Wood Federation and had seen some information about them. The Divine Wood Federation highly revered high-grade lifeforms. Lin Yuan probably only could use pretentious methods and model behavior to be useful to the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, he needed to prepare more phase that were produced by spirit chi crystals just in case. After mulling for a while, Lin Yuan made a trade-off. He decided to ignore the urgent lack of spirit chi crystals and first evolve the spirit-tied ink flood dragon to gold/fantasy. Although Lin Yuan did not know what would happen to Genius after it evolved to fantasy breed, the evolution of Blackie would lead to an increased rate of spirit chi accumulation in the spirit chi imprint. This was enough reason for Lin Yuan to unhesitatingly evolve the spirit-tied ink flood dragon. Lin Yuan crushed 20 spirit chi crystals and directed the energy toward Blackie. The spirit-tied ink flood dragon could manipulate spiritual power and was able to control the spirit chi around it. Hence, Blackie immediately absorbed the spirit chi from the 20 spirit chi crystals. With this large amount of spirit chi, the Blackie let out an elegant dragon chime, and its body started to expand. While it was expanding, the black scales lined with dark gold slowly lost their shine and fell to reveal new black scales. The new black scales were slightly different from the previous ones. Each new scale was lined with dark gold dragon patterns and looked extremely classy. However, Lin Yuan felt troubled by the changes. Blackie had just evolved to Silver Eye and had grown to 6 meters long. Every time Blackie evolved, its body would grow bigger. The Silver X/Fantasy Eye Blackie had grown to 9 meters. Lin Yuan hurriedly let Blackie out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although every dragon species phase evolution was different, all of them would grow bigger. Lin Yuan was genuinely afraid that when the 9-meter-long Blackie evolved to gold grade, it would grow so large that it might destroy the Spirit Lock spatial zone Lin Yuan had painstakingly decorated. Could even affect the hatching floating island whale and evolving gray. When Lin Yuan summoned Blackie to the room outside the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Blackie's tail smashed Lin Yuan's bed. Although Blackie had turned into a pure flood dragon, it still molted while evolving. Through the contract with Blackie, Lin Yuan could sense that Blackie was being driven crazy by the itchiness that accompanied the molting. Thus, Blackie needed to be released. This was a disaster for the Sunlight King Lotus that had caused trouble in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and was currently on the floor. It was whipped by Blackie's tail, and many leaves snapped off. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up the Sunlight King Lotus. He had been too worried about the situation in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to check on what had happened to the Sunlight King Lotus. Now that he was looking at it, a look of joy that was the exact copy of the expression he had when he saw Blackie transform into the Flood Dragon appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In spite of his happiness, Lin Yuan had already decided to look for Master Duanli at the store's fan club. He felt that Master Duanli had separated the flower heads during the exchange. It was similar to when Lin Yuan had obtained the Twin Red Pagoda. Lin Yuan's Twin Red Pagoda was a heaven and earth fae, but it was a set of twins. In order to preserve a portion of resources, Master Duanli had secretly separated the twin red pagoda's secondary flower and kept it for herself while giving Lin Yuan the main flower. Lin Yuan had not carefully observed the original Sunlight King Lotus. Thus, he did not know that it had been separated. The Sunlight King Lotus had been left in the spirit pool to nurture itself. Since Lin Yuan was in no rush to work on the man-made lake in the mansion, he had forgotten about the Sunlight King Lotus. When the Sunlight King Lotus injury had almost healed, it had been nurtured by the large amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. The Sunlight King Lotus wanted to regrow the flower head that had been separated. The Sunlight King Lotus was a succulent, and it underwent fasciation when it was growing the new head. Lin Yuan carefully counted and found that there were 99 new Sunlight King Lotus flower heads. He finally knew why the Sunlight King Lotus had aggressively absorbed all the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. These 99 new flower heads desperately needed the spirit chi to nurture themselves. Lin Yuan patted his leg as he looked at the new flower heads. "I've hit the jackpot." Lin Yuan carefully stored the Sunlight King Lotus in his Fey storage box like it was his treasure. He was not anxious to immediately sort out the Sunlight King Lotus's new flower heads, because the newly evolved Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Blackie had wrecked Lin Yuan's room. It had even cracked the pipes in the bathroom, which had started spewing a fountain of water. When Lin Yuan had released the evolving Blackie into his room, the mother of Bloodbath, which had been drinking tea on the water rhinoceros leather sofa, was overcome with a look of astonishment. Lin Yuan had summoned Blackie before the mother of Bloodbath, so the latter could recognize Blackie's smell. Nonetheless, the mother of Bloodbath was confused as Blackie used to just be a spirit-gather goldfish that had unlocked its dragon species bloodline. It could not understand how Lin Yuan managed to nurture it into a flood dragon fae with such a pure bloodline. As a fae, the mother of Bloodbath had slowly evolved from a normal fae to the level it was at now. It understood full well how difficult bloodline evolution was. Moreover, dragon species faes easily awakened their bloodline, but it was extremely challenging for the bloodline to be pure. The scent of such a pure flood dragon fae made the mother of Bloodbath sure that Blackie had the potential to become a true dragon species. Before the mother of Bloodbath could gape even more at the scent of Blackie's bloodline, it sensed a willpower of gathering and understanding from Blackie. After sensing this willpower, the mother of Bloodbath downed her cup of tea in one gulp. It became the mother of jealousy again as envy filled its heart. Blackie's evolution to fantasy breed meant that Lin Yuan had comprehended another willpower rune recently. Just how many willpower runes had Lin Yuan comprehended? Lin Yuan was only 19 years old. After an elegant dragon chime sounded out, Blackie truly became a Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye fae. However, the dragon chime sounded like a fierce roar to Lin Yuan. When he looked around at the state of his room, he knew that he would be sleeping in the guest room tonight. Even though there was a Class 5 spirit craftsman in the mansion, there was no way Hu Quan could restore the ruined room in the span of an afternoon. Blackie raised its head and knocked into the roof of the house. It generated a loud duong. When Lin Yuan heard this sound, his eyebrows twitched like mad. Luckily, when you had instructed the Class 4 architect team to build the mansion, a significant amount of gold tungsten had been added to the walls. However, after Blackie bumped into the roof, its head smashed through to the training room on the 3rd floor. After evolving to Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye, Blackie had grown to 18 meters. Amongst all of Lin Yuan's faes, it was the largest. Lin Yuan had researched flood dragon species faes on StarWeb. Blackie's appearance was top tier amongst flood dragon species faes. Lin Yuan noticed that Blackie's dark gold eyes were sweeping the area below it as though it was looking for something. His gaze finally landed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan heard Blackie's gentle voice say, "Master, how did you become so small? You're tiny now." Lin Yuan reached out to massage his temples. This Blackie is functioning on a single brain cell. Blackie started to coil its body. The 2-meter-long head softly lowered down to Lin Yuan, and it fluttered its black mane. It seemed that it wanted to nudge Lin Yuan with its head. But when it saw how small Lin Yuan was, it gave up. "Master, let me take you out for a ride." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He remembered that after Blackie evolved to fantasy breed in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, It had been coiling its body in midair. Lin Yuan looked into Blackie's dark gold eyes and asked, "Blackie, can you fly now?" Blackie answered confidently, "Of course I can. I can fly anywhere that has spirit chi, whether that be in the sky or underwater." Lin Yuan had never prepared an avian fae because he had never encountered a suitable one. Moreover, he could always ride a divine travel black swallow when he needed to quickly get to somewhere far. Thus, he did not have a great need for an avian fae. Most of Lin Yuan's fays were small in size. The largest was Red Thorn, and it needed to grow ramets to transport itself. Hence, Lin Yuan never thought that he would ride his own fae through the skies one day. Now, Blackie was giving him such a chance. Lin Yuan leaped up and landed on Blackie's neck. Soon, Lin Yuan could feel Blackie circulate its spiritual power, and the fur on its neck was sealed by spiritual power to hold Lin Yuan in between. Lin Yuan grabbed onto the fur, and it felt like he was clutching two pigtails. His lips curled upward as he thought, "Blackie is rather considerate." Immediately after the thought entered his mind, he saw Blackie coil its body and dive toward the open window. Lin Yuan quickly yelled, "Blackie, use the door." Before he could finish, the words were pushed back into his throat as Blackie crashed through the window and flew toward the sky above the mansion. Blackie's gentle voice asked, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Lin Yuan sighed. This rowdy child has issues. Not only does it function on only one brain cell, but it even destroyed the house. As Blackie's contractor, Lin Yuan felt that he was in a tough spot. When Lin Yuan looked down at the mansion, he decided to ask Hu Quan to immediately start expanding the man-made lake. Blackie had grown to 18 meters, so keeping it in the spirit pool in the spirit lock spatial zone was no longer feasible. Thus, the one place suitable for Blackie to live in the mansion was the man-made lake. Originally, Lin Yuan had intended on expanding the man-made lake to twice its current size. Now, he thought he had better make it larger and use up all the empty space on the west side. Blackie had grown to 18 meters after evolving to Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye, and Lin Yuan could not guess what size Blackie would grow to after it evolved to Diamond Grade and beyond. He might as well take this chance to put in more effort and build Blackie's official home. Lin Yuan would also be able to keep the other spirit siphon goldfish that had awakened their dragon species bloodline in the man-made lake. At the same time, Blackie could use its exclusive skill to store more spirit chi in the spirit chi imprint. Previously, the spirit pool had limited space. As such, Lin Yuan had only cultivated about 70 spirit siphon goldfish with awakened dragon species bloodlines in the spirit pool. But if they were kept in the man-made lake instead, Lin Yuan would be able to cultivate more of them. However, the man-made lake was different from the spirit pool. The spirit siphon goldfish could absorb a large amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit pool and continuously evolve. But if they were kept in the man-made lake, the spirit siphon goldfish's growth would be significantly slowed. Lin Yuan suddenly had an idea. There was still a decent amount of flood dragon species Fey essence blood left. Blackie had evolved to a pure flood dragon species Fey, and the flood dragon species Fey essence blood Lin Yuan possessed was not as pure as Blackie's bloodline. In other words, the collected essence blood was no longer of any use to Blackie. A few days ago, Hu Quan had asked Lin Yuan what name should be given to the man-made lake, and Lin Yuan had not been able to come up with anything. Initially, Lin Yuan had planned on farming a large number of angelfish of bliss in the man-made lake to collect fish coats. However, it felt weird to call the man-made lake Bliss Lake. It made it sound like a large bathhouse. Now, when Lin Yuan looked at the man-made lake from above, he felt that since it was going to be Blackie's new home, it should be named Submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Lin Yuan had also decided what he would do with the remainder silver flood dragon species Fey essence blood. He would nurture all the spirit siphon goldfish with awakened dragon species bloodline into flood dragon species phase. He hoped to nurture a few more flood dragons. When the man-made lake was teeming with flood dragons, it would definitely make for a magnificent sight. When a large number of flood dragon species phase and spirit siphon goldfish with awakened dragon species bloodlines gathered together, not only would the spirit chi imprint accumulate spirit chi quickly, but the concentration of spirit chi in submerged flood dragon lake would also increase. The high concentration of spirit chi would nurture the spirit siphon goldfish and be beneficial for their evolution. The angelfish of bliss that Lin Yuan planned on raising in the man-made lake would not be affected. After increasing the concentration of spirit chi in the submerged flood dragon lake, the angelfish of bliss would benefit and even be able to shed their fish coats at a faster pace. There would be many advantages. Lin Yuan returned from his thought trance and was shocked to realize that Blackie was soaring through the sky quicker than he had anticipated. Blackie, fly around the mansion once with your fastest speed. I want to see how long it takes. Blackie immediately increased its speed. When it returned to the original spot, Lin Yuan judged that it had taken less than half a minute. Although it was not as quick as the divine travel black swallow, it was already much faster than most avian phase of the same grade. Moreover, Blackie had been flying for some time but did not seem to be affected. This indicated that Blackie had extremely good stamina. Lin Yuan felt that Blackie could be used as a mode of flying transport. Blackie's fur was imbued with spirit chi and could withstand the pressures of high altitudes and extreme cold while staying completely comfortable. Riding Blackie was a form of comfort. Initially, Lin Yuan was very excited to be riding Blackie around the mansion. However, the thought of genius evolution slowly caused Lin Yuan's mood to plummet, and he instructed Blackie, "Blackie, go down. Do you see the submerged flood dragon lake there? It's going to be your home." Blackie wagged its tail at Lin Yuan and immediately flew down to play with the lake water. As a flood dragon species fae that had evolved from a spirit siphon goldfish, Blackie was much more at ease in water than it was in the sky. When they returned to the mansion, Lin Yuan greeted the mother of Bloodbath before heading to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Lin Yuan closed the door of the guest room and entered the spirit lock spatial zone. He entered to see Genius leaning against the branches of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey was dangling a piece of cane loofah in its beak as it chattered, "Genius, treat this loofah as a piece of meat and dig in. You'll need strength for your evolution." Genius' white belly was already distended, but it could not bear to reject Chimey. It reached out its small claws to receive the cane loofah and started chewing on it. When Lin Yuan saw this, his fist clenched tightly. Although it was genius evolution, it felt more like a test to Lin Yuan where he was standing at a crossroads. If genius evolution failed, Lin Yuan could go on to buy and nurture all the 100 questions beasts in the world into the image of genius. He could intentionally choose one with the same personality as Genius and thoroughly experience everything that Lin Yuan had experienced with Genius in order to shape it into Genius replacement. However, it would only be a rebound that Lin Yuan had turned to in a moment of weakness. Thus, Lin Yuan would do anything to ensure that Genius evolution was a success. Chimey and Genius caught sight of Lin Yuan, and Chimey flew over to land on Lin Yuan's ear. Chimey was very worried about Genius and tried to assure Lin Yuan. However, when Chimey saw Lin Yuan's face, its expression became calm. It did not want to increase Lin Yuan's burden with its own concerns. Genius strode confidently over to Lin Yuan's leg and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I'm ready." Lin Yuan looked deep into Genius' eyes and gritted his teeth to say grimly, "You can do it, Genius. I'll be right here by your side." Lin Yuan summoned the willpower rune with limitless knowledge and wisdom. Genius' back leg jerked when it saw the willpower rune. Even though Lin Yuan had not given any instructions, Genius took the initiative to lunge toward the willpower rune. When it fused with the willpower rune, Genius fell to the ground. Genius' body was glowing slightly, making its fur look even softer and its blue eyes even brighter. Genius swayed its small head. It looked at Lin Yuan and Chimey warily and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I'm not in any pain." Before Genius could finish speaking, its 3 tails exploded with blood. Immediately after, Genius' white fur spewed a fountain of fresh blood, and it looked like something was exploding inside its body. Even though Genius had resolved to bite the bullet and push through any pain to prevent Lin Yuan and Chimey from worrying, it had let down its guard and was severely afflicted. It could not suppress the pitiful wail that it released. When Lin Yuan saw what had happened to Genius, he saw red. He activated Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss and used its radiant cage on Genius to help it heal its damaged roots. Next, He ordered the Gold Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily to use Bud of Mountain Jade to use Heal on Genius. The weakest part of cat species phase was their tails. If their tails were evenly lightly pulled, they would experience agony. Yet Genius' 3 tails had exploded apart. The fountain of blood that had spewed from Genius had matted its fur. Lin Yuan could sense a portion of Genius pain through their contract. This minuscule portion of the pain already made all the hair on Lin Yuan's body stand on end. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg for Genius. After Genius' first cry of pain, it had used its willpower to fight down its yowl of pain. Thus, it had only let out gurgles. As he watched Genius fight the immense pain, Lin Yuan could not help but shout, "Genius! If it hurts, cry out. Don't hold back." Chimey, which always twittered noisily on Lin Yuan's ear, was silent now. It was staring at Genius, and the hair next to its eyes was damp. Genius heard Lin Yuan's shout and finally unleashed its howls. Its evolution was different from Chimey's. Chimey's evolution had been about its bloodline. Even though Chimey's body had turned into a crushed ball of flesh, its body would not disintegrate. Despite Chimey losing consciousness, its evolution had continued progressing. Unfortunately, it was not as simple for Genius. Lin Yuan realized that when Genius was evolving to fantasy breed, its bloodline had not been unlocked. Instead, its spiritual energy was being strengthened. The strengthening of Genius' spiritual energy kept it lucid. It also made Genius' spiritual energy even more sensitive, and it heightened its sense of pain. Through the contract, Lin Yuan could tell that Genius' injuries were becoming worse. He opened his Spirit Chi imprint and Vitality imprint without hesitation. Since Genius' bloodline was not being strengthened, its body was not becoming stronger. Lin Yuan wanted to ensure that the Bud of Mountain Jade could maintain its use of Heal and would be able to work with the Pure Land of Bliss to reinvigorate Genius' depleting vitality. If Genius was a leaking bucket, Lin Yuan would be the faucet that continuously refilled it. Although he could not keep Genius fully filled, he would not let it run dry because it would lead to Genius' death. Slowly, Genius' evolution became a tug-of-war. Lin Yuan could sense that with every passing second, Genius' spiritual energy was being evolved. However, Lin Yuan felt no joy. In the last 2 hours, Lin Yuan had pushed the Jasmine Lily to its limit in order to sustain the vitality in Genius. Although Lin Yuan's Spirit Chi imprint had enough Spirit Chi, the Vitality imprint was almost empty. This made Lin Yuan anxious. The Jasmine Lily could not stop using Heal on Genius. Once it stopped, all their efforts would have been for nothing. Lin Yuan wanted to replenish the vitality in the Vitality imprint. When Chimey saw Lin Yuan's expression, it could not help but ask, "Yuan, you're frowning. Is Genius doing badly?" Lin Yuan replied, "There isn't enough vitality in the Vitality imprint." Lin Yuan prepared to instruct the Jasmine Lily to use its main flower head to use Heal on him as he injected the vitality in his body into the Spirit Chi imprint. Chimey started to fly. Firstly, it used sunlight rays on the Jasmine Lily to increase the Jasmine Lily's liveliness. Next, Chimey let out a beautiful chirp and changed from a blue bird to a golden-feathered sparrow with a long tail. With a flap of its wings, a solar disk appeared on its wings. Chimey hurriedly said to Lin Yuan, "Yuan, take my vitality." Lin Yuan knew that Chimey had used Nirvana Light Swansong. Chimey set all the vitality around it alight, leaving only a sliver of vitality in the solar disk. However, Chimey did not transform the flaming vitality into sunlight energy. Instead, it used the flaming vitality to cover its body. After Nirvana Light Swansong was used, the flaming vitality would dissipate quickly if left unutilized. Lin Yuan would not waste Chimey's feelings for Genius. He immediately ordered the Jasmine Lily, use crystallized main flower to use Heal on Chimey. A red beam of energy landed on Chimey's body. As a large amount of vitality was drained from Chimey, Lin Yuan could sense the vitality in his Vitality imprint rising. Soon, the Platinum Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily drained all the vitality from around Chimey. Lin Yuan ordered the Jasmine Lily to continue transferring the vitality drained from Chimey into Genius' body. When the jasmine lily used its crystallized main flower to use heal, it could not control the flow. Thus, Lin Yuan could not be sure how much vitality was being transferred. Luckily, Chimy's Nirvana Light Swansong had kept a sliver of vitality. Otherwise, the jasmine lily's uncontrolled vitality-draining ability could have cost its life. Soon, Chimy recovered from the bliss that accompanied being exposed to heal. The solar disk shattered into starlight that entered Chimy's body and prevented it from plummeting. Chimy was feebly hovering in the air as it bathed in light to replenish its lost vitality. Right after Chimy recovered a bit of vitality, it said stubbornly to Lin Yuan, "Yuan, give me 5 minutes. Once bathed in light recovers half my vitality, I'll be able to use Nirvana Light Swansong again. Then you can drain my vitality to give to genius again." Lin Yuan could hear the emotions in Chimy's voice and knew that it did not care at all about the consequences of using Nirvana Light Swansong. He could not help but think back to the 3 useless buddies in the Xia region's spirit lifeform store that had to do everything together. They had to eat together, work together, shower together, and sleep together. They would accompany each other in everything and share in life's burdens together. But no matter how difficult life was, as long as the 3 useless buddies slept on it, the next day would be a beautiful new start. This feeling persisted till today and even became stronger than before. The contracts between phase and contractors allowed them to become close partners. However, this was not a requirement between phase that were contracted by the same contractor. Many phase contracted by the same Spirit Q professional would grow in different directions after gaining wisdom. However, Spirit Chi professionals were unaffected. For example, Lin Yuan did not need to seek Blackie's approval before instructing the Jasmine Lily to drain Blackie's vitality. However, if Lin Yuan asked how Blackie felt about it, it meant that it would be for genius instead of himself. It was unlikely that Blackie would agree. Chimy's actions were the equivalent of using its life to save genius. This meant that genius was as important to Chimy as its own life, maybe even more important. Shortly after Chimy spoke, genius tug-of-war ended. Lin Yuan felt genius breath change. Although genius was a bloodied mess, it had the aura of knowledge. Lin Yuan realized that genius blue eyes had become even clearer than before. They gave him the feeling that he could see the truth of the world. Genius was shaking its blood-dampened fur. The blood was shaken off and splattered on the floor. Genius' milky white and soft fur was revealed. When the blood was shaken off, the aura of knowledge rose to a crescendo. For long tails regrew in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan felt that the 4 new tails resembled foxtails more than they did cattails. Genius did not grow in size after its evolution. It remained about as large as a young cat. However, each tail was twice as long as Genius. Genius shook off the last vestiges of blood and leaped into Lin Yuan's embrace. Lin Yuan hugged Genius tightly. Chimy dragged its weak body, landed on his forearm, and pecked Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan relaxed his hand, and Chimy squeezed in between his hand and Genius. It peeked its little head out, and the feathers on its head jutted out. Chimy gently shut its eyes, and the dampness next to its eyes had yet to dry. However, the slight curve of its eyes had an unspoken happiness. Genius lay in Lin Yuan's arms, and all the pain that had been etched into it and made it tremble at the mere memory was soothed. To Genius, Lin Yuan was home. His embrace was the warmest place in the world. Genius softly murmured, "Yuan, after my evolution, I can remember many more than just 30 pieces of red braised meat. I can remember all the red braised meat in the world." Lin Yuan's lip curled upward. Genius was still the same glutton that used red braised meat to describe everything. Lin Yuan instinctively lowered his head to look at Genius. What he saw made his eyes widen. Genius was no longer called 100 Questions Beast. Instead, it was called the beast that connects everything. However, what shocked Lin Yuan was not Genius' name but its new exclusive skills. Lin Yuan's most treasured strategic resource was the floating island whale that had yet to hatch. But now, after Genius evolved to the beast that connects everything, it was as precious of a strategic resource as the floating island whale. Just as Lin Yuan was marveling at the strategic resource behind the new exclusive skills that Genius had gained, he heard Genius say in its childlike voice, "Yuan, not only can I remember all the red braised meat in the world, but I can also quickly gobble up any red braised meat that's placed in front of me." Lin Yuan let go of Genius and placed it on his shoulder. He was about to scratch Genius' nose when he saw that Chimey had fallen asleep in the crook of his arm. Chimey had used Nirvana Light Swansong and had been on edge the entire time that Genius had been evolving. It was truly tuckered out. Now that Chimey could finally relax, its weary body immediately slipped into a deep slumber. Lin Yuan gently held Chimey in his hand and placed it on Genius' back before scratching Genius' nose. "Genius, your successful evolution to fantasy breed is all thanks to Chimey," said Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan placed Chimey on Genius' back, Genius folded its 4 large tails around Chimey. During Genius evolution, its mind had remained clear. Thus, it remembered everything that had transpired. Genius said forlornly to Lin Yuan, "Even though I've evolved, I still can't protect Chimey." While Genius was speaking, Lin Yuan could sense a large and pure mass of spiritual energy condensing in Genius' sapphire eyes. Genius gently waved its small claws, and its legs, which were condensing spiritual energy, shakily lifted the aquamarine elemental shellfish that was currently producing elemental pearls. The aquamarine elemental shellfish was so frightened that it shut its shell. Coincidentally, an elemental pearl rolled out and was stuck in between the shell. A loud and clear sound rang out. Genius sheepishly placed the aquamarine elemental shellfish back to its original spot. "Yuan, I don't think I became very impressive after evolving. I still can't help you beat bad guys." Genius' expression soured slightly. It looked at its white claws and pink fleshy paws. Genius was crestfallen that it was still weak despite having evolved to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan had been shocked by Genius' movements again. Its grasp of spiritual energy had completely overturned Lin Yuan's understanding of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy attacks had only been used to target the mind. No matter how strong a Fae was, the target of its spiritual abilities would never be its opponent's body. Spiritual energy was a type of power that was detached from the spiritual world. However, Genius could condense spiritual energy in its legs on top of using it on a target's mind. It had brought spiritual energy into the physical plane. If the world were to find out about this, even Class 5 scholars would come running. Genius' casual movements utterly shaken a century's worth of research that Class 5 scholars had conducted on spiritual energy. Lin Yuan said to Genius seriously, "Genius, look into my eyes." Genius immediately looked up from its paws to meet Lin Yuan's gaze. When Genius saw Lin Yuan's austere expression, its expression also became solemn. Lin Yuan's serious expression morphed into a bright smile. He rubbed Genius' head and said, "Genius, true strength doesn't only come from martial arts. Knowledge is power. You're not any weaker than anyone else. In fact, you're much stronger than them." Lin Yuan did not say what he said with the intention of comforting Genius. Rather, he felt that his words had been inadequate to express the might of the beast that connects everything's exclusive skills. Genius and Lin Yuan's minds were connected. Hence, it could tell that Lin Yuan had spoken from the heart. Genius' melancholic expression vanished. It was so happy that even its ears had perked up. Its 2 cute ears were moving continuously, evidence of Genius' delight, although it still felt that it was weak. If it fought another Fae, even a Silver X Fae would be able to beat the Bronze X/Legend Genius. Nonetheless, Genius wanted to become stronger. Its only goal was to be helpful to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan felt that it was strong, Genius was no longer bothered. Genius felt that Lin Yuan was definitely the best thing on earth. Lin Yuan instructed the Jasmine Lily to use Bud of Mountain Jade to use heal on Chimey again. Chimey was sleeping soundly on Genius' back and was slowly recovering its vitality. Since the Nirvana Light Swansong had preserved a sliver of vitality, the sleeping Chimey did not use bathed in light. If it continued on this trajectory of recovery, Chimey would not even wake up tomorrow. With the Jasmine Lily replenishing Chimey's diminished vitality, Chimey soon opened its eyes. The moment Chimey opened its eyes, It was bombarded with genius familiar scent. It stretched lazily. Soon, Chimey seemed to be trapped in a nightmare in its half-asleep state. Its feathers flared as it spread its wings and took off. When it saw Genius unharmed and lying on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Chimey let out a breath of relief. Chimey flew over to Genius' nose and nudged it as it chirped. "Stupid Genius. You made me and Yuan worry over you for hours." If Genius had lost consciousness while evolving and had brushed with death in order to evolve, it would have been sad to hear its partner say such things. But Genius had been lucid and knew what Chimey had done for it. Genius felt warmth flood over it when it heard the worry and relief in Chimey's voice. Lin Yuan watched Genius and Chimey, and a heavy burden was finally lifted from his shoulders. The mere thought of the pain and suffering that Genius went through made shivers run up Lin Yuan's spine. But it was all over. Although Genius' bloodline had not evolved and still had the bloodline of 100 Questions Beast, its spiritual energy had advanced significantly. If not for the contract between Lin Yuan and Genius and the knowledge that Genius had evolved from the 100 Questions Beast, Lin Yuan would have assumed from Genius' pure and overwhelming spiritual energy that it was a rare evolved spiritual lifeform. When Lin Yuan saw Genius' 4 bushy tails, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Lin Yuan could be certain that Genius' bloodline had not evolved. This meant that Genius evolution had gone according to the direction of the 100 Questions Beast's bloodline. The 100 Questions Beast's bloodline could have evolved to this level because of its bloodline, not just due to the external help provided by Lin Yuan. The 100 Questions Beast was able to interact normally with humans even before it was a training phase. Naturally, it would still be able to do so after it became the aid of a spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan carefully thought about it. Can it be that the 100 Questions Beast's bloodline is powerful on its own? There isn't another explanation. Lin Yuan remembered Genius' first evolution. It had evolved from a normal lifeform to a fae because it had been sleeping next to Lin Yuan and absorbed the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan had transferred. This debunked the Radiance Federation's Class 5 scholars' previous research and proved that 100 Questions Beast could actually evolve into faes. Moreover, they could even continue evolving. However, the 100 Questions Beast needed pure spirit chi in order to evolve, which even Class 5 creation masters might not be able to produce. When Lin Yuan had been chatting with Lu Jie, he found out that the bamboo monarch had also once tried to heal the insect queen when its roots were damaged. Unfortunately, the bamboo monarch had been unable to produce spirit chi that was pure enough, causing the treatment to fail. This accidental news told Lin Yuan that the spirit chi his body filtered out had already exceeded the purity that Class 5 creation masters could produce. It was highly probable that Lin Yuan was the only person in the world who could trigger the bloodline evolution of the 100 Questions Beast. Thus, a crazy idea took root in Lin Yuan's mind. After the 100 Questions Beast was evolved, it could learn new knowledge and become a scholar, fae observer, or spiritual ingredient analyst. Once the 100 Questions Beast organized the information, its store of information would be comparable to that of a creation master. Suppose all the 100 Questions Beasts could condense spiritual energy in their legs and manipulate spiritual energy on the physical plane. Did that mean every 100 Questions Beast could be a creation master? Once a creation master reached Class 3, the concoction of spirit fluid would involve spiritual energy. Class 4 creation masters used the power of their souls when they concocted spirit fluids. Lin Yuan felt that if his thought process was accurate, the 100 Questions Beasts could become the most respected phase in the world. At that time, they would no longer be called 100 Questions Beast, but Creation Master Beasts instead. Genius' ability to condense spiritual energy in its legs and manipulate it to accomplish complex tasks required immense effort. Thus, Lin Yuan decided that he would only start to test this idea once Genius had evolved even more and had gained more spiritual energy. Lin Yuan returned from his thought trance. He took out a spirit chi crystal and said to Genius, "Genius, let's evolve you to silver grade first." Chimey, which had been perched on Genius' nose, immediately started anxiously flapping its wings and flew over to Lin Yuan's ear. "Yuan, will Genius evolution to silver grade be just as painful?" chirped Chimey. Lin Yuan shook his hand and replied softly, "No, Chimey. Although Genius is forging an unknown path full of thorns just like you are, it won't be as much of a struggle from here on out." He grabbed a handful of spirit chi crystals, and a large amount of pure spirit chi flooded Genius. It quickly evolved under the influence of the sea of spirit chi. Genius, which had evolved to silver grade, grew another tail and became a five-tailed small white cat. The silver Genius fur also became softer. Its eyes became clearer, while its already scary amount of spiritual energy increased by 50%. Lin Yuan used true data to check the exclusive skills of the silver/fantasy breed Genius. Fey name: Beast that connects everything. Spirit life form species. Spirit cat species/intelligent cat species. Fey grade: Silver, 1/10. Fey type: Spiritual. Fey quality: Fantasy eye. Abilities: Precise memory. When memorizing something, every single detail can be memorized with precision. Knowledge analysis: Can conduct a diverse initial analysis of the memory's knowledge and make the most suitable guess based on the detailed information. Spiritual energy expansion: Transfer the spiritual energy into an emergency bank for the contractor. Even though the contractor cannot willfully use spiritual energy expansion to increase their own store of spiritual energy, they can use it to defend themselves against spiritual energy damage. Exclusive skill: Tool transformation, capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Connected tails: According to the number of tails, lives can be connected. The connected lives can share thinking and intention. When Lin Yuan saw Genius true data again, he could not help but marvel. When Genius evolved to the beast that connects everything, its exclusive skill Connected Tails was very powerful. Connected Tails could connect lives according to the number of tails, and the connected lives could share their thinking and intention. Blackie's new exclusive skill Spirit Essence Explosion allowed Lin Yuan to be joined to his phase and allowed the combat class Spirit Chi Professional to be a part of his combat system. On the other hand, Genius Connected Tails created the true connection to everything. It was not only limited to Lin Yuan and his phase. Connected Tails could also connect Lin Yuan to those he was fighting alongside. Thus, the comrades would not need to communicate verbally. They could communicate with their minds in order to cooperate efficiently. During a battle, any wisp of communication could catch the attention of the enemy and turn the tide of the battle. As Genius gained more knowledge, Connected Tails would also allow others to learn what Genius had learned. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the 100 Questions beasts into creation masters, Genius with its Connected Tails would be the best teacher to them. At Genius current grade, it had 5 tails. This allowed Genius to use Connected Tails to teach 500 Questions beasts. Genius could pick from its vast knowledge to teach the other 100 Questions beasts how to pick up creation master knowledge in the fastest time. Connected Tails also allowed Lin Yuan to solve one of his previous problems. Previously, when Lin Yuan had been looking at when use elemental papers hear heaven's secrets, he wondered whether it could be used in conjunction with Gray. It would enable Gray to open up all the world's secrets to One Yu when it used Cloud Morph. Anything that happened under the cloud-covered sky would become a reference book for Hear Heaven's Secrets. Now, Genius's Connected Tails could form a bridge between Gray and One Yu. It allowed One Yu and Gray to share their thinking and intentions. This was the equivalent of having an all-seeing eye that they could use to collect intelligence reports. A faction needed to show their power in order to expand. The floating island whale's power was hard power, while intelligence reports were a form of soft power. If they could be combined and expanded upon, it would form an unshakable foundation for a faction. At this moment, Lin Yuan heard Genius say with joyful surprise, "Yuan, I can protect you now that I've evolved to silver grade." When Lin Yuan heard what Genius said, he immediately knew what Genius was talking about. It was referring to the new ability that it gained after evolving to silver grade, spiritual energy expansion. Although, according to True Data's introduction of spiritual energy expansion, Lin Yuan could not willfully use Genius spiritual energy. Genius spiritual energy could be used as Lin Yuan's charger or reservoir. The amount of damage that spiritual type phase could cause was determined by the strength of the phase spiritual energy relative to its target. The stronger the spiritual energy, the stronger its durability. It was just like how phase with thicker skin could sustain heavier physical damage. If Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru's spiritual energy had been strong enough, their 5 senses would not have been stolen so easily. Moreover, if their spiritual energy had been at least twice as strong as the sense-stealing king venom, it would have experienced backlash and been seriously injured when it tried to steal their five senses. Lin Yuan's current defensive abilities lay in the Source Sand's defense against elemental and physical effects. As for spiritual defense, Lin Yuan had been relying on Morbius' Calm Mind. However, Calm Mind's main function was to defend Lin Yuan against hypnotism or dizziness. It was not very effective against purely spiritual damage. Now, Genius Spiritual Energy Expansion boosted Lin Yuan's spiritual defense to a higher level. However, it was not as simple a matter of boosting the level of spiritual defense. Spiritual energy expansion was the equivalent of setting up 4 dams around Lin Yuan. In the event of a spiritual attack, the 4 dams would need to be destroyed before any damage would be dealt to Lin Yuan. As long as the dams remained intact, the spiritual attacks would not have much effect on Lin Yuan. The Fae that used spiritual attacks on Lin Yuan would also have to deal with the combined effects of Lin Yuan and Genius Spiritual Energy. Although Genius Spiritual Energy was only meant for storing information and not offense, it could learn all the information in the world. This was evidence of how mountainous Genius Spiritual Energy was. With these combined effects, any Fae that used spiritual effects on Lin Yuan would be walking into a wall. It would engage in a moronic and futile battle that would only end in its own demise. The weak point in Lin Yuan's defense had been perfectly patched up after Genius evolved to Silver Grade. As long as Genius and the Source Sand continued to evolve, Lin Yuan's defensive abilities would only become stronger. Genius evolution had already reached a good place. Lin Yuan still had 18 spirit chi crystals, but he would not use them to evolve his own phase. He kept these spirit chi crystals not only to use in the collaboration with Condensed Fairy Orchard, as it would not require so many spirit chi crystals. Although the Sun family was a top faction and had accumulated many law crystal fragments over the years, they did not have many complete law crystals. Every spirit chi crystal could evolve 5 or 6 bronze/epic phase to legend. Thus, Lin Yuan would only need 1 or 2 spirit chi crystals for his collaboration with the Sun family. Lin Yuan kept these spirit chi crystals because he was afraid that something similar to what had happened in the evolving Waterworld dimensional rift would occur. If Lin Yuan had not used a spirit chi crystal to revive the Insect Queen, the Insect Queen would have died on the spot, much less evolve as it did later on. Without sufficient spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan would not have been able to evolve the Jasmine Lily to Gold Eye/Fantasy 3 during the emergency. If the Jasmine Lily had not evolved, Lu Jie would not have survived. Ever since that incident, Lin Yuan had decided that no matter how little spirit chi crystals he had on hand, he would set some aside in case of emergencies. Despite having 18 spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan felt that they were not enough. He felt that he was in great need of a myth-breed Fae that had experienced world grace and world grace. As he looked at Genius, he held his breath and mulled for a moment before solemnly instructing Genius. Genius, use your spiritual energy and try to lift the elemental shellfish again. After Genius evolution, its spiritual energy became much stronger, and its ability to manipulate spiritual energy increased as well. Lin Yuan wanted to see to what extent it had increased so he could make further plans. When Genius received Lin Yuan's instructions, its blue eyes narrowed. Then, a wave of spiritual energy flooded out of Genius' body and formed 2 hands in the air. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 hands that just materialized, then looked back at his own hands. He felt that those hands had been carved from the image of his own hands. Eventually, he saw Genius easily lift the elemental shellfish. The elemental shellfish was so scared that it shut its shell. Genius clearly still had some strength left. Lin Yuan could not help but slap his leg. Creation Masters did not need to go through much physical labor when they evolved phase. All they needed was their hands, spiritual ingredients, and spiritual energy. They needed their hands to mix the spirit fluid and spiritual energy to homogenize the spiritual ingredients. The 2 hands that had been formed from Genius spiritual energy could already perform this task. Lin Yuan planned on testing Genius to see if it could concoct spirit fluid. If Genius could really concoct spirit fluid, Sky City would have gained another way to soar even higher. Lin Yuan asked, Genius, when you're learning Scholar, Fae Observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst information. Did you pick up anything about how to combine spiritual ingredients? When Genius heard what Lin Yuan said, it cocked its small head and seemed to think for a while before saying, if you can understand the attributes of every spiritual ingredient, it's theoretically easy to combine them. As long as you use spiritual energy to whip each spiritual ingredient according to its characteristics, I think it's really easy. Lin Yuan could not help but scratch his head. If other creation masters heard what Genius had said, they would probably be hopping mad. Creation masters sometimes failed to concoct spirit fluids because a problem arose when they were using spiritual energy to homogenize spiritual ingredients. This was an error that no creation master could completely avoid. However, Genius had talked about it in such a casual manner. Lin Yuan reached into the amber button-shaped Fey storage box to take out a few spiritual ingredients. The spiritual ingredients included clear stream water, bronze coxcomb rattan, and a drop of silver fire-type avian-type Fey essence blood. Lin Yuan placed the 3 spiritual ingredients onto the floor of the spirit lock spatial zone. If normal creation masters did not use a workbench and squatted on the floor to concoct spirit fluids, the effectiveness would definitely be affected. However, Genius was so small that it would also be squatting on the table even if a workbench was used. It was no different from working on the floor directly. Lin Yuan said, Genius, try to see if you can combine these 3 spiritual ingredients. Genius meowed and said confidently in its childlike voice, Yuan, I'll definitely be able to do it. There were no special classes on creation mastery, and there were many recipes for using spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluids on Star Web. When Lin Yuan had gone to take the exam to become a Class 2 creation master, the Creation Master Association had given him 2 free information packets. One packet was a Grade 1 spirit fluid concoction manual that the Creation Master Association had also given him when he was taking the exam to become a Class 1 creation master. The second information packet was a Grade 2 spirit fluid concoction manual. Any person that became a creation master in the Radiance Federation would be able to share in the creation master information, just like how Lin Yuan had gained the spirit fluid concoction manual. Naturally, not all the spirit fluid concoction recipes were public knowledge. A specific creation master created a few special spirit fluid concoction recipes. As such, the recipes would only be privy to that creation master. For example, the Sea Bliss clan had nurtured many angelfish of bliss because they had a special method of cultivating angelfish of bliss. This method of cultivation definitely used the spirit fluid the Sea Bliss clan's creation masters concocted. The special spirit fluid was key in enabling the Sea Bliss clan to cultivate so many angelfish of bliss. The true test of a Class 3 creation master's powers lay in their ability to control spiritual energy when they concocted spirit fluids. There were also some Fays that had an innate understanding of spiritual ingredients. At that moment, Genius started condensing spiritual energy in its paws and was working with the spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan had taken out. When it came to using the crystal bottle that was needed when concocting spirit fluids, Genius seemed unfamiliar with it. However, after working with the crystal bottle for a while, Genius became familiar with its utilization. When Genius first started to manipulate the spiritual ingredients, it already displayed an extremely advanced level of ability. Since Genius had learned the knowledge of Class 3 scholars, Class 3 spiritual ingredient analysts, and Class 3 Fey observers on Star Web, its knowledge bank had already far exceeded that of any Class 3 creation masters. No matter how strong a person was, they were still limited by their genes and the memorization abilities that they had been born with. However, the spiritual energy in Genius' brain could encompass endless knowledge. It could use precise memory to memorize any information it had heard or seen before. Moreover, the information it memorized included even the most minute details. Genius could also use knowledge analysis to organize the information it had memorized and make the best guess based on the details of the information it had. Thus, the double effect of precise memory and knowledge analysis allowed Genius to create a mammoth knowledge map. Despite it being the first time that Genius was performing such tasks, its unfamiliarity was overshadowed by the fact that the process was already encoded in its mind like data in a computer. It could choose the best times to add in the spiritual ingredients based on their characteristics. It could also use its spiritual energy to choose the best rate of agitation that would perfectly combine the three spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan took a fire-beaked duck out of his Fey storage box. Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath had caught this fire-beaked duck when they visited the endless forest to look for opportunities for red thorn. However, Lin Yuan had not had the chance to evolve the fire-beaked duck after all this time. There were actually many types of low-grade spirit fluids. Lin Yuan had chosen the clear stream water, bronze coxcomb rattan, and fire-type avian-type Fey essence blood because he had the elite fire-beaked duck. The best way to prove that Genius could concoct spirit fluids was to see if the grade 1 spirit fluid that Genius concocted could evolve the fire-beaked duck to bronze grade. The best way to test a spirit fluid that could evolve phase was to see its efficacy. This was why when spirit chi professionals chose to request for a creation master's help in evolving their phase, they would rather hand their phase over to the creation master than buy the spirit fluid from the creation master. It was because it was risky to buy spirit fluids from a creation master. Previously, a superior class 4 creation masters had sold a spirit fluid to a king class expert. The king class expert had paid for the spirit fluid, but when the time came for the transaction to be completed, the spirit fluid could not evolve any of the king class expert's phase. This incident had blown up in the Radiance Federation. When something like this happened, it severely damaged the reputation of the creation master in question. However, creation masters were not fully to blame for such incidents. After all, the creation master might be able to guarantee that the spirit fluid they concocted was of high quality. But if the person who possessed it did not use it properly, problems could also arise with the spirit fluid. Additionally, every Fey had a different physique and aptitude. A low-quality spirit fluid could also enable a Fey of a high grade or quality to evolve. However, an average-grade spirit fluid might not enable a low-grade Fey to evolve their grade or phase successfully. Due to these reasons, there were almost no creation masters who sold spirit fluids directly. The sale of spirit fluids became a sort of taboo. Lin Yuan looked at the silly elite/elite fire-beaked duck that liked to retract its neck and started to activate his spiritual power to evolve the fire-beaked duck. Lin Yuan's harvesting of phase was just like taking over the phase fate from Mother Nature. He decided that he would treat every Fey that he harvested well. Even if he could not continuously harvest these Feys, he would make sure to find a suitable buyer for them that would grant the Feys a willpower rune. The spirit fluid that Genius concocted was meant to evolve the fire-beaked duck's grade and not quality. Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the fire-beaked duck to epic quality first so that when it evolved to bronze, it would have 3 choices of exclusive skills. As such, it would not have to continue stumbling in the dark. In a few minutes, Lin Yuan had already evolved the fire-beaked duck to elite X/epic. By the time Lin Yuan was done evolving the fire-beaked duck's quality, Genius was almost done concocting the spirit fluid. Although Lin Yuan already possessed the power of a Class 5 creation master, he had never concocted a spirit fluid. But as the Moon Empress's disciple, he knew how long it usually took for a creation master to concoct a spirit fluid. A Class 1 creation master usually took about an hour to concoct a Grade 1 spirit fluid. If the spirit fluid required many spiritual ingredients, the concoction could take up to 2 hours. There were very few creation masters around, and each of them did not have a high rate of production. This was why creation masters were placed on a pedestal, and creation master resources were so expensive. Creation master resources were very precious items. In order to obtain creation master resources, spirit chi professionals not only needed to use their power, they also needed to spend their wealth and make use of their connections. Accordingly, Class 2 and Class 3 creation masters required a similar amount of time to concoct spirit fluids. However, a Class 3 creation master could concoct a Grade 1 spirit fluid much quicker. A few Class 3 creation masters with more solid powers would only need about 10 minutes to concoct a Grade 1 spirit fluid. Lin Yuan used 2 minutes to evolve the fire-beaked duck. Genius was only a few seconds behind. Thus, Genius used about 3 minutes to concoct a Grade 1 spirit fluid. In other words, Genius' speed of concocting spirit fluids already exceeded highly skilled Class 3 creation masters by 3 times. Unfortunately, Genius could not compare to the speed of Class 4 creation masters. When a creation master reached Class 4, They could use the power of their soul and would be in a completely different league from Class 3 creation masters, who could only use spiritual energy. Genius used its mouth to grab the crystal bottle with red spirit fluid inside and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Yuan, I definitely succeeded," announced Genius confidently. Lin Yuan saw how confident Genius was and immediately fed the spirit fluid to the Elite X/Epic Firebeak duck. The Firebeak duck started to evolve under the effects of the spirit fluid, and its body quickly expanded. Despite being a duck, many sinewy muscles started to bulge all over its body. The fire-beaked duck's beak was also enlarged. When the beaks joined together, the loud clanging of metal could be heard, and a blinding arc of flames shot out. Lin Yuan looked at the fire-beaked duck's beak and felt that if it could eat silver-sweet pineapple, its beak would probably be able to quickly pick out all the black spots. In true data, the fire-beaked duck's name had changed to Burning Muscle Duck. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that the name generated a burning sensation in the air. The evolved fire-beaked duck did not look like a normal duck at all. Regardless, its qualifications were very good. The bulging muscles were brimming with strength. If it was sold to the right spirit chi professional, it would probably fetch a good price. After the fire-beaked duck evolved, none of its exclusive skills appealed to Lin Yuan. In the end, he picked gathering muscles as the exclusive skill, which allowed the burning muscled duck to increase its muscles during battle and exhibit a terrifying amount of strength. But shortly after, Lin Yuan saw the changes in the burning muscled duck's true data information, and his eyes widened. The Grade 1 spirit fluid concocted by Genius did not just stop at evolving the fire-beaked duck to bronze. It also evolved the bronze eye burning muscled duck to bronze 2. This short leap in grade had used the Grade 1 spirit fluid's effects to its limits, and it had even had the slight effects of a Grade 2 spirit fluid. Lin Yuan remembered the Moon Empress mentioning something like this to him before. This situation would only occur to a perfect spirit fluid. The concoction of spirit fluids involved the combination of spiritual ingredients. If the spiritual ingredients were only 20% and below combined, the spirit fluid would be inferior. Spirit fluids that were 20% to 40% combined were considered low-grade. Spirit fluids that were 40% to 60% combined were considered average grade. Spirit fluids that were 60% to 80% combined were considered high grade. Spirit fluids that were 80% to 100% combined were considered perfect. Most spirit fluids concocted by creation masters were about 50% combined and average grade. Occasionally, they would be able to concoct high-grade spirit fluids. It was not by chance that Genius had been able to concoct a perfect spirit fluid that was at least 80% combined on its first try. This was attributed to the immense amount of information and deep understanding of spiritual ingredients that Genius wielded, as well as the perfect control of spiritual energy that Genius gained after evolving to the beast that connects everything. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' head and complimented, "Genius, you're really a little genius." When Genius heard Lin Yuan's praise, it happily nudged Lin Yuan's finger and basked in the praise. Chimey, which was perched on Genius' head, asked sulkily, "Yuan, aren't I a little genius too?" Lin Yuan was amused by Chimey's question and quickly replied, "Chimey and Genius are both little geniuses." The burning muscled duck leaped into the spirit pool, and Lin Yuan returned it to the Fey storage box. He instructed Genius to concoct a Grade 2 spirit fluid, which it accomplished successfully. But when it was concocting a Grade 3 spirit fluid, it had to use almost 20 types of spiritual ingredients. This caused some obstacles for Genius. Even though Genius had a good grasp of the timings to add in the spiritual ingredients, the hands that were formed from spiritual energy clearly could not keep up. After failing twice, Genius finally concocted a spirit fluid that could evolve Class 3 aquatic phase. Lin Yuan made use of the spirit fluids to evolve the dryland sand pig to bronze/epic. It only took Lin Yuan a few minutes to successfully evolve the dryland sand pig. When the pure spirit chi flowed from Lin Yuan to the dryland sand pig, the dryland sand pig's hidden taper bloodline awakened. The awakening of the taper bloodline caused the dryland sand pig to collapse to the floor. Genius was exhausted after concocting the light blue spirit fluid, and it started to nod off. The consecutive concocting of spirit fluids had drained genius tremendously. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed at the small bottle of light blue spirit fluid. It was proof that genius could do what he could not. The light blue spirit fluid concocted by genius could evolve a gold angelfish of bliss to platinum. Frankly, genius was already capable of concocting spirit fluids that could evolve itself, but Lin Yuan would not instruct genius to do so. Since genius had absorbed pure spirit qi when it was evolving, the quality of its evolved state would be better. If it continued to absorb such pure spirit qi, it would have a higher chance of experiencing a beneficial transformation and bloodline evolution. This was why Lin Yuan had never spent money on requesting creation masters to evolve his phase. Instead, he had only relied on himself. Lin Yuan had a touch of OCD and was insistent on evolving his own phase. Even if it took a longer time, he would ensure that his phase would be evolved to their strongest states. Genius yawned in Lin Yuan's arms and said, "Yuan, I'm almost done learning all the information about Class 3 scholars, Class 3 Fey observers, and Class 3 spiritual ingredient analysts. I'm going to move on to learning about their Class 4 counterparts. Besides learning, I'll help you concoct spirit fluids too. Okay? I know you want to nurture lots of fish." Lin Yuan felt that genius was very mature. After genius evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan was even more desperately in need of the fish coats of the angelfish of bliss. His genius, Chu Si's burning sunflower, and Lu Jie's insect queen. There were too many fays in the mansion that needed spiritual-type spiritual ingredients like fish coats to evolve their spiritual energy. However, the man-made lake was still a work in progress. Even if it was completed, the angelfish of bliss had not evolved yet. The angelfish of bliss needed some time before they could evolve to platinum and produce fish coats. Thus, Lin Yuan set his sights on the Sea Bliss clan. Lin Yuan scratched his chin and thought, "I need to focus on helping the Sea Bliss clan to solve their angelfish of bliss production issues so they can produce even more young angelfish of bliss. I'm going to be their hero. If I ask them for some high-grade fish coats, they should be willing to pay me as such, right?" At present, Genius was fast asleep on Lin Yuan's knee, while Chimey lay on Genius' back. It stretched out its wings and its claws stuck out in the air. Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone in a flash and carefully placed Genius and Chimey on the bed in the guest room. As he watched them sleep, he felt unbelievably soothed. Lin Yuan took out the Sunlight King Lotus that had been whipped by Blackie from the Fey storage box. He did not dare to keep the Sunlight King Lotus in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. When it was taken out in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, its 99 flower heads would immediately start to gobble up the Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Hence, Lin Yuan could only separate the Sunlight King Lotus new flower heads in reality. He would then test the new Sunlight King Lotus new flower heads in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. He could not allow the Sunlight King Lotus new flower heads to absorb spirit chi faster than the spirit pool could create it. However, it was not easy to separate the Sunlight King Lotus flower heads. If it was not done properly, not only would the Sunlight King Lotus Ortet become damaged, but the new flower heads might also wilt. During such an instance, Lin Yuan was not opposed to using spirit chi crystals. The fasciated Sunlight King Lotus was of great use to Lin Yuan after all. Lin Yuan planned on creating a basement where the temperature and humidity would be suitable to cultivate plant-type phase. However, there was no light underground. If Lin Yuan could separate the Sunlight King Lotus new flower heads and nurture new plants from each of them, they would become real suns the moment they absorbed enough sunlight. The Sunlight King Lotus roots were very long, and it would store sunlight in its leaves. At that time, Lin Yuan could connect the Sunlight King Lotus Ortet that was planted at the bottom of submerged Flood Dragon Lake and the child ramets that were planted in the basement. The Sunlight King Lotus Ortet at the bottom of submerged Flood Dragon Lake would absorb sunlight, which it could share with the child ramets that were planted in the basement. The suns formed by the large number of Sunlight King Lotus child ramets would create a perfect habitat in the basement. It would allow Lin Yuan to expand and change the basement however he pleased. But if the separated Sunlight King Lotus did not receive fertilization soon, it would start to wilt. As such, Lin Yuan used a large axe and cut down each new flower head. Immediately after he finished cutting down the 99 flower heads, Lin Yuan immediately crushed a spirit chi crystal. He activated the spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals and fed it to the new Sunlight King lotus heads to absorb. In order to conserve spirit chi, Lin Yuan did not instruct the Ortet to absorb the spirit chi. After all, the Sunlight King Lotus Ortet would be able to heal its injury after being nourished for a day or two in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The 99 new flower heads absorbed the spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals and produced sap that slowly healed the wounds at the points of severance. However, the spirit chi in one spirit chi crystal could not completely heal the 99 new Sunlight King lotuses. Lin Yuan crushed another spirit chi crystal and used up all the spirit chi within it. The 99 new Sunlight King lotus injuries were completely healed, and it stopped producing sap. He hesitated before crushing a third spirit chi crystal. The flood of spirit chi washed over the 99 new Sunlight King lotus heads. Once it was done absorbing all the spirit chi, new fine roots were growing out of the Sunlight King lotus. Lin Yuan was extremely relieved to see these roots. The new Sunlight King lotuses were very delicate, and Lin Yuan was afraid that something would happen to them. When the young Sunlight King lotuses were nurtured in batches, there was the possibility of one batch dying if the waiting period for their batch's turn to be nurtured was too long. The Sunlight King lotus with new roots could absorb spirit chi from the air that had a lower concentration. When combined with the other plants and water, the Sunlight King lotus was very likely to be able to survive successfully. Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and planted the Sunlight King lotus ortet in the spirit pool. He took out the individually separated new Sunlight King lotus heads. Lin Yuan conducted a test and found that the spirit pool could sustain a maximum of 11 new Sunlight King lotuses at once without any problems arising. When the 12th one was added, the spirit chi percentage in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would become rather thin. It was clear that the Spirit Lock spatial zone, where a large amount of spirit chi was being consumed, would be pushed to its maximum by nurturing 11 new Sunlight King lotuses. Lin Yuan checked his plans silently. It looks like I can nurture them in 9 batches. When Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone again, he felt a little tired. He checked the time and realized that it was already 8 p.m. He went downstairs and found that everyone was waiting for him. Chu Si anxiously said, "Lin Yuan, go and wash your hands. We're waiting for you to start dinner." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Back at the Spirit Lifeform store in the Xia region, he had been the one telling Chu Si to wash her hands. When did she pick it up and start using it on me? However, Lin Yuan had been so busy that he had forgotten to wash his hands before coming down. After dinner, Lin Yuan walked over to Hu Quan, who was sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and hugging the vitality sloth with fatherly affection. "Uncle Hu, let's start expanding the man-made lake tomorrow. The empty land on the west side can be used in the expansion," said Lin Yuan. Hu Quan clapped his hand together and replied excitedly, "It's great that we can expand the man-made lake. I won't have to edit the blueprints anymore." As a Class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan was overcome with excitement over being able to build something. Frankly, he had only been working on small crafts. The largest thing he had crafted was the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. Now that he could oversee the construction of the man-made lake and had an abundance of materials at his disposal, he could not be any happier than he was at that moment. Hu Quan remembered the black flood dragon that had emerged from the man-made lake when he went to check on the man-made lake in the afternoon. As a king-class expert, Hu Quan's fighting skills were not strong, but he had encountered a fair share of dragon species phase. He had also seen a few flood dragon species phase that had unlocked their bloodlines. However, compared to the black flood dragon that he had seen in the man-made lake, the previous flood dragon species phase that he had seen all paled in comparison. Moreover, Hu Quan could sense that this black flood dragon was a gold/fantasy fae. For a fae to be at this level, it had to be contracted to a spirit chi professional. Hu Quan asked Lin Yuan, "Young master, don't tell me that the black flood dragon in the man-made lake is yours?" Lin Yuan nodded and answered, "It is. I want to finish expanding the man-made lake as soon as possible because it'll eventually be Blackie's residence in the mansion. The other aquatic-type fays contracted by the other people in the mansion can also live there. When you asked me what I wanted to name the man-made lake, I could not come up with anything at the time. Now, I've decided to call it Submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Hu Quan repeated the name under his breath, and his eyes lit up. The submerged flood dragon lay in the deep and soared in the sky. Hu Quan really liked the significance of the name. Hu Quan felt that it really represented Sky City, which was also slowly revealing its true prowess. It was as though the army was already present and just waiting for their swords to be issued. Hu Quan's expression became serious as he made a suggestion to Lin Yuan. Young master, since you want to properly build the man-made lake, I suggest that you don't hold back on the use of spiritual ingredients. I had an idea when I was designing the blueprints, but it will require a lot of resources. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately replied, Uncle Hu, please speak your mind. Lin Yuan felt that one needed to spend money in order to earn money. Moreover, the building of Submerged Flood Dragon Lake was a worthy investment that should not be considered a waste of money. Additionally, the construction of the man-made lake also provided a living environment for the angelfish of bliss. If there was a problem with the man-made lake's environment, the presence of the mountain river eternal life carp's exclusive skill place of life might keep the angelfish of bliss from dying, but the production of fish coats would definitely fall. Lin Yuan had already told Hu Quan about his plan to plant the Sunlight King Lotus in the man-made lake. He also wanted to hear Hu Quan's ideas. Hu Quan noticed that Lin Yuan was interested in the design and cleared his throat. He knew that this was a good chance to show off his talents to Lin Yuan. Young master, you said that you wanted to plant the Sunlight King Lotus in Submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Once the Sunlight King Lotus reaches gold grade, its leaves will grow up to 60 square meters wide, and each leaf will be able to hold a pavilion on top of it. If each leaf can grow up to around 120 square meters, we can combine 3 leaves to form the main pavilion, which can be connected to the other pavilions. Each pavilion will feature a rare plant from the collection that you showed me. When all the plants are in bloom, you can head over to admire the view whenever you please. Hu Quan paused for a moment before continuing. Also, the lake water will be crystal clear in summer. At that time, we can all have meals or even stay in the pavilions. The material used to construct the pavilions have to be beneficial to the precious plants. Hence, I plan on using a mix of revival soil and soil-nourishing clay to build the pavilions. I'll also add in some jade-textured wood powder. This should cost a hefty sum. When he was done elucidating his plan, Hu Quan's Adam's apple bobbed with nervousness. He felt that his plan was but a pipe dream. Although it was a good plan, the amount of revival soil and soil-nourishing clay needed would be calculated in tons. Revival soil and soil-nourishing clay were expensive, and one small bag already cost 100 radiance dollars. He even had the insane notion of adding jade-textured wood powder. In order for his plans to come to fruition, he would need to spend 7 million radiance dollars at least. Yet, this was just the cost of the raw materials. Lin Yuan's gaze brightened as Hu Quan's idea was really good. Lin Yuan had been worried that at night, the Sunlight King Lotus would become an underwater sun that would cause the structures built atop the lake to lose their vibrance. It would cause the scenery underwater to take center stage and shove the scenery above the surface into the background. However, Hu Quan's idea of adding jade-textured wood powder perfectly solved Lin Yuan's problem. Lin Yuan planned on putting many spirit siphon goldfish with awakened flood dragon species bloodlines in Submerged Flood Dragon Lake. He might even house the evolved flood dragons there too. At that time, the concentration of spirit chi there would be the highest in the entire mansion. Under the influence of the concentrated spirit chi, all the pavilions with jade-textured wood as part of their structure would become glass tiles. Hu Quan's plan suited Lin Yuan to the T. But from what Lin Yuan had heard, Hu Quan's plan seemed to be all style but little substance. Uncle Hu, your design is really good. However, I have a few notes, said Lin Yuan. Hu Quan was overjoyed to hear Lin Yuan praise his design. But when he heard that Lin Yuan had notes to add, Hu Quan assumed that it would be about the enormous cost. Although Lin Yuan was rich, he might not be willing to invest a large sum into the mansion's construction. Hu Quan took out a small notebook and prepared to carefully record Lin Yuan's suggestions. But after Hu Quan heard what Lin Yuan said, he was stunned. Uncle Hu, I don't see any need to change the design itself. You can even consider adding more jade-textured wood powder. I will give you about 500 kilograms of jade-textured wood powder that you can use to create the pavilions. However, I think you need to work on the underwater environment as well. Otherwise, it will be a body of still water that will not positively affect the growth of the phase living in it. I plan on adding a layer of Amazonite to the bottom of the lake and embed a fingernail-sized Larimar in every square meter. Amazonite is very effective at purifying water, and Larimar can produce small waves. Not to mention that the waves will not roll far and wide but remain within a meter of the source Larimar. Thus, the underwater waves will not disturb the piece at the surface. I also want to add a layer of coral jade pebbles at the bottom of the lake. This only needs to be about 10 centimeters thick. I will also try to acquire some spotted coral jade fragments that we can scatter on top of the pebbles. When Lin Yuan was speaking, he thought back to the decimated workbench in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had made the workbench very big, and it weighed about 105 kilograms. It had become completely jade-textured after being left in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for such a long time. The jade-textured workbench was 5 times heavier than its original weight. This meant there was a 525-kilogram pile of fragments waiting for Lin Yuan to clean up. However, Lin Yuan's strike had definitely caused some of the jade-textured powder to fall into the spirit pool. There also had to be some that entered the pure land of bliss soil. These jade-textured powder would not be easy to clean up. However, if Lin Yuan worked hard, he should be able to clean up 500 kilograms. Hu Quan's jaw dropped further as he listened to what Lin Yuan said. Finally, a drop of saliva dripped out of Hu Quan's mouth and landed in the mouth of the yawning Vitality Sloth. The Vitality Sloth hastily started to cough and heave. It turned and jerked its head in the opposite direction of Hu Quan. The fatherly image immediately turned into a scene where a son was sulking and angry with his father. After a while, Hu Quan returned to his senses and asked dazedly, "Young master, are you serious?" When he heard Lin Yuan's idea, Hu Quan had instantly started to calculate the costs. But when he heard the part about embedding Larimar, Hu Quan had lost track of the costs. The Larimar was a platinum water-type spiritual ingredient and was considered a rare gem that could only be found in the depths of the ocean. If 500 grams of Larimar was auctioned off at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, it would be able to fetch 1,500,000 radiance dollars. The expansion of submerged Flood Dragon Lake was such a large project, but Lin Yuan wanted to embed a fingernail-sized Larimar in every square meter. Who knew how many Larimars would be needed? Moreover, Lin Yuan also wanted to cover the bottom of the lake with coral jade and spotted coral jade, which could only be sourced from Class 4 creation masters. Hu Quan felt that the 7 million radiance dollars plan he had come with was opulent enough. Yet, Lin Yuan's design would cost far more than radiance dollars. It was because some spiritual ingredients could not be bought using radiance dollars. If it really had to be calculated using radiance dollars, Hu Quan felt that not even 1 billion radiance dollars would be enough. He initially thought that his plan had been a pipe dream, but Lin Yuan's plan was downright ridiculous. Does he need to spend so much? But the more he spends, the better. The Class 5 spirit craftsman Hu Quan felt his liver quivering. This was why when Hu Quan was a Class 4 spirit craftsman, he had stubbornly decided to work for Lin Yuan. It was because Lin Yuan always overhauled Hu Quan's understanding of design. Hu Quan could already picture a paradise that he had built. Hu Quan preferred to take action. After recovering from the shock, he threw himself into the construction of submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Hu Quan did not notice that the Vitality Sloth was angry with him and sent it back to the spiritual spatial zone. Hu Quan said to Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, I contacted about 200 Class 3 spirit craftsmen. When the opportunity arises, I plan on accepting all of them into Heavenly Craft Pavilion. Tomorrow they will start on the man-made lake's construction. You don't need to look for another architect team. Every one of these 200 spirit craftsmen is capable. This way I won't have to worry so much. If you can provide the materials, I'm confident that we'll be able to finish within 20 days. When Lin Yuan heard about the 200 Class 3 spirit craftsmen and how they could all be accepted into Heavenly Craft Pavilion, he was totally over the moon. Lin Yuan sorely lacked spirit craftsmen. Hu Quan's Heavenly Craft Pavilion and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's auction had been set up in the most illustrious business district of the royal capital. Lin Yuan had seen for himself how strictly Hu Quan assessed the Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Each Class 3 spirit craftsman that was accepted into Heavenly Craft Pavilion could be seen as Hu Quan's disciple. The world of artists was full of rules. Every Class 3 spirit craftsman needed to pledge their loyal discipleship to Hu Quan. They also needed to make 3 pledges on separate willpower runes, each one dedicated to Hu Quan, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, and Sky City. This was also Hu Quan's show of sincerity toward Lin Yuan. However, according to the pledge, there was a line connecting Hu Quan to Lin Yuan. Going down the line, Hu Quan was connected to the other Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Although these Class 3 spirit craftsmen did not have any link to Lin Yuan, the latter could fully make use of his connection to Hu Quan to string along the 200 Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan paused to think before exclaiming, "Uncle Hu, I will be able to prepare the materials you need in 3 days." Lin Yuan's promise set Hu Quan at ease. "Young master, I've finished cleaning up your room. Although there are some ornaments that I haven't had the time to carve, you should be able to move back in without any problems," said Hu Quan. Hu Quan walked out and went to the Spirit Craftsman Association to contact the 200 Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen. Despite it being the middle of the night, he wanted to start work immediately. Lin Yuan did not stop Hu Quan. Since Hu Quan had contracted the vitality sloth, he could work on his passion continuously without rest. It would be useless for Lin Yuan to force Hu Quan to rest. When Lin Yuan returned to his room, he was shocked to see that his room had mostly returned to its original state. Hu Quan had fixed everything so quickly that it was astonishing. Lin Yuan could still vividly remember what the room looked like after it was wrecked by Blackie. In a few hours, the horribly destroyed room had mostly been returned to normal. The spirit craftsman was incredible. Lin Yuan went back to the guest room and saw that Genius and Chimey were still sleeping. He returned to the spirit lock spatial zone by himself to clean up the mountain of jade-textured wood powder. If Lin Yuan had not become a spirit chi professional, he would have taken hours to finish cleaning up the jade-textured wood powder. However, he had the source sand, which could turn into pebbles that covered the entire spirit lock spatial zone. A few short minutes later, the source sand collected all the jade-textured wood powder into a pile by Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan took out a bronze fey storage box and stored the 500 kilograms of jade-textured wood powder inside. He was now done obtaining the first spiritual ingredient that was needed for submerged flood dragon lake's construction. He left the spirit lock spatial zone and immediately contacted Anang to tell her that he had sent out the evolved dry land sand taper. Lin Yuan had been rather tired today and was prepared to turn in early. However, since he had promised Hu Quan that he would finish collecting all the materials needed for submerged flood dragon lake within 3 days, Lin Yuan needed to kick into action immediately. The construction of submerged flood dragon lake really needed too many spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan comfortably lay against the backboard of his bed as he logged onto Star Web. This time, he did not go to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. Instead, he planned on testing the explosive power of the purchase with No Lost Stores fan club. He wanted to see if they would be up to the task when he needed something. He entered the purchase with No Lost Store and paused at the flower brocade pearls for a second. He decided on the time needed for another blind trade. Originally, the blind trade needed a day to take place, but this time Lin Yuan shortened it to 8 hours. Lin Yuan was slightly afraid that the Sea Bliss clan would retaliate after seeing the market price for Aurora pollen. If they responded by buying up large amounts of Aurora pollen as well, the 3-step plan that Lin Yuan had set up using their collaboration would fall through. Regardless of how their collaboration proceeded, Lin Yuan would definitely profit. However, due to the interaction between Gao Feng and the Sea Bliss clan, the Rising Faction's role had been set on the same level as the Sea Bliss clan. They would need to compete in the future. If Lin Yuan nurtured the Sea Bliss clan, he would be strengthening Gao Feng's enemy. He did not want to go against his friend. Lin Yuan entered the group chat and saw that Master Duan Li was discussing with a few creation masters about the 30 flower brocade pearls that were part of next time's group welfare. Master Duan Li, I hope you will let me have the 30 flower brocade pearls in the next group welfare. Master Duan Li was one of the few Class 4 creation masters in the group. The moment she spoke, the rest could not help but guess at her intention. Present, Master Duan Li was troubled. In the last auction, she had been unable to hold back and bid for the previous Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls at a high price. However, she was unwilling to sell those elemental pearls, nor could she bear to use them. Thus, those Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls became untouchable ornaments. Master Duan Li was now doggedly concocting spirit fluids so as to reaccumulate the resources she had spent. This resulted in the number of flower brocade pearls in her possession dropping drastically. Lin Yuan looked at Master Duan Li's message and frowned. This old woman is dishonest? During the elemental pearl auction, she had separated the Sunlight King lotus flower heads. If Lin Yuan did not have the spirit lock spatial zone or did not toss the Sunlight King lotus into the spirit pool, the Sunlight King lotus roots would have been damaged. Lin Yuan had not settled the score with Master Duan Li. Yet, she was trying to use her popularity in the group to earn the group welfare. I can't let it happen. At that moment, Lin Yuan, the lurker, finally mentioned Master Duan Li in the group. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, Master Duan Li, do you remember the Sunlight King Lotus you used as a token during the last group welfare auction? Lin Yuan's sudden message caused the group to be silent for about 5 seconds. Soon, the group exploded into a frenzy. The purchase with no loss store's last group welfare auction had attracted a lot of attention. The new members that had joined through blind trade had been keeping watch for Lin Yuan's participation, to no avail. Moreover, Lin Yuan had not shown up recently as well, making it hard to meet him. Thus, there were many people who were greeting Lin Yuan in the group. At the same time, there were also many people asking Lin Yuan about the elemental pearls at the next auction. Many people regretted not continuing to bid at the previous group welfare where Lin Yuan had offered Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls and even Defined Life elemental pearls. Those types of Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls were extremely rare, and they almost never appeared on the market. Lin Yuan thought over the questions before replying. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, since everyone is so interested in the elemental pearls, how about I start auctioning off one every night at 8 p.m.? His words shocked the group. If an elemental pearl was auctioned off every night, it meant that Lin Yuan could produce 365 elemental pearls in 1 year. The group members could not comprehend this wealth of resources. After Lin Yuan made his announcement, the lurker Wang Fuxiang voiced out. Wang Fuxiang, Group Admin, can I ask if the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls will have an outer layer? The 11 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls you sold me at the previous auction became my bracelet. I'm wearing it now, and it looks great. Wang Fuxiang's words made many people in the group purse their lips, especially the creation masters present. Class 4 creation masters could painstakingly produce Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls with an outer layer. Using it to become a materialistic luxury item was blasphemous. Moreover, once the elemental pearls were punctured, the elemental energy would decrease, and the price would fall as well. However, she had voiced the question that many people had in mind. The big shots who had gone out of their way to pay a high price in order to obtain the flower brocade pearls through blind trade were especially interested. Lin Yuan saw Wang Fuxiang's question and answered immediately. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Yes, every pearl will have an outer layer, but what the specific outer layers will be is undecided. In the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the Bronze/Legend elemental shellfish produced more elemental pearls with outer layers than those without. Additionally, Lin Yuan used Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls regularly. Thus, those Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls without an outer layer were used up by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan would not be so stupid as to auction off the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls without an outer layer in such a situation. Lin Yuan's response caused Wang Fuxiang's breath to hike. The mention of the outer layer being uncertain made Wang Fuxiang even more agitated. Wang Fuxiang hastily responded. Wang Fuxiang, Group Admin, you're so mean. If you don't disclose what the outer layers will be, you're sentencing me to log in every night at 8 p.m. to check. But I love how naughty you are. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. This woman is so scary. It's like she wants to eat me. Actually, Lin Yuan's decision to auction off a heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl every night was not an impulsive decision. It was because Lin Yuan's store of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl kept growing. If he did not find some way to use them, they would continue to uselessly collect dust. Lin Yuan had also increased the frequency of the flower brocade pearls blind trade. He also gained 30 new group members every day while he was buying up all the aurora pollen in the market. The purchase with no loss store was Lin Yuan's personal network. The large number of entrants expanded his network but destabilized the network as well. Hence, Lin Yuan planned to auction off a heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl every night to quickly stabilize the network. This activity would also incite more people to try to enter the group through blind trade. This enabled Lin Yuan to increase his benefits from the flower brocade pearl blind trade and quicken his rate of dominating the aurora pollen market. The rest of the group members were chatting up a storm. However, after Lin Yuan had mentioned Master Duanli, she felt slightly unnerved. Her heart had been pounding so rapidly that it threatened to burst out of her chest. She knew full well what she had done to the Sunlight King Lotus. Master Duanli had not informed Lin Yuan that she had separated the Sunlight King Lotus flower heads. She wondered if the Sunlight King Lotus had died. She should not be harboring these thoughts. However, one day ago, Master Duanli had failed to nurture the Sunlight King Lotus Ortet into a new Sunlight King Lotus no matter how hard she tried. She had only realized how delicate the Sunlight King Lotus was after she tried to nurture the separated flower head. Master Duanli did not expect that its spirit chi requirement would magnify after the Sunlight King Lotus was injured. Now that Lin Yuan had presented her with her folly, she was panicking. Master Duanli had depended on the Sunlight King Lotus to win the bid for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Even if Lin Yuan's Sunlight King Lotus had died due to its flower heads being separated, Master Duanli would never give up the 12 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that sat by her pillow. She quickly sent Lin Yuan a private message. Master Duanli had been chatting with many people online recently, so if Lin Yuan revealed her actions to the group, she would become a laughingstock. Lin Yuan initially planned on using the connections he had forged in the group over the last 6 months to collect the spiritual ingredients needed to build submerged Flood Dragon Lake. But he did not expect Master Duanli to privately message him about the Sunlight King Lotus incident. When Lin Yuan saw the message Master Duanli had sent him, he felt that she viewed the problem at hand as more serious than what Lin Yuan thought. Instead of immediately replying to Master Duanli's message, Lin Yuan started calculating how many radiance dollars he had earned after all this time. The lack of response sent Master Duanli into an even greater panic. Master Duanli, I didn't know that the Sunlight King Lotus would require so much pure spirit chi to heal its injuries after I separated its flower heads. I don't have enough resources right now to compensate you. So, is it okay if I pay through my own labor? Lin Yuan had just finished counting the amount of radiance dollars he owned. He realized that he only had 22.6 million radiance dollars. Moreover, Lin Yuan had unknowingly spent all of the radiance dollars in Cheng Wu's diamond face storage box. These 22.6 million radiance dollars were mostly earned from Lin Yuan's sale of phase. The rest came from Lin Yuan's share of Zhou Jusen's store, which Lin Yuan had not used yet. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. He had spent too much time trading goods and did not engage in many transactions that involved radiance dollars. Lin Yuan felt that he was too poor. He was not going to be able to use radiance dollars in the trade later on. Lin Yuan immediately saw Master Duanli's message and thought that Master Duanli was not only horrible but also stupid. Master Duanli had separated the Sunlight King Lotus's flower heads and tried to nurture it only to realize that it needed pure spirit chi in order to heal its injuries. Lin Yuan did not have to come to this realization because he only had pure spirit chi. If the Sunlight King Lotus needed impure spirit chi, Lin Yuan would be stumped. Since Master Duanli wanted to pay him with her labor, Lin Yuan was definitely not going to reject her. It was too difficult for Master Hongshin to handle the enormous task of evolving all the angelfish of bliss. Master Duanli would be of great help to Master Hongshin. But Master Duanli was still a Class 4 creation master. Why was she so pathetic? She even had to stoop so low as to offer manual labor as a form of compensation. Lin Yuan replied Master Duanli, Deep Mountain Elder Lin. I accept your offer of labor. Since you're self-aware, I won't pursue the fact that you purposely ruined the goods you sold. Please consider yourself warned. Otherwise, I will immediately kick you out of the group. Master Duan Li's expression turned ashen when she saw Lin Yuan's reply. After becoming a Class 4 creation master, she had not been chided in years. However, she was the one who had misjudged the Sunlight King Lotus method of recovery. Master Duan Li replied Lin Yuan. Master Duan Li, is it acceptable for me to work 10 hours a day for 2 months as compensation? Lin Yuan started scheming as he fired off a question. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, how long does it take you to concoct a Grade 3 Platinum Water Potion? The Platinum Water Potion Lin Yuan asked about was the spirit fluid that Genius had concocted in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and used to evolve the Angelfish of Bliss to Platinum grade. He wanted Master Duan Li to evolve the Angelfish of Bliss that Lin Yuan had evolved to Bronze/Epic. Lin Yuan did not consider Master Duan Li as one of his people, and this matter was important. He was definitely not going to send the Angelfishes of Bliss to Master Duan Li through the mail. He also did not know whether Master Duan Li had any ties with the Sea Bliss clan. If the Sea Bliss clan found out that he was nurturing Angelfish of Bliss, they would instantly notice that he was buying up all the Aurora pollen in the market. Thus, Lin Yuan wanted to break the Creation Master taboo and directly buy spirit fluids from Master Duan Li. Master Duan Li did not think much of Lin Yuan's message. She also wanted to prove her power and talked herself up in the reply she sent him. Master Duan Li, normal Class 4 Creation Masters take 2.5 hours to concoct a bottle of Platinum Water Potions, but I only need 2 hours. Lin Yuan replied slyly. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, if so, you can just concoct 5 bottles of Platinum Water Potions for me every day. You should be able to concoct 300 bottles in 2 months. One of the months is longer, so I'll give you that day off. You can choose which day of the month you want to rest. Lin Yuan's response almost caused Master Duan Li to choke. She would never be able to imagine that Lin Yuan would ask her to concoct Platinum Water Potions that even Class 3 Creation Masters could concoct. He was underestimating her as a Class 4 Creation Master. She had even boasted about the speed that she could concoct the spirit fluids. However, she actually required the same amount of time as other Class 4 Creation Masters. If she tried to fulfill Lin Yuan's task, she would have to work 2.5 hours longer every day. Moreover, concocting spirit fluids was different from nurturing phase. One could slack off a bit when nurturing phase. However, concocting spirit fluids was straightforward, and Lin Yuan had even cited a number. She could not slack off even if she wanted to. Master Duan Li could not help but curse Lin Yuan internally. One of the months is longer, and he gave me a day off, but it's going to be February soon. There are only 28 days in February. He's literally asking me to work to the bone. Just as Master Duan Li was going to reject him and offer to directly evolve phase for him instead. She received another message from Lin Yuan. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, if you have extra time, I'm willing to pay 1 defined life elemental pearl for every 30 bottles of Platinum Water Potion after the 300th one. After seeing Lin Yuan's message, Master Duan Li could not help but go through with the rejection. Eventually, she gnashed her teeth and sent her agreement. 30 bottles of Platinum Water Potion for 1 defined life elemental pearl. There was no way that Master Duan Li could reject this deal. Although the rate that Lin Yuan had offered was the same as the market, there was rarely enough stock in the market for the deals to take place. This was extremely worth it. Master Duan Li saw another message from Lin Yuan. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, let's get it straight. I won't insist that you achieve 40% homogeneity of spiritual ingredients, but it has to be at least 35%. Given that you're a Class 4 Creation Master, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Master Duan Li regretted boasting just now. She had basically dumped a rock on her own feet. But she read Lin Yuan's message again and thought about the defined life elemental pearls. She could not help but force out a reply. Master Duan Li, fine. I will check before we go through with the deal. If the homogeneity of spiritual ingredients dips below 35%, I will give that bottle of Platinum Water Potion for free. It won't be counted in the 300 bottles. Lin Yuan was delighted that he had successfully negotiated a deal with Master Duan Li. He had casually gained the fruits of a Class 4 creation master's labors. How could he not be happy? With Master Duan Li's supply of platinum water potion, he would soon be able to collect the fish coats from the angelfish of bliss. Through his conversation with Master Duan Li, Lin Yuan could tell that she was weak against heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. He could not help but start scheming. Can I use heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers to string Master Duan Li along for the rest of her life? I might be able to get this horrible old woman to work for me for the rest of her life. Lin Yuan returned to check on the group. There were already more than 999 new messages. Lin Yuan did not thoroughly read through the messages. He assumed that it was mostly related to the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers that he had announced he was going to auction off. He had come to the fan club with a purpose. Lin Yuan released a proclamation. Group proclamation. I'm gathering a large amount of revival soil, soul-nourishing clay, amazonite, and larimar. Every 100 tons of revival soil can be exchanged for 1 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls. Every 80 tons of soul-nourishing clay can be exchanged for 1 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearl. Every 3 tons of amazonite can be exchanged for 1 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearl. Every half ton of larimar can be exchanged for 1 Defined Life elemental pearl. The big shots who joined the group for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were dumbfounded when they saw the group proclamation. They did not know how they should critique Lin Yuan's action. He might as well declare that he wanted to trade for all the revival soil, soul-nourishing clay, amazonite, and larimar that everyone had. Why did he want to trade heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers for such useless things? It was minimally understandable that he wanted to trade for amazonite and larimar. However, wanting to trade for revival soil and soul-nourishing clay was like using genuine fur to exchange for plastic bags. If Lin Yuan knew that those big shots had to be cursing him out internally, he truly lacked money. He was only left with about 20 million radiance dollars and only had heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to spend. Despite the big shots' complaints, they did not hold back on their offers. Screw nerds, but I'm not a failure. I can offer 1,000 tons of revival soil and 800 tons of soul-nourishing clay. Can I exchange them for 20 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls? This big shot had only just joined the group yesterday and was unfamiliar with the rest of the group. He had been lurking until now, but his offer shocked the group. The elemental pearl fiend Wang Fuxiang asked. Wang Fuxiang, are you from Cultivated Garden? Wang Fuxiang's question did not incite a response from Screw Nerds, but I'm not a failure. However, since he did not immediately deny it, Wang Fuxiang knew that she had hit the nail on the head. Wang Fuxiang decided that she had to get the Defined Life elemental pearls, and she would get as many as she could. She wanted to use them to create a crown. Langya Pavilion had always dealt in luxury goods like larimar, which could be embedded in decorative items. Thus, they had a decently full store. However, the stock had either been used to create intricate decorative items or been carved by famous spirit craftsmen. But Wang Fuxiang did not care about any of that now. Wang Fuxiang, I can offer 5 tons of larimar. Can I choose the Defined Life elemental pearls again like I did last time? Lin Yuan was astonished by the power he held in the group. The group members' offers immediately solved his need for revival soil, soul-nourishing clay, and larimar. The 5 tons of larimar were enough to cover every square meter of the bottom of submerged flood dragon lake with a fingernail-sized piece of larimar. Lin Yuan would still have about a 1 left over, which would increase the amount of spiritual ingredient resources he possessed. As for the revival soil and soul-nourishing clay, he had received 1,000 tons and 800 tons, respectively. Lin Yuan guessed that he would not even use half of the amount he received. However, Lin Yuan had always lacked spiritual ingredients with beneficial qualities like revival soil and soil-nourishing clay. When they built the basement, they would also be of use, and it would save Lin Yuan the effort of searching for more. Lin Yuan saw Wang Fuxiang's message and responded. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls exchanged can be chosen by the person I'm trading with. Lin Yuan went on to mention screw nerds, but I'm not a failure. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Screw nerds, but I'm not a failure. Do you want to choose the attributes of your 20 cloud dream lake you're trading for? Although he had ignored Wang Fuxiang. Screw nerds, but I'm not a failure, replied Lin Yuan in a few seconds. Screw nerds, but I'm not a failure. If it's not too much to ask, I would like all of them to be Earth type. Wang Fuxiang chipped in shortly after. Wang Fuxiang. I want all my 10 defined life elemental pearls to be Wind type. Then they'll match the 2 I already have. My crown will finally materialize. Lin Yuan immediately said that it was no problem. After his response, the group chat fell silent. This response had shown how deep the pockets of the purchase with no loss store went. The purchase with no loss store could pull off the amazing feat of being able to casually produce 20 Earth-type Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls. On top of that, Lin Yuan could also produce 10 Wind-type defined life elemental pearls without breaking a sweat. Just how full was their store of elemental pearls? The true power did not lie in allowing you to choose from a selection but rather being able to grant you whatever you wanted. Recently, the purchase with no loss store had been acting like somewhat of a genie. Lin Yuan was confused by the silence. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Lin Yuan amended the group proclamation after he collected enough revival soil, soul-nourishing clay, and larimar. He only left the message about the Amazonite. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was unable to collect the Amazonite he required. It was not that there were no group members that were willing to trade with Lin Yuan, but because the most a group member could offer was only 50 kilograms. The other group members would only be able to offer about 5 kilograms. Lin Yuan wanted to exchange 3 tons of Amazonite for 1 Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearl. The amount they could offer was too little to trade with Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan was willing to crush the Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls into powder to trade, the group members with Amazonite might not agree. Once a Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl reached a purity of at least 95%, its effects would not change by much. Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were so highly sought after because the outer layers were so beautiful. If it was crushed into a powder, the outer layer's beauty would be destroyed, along with its value. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed the Amazonite to cover the bottom of submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Hence, he needed even more Amazonite than he did revival soil and soil-nourishing clay. The best way for Lin Yuan to attain the mountain of Amazonite he needed was to approach a faction that could sell it to him all at once. This made Lin Yuan think of the Sea Bliss clan. The Sea Bliss clan's private faction territory on StarWeb had Amazonite covering the ground. However, the Amazonite that the Sea Bliss clan used to cover the ground did not meet Lin Yuan's standards. He needed Amazonite that was at least as pure as the Sea Bliss clan's Immortal Bliss tablet. The Sea Bliss clan viewed Immortal Bliss tablets as collateral consumables. When people bought Immortal Bliss tablets as a gateway to buying Angelfish of Bliss, they might as well have bought an Amazonite carving that was several times more expensive than the market price. Hence, the Sea Bliss clan had definitely accumulated a fair amount of Amazonite. Lin Yuan hatched a plan. Since I already established a collaboration with the Sea Bliss clan, I don't think they'll refuse if I ask for Amazonite. At that moment, at the north of Quiet Flow City, in a palatial manor by the sea, a sinister-looking man with a long beard fiercely slapped the table 5 times before he roared, "Bullies! The Miao family's connected beast park are tyrants." Next to this man sat a young man with slitted eyes and thin lips. When the young man saw how angry his father was, he glared angrily at the blue-robed man who was kneeling at their feet. The blue-robed Feng Qi kept his head low as he wallowed in how wronged he felt. He had clearly asked his master if they should go through with the partnership with Sky City. If the Sea Bliss clan collaborated with Sky City, it would strongly boost the Sea Bliss clan's power. His master had been over the moon and told him to do whatever it took to seal the collaboration with Sky City. But when he returned, his master had received news in the middle of the celebration and became enraged. Sky City had clashed with Connected Beast Park over the Sun family's condensed fairy orchard after Sky City, and the Sea Bliss clan had confirmed their partnership. Who could have predicted this? Compared to Connected Beast Park's pressure on the Sea Bliss clan, Feng Qi felt that Sky City was a larger force to be reckoned with and could help the Sea Bliss clan in more ways. However, Feng Qi did not have the right to interject when the Sea Bliss clan's inner group was making decisions. The young man with the slitted eyes and thin lips looked back at his father after glaring at Feng Qi. He spoke after a moment's pondering. "Father, Connected Beast Park's termination of their partnership with us is too unreasonable. I remember that most of our partnerships have signed guarantees from the spirit guards." The young man stopped talking, but his words had caused his father's expression to shift. "Haitao, you've grown up. Since you have an opinion, speak your mind." The young man called Haitao's eyes lit up with a cunning gleam. "Our Sea Bliss clan managed to transition from a rising faction to a veteran faction thanks to the Angelfish of Bliss. Afterward, we also started nurturing other aquatic fae besides the Angelfish of Bliss. This allowed us to become a top veteran faction. However, we still depend on the Angelfish of Bliss, and our prosperity is linked to our dominance in the Angelfish of Bliss market. Even if other vendors start selling the Angelfish of Bliss, their source will be limited to wild Angelfish of Bliss. Even if those wild Angelfish of Bliss produce eggs, they won't be able to hatch without our special potion. Recently, the Sea Bliss clan's progress has been hindered by our lack of creation master resources, and all that we could get our hands on went toward nurturing the Angelfish of Bliss. This has resulted in us needing to turn to other factions' creation master resources for help in order to nurture our other aquatic phase. This leads to a high cost every year. This time, Connected Beast Park's pressure on the Sea Bliss clan will cause us to lose business for our other aquatic phase. Even if we break off our connection to Sky City, the Meow family is so unreasonable that they are sure to continue coming after us. We will no longer be able to partner up smoothly with them. I think we should become as close to Sky City as possible. I think we should just tear the bandage off and give up all our other aquatic fae businesses so we can focus on nurturing the Angelfish of Bliss. If we make use of the next 10 years properly, we might become strong enough to fight the elite factions. The Meow family will never see this plan coming. Then, we'll be able to use the contract we signed with the Meow family from the Sea Bliss clan to force the Meow family to pay us an enormous compensation. With that money, the Meow family might as well have footed the bill we incurred for changing our business model. Hee hee. No matter how unreasonable the Meow family is, they'll never be able to match up to the spirit guards. As Qi Wangyang heard what Qi Haitao said, he remained mostly emotionless. However, when he heard Qi Haitao talking about changing the business model, Qi Wangyang furrowed his brows. When Qi Haitao spoke about transitioning to an elite faction, a terrifying glint of ambition flashed across his eyes. He stroked his beard and fell deep into thought. Every veteran faction dreamed of becoming an elite faction. Moreover, the Sea Bliss clan did not have such potential. However, when he heard his son say so, Qi Wangyang agreed that this possibility existed. Qi Haitao was young and thus fearless. As the head of the Sea Bliss clan, Qi Wangyang better understood how scary elite factions were. If the Sea Bliss clan went to the spirit guards to mess with Connected Beast Park but failed to become an elite faction, they would have to constantly be on guard against Connected Beast Park in the future. After much contemplation, Qi Wangyang said, "Haitao, you should take Feng Qi along with you and personally connect with Sky City. See if you can seal the deal as soon as possible. Let's set the business with the Meow family's Connected Beast Park aside first. We'll tend to it after we've successfully completed the first transaction with Sky City. If our partnership with Sky City will really allow us to boost our level, it won't be too late to use Connected Beast Park to foot the bill for our change in business model." When he heard what his father said, Qi Haitao knew that Qi Wangyang agreed with his idea. However, Qi Wangyang had always proceeded with caution, and it took a lot for him to stand in opposition to Connected Beast Park. Qi Wangyang stood up and walked over to the kneeling Feng Qi. He helped Feng Qi up and comforted him. Feng Qi felt like he had just ridden a roller coaster. He had experienced so many highs and lows in the span of a day, and it was pushing his heart to its limit. As he looked at Qi Wangyang, who was comforting him gently, Feng Qi felt extremely frightened. Unpredictable mood swings were much scarier than sternness. When Lin Yuan completed his deals with Wang Fuxiang and Screw Nerds but I'm Not a Failure, he left the group chat. His purpose had been fulfilled. Before he left, Lin Yuan paused to think before releasing another group proclamation. Group proclamation. Group members, from now on, no one is allowed to reveal any information about group welfare auctions to non-group members. Anyone who is found doing so will be immediately kicked out of the group. After sending the group proclamation, Lin Yuan immediately went to his private faction territory. Lin Yuan also implemented access limitations in his private faction territory. People or factions who had not received an invitation from Sky City would only be allowed in Sky City every day between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. during the time when they could compete for fate letters. During any other time, the private faction territory would not be open to outsiders. Now Sky City had announced its role. Given how much others discussed about it, it would definitely attract a lot of visitors. Lin Yuan did not care about rankings like the visitors' ranking. After all that happened to Sky City's private faction territory today, seeing that it got between the conflict of two top factions, Sky City had surely secured its position on the popularity ranking. When you had not returned yet, there were not many people who usually managed Sky City's private faction territory. Moreover, Sky City had a mysterious style, and Lin Yuan did not want Sky City's exterior to become as crowded as a market. Lin Yuan had sent such a serious proclamation in the group chat because he knew that he had appeared in the purchase with no law store wearing the strange mask before. When Sky City's popularity truly exploded, someone devious in the group chat could leak the information. Soon, people would start to guess the connection between the purchase with no law store and Sky City. Luckily, not many members had seen Lin Yuan with the mask on. After today, Lin Yuan did not plan on moving around in the private faction territory. Lin Yuan felt that his alternate identity was safe for the time being. He was not afraid that someone would link Sky City and the purchase with no law store. Even if no one made the connection, Lin Yuan wanted to combine Sky City and the purchase with no law store's social networks. But the next 2 months were not a good time because Lin Yuan was still scheming against the Sea Bliss clan. A faction's prestige and power did not only rely on the number of resources they possessed. This faction's prestige would be established after mounds of earth-shattering events, and the Sea Bliss clan would be the stepping stone. Lin Yuan checked on the private faction territory's messages and was about to contact the blue-robed Feng Qi he had confirmed the deal with when he realized that Feng Qi had already sent him several messages. Sea Bliss clan Feng Qi, are you there? I want to discuss the deal with Sky City in detail. Sea Bliss clan Feng Qi. The Sea Bliss clan wants to complete the first transaction as soon as possible. May I ask how many gestating angelfish of Bliss Sky City can evolve from flawless to epic? Sea Bliss clan Feng Qi. If it's convenient, can we set up a physical location to hold the discussion? From the messages, Lin Yuan could sense that Feng Qi was very anxious. Otherwise, Feng Qi would not have sent a message every 10 minutes in the dead of night. The Sea Bliss clan's anxiousness to collaborate with him made Lin Yuan think of the Amazonite he wanted to procure from the Sea Bliss clan. Their initiative saved Lin Yuan the trouble of contacting the Sea Bliss clan. Lin Yuan replied, I'm in my faction territory. We can meet now to discuss. Once Lin Yuan sent the message, Feng Qi replied within milliseconds. Sea Bliss clan Feng Qi. Okay, we're heading over now. When Lin Yuan saw Feng Qi mention he was stunned. His lips curled. It looked like someone with authority in the Sea Bliss clan was coming. Lin Yuan received another message from Feng Qi. Sea Bliss clan Feng Qi. Our young leader is stuck outside Sky City's faction territory. Please grant him access. Lin Yuan immediately allowed the Sea Bliss clan's young master in. At the same time, the title Young Master piqued Lin Yuan's interest. If a faction had many direct descendants, they all had the right to inherit the faction. These direct descendants would be addressed as Young Master or Young Mistress. Only a young soul direct descendant like Gao Feng would be honored with being addressed as Young Leader. It seemed that the Sea Bliss clan had a similar circumstance as the Gao family in that they only had one direct descendant. Shortly after, Lin Yuan saw a young man of average height, slitted eyes, and thin lips walking next to the blue-robed Feng Qi. Lin Yuan remained in his seat and did not walk up to greet the Sea Bliss clan's young leader. When Qi Haitao saw the over 100 bronze/epic Fey decorations and bronze/legend Oath Lily of the Valley on the table, his eyes lit up. Qi Haitao walked up to Lin Yuan and stretched out his hand as he said, Hello? I'm Chi Hai Tao, the young leader of the Sea Bliss clan. I came here to discuss our collaboration in detail. Lin Yuan did not reach out to catch Chi Hai Tao's hand. Instead, he pointed at the seat opposite him and replied, "Let's sit and talk. I have a favor to ask of the Sea Bliss clan as well." Chi Hai Tao's anger flared when his friendly display was not met with a similar response. But the way Lin Yuan spoke made Chi Hai Tao look at him like how one would gaze upon a fool. Even if he needed help, he should have subtly brought it up after their discussion. Who blatantly revealed that they needed their partner's help. Lin Yuan's behavior made Chi Hai Tao feel as though he was being devoured. Lin Yuan was already scheming against the Sea Bliss clan. Hence, he could not be bothered to put on an act with the Sea Bliss clan's young leader. Since the Sea Bliss clan wanted to discuss their collaboration, Lin Yuan said frankly, "I need to take 180 tons of Amazonite from the Sea Bliss clan." Since the way Lin Yuan spoke made Chi Hai Tao regard him as a fool, Chi Hai Tao had the impulse to leave. He had sharply picked up that Lin Yuan had mentioned take. It was as though Lin Yuan wanted the Sea Bliss clan's help but did not want to pay any price. How could such a good deal exist? The Sea Bliss clan can provide 180 tons of Amazonite, but what can you offer Sea Bliss clan? How dare you be so greedy? Lin Yuan's laziness had already angered Chi Hai Tao, and now he immediately boiled with rage. Just before Chi Hai Tao was about to explode, Lin Yuan murmured, "I won't be taking the 180 tons of Amazonite without giving anything in return. In the next month, I can guarantee that I'll be able to fulfill an order of at least 360 angelfish of bliss." Lin Yuan's words made the livid Chi Hai Tao calm down. He said to Lin Yuan with a tone of disbelief, "Do you mean to say that you can promise that you'll be able to evolve 360 gestating angelfish of bliss from flawless to epic in 1 month? Lin Yuan nodded with certainty. "Your understanding is correct. If the Sea Bliss clan is unhappy with daily transactions, I can present you with 360 evolved, gestating angelfish of bliss at the end of the month. Of course, you have to be comfortable with allowing the evolved angelfish of bliss to produce eggs while in my care." Lin Yuan's calm speech astonished Chi Hai Tao. Being able to evolve 360 gestating angelfish of bliss from flawless to epic in 1 month was the equivalent of 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters working non-stop. Moreover, this productivity would last a month. Given this level of Creation Master resource provision, even if the Sea Bliss clan needed to compensate every evolved gestating angelfish of bliss with a platinum angelfish of bliss, it was still worth it to provide 180 tons of Amazonite on top of that. The angelfish of bliss was an aquatic type fae that had a flood season. If 360 angelfish of bliss could be evolved to bronze/epic within a month, the Sea Bliss clan would no longer need Immortal bliss tablets to force customers to buy lousy fish by next year. When a large number of young fish matured, the Sea Bliss clan could even auction off the angelfish of bliss one by one. In about 3 to 5 years, the Sea Bliss clan would be able to charge toward the goal of becoming a top faction. As the Sea Bliss clan's young leader, Chi Hai Tao had the authority to move the Sea Bliss clan's resources around. Chi Hai Tao immediately sealed the deal for fear of Lin Yuan going back on his offer. Sea Bliss clan is willing to offer 180 tons of Amazonite in exchange for Sky City's provision of Creation Master resources. However, I don't like one-time deals. I want Sky City to make a promise. Lin Yuan looked up at Chi Hai Tao and asked with bemusement, "Promise? What do you have in mind?" Chi Hai Tao paused to think before saying, "After this deal, I want Sky City to continue completing transactions of 10 fish per month with the Sea Bliss clan." Unknowingly, Chi Hai Tao started taking a tone of respect with Lin Yuan. If Chi Hai Tao could close this deal with Sky City, it meant that Sky City would have to have at least 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. It was a given for top factions to have at least 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. After all, it was much harder to evolve gestating angelfish of bliss as compared to regular angelfish of bliss. Moreover, Sky City was going to work with Condensed Fairy Orchard. Otherwise, the Meow family's connected beast park would not have been angry with the Sea Bliss clan. This meant that Sky City could have more than just 6 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. Sky City had so many Creation Master resources that the elite faction Meow family might not even be able to match up to them. Chi Haitao agreed to the deal so easily that Lin Yuan was rather surprised. Lin Yuan could also tell from Chi Haitao's easy agreement that he was resolved to expand the Sea Bliss clan. Naturally, Lin Yuan was happy about this. The quicker Sea Bliss clan expanded, the quicker they would be barreling toward their doom. Lin Yuan thought, this young leader of the Sea Bliss clan definitely has foresight. In a few months, the Sea Bliss clan might not want me to evolve phase for them. Lin Yuan was only going to evolve Sea Bliss clan's quality and not their grades. As a C-rank Spirit Chi professional, Lin Yuan needed 40 minutes in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If Lin Yuan activated the Pure Land of Bliss, the time required would drop significantly. Thus, he only needed 7 or 8 hours to evolve 12 Angelfish of Bliss every day. This workload was nothing to the workaholic Lin Yuan, and he was more than willing to comply. Every time Lin Yuan evolved an Angelfish of Bliss, the Sea Bliss clan would require more Aurora pollen. This would send them rocketing toward their doom. After he accomplished his deal with the Sea Bliss clan, Lin Yuan had finished collecting all the spiritual ingredients needed for submerged Flood Dragon Lake. He had finished collecting the mountain of resources in the span of 1 day and 1 night. Even Lin Yuan was shocked by his productivity. This was the first time Lin Yuan had realized how powerful the connections he wielded were. He had never realized it until now. This feeling of power made Lin Yuan feel very secure. The construction of submerged Flood Dragon Lake definitely needed more spiritual ingredients than just revival soil, soul-nourishing clay, Amazonite, and Larimar. Nonetheless, he did not need to concern himself with spiritual ingredients that they only needed in small amounts. He could leave it for Listen to settle. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could easily gather various small amounts of spiritual ingredients by making use of other chambers of commerce's functions. The morning of the next day, Hu Quan had returned to the mansion, and he was dumbfounded by the spirit ingredients in the 4-diamond Fey storage boxes that Lin Yuan had given him. Hu Quan had brought 200 Class 3 spirit craftsmen along with him, and they enthusiastically jumped into the construction of submerged Flood Dragon Lake. Lin Yuan had also received the phase that Sun Ningxiang and Chi Haitao had sent through Ostrich Logistics. He shut himself in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and started to work. By the 6th day, Wen Yu finally returned to the mansion. When Lin Yuan saw that Wen Yu was back, he immediately noticed that she was utterly different from before. A large expanse of earth covered with jagged rocks. Most of the rocks were so dry that they had cracked. It was as though they had not been touched by rain in over 100 years. A gust of gale rolled across and hammered a pile of rocks into dust. The gale picked up the shattered rock pieces, and a tornado of rock fragments was quickly formed. The surface of the earth was a deserted wasteland, but under the earth, a spark of life was hibernating within. However, no matter how strong that life force was, there was still no sun underground. Luckily, there were a few rocks that radiated dim light and saved the underground world from total darkness. Currently, clanging noises were resonating from an underground mine. There were a few roars of insults being hurled intermixed in with cries of fear and pleas of mercy. But every time a cry of fear and plea of mercy was let out, the insults grew in intensity. The crack of a whip sounded out in tandem with the insults. The sudden cracks of the whip momentarily quelled the clanging noises. Suddenly, a skinny young man dressed in rags dashed out of the mine. His whole body was covered with bloody whip marks. A fat middle-aged man leading a leashed black leopard chased after the young man. The middle-aged man did not continue chasing. Instead, he looked at the bloodied, skinny young man derisively. The young man had reached a security tape made of charcoal that was almost 4 meters long. He looked behind him at the fat middle-aged man and black leopard, gnashed his teeth, and walked forward onto the charcoal despite being barefooted. He fought through the burning pain and ran as quickly as he could through the charcoal. When he was about to reach the end of the charcoal, while his feet were almost burnt to a mangled mess, a loud roar accompanied razor-sharp claws that slashed across the young man's back. The young man fell into the freezing black river on the other side of the charcoal. The fat middle-aged man looked at the young man that had fallen into the river and screamed, "Damn! Underground Shadow Leopard, why didn't you strike him more accurately? Next time, attack his head." The black river carried the young man into an uneven pile of rocks. The young man's injured back hit the pile of rocks, and the pain shocked the young man awake. He took the chance to grab hold of the pile of rocks and agonizingly climbed up the structure. When he reached the top of the pile, the young man fell onto a platform that was less than a meter wide. The claw marks on his back and burned feet caused the young man so much pain that he felt his soul was about to crumble. In the dead of night, it was extremely frigid. Moreover, the young man's entire body had just been soaked in the freezing black river for an unknown amount of time. The combined effects of the pain and cold caused the young man's entire body to go numb. He stretched out his hands and used all the strength he could muster to ball his palms into fists. A black willpower that looked like a blade condensed on the young man's fists as he muttered, "I, Bei Su, must have my revenge. I need to avenge my father, mother, and older sister. I'm willing to give up everything in order to have my revenge." At that moment, Bei Su suddenly started to laugh with self-ridicule. Tears flowed down from his reddened eyes. In all his time on this earth, he felt that his life had amounted to nothing. His consciousness ebbed and weakened in the cold darkness. He finally let his heavy lids close. In a luxurious palace, a young girl was flipping through a book. While she was paging through the book, her eyes were not fixed on the page. In fact, her eyes were covered by a white cloth. The young girl's chest was puffed, her head was straight, and she looked extremely elegant. Her fingers were feeling across the heavy book's pages. There was also something different about this book. Normal books were flat and had pages that were covered with beautiful words. However, the book laying on this girl's lap had wooden pages, and each word on the page was a bump etched into the wood. She was carefully feeling the wooden-paged book. Perhaps it was because they had been touched so many times, but some of the words had been subtly stained red. At that moment, a maidservant dressed in black and white walked in and whispered respectfully, "Miss, Master, and Mistress are calling you to dinner." The maidservant bowed but did not receive a reply. She then lifted her head and walked over to the young girl with a white cloth over her eyes. The maidservant knew that the young girl was too engrossed in reading. When the maidservant walked over to the young girl, she immediately noticed the blood-stained pages. The maidservant's gaze softened with heartache. She gently lifted the young girl's hand off from the book and quickly used a piece of cloth tied around her wrist to wrap the young girl's fingers. "Miss, you promised me that you won't read for longer than 2 hours. Luckily, I prepared a band that can stem bleeding in advance. Otherwise, your parents would be heartbroken to see the state of your fingers at dinner," said Cece. The young girl with a cloth over her eyes allowed Cece to bandage her fingers before she gently touched Cece's eyes with her palm. After she ascertained who the maidservant was, the young girl's previous calmness was replaced with cheerfulness. "Cece, the sea dolphins I saw in the book were blue, and the irises were purple. Mom said that the sky is blue and amethysts are purple." The girl with a cloth over her eyes became slightly downhearted. "But Mom never told me what blue or purple means." Cece listened to the blindfolded young girl talk with unspeakable sadness and heartache. A blind person had no concept of the blue sky, purple amethysts, or any color at all. Thus, it was pointless to try to describe it. Her master and mistress gave everything to their daughter, and she even had the talent to become a spirit chi professional. She had also comprehended 2 willpower runes with mind willpower, but she still could not see. It would be a burden to contract phase. Cece racked her brain before her eyes lit up, and she said, "Miss, you can try thinking of it this way. The one that makes you happy is blue, while the one that surprises you is purple." The blindfolded young girl dissolved into giggles. The young girl's laughter was like 1,000 birds, and the sound soothed anyone who heard it. "Then you are definitely blue, while the strawberry jam I ate yesterday was purple. The thought of you always makes me happy, while getting to eat the strawberry jam that Mom personally made surprised me." At that moment, the blindfolded young girl stretched out her hand and covered her eyes. "I want to see the color of the sky, amethysts, sea dolphins, irises, and the strawberry jam made by Mom. I also want to see how Dad, Mom, Grandpa Butler, and Cece look like. If my wish can be fulfilled, I'm willing to give everything I have in exchange. When you used to have an air of genial gentleness, but she now also had an added wisp of mystery and eliteness. It was as though Wen Yu was an ancient goddess that was being worshipped. When Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan, she said in embarrassment, "Young master, Master Mystic Moon helped me evolve the star of my sacred source life form, which delayed me." While Wen Yu was speaking, she noticed that Lin Yuan was dazed. Lin Yuan had always maintained the image of a sunny disposition, but now he looked rather troubled. There were even dark rings around his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he had not slept properly in a long while. When Lin Yuan heard Wen Yu mention the sacred source life form, his tired face stretched into a smile. Lin Yuan only knew that Mystic Moon had accepted Wen Yu as his disciple, but he did not expect that she had been delayed because she had formed a contract with the sacred source life form. After he had the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan truly understood how powerful sacred source life forms were. Every sacred source life form had unique abilities that other sacred source life forms could not acquire. Thus, there were no weak sacred source life forms. Lin Yuan could not help but feel curious about what sacred source life form Wen Yu had contracted. What special abilities did it have? However, every spirit chi professional's sacred source life form was their biggest secret. Thus, Lin Yuan would not ask Wen Yu about her sacred source life form's abilities just because he was curious. Since you were away from the mansion for a few days, the entire mansion has become a mess. We're really not accustomed to not having you around. Wen Yu could not suppress her delight at hearing Lin Yuan's words. She always proved her worth in the mansion by showing off her talents and thoroughly managed everything that took place in the mansion. When she heard Lin Yuan talk about her absence in such a way, she felt that all her efforts had been validated. Wen Yu's heart craved the need to be recognized. This craving even surpassed the happiness that she felt at being accepted as Mystic Moon's disciple. It was because Wen Yu became Mystic Moon's disciple in order to be of greater help to Lin Yuan. When she saw Lin Yuan's bloodshot eyes and dark circles, she asked anxiously, "Young master, have you run into any troubles recently?" Lin Yuan noticed that Wen Yu's gaze was locked onto his eyes and realized why she had asked that question. "No trouble. Everything has been progressing according to plan recently. My dark circles are due to my lack of sleep in the past few days in order to evolve some phase," replied Lin Yuan. Wen Yu quickly picked up the tea kettle on the table and was about to prepare a pot of energizing 3 treasures tea for Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, Wen Yu regarded him as special and utterly precious. But someone of Lin Yuan's status was still independent and relied on his own power every step of the way. He did not really depend on the Moon Empress or take advantage of the Moon Empress power to bully others. Rather, he was exceptionally low-key. Lin Yuan not only had amazing talent, but he also worked much harder than others. In Wen Yu's eyes, Lin Yuan shone brighter than any star. Lin Yuan sat on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and yawned. After 6 days, he was well and truly exhausted. He had gotten practically no sleep in the past 6 days as he had been continuously evolving the bronze/flawless gestating angelfish of bliss that the Sea Bliss clan had sent over. He had also been evolving the various rare plant type phase that Sun Ningxiang had sent over. After being buried in work for 6 days, Lin Yuan had taken 3 days to evolve the 100 gestating bronze/flawless angelfish of bliss to epic. This morning, Lin Yuan had sent the 100 evolved angelfish of bliss back to the Sea Bliss clan. Lin Yuan's actions immediately floored the Sea Bliss clan. He had not slept until now and was able to greet Wen Yu upon her return because he had been waiting to receive the 100 platinum angelfish of bliss that the Sea Bliss clan was supposed to send over through ostrich logistics. In the remaining 3 days, Lin Yuan had devoted himself to helping Condense Fairy Orchard to transform and evolve their plant-type phase using pure spirit chi. After all, the Sun family had already displayed their sincerity. In the last few days, Lin Yuan had received a call from Sun Ningxiang almost every day. He could not afford to slack off. In 3 days, Lin Yuan had already helped the Sun family transform 80 phase. These 80 bronze/epic phase had allowed Lin Yuan to exchange for a large pile of law crystal pieces. However, these law crystal pieces were not like the law crystal pieces that Duan He had given him, where they came from 5 separate myth breed phase. The law crystal pieces that the Sun family had given Lin Yuan were much messier, as they came from the Sun family's accumulation of law crystal pieces over 100 years. Almost every law crystal piece came from a different myth breed fae. These shattered laws could not form an obvious image on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, but they did make the skirt even more beautiful. It also allowed Lin Yuan to release the power of over 10 different laws. Lin Yuan did not turn his nose up at these shattered laws. The accumulation of these wisps of law powers would still increase Lin Yuan and the sacred sword-wielding queen's power. Lin Yuan would still be able to use the blade of sacred sword to attack, and he would not feel upset about using these shattered laws. When he was dealing with the Sun family, Lin Yuan finally realized how terrifying an elite faction's true power was. Besides sending Lin Yuan the 80 plant-type phase that could be transformed with pure spirit qi, Sun Ningxiang had also sent him other plant-type phase for him to evolve. These other precious plant-type phase had been transformed. Although these transformed phase could not be compared to the golden lotus brocade pearls, a few of them had comparable abilities. Every plant-type fae had been nurtured for a few years and could strengthen a veteran faction. One of them had been evolved from Usnia, which was not even a fae. The Usnia had received some unknown nurturing from the Sun family and had evolved into the legendary soldier ration radish. The soldier ration radish was just like its name. The leaves of the soldier ration radish were full of nutrients. It was not just able to fulfill the needs of plant-type phase, but other phase and even some spirit qi professionals could consume them. Even though they did not have a nice taste, the leaves of the soldier ration radish could replenish every vitality element that a life needed. However, this was not the amazing trait of the soldier ration radish, which was that it could meristem faster than any other life form. When the Usnia evolved to platinum grade, it could grow more than 1,000 new platinum Usnia every day and could sustain close to 100 small platinum herbivorous phase. Since the Usnia had such a high rate of production and did not require much investment of resources, the Usnia had cemented its high position amongst the production-type phase. Still, the platinum Usnia could not hold a candle to the platinum soldier ration radish. When the sawtooth devour ants had been wreaking havoc in Golden Edge City, they had eaten almost everything in Golden Edge City and caused billions of residents in Golden Edge City to starve. Chef Supreme had swooped in at the critical moment and provided 200 soldier ration radishes. 100 of the soldier ration radishes had been given to the 3 billion residents of Golden Edge City, while the other 100 were sent to the front line to impede the sawtooth devour ants. Although the 100 soldier ration radishes could not fill every person in Golden Edge City, it did ensure that none of them died of starvation. But the 200 platinum soldier ration radishes provided by Chef Supreme had not been platinum grade. Instead, they had been pinnacle suzerain. The soldier ration radishes could continuously divide themselves and thus had managed to stop the wave of sawtooth devour ants from advancing. Otherwise, Golden Edge City would not have been able to survive till the poison dust locusts came to mutually kill off the sawtooth devour ants. This incident had allowed the soldier ration radishes to become popular the first time they appeared. When it came to foundational resources, it was talked about as much as the island whale. Afterward, Chef Supreme had openly announced that the soldier ration radish was transformed from the Usnia. Despite knowing where the soldier ration radish came from, other creation masters were helpless. Unexpectedly, the Sun family's condensed fairy orchard was able to produce something as rare as the soldier ration radish. When Lin Yuan had been evolving the soldier ration radish's quality, he had intentionally left a portion of its leaves, so he could cut them off in the spirit lock spatial zone. However, Lin Yuan was unsure whether the leaves he cut would be able to survive. After conducting a series of experiments in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan was certain that there was no link between the soldier ration radish's nurturing and the concentration of spirit qi. This was the first time Lin Yuan's pure spirit qi encountered a problem it could not solve. Genius, which had spent the last few days learning about Class 4 Scholar, Class 4 Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Class 4 Fey Observer information, was carefully taking care of the soldier ration radish in the spirit lock spatial zone, which had had its leaves cut off. The exhausted Lin Yuan was sitting on the sofa. He suddenly felt something cold wrap around his palms. He opened his eyes and saw a small 7-headed snake curled around his hand and was flicking its tongue. Lin Yuan looked at the snake and said, Hello, Senior Purple Demon. After Lin Yuan had fed the dream-eating bat and night calamity crow's flesh to Purple Demon's smallest dark-type energy head immediately replaced the blue head as the main head. Purple Demon's dark-type energy head's personality took over the body and became very intimate with Lin Yuan, or rather extremely thankful. At that moment, Lin Yuan raised his head to look at the mansion entrance and thought, since Purple Demon is back, Duan He should be appearing at any second. As expected, Duan He's figure soon appeared in Lin Yuan's line of sight. Lin Yuan sharply noticed that when Duan He saw Purple Demon, he stopped in his tracks and a troubled expression appeared on his face. He tugged at the stray hair on the back of his head. He remembered that during the last few days when he had shut himself away, Duan He had brought Purple Demon to experience Myth 2 world cleansing Endless Summer, and the Mother of Bloodbath had even gone to help. Lin Yuan confirmed that there were 7 heads on Purple Demon, and the new smallest head was almost unnoticeable. The 7 heads were an indication that Purple Demon had successfully evolved to Myth 2. After Purple Demon evolved to Myth 2, it could take human form. Duan He should be able to fulfill his long-time dream of living with Purple Demon like a normal husband and wife. He should be over the moon now. But why did he have such a sour expression hanging off his face? Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the weight lift from his hand. An enchanting girl with black hair in a tight purple dress appeared next to Duan He. The girl had a teardrop mole next to her eyes, giving her an air of laziness. Lin Yuan knew that this girl was Purple Demon's human form. If her looks were to be judged, Lin Yuan felt that she was slightly better looking than Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath. Why would Duan He be unsatisfied with this set of looks? Did he prefer uglier girls? When Duan He saw Lin Yuan, he was launched into a stream of rants. Lin Yuan, come and speak up for me. Do you think I'm having an affair? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. How did this become about an affair? Lin Yuan did not even have a girlfriend. How was he supposed to know how to solve Duan He's personal issues? Duan He threw a bitter look at Purple Demon, which was smiling sweetly at him. A chill ran up Duan He's spine. Purple Demon's blue head had a cheerful personality. Although it was a little childish, Duan He found it very cute. But he did not know that the dark-type head would have a Yandra personality. When he saw how much larger the dark-type head was compared to the other heads, Duan He knew that he would have to spend the rest of his life with this Yandra. All he did was help Lin Yuan find other Emperor-class experts and bartered the trade for law source crystals with them. When they had been ordering food in the Spirit Food Pavilion, the other Emperor-class experts had ordered snake meat. Duan He had not eaten snake meat. He had just looked at the dish. Why had Purple Demon accused him of cheating because of this? Moreover, Duan He had not even noticed that the snake that had been used in the dish was female. Before Duan He could say something else to Lin Yuan, Purple Demon grabbed his ear and tugged him upstairs. When you had finished boiling the pot of 3 treasures tea and poured 1 cup out for Lin Yuan, as she said, "Young master, the name of the sacred source life form I contracted is the Astronomical Parliament. It has the ability to organize an astronomical parliamentary meeting every week." When she was done speaking, when you closed her eyes and activated the Astronomical Parliament in the depths of her soul, Lin Yuan saw a cat's eye stone appear in the middle of Wen Yu's forehead in a flash. Lin Yuan saw a vast starlit space in the cat's eye, where a secret meeting area was ready and waiting for Wen Yu to organize a meeting. Lin Yuan used true data to check the cat's eye. What he saw caused his nostrils to flare instantly. Lin Yuan saw that the cat's eye's attributes were Sacred Source Name, Astronomical Parliament, Sacred Source Species, Source Genus/Sacred Source Species, Sacred Source Star Grade, 1 star, Sacred Source Type, Mystic Realm, Abilities, Star Spirit Seat. When the Astronomical Parliamentary Meeting is taking place, the members seated on the 12 zodiac constellation seats can exchange resources with the members seated on the north-south constellation seats with willpowers and laws. The Astronomical Parliament was the second sacred source life form that Lin Yuan had checked using true data. However, the sacred sword-wielding queen was different from other sacred source life forms. The sacred sword-wielding queen had been formed from the subsumption of the Grace Queen and the Sword of Punishment. When True Data checked the sacred sword-wielding queen's attributes, its sacred source type had shown 3 question marks. On the other hand, when Yu's astronomical parliament's data had indicated that its sacred source type was mystic realm. Lin Yuan could see the astronomical parliament's star spirit seat and knew that laws and willpower could be used to exchange for resources during the parliamentary meetings. However, he had no idea on what scale, abilities, or even what the differences were between the 12 zodiac constellation seats and the north-south constellation seat. Lin Yuan felt that this was due to Morbius grade. When Lin Yuan had woken up from the coma and knew that he had Morbius, he saw that Auntie Zhang's Terra Rabbit was an elemental-type lifeform's facade. However, the normal I/normal Morbius could not tell the Terra Rabbit's abilities and exclusive skills. Once Morbius evolved to bronze grade, Lin Yuan could see that information when he checked the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's attributes. This meant that when Morbius evolved, not only did the Pure Land of Bliss evolve, but True Data also became stronger. When Morbius evolved to silver grade, Lin Yuan should be able to see more information when he used True Data to check the attributes of sacred source lifeforms. When Yu had opened her eyes and saw that Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the cat's eye stone on her forehead, a dusting of blush bloomed across her cheeks as she quickly said, "Young master, the cat's eye stone on my forehead isn't the astronomical parliament's main body. It's just the medium. The actual astronomical parliament is a dreamland that's connected to the stars." A look of embarrassment came over Wen Yu. Even she felt that her explanation was rather shocking. Lin Yuan likely did not understand what she was talking about. Nevertheless, it was difficult to describe the astronomical parliament's ability. The best way for Lin Yuan to understand the astronomical parliament was for him to participate in a parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan seemed to be thinking as he said, "I have a general idea of what the astronomical parliament is. But can you explain what the 12 zodiac constellation seats and north-south constellation seats are?" Lin Yuan's words took Wen Yu off guard. Wen Yu remembered that when she had first formed a marrow contract with the astronomical parliament, and when it had let out its first sound, not even Mystic Moon knew what the astronomical parliament's ability was. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan had immediately asked about the star spirit seat's details. Wen Yu looked at Lin Yuan in bewilderment. Was he checking the astronomical parliament's ability when he was looking at the cat's eye stone on my forehead? She remembered Mystic Moon had said that a sacred source lifeform's abilities were the greatest trump card of every spirit chi professional. Even when the abilities were used, it was hard to figure out what the abilities were exactly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan had almost instantly seen through the astronomical parliament's ability. Only Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan had contracted a sacred source lifeform. It was best if fewer people knew about such matters. Thus, Lu Jie had not told Wen Yu. When Wen Yu was accepting the sacred source lifeform from Mystic Moon, she had not wanted to form a contract with it. Mystic Moon had asked her why and found out that it was because she wanted to give Lin Yuan the chance to contract a sacred source lifeform. At that time, Mystic Moon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had told Wen Yu that Lin Yuan had contracted a sacred source lifeform long ago. It was only then that Wen Yu had agreed to form a contract with the sacred source lifeform that Mystic Moon gave her. She speculated that Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform had the ability to see through other beings. But even if her guess was right, it would not have been able to see the astronomical parliament's ability since she had not instructed it to use the ability. If someone else had this ability, Wen Yu might have been on her guard. However, since it was Lin Yuan, Wen Yu would not try to dig deeper. Moreover, Mystic Moon had reminded Wen Yu several times not to tell other people about the astronomical parliament's ability. Wen Yu had also decided that she would tell Lin Yuan about the astronomical parliament's ability the second that she saw him. This was because she felt that the astronomical parliament's ability would be greatly beneficial for Sky City's expansion. She remembered Mystic Moon mentioning that Lin Yuan planned on expanding to the Divine Wood Federation through the space tunnel. Since he was setting his sights on the outskirts, the astronomical parliament's star spirit seed ability would be of use. The dreamland could be used so that Sky City would be able to grow even more flowers in the vast yet secret space. Young master, the astronomical parliament has reached 1 star. Given the power of my soul and spiritual energy, I can hold a meeting every week. How about I start one later and you can take part 2? I'll explain the difference between the seats to you at the meeting, and you can form a contract with one of the 12 zodiac constellation seats. Explained when Lin Yuan became overwhelmed with excitement.